Chapter 1 10,000 years are too long, Li Changshen, fight for the day. On the Douluo continent, the Heavenly Soul Empire is just south of the Soul Village. Divine Soul Village, if you only listen to its name, it is definitely a thunderous existence after a long time ago. Not bad even now. 10,000 years ago, there was still a small village with more than 300 households, and now there are as many as tens of thousands of people. The name is not a divine soul but a holy soul. It is clearly recorded in the circulated Kun history that a god came out of the village 10,000 years ago. The name of the god is Tang San. Legend has it that he inherited the power of the sea god. It is said that there are outstanding people, and Zhenhun village is the best portrayal. Over the years, countless soul masters have wanted to cultivate in the soul village. Rumors can speed up cultivation, so the vast mountains and forests outside the village have been cut down and removed and transformed into houses for people to live in and cultivate, which feels like a paradise. But even if it occupies more than many cities and towns, Zhenhun village is centered around the village. Outsiders are only outsiders, and the core villagers are only part of it. Early in the morning, the sky was just getting bright, and the distant sky was spit out with a grayish blue. The dew wetted the blue-silver grass growing in the flower and grass stall in the town, and a stalwart figure stood on a hill a kilometer away from Zhenhun village. He is not tall, looks like 5 or 6 years old, but is wearing an inconsistent white robe. The white face was like a warm jade, with a little rose color. The hair is a bit long, but it is not tied up with a rope, and it is allowed to drift away in the wind. The slightly long and narrow eyes reveal a unique and simple light. But there is a strange scene. The hillside of this kilometer high is very smooth, and the bumps and convexities that the mountain should have are no longer visible on the outer layer. This is also for a reason. Legend has it that this is the place where Tang San's ancestor was cultivated when he was young, and he would be sheltered if he touched it. Many soul masters came here admiringly, and after a long time, the mountain was touched to a smooth appearance, but after the vicissitudes of life, it was also much higher. The boy didn't know what method he had used, so he climbed up directly. Looking at his appearance, he was obviously not a soul master yet. He looked at the dazzling sunlight gradually rising in the distance, sighed, and touched the smooth chin like an old man. There seemed to be a layer of light film in his clear eyes, and strange things were faintly flashing on the light film. Think of me, Li Changshen, who once sat here with Tang San bragging, eating hairs, teasing him, and defeating him with a sliding shovel. It's a man who doesn't fear God. Now, his mother, his grandmother. People have been gods for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. I haven't even awakened a martial soul yet. Li Changshen was full of anger, flicking his white robe and long sleeves, and roaring with that immature voice. But when the words fell, he squatted and sat on the ground again, with an expression on his face that was uglier than crying. I want to grab the root of the grass in my mouth, but the whole mountain is bare. The grass that grows on the mountain has long been packaged into valuables by the village chiefs of the past generations, and sold outside in exchange for coins. Li Changshen squeezed out a piece of gravel in the gap, the size of a thumb, and pinched it in his hand. This piece of rubble is worth 100 gold soul coins. It's all my credit, if it wasn't for my idea, you guys. The village is still farming. Li Changshen, my mind, will wipe out the ashes that Shandu has deducted for you. After muttering, he waited for the distant shining sun to rise with some expectant gazes, and his expression gradually softened, which tended to return to the basics. In fact, he was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to change the first half of his life. You never know how he spent these 10,000 years. His name is Li Changshen. As the name suggests, people live for 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, when Tang San hadn't awakened martial soul, he also traveled here, and he had a good relationship with Tang San. He didn't have salted fish for 6 years, but awakened the system after crossing, but then salted fish for 10,000 years. The reason is that his system is weird. As soon as he appears, let him choose the type of system he wants. The system is also divided into types. That's for sure. Choose a system. Sign-in system. Invincible system. There are so many types that people can't help but sigh that Douluo continent has been played badly. As a modern person, he certainly knows what is most precious. Life. No matter how rich, there will be nothing if you die. No matter how strong it will die if it is dead. The most weird place is here. He just thought about it at the time, but among countless options, there really is a longevity system. The core content is all in line with Li Changshen's expectations. Take one step and increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Take 2 steps to increase lifespan by 2,000 years. Stepping on this stone may cause a blood vessel rupture. Please go around. Take 100 steps and gain eternal youth. Longevity can be increased by walking. Can stack. There is a trigger. Can take the initiative to eliminate danger to others. Great. Li Changshen was very excited at that time. If he hadn't just been born and didn't adapt to his body, he would have liked to run a few laps around the Holy Soul village with his butt naked. Later, after 3 months of birth, he learned to walk, and then he began to live long. By the time he was 6 years old, when it was time to awaken martial soul, his lifespan was 1,000,000 years. But it was also 6 years old, when he awakened martial soul. He followed Tang San and witnessed Tang San's innate full of spirit power and useless martial soul. I am increasingly looking forward to what own martial soul is. After all, he can live forever. If there is a stronger martial soul, it will be simple to become a god. However, when he arrived, martial soul did not come out. Instead, the longevity system popped up a prompt. The Spirit Master world is too dangerous. Martial soul has been removed from the host and innate has been deprived of full spirit power. At that time, Li Changshen was deceived, but he could only adapt to life in Zhengun village, inheriting the family business and selling vegetables. Then he spent the day slowly in this way, and when he was 18 years old, he spent his youth forever. He is alive. The 3 major soul masters of Tang dynasty. He is alive. Tang San soul saint. He is alive. Tang San titled Douluo. He is alive. Tang San became a god. He has been alive, and everyone around him is dead. This is the first half of Li Changshen's life? Of course not. It was about 100 years after Tang San became a god, because Li Changshen was crying every day, crying that his own life is too difficult to travel through, crying for about 100 years. His longevity system suddenly gave him a prompt. After 10,000 years, the host will get a chance to randomly select the system. 1,000 years. Li Changshen was still a little speechless at the time. What will Douluo continent look like 10,000 years from now? Is there the second part of Douluo mainland? Let me have a look. After 10,000 years, I can awaken martial soul after changing the system. He didn't know this, that's it, he had to wait and wait, counting the time day by day. It was today in a blink of an eye. He was restored to his 6-year-old appearance by the longevity system, preparing for the awakening of martial soul. Some people may wonder, he has lived for so long, and there is no martial soul yet. Isn't anyone surprised? Not really. It seems that the longevity system has changed everyone's perception. He is the ancestor in Li's family. Everyone's respected ancestor, an antique that has survived from the generation of Jack. Feeling the dazzling sunlight hitting her body, the sensation of heat is getting stronger and stronger. Sitting cross-legged, Li Changshen slowly opened his eyes, and his immature face was filled with excitement. At the same time, the sound of thunder blasted in his mind. Ding dong, the host's longevity system has expired. Remaining lifespan, 1 trillion years. It has been reduced to 0, and the system is being drawn for the host as lottery points. Drawl. These two words represent unexpectedness. It may provide a wonderful system for Li Changshen, but Li Changshen is not afraid, he has lived enough. It's really hard to live for too long. I will become a legend after these 10,000 years. Not the one who lived the longest in the legend, but the most powerful one. Let own light shine in today's Douluo continent. Ding, congratulations to the host for a burst of luck. Take the Wanja check-in system. Ding, detect the story of the Douluo mainland out of touch, the times have changed drastically, and the check-in location for the host has been corrected, the change has been completed. Congratulations to the host for the first time to check in and get the system accessory skills, longevity, obtained items, artifact, Night Stunner. Note, the ancillary skills will be presented in the system catalog, please check it by the host. The items will be sent to the system warehouse in physical form. The Nightmare Gun is snatching, successful, sending, it is expected to arrive at 6 p.m., please pay attention to the warehouse check it. Next check-in and check-in location, Shenhun Village, Poseidon Awakening Hall. Inspire a limited time mission, before martial soul awakens, learn to engrave the mysterious heavenly skills under the bed of Tang San's former residence, achieve innate full soul power, and reward martial soul upon awakening. When acquiring mysterious heavenly skills, a limited reward will be issued. Wanja sign-in and clock-in system. Li Changshen, who was originally sitting on the ground, got up suddenly, jumping high, with a childish little face. It was difficult to suppress excitement, where there was still a 10,000-year life to stabilize. It's really like the blue silk and the snow in the evening, the success or failure is empty. From now on, 10,000 years from now, I, Li Changshen, will lead the way. Standing on a bare mountain, watching the morning breath rolling in from the distance, he flicked his long sleeves, and even the immature voice showed his domineering at this moment. Chapter 2 The Nightmare Gun. Standing on the top of the mountain, Li Changshen swallowed the vigor mixed with morning dew, pacing back and forth. Wanja sign-in and clock-in system. My luck seems pretty good. Draw a powerful system. Artifact? The Nightbreaker Gun? It seems to have been seen in previous myths and legends. As the saying goes, the system produced must be a fine product. It should be quite powerful, right? When he calmed down, he began to seriously think about the rewards for the first sign-in and punch-in. After 10,000 years of life, he was mature in mind. Even if he was excited, he did not last long. He did not live 10,000 years in vain. Click to open the new system interface. World, Douluo continent. Name, Li Changshen. Skills, longevity, remarks. Warehouse, no. Main mission, check in and sign in at the Poseidon Awakening Hall. Side quest, obtain Tang San's legacy of magic. Before martial soul awakens, learn Xian Tiangong. Li Changshen frowned, and he clicked on the remarks on skill longevity. Longevity. To be alive is the first priority. Because the check-in time period is uncertain, the host needs to be given a long life, with the sky and without borders. Any action will increase the life. Boom. After reading the remarks, Li Changshen was stupid. Isn't this the same as his longevity system ability? How come here, it becomes a skill directly? Have you been pitted? Although he was frantically making complaints in his heart, Li Changshen did not complain too much. The system was his own choice, and he also got the benefits. Although boring, he also lived for 10,000 years. Relying on the system's ability to change cognition, he lived in Shenhun village for 10,000 years. Did everything he didn't dare to do before crossing. After learning about the new system, Li Changshen sat down again, his eyes gleaming, thinking about what to do next. It is impossible to continue to stay in Zhenhun village. With the new system and he who wants to awaken martial soul, how can he continue to stay here? The corner of his future is now open. Follow the prompts of the sign-in and clock-in system. At around 6 o'clock tonight, the magical weapon, the night-shattering gun, will be delivered to the warehouse. Can I use this thing? Considering your current 6-year-old physical condition, let yourself play a gun? The spear is at least 2 meters long, right? He suddenly felt a headache. Then what I have to consider now is the side mission, to obtain the Xiantiangong from Tang San's former residence. Xiantiangong is very powerful, and it will definitely be okay to learn how to play guns. I heard that when Tang San became a god, Xiantiangong and other inheritances were also retained. You only have to join Tang clan to learn. I don't have martial soul, so I can't enter Tang clan at all. I read it in the Soul Master newspaper a few years ago. Tang clan has been completely destroyed, and Sek's old place has been seized. I also regret that I won't have the opportunity to learn Xiantiangong in the future, but who wants to have rubbings under the bed of Tang San's former residence? Li Changsheng recalled the scenes before and felt the impermanence of the world. During these 10,000 years, the Douluo continent developed extremely fast, and many things had changed. Especially the battle 100 years ago, the collision between the Sun and the Moon continent and the battle on the Douluo continent, it was truly terrifying. However, according to what I understand, the descendants of Su Yuntao will come to the Soul Village to perform the martial soul awakening ceremony in half a month. Can I learn the mysterious power in just half a month? I reach the innate full soul power stage. Thinking of the martial soul awakening ceremony held every year in Zhenhun village for 10,000 years, Li Changsheng wanted to laugh. Su Yuntao helped Tang San awaken martial soul, and then gradually there were rumors, Tang San's success was due to Su Yuntao. Especially in Zhenhun village, Su Yuntao's descendants have come to help the awakening for 10,000 years, hoping to produce another Tang San. After the martial soul hall was destroyed, the martial soul awakening ceremony was also the responsibility of each city lord's mansion. Awakening will be charged 1 gold soul coin at a time. Therefore, I heard that Su Yuntao's descendants are particularly rich. It seems a bit difficult to reach innate's full spirit power by studying profound sky art in half a month. But I don't care if there are special rewards. Martial soul can be awakened anyway. Go to Tang San's former residence first. No, it's going to be at night, at this time. There are too many people to go, even I dare not do it openly. The city defense forces of Notting City are stationed there. Tang San's former residence is an important part of Notting City's annual financial income. I have to think of a way. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel, Tang San. Tang San. If you know, your house is now a scenic spot for people to visit, and you will be charged 1 gold soul coin for each visit. What you have used, even if it's a broken one, the wooden bench can be auctioned for 100,000 gold soul coins. What is your expression? Haha, I did all of this. Relying on your name to be deceived and deceived, I, Li Changsheng, have been alive and moisturized for 10,000 years. Li Changsheng stood up like a big villain and walked towards the other side of the hill. Why can Li Changsheng's small body climb this kilometer mountain? Climbed up? How is that possible? Apart from living a long time, he is just ordinary people everywhere. Of course he can climb the mountain by walking the stairs. Long ago, he urged that generation of village chief to build a kilometer-long ladder on the back of the entire mountain. He can clearly remember that the stones cut from the ladders were sold for a lot of money. There is no mood to appreciate the scenery from high places. Soon, he went down the mountain. Along the way, I was thinking about how to cleverly steal Xiantiangong. There are also ideas, but it can only be implemented after the night-shattering gun is delivered. Before changing this look, the longevity system erased Li Changsheng from everyone's impression, and changed him a new identity, infused into everyone's consciousness. He didn't know who it was specifically, and didn't care, anyway, it's just novice. The village is nothing more than an identity, he knows who he is and what he wants to do. For this reason, Li Changsheng did not return to Li's house first. Instead, he stayed away from people, went to the hotel room he had rented before, and waited for the nightmare gun to be delivered to the warehouse, while also constantly improving his own plan. Soon, night fell. The full moon threw down the radiant light, hitting the blue-silver grass with drooping leaves, illuminated by the soul guide lamp, like thousands of lights. Li Changsheng sat on the bed and waited quietly. If I can use the nightmare gun, the theft plan will be extremely simple. If I can't use it, then I can only use another plan. Li Changsheng thought about two plans. One is simple and rude, the other requires some means. Of course he doesn't want to be troublesome, so pray that he can use the magic weapon, the night-shattering gun. Soon. On the warehouse interface that he constantly refreshed, a black spear icon suddenly appeared. There is no fancy introduction, simply marked with the words Jingyi gun. Li Changsheng quickly took the Jingyi gun from the warehouse. Zheng. Suddenly, a black spear pierced the dimensional space, stepped on the broken dimensional wall, and plunged directly into the stone slab, but there was no collision, but the hard stone slab was ruthlessly torn apart like tofu. Nightmare guns. This gun is about 2 meters long, and the sharp tip is much wider than ordinary long guns. In the middle of the falling gun tip, a gloomy orb floats above, and the two sides are like fluttering flame gun marks, giving the grey nightmare gun a strong pressure. The complicated structure of the gun tail is all shocking. Divine armament is invincible. And what is even more weird is that golden blood is flowing from the bottom of the night-shattering gun. Li Changsheng's boss stared at him, staring at the dark night-shattering gun. He could feel a palpitating breath constantly being released. Even his excitement was ruthlessly obliterated by Jingyi gun, and a feeling of worshipping came to his heart. After a while, the momentum of the night shock spear gradually diminished, and after a while, it returned to a black spear. The flowing golden blood has also dried up. It looks ordinary, but definitely not ordinary. He stepped forward, holding the gun body with his right hand. Cold. The biting cold air instantly penetrated into Li Changsheng's palm. He did not let go, but was gradually adapting to the cold. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes later, Li Changsheng grinned, and suddenly withdrew his right hand. A layer of frost formed on his right hand. The frost did not flow from the inside out, it was more like spreading from the inside of his palm. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, he grabbed the night starter. The night-shattering gun inserted on the ground fell into his hands instantly. Although the icy feeling was still there seemed to be some inexplicable connection between the two. Li Changsheng, who was holding the Jingyi gun, suddenly turned the gun body upside down and pierced into the air fiercely. In his spare time, he would read some weapons books. Even in Douluo continent, there are many people practicing martial arts. The night-startling spear is like a black dragon. It has no roaring roar or domineering huaguang. It is just a stab, but it stuns the ripples of the dimensional barrier. Boom! The air exploded, the void collapsed, and the spreading sound waves shook the various facilities in the room, and the illuminating soul light was instantly extinguished. Huh. Li Changsheng was taken aback. He never expected that the power of this shocking night gun was so great. When he had just held the night shock gun, he felt that he had completely controlled the gun, and the night shock gun seemed to merge with him. And this Nightbreaker gun was terrifyingly powerful, but it was obviously not something that Li Changsheng could control. He had just stationed the night-shattering gun on the ground, and the exhaustion that had swept over him immediately engulfed his whole body, and fell onto the bed with a puff. Li Changshen was lying on the bed with an excited smile on his tired face. Great. Relying on this gun alone is no less than some great soul masters. He has lived for a long time, and for so many years, the spirit masters from outside the Divine Soul Village have also set up dueling arenas such as the Arena of Souls, and he often visits them. The stabbing with the night-shocking spear just now took time out of his strength, but the power of the under a single strike is definitely no less than the power produced by the strong attack-type spirit sovereign using the third spirit ring. In this case, the side missions are much easier to do. When Li Changshen murmured these words, his face showed inadvertent coldness and bloodthirsty. He was going to rest for a few hours, and then quickly went to Tang San's former residence to find Xian Tiangong. As the saying goes, the moon is black and the wind is high. Murder night? That is when Li Changshen slowly closed his eyes and rested. The night-startling gun that fell on the ground suddenly turned into a black light, and it penetrated into his eyebrows. The black light converged little by little, and finally condensed into a black, red, and gold, three-color fusion of the Night Starter gun mark. The flashing gun marks brought a terrible, inexplicable killing intent to Li Changshen, who was resting. His delicate face seemed to be covered by nihilistic blood gauze, and the breath of killing the common people kept poking. Chapter 3 Come on! The Wind Werewolf snatched Tang San's ancestor. It was night. Li Changshen opened his tired eyes, and suddenly felt that his whole body was inexplicably cold and refreshing. At the same time, his eyebrows were itchy, so he raised his hand and touched it. Ouch! This touch doesn't matter. When his fingertips touched the center of his eyebrows, the marks of the horrible night gun suddenly loosened, as if floating down. In an instant, the night stun gun appeared in his release hand. There was no space to hold it firmly, and the night stun gun hit him in the abdomen. But it was unexpectedly light, no different from a piece of paper falling on the body. Li Changshen was still asleep, but he was awake in an instant. Why is this night stun gun so light? And how does it appear? Li Changshen was stunned for a moment when faced with the sudden appearance of the night horror. Then stood up, picked up the night starter, and placed it gently on the ground. Boom! A big hole was smashed out of the floor, and a hole of the same size appeared in an instant. Li Changshen thought a little, his eyes flashed wisely, then raised the night starter gun, close to his brow. Huh! The 2-meter-long night stun gun turned into a flowing black light and stuck it on the center of Li Changshen's eyebrows. Li Changshen walked to the indoor mirror and raised the hair that was hanging down between his eyebrows. A flash of dark night gun marks floated on the center of his eyebrows, and the three brilliances of black, red, and gold flowed little by little. Interestingly, in addition to being able to retrieve the warehouse, this horrified night gun can also be directly collected between the eyebrows. It's convenient. Li Changshen understood. He covered the mark with his hair, and then sorted out his own clothes. He felt that he was already familiar with this petite body and the power of the night-shattering gun. Thinking of the several marksmanships he had read before, he felt that the stealing Xian Tiangong plan tonight would definitely succeed. Open the rear window. Li Changshen jumped out of the window and came to the back street smoothly. The time has come to almost midnight, but the whole Shenhun village is still very lively, and the shouts of the spectators in the outer city arena can be heard from a distance. Li Changshen did not run, but walked slowly on the street. Tang San's home is not far from here. It has been more than 10,000 years old. But because of the well-protected, his home almost still maintains the appearance of the original blacksmith shop, including the nearby woods. It's just that after 10,000 years, the original woods are still there. It grows into a forest. Li Changshen soon came to the outer forest of Tang San's former residence. There are a lot of blue-silver grass growing in the forest, covering the sky, and it is very soft when stepping on it. At the same time, the feeling of wet clothes at midnight is also very comfortable. From a distance, he saw the patrolling city defense army and the brightly lit Tang San's former residence, and Li Changshen's expression gradually became solemn. Because there are so many soul masters who want to visit Tang San's former residence. Long ago, Li Changsheng suggested that the village chief of that generation could develop into a tourist attraction for a fee. Later, this piece of cake grew bigger and bigger, making the city lord of Nodding City jealous, so in the name of protecting Tang San's ancestors' homeland, he sent an army. In fact, he wanted to share the benefits. As far as I know, these city troops are not spirit masters, and their weapons are just ordinary spears. Only the commander is a third-level great spirit master of 20. Martial soul is a mad dog, and the spirit ring configuration is white. Yu Huang. Because of the regulations, they must patrol back and forth at night, so there is no other way to enter Tang San's former residence except for force. If my appearance hasn't changed, I might still have a chance to sneak in. But now there is only one way. Li Changsheng recalled the information he had learned. Combined with the current situation, he did not expect that the night defense here has become so strict recently. Fortunately, I have the nightmare gun, otherwise the side mission will definitely fail. Li Changsheng stretched out his hand to touch the center of his eyebrows. A flash of black light flashed, and the night-shattering gun instantly fell into his hand. The tyrannical killing intent spread, a cold wind blows into the forest, and the swaying trees make a pattering crash. What is even more strange is that the blue-silver grass that grows within 1 meter of Li Changshen's own area withers instantly and turns into ash. Li Changsheng felt the surging power and pulled off the mask he had prepared before putting it on his face. This mask is very strange. From the outside it looks like a wolf's head similar to a human face. The mask also has gray-white hair that fits closely. These hairs almost fall to the neck. In the only 2 holes exposed in the mask, Li Changsheng originally the clear black and white eyes also turned into a faint green at this time. Werewolf. At this time, Li Changshen's dress was undoubtedly a werewolf appearance. It's just that his petite body looks a bit funny, but it's just a distant view. If you get close to Li Changsheng, you can feel the almost terrifying solid murderous intent on him at this time. This is Li Changsheng's plan. Simple and convenient plan. Dress up as a roaring wind werewolf bandit, and grab it directly with a night-shattering gun. Wind werewolves are bandits, and they are a type that is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With this appearance, ordinary people will definitely be afraid. The spirit master knows that the wind werewolves are a group living type, and they are definitely more afraid. But there may be exceptions. If there are exceptions, Li Changsheng will have to kill him. No one can stop oneself from becoming stronger. Who stopped and killed? Li Changsheng, who had been lonely for 10,000 years, thought so. Without saying anything, holding the Jingyi spear, he walked towards Tang San's former residence step by step. Step by step, the blue-silver grass that grows like waves wilts and rots and then turns into fly ash. Li Changsheng saw all this in his eyes, and his heart was extremely refreshed. Right? That's right. That's it. Infinite life may be the pursuit of everyone, but the road to infinite life is the best. Li Changsheng under the werewolf mask gradually showed a tender smile. Stop. Who? All outsiders are not allowed to approach the former residence of Tang San Patriarch after 7 o'clock in the evening. There was the sound of armor collision, and there was also a dull and hoarse hum. Li Changsheng raised his head and looked at the guy who looked like a tall general oncoming him. There was a strong disdain flashing in the green eyes outside the mask. This guy is the commander of this group of soldiers. His name is Zhao Hai, the 23rd level Great Soul Master, Martial Soul Mad Dog, and he himself is like a dog. On weekdays, I can't get used to the people in Soul Village, who bites whom I see, but if you give him gold soul coins, he smiles better than a dog. Although Shenhun Village is famous, there hasn't been any strong person in the past 10,000 years, not to mention Tang San's level, not even the Soul Venerable. Of course, as I said a long time ago, the core of Divine Soul Village is still the Divine Soul Village 10,000 years ago, and the towns outside are all outsiders. Soon, the soldiers who had been patrolling around also gathered. Although everyone is wearing armor, the feeling of laziness can be clearly felt far away. It's Wind Werewolf. After Zhao Hai saw Li Changshen's appearance with the help of the light of the soul guide lamp, his muddy eyes flashed and he was obviously taken aback. Not only was he surprised that Li Changshen was too short, but also because of the night-shattering gun in his hand. Are all werewolves playing guns? What? The Wind Werewolf? The Wind Werewolf who is rumored to like art and predation. Really? Hiss, I didn't expect that there would be wind werewolves in the Heavenly Soul Empire. I heard that wind werewolves live in groups. The power is comparable to spirit masters. Are we surrounded? The soldiers following Zhao Hai did not disdain Li Changshen because he was too short. On the contrary, because they had never seen a werewolf, they were more afraid of seeing each other at this time. I have to say that the Wind Werewolf Mask Soul Guidance device purchased by Li Changshen with a lot of money is very lifelike. Ah! Li Changshen stuck the nightmare gun on the ground, raised his head, learning howling a wolf, and let out a crisp cry, and at the same time hooked his index finger to provoke Zhao Hai. Werewolf of the mere trivial wind, looking for death. Zhao Hai's moment of anger, his facial features twisted. Disarm your vigilance. Prevent the pack of wolves from attacking. I'm going to take off the skin of this little werewolf today. Zhao Hai Martial Soul is an upgraded type of crazy dog. The villagers in the village where he was born, Martial Soul, are all ordinary pugs. Only his upgraded type is the only way to achieve such an achievement. His personality is of that kind, perhaps because of the personality distortion that upgraded Martial Soul brought to him, so facing the provocation of the small and humble werewolf, he was extremely angry. Wow! The soldiers dispersed in an instant, they don't want to be affected, and at the same time they are wisely ready to run. They know the characteristics of the wind werewolf, they live in groups. A deep dog bark sounded. Zhao Hai's body began to change. His martial soul is an upgraded type. Although it is powerful, it has a drawback. He was lying on the ground, his hands turned into feet, matching the original two legs, and propped up on all fours. Scarface's hideous face also changed. He grinned, his helmet was pushed open by a pair of long ears, and the saliva dripping from his mouth gave off a strong smell of fish. One white, one yellow, two spirit rings are gradually unfolding. Unleashing a martial soul is so long-winded, dead dog. Li Changshen scolded angrily, he had understood. This Zhao Hai's martial soul is flawed. It takes a specific posture to release martial soul's possession, which takes a long time. This period of time is enough to cause him to die thousands of times. The night horror pierced fiercely. Just a simple stab. There is no complicated brilliance, no roar of thunder, and even almost can't see anything, only the black light sinks into the poignant night. At the same time, at the moment Li Changshen stabbed the night-shaking gun, a scream sounded. Whimper. The shattered head flew, the bounced spirit ring dissipated, the air screamed like a dog, and only a headless corpse in armor was left on the ground. This is the dog's head blown up? Boom. Li Changshen stationed the night-shattering gun on the ground. The faint green eyes glanced at the sluggish soldiers. Uh-oh, don't get out of here. Li Changshen wailed again, and stretched out his immature voice. Ping pong pong. More than a dozen soldiers threw their weapons on the ground and ran away. In the blink of an eye, the patrol soldiers ran away. Li Changshen put away the night-shattering gun, cast a glance at the headless corpse on the ground, flicked his long sleeves, and snorted coldly, when I shot Li Changshen, the dog-tempered Great Soul Master blinked and vanished. When the words were over, he pulled a spear, stepped straight over the corpse, and walked towards Tang San's former residence. Kicked the door open with one foot. Li Changshen looked at the familiar interior furnishings and walked straight into the bedroom without stopping. The bed in the bedroom is still there. In fact, it has been auctioned several times, but because the price is too high, the auction is often unsuccessful. Li Changshen was puzzled for a moment, but no one found the inheritance carved under the bedboard. After Li Changshen quickly determined that there was only this bed here, he called out the night starter gun, removed the bedboard, inserted the night starter gun into the bedboard, and lifted it up. Sure enough, as long as it is attached to the nightmare gun, no matter how heavy it is, it will become lighter. Li Changshen showed a thoughtful expression, then picked up the bedboard and galloped out quickly. He didn't dare to waste time. Those soldiers who had fled would definitely ask for help, and a large number of soul masters would come here in a while. The stabbing just now almost emptied his entire strength. If the soldiers didn't run, it would be really troublesome. Help! Help! The wind werewolf has gone down the mountain. The wind werewolf has robbed the former residence of Tangsan Patriarch. The wind werewolf has no regard for human affairs. He blasphemed the sea god's residence. As a punishment. God condemned. Quick! Rescue! As Li Changshen expected, the group of soldiers screamed frantically while rushing into the street. Soon, a large number of Soul Master teams rushed toward Tangsan's former residence, and you could still vaguely see the powerful Soul Saint level flying in the sky. And Li Changshen, who was holding the bedboard, ran away long ago. During the assault, Li Changshen suddenly heard the prompt of Wanja's sign-in and clock-in system. Ding, get the Xiantiangong mission and get the skill, God of Wisdom. Chapter 4 The Magical Use of the God of Wisdom of System Skills. Boom. Li Changshen took advantage of the dense night and came to Bald Peak this morning with the bedboard. The soul guidance light was on the mountain peak. To be precise, it was a stone pillar imitating a street lamp. It was installed when the soul guidance device first emerged. Li Changshen found a digging hole, threw the bedboard on the ground, and then stuck the night starter gun aside. The night-shattering spear that took off Li Changshen's hand seemed to be of great importance. The hard rock was easily smashed out of a big pit, and the whole mountain trembled slightly, and the power was even stronger than before. The bitter night startling gun was inserted there, cutting the cool night wind. With the help of the dim light of the soul light on the top of the mountain, Li Changshen carefully observed the bedboard. The bedboard is an ordinary wooden board, but it is thicker. After the transformation of the times, it exudes a simple atmosphere. It's really there. On the back of the bedboard, Li Changshen saw the faintly engraved font. The words Li Changshen recognized on it were words popularized in Douluo continent. The words on the wooden board are a bit blurred, but you can still see them clearly. Tang Clan Gate Rules. Suanashan Bailu. Inner Strength and Mind Method Xian Tiangong. The Law of Lightness. The Ghost and Shadow are lost. Practicing Hands Swanyu Hands. The Method of Eye Training. The Purple Magic Pupil. The Method of Catching. Controlling the crane and catching the dragon. The Method of Hidden Weapons. Hidden weapons is completely unsolvable. The inscribed characters are very small, like mosquitoes and flies. After sweeping the thick dust, the characters engraved on the entire bed are fully revealed. From the name to how to cultivate and how to operate, it is clearly recorded. Li Changshen couldn't help but his breath became dignified, but then his expression became darker again. This is indeed the inheritance, but it is very obscure and mysterious to read, and it has a sense of sight in classical Huxia. Take Suane Shangong as an example. It shows how various meridians should work and match, and they are presented in the form of complicated text. Even if they understand it, if they want to cultivate, no one may lead them to chi deviation. Not to mention those more esoteric footwork and eye skills, so I can't make it crippled, and there is nowhere to cry if I want to cry. After finishing the rough reading, Li Changshen squatted aside, resting his face with his hands, his expression becoming more bitter. On this ghost, you can't train it for you. What gets through the 8 extraordinary meridians, implements the acupointment center, and has age restrictions. My age is appropriate, but how should I practice? Remember that Tang San's 6 years of cultivation only achieved an 8 full soul strength. I can practice in half a month. Li Changsheng remembered that Tang San was approaching the martial soul awakening and Xian Tiangong reached the bottleneck. Tang San was 6 years old at that time, so it took him several years to reach innate's full soul power. It stands to reason that Tang San's martial soul is so powerful, and innate's full soul power should be normal, but he also relied on cultivation to reach innate's full soul power. Thinking about it this way, his talent is not that strong. It seems that hard work is still useful. Yes. Li Changsheng murmured. How should I cultivate it? In half a month, I will reach innate full soul power, which is the first level of Xian Tiangong. Answer. Xian Tiangong is a top-notch mental method, and it takes a certain amount of effort if you want to make it fast. What? I have a hallucination? Li Changsheng, who was squatting, was startled by the cold mechanical sound that suddenly rang in his head. Answer. It is not an auditory hallucination. This is a limited skill god of wisdom. Can help you answer all questions within the scope. Restricted skills. What's up? Aren't you the Wanja check-in and punch-in system? How do you come up with so many weird skills? Li Changsheng was blinded. The first skill acquired is longevity. The ability is to let him continue to live longer. Even if he continues to solve fish, he can continue to live. This is exaggerated enough. Now there is another god of wisdom. Can answer his questions within the scope? Then you can answer, how should I become punching Tang San? Li Changsheng said with some playful tone. Answer. Judging by strength, it is impossible. Find a way to become stronger for you. 1. Awakening martial soul. Step by step for camp cultivation for 15 years. The probability of defeating Tang San, 72%. 2. Really control the night stun gun. The probability of defeating Tang San, 100%. There is really a way? But this method is not much worse than that. After hearing the answer given by the true god of wisdom, Li Changsheng put his eyes on the Jingyi gun aside, showing a thoughtful look. It turns out that I haven't really mastered the Nightbreaker gun. But it's also a bit powerful, right? When Li Changsheng just killed Zhao Hai, he simply stabbed him. It was just this stabbing that emptied his whole body strength. If he hadn't had a stronger willpower, I'm afraid that he would kneel down on the spot if he stabbed that shot. Answer. The Nightmare Gun is a mythical artifact. Forged with meteorites from outside the sky, slaughter demons and immortals, and forever town heaven and earth. In your current situation, it is impossible to excite 1/10 of its strength. It is speculated that after martial soul awakens, there is a high probability that it will be able to inspire 1 in 10,000 power. The cold mechanical sound methodically sounded in Li Changsheng's mind. After listening, Li Changsheng's complexion also became serious. He didn't expect that the system would give such a strong god-tier device just the first time he checked in and clocked in. At the same time, he remembered the prompt sound of Wanja's sign-in and check-in system at that time, and the scene when he took out the night shotgun from the system warehouse, the golden liquid dripping from the gun. Snatching, successful, sending. Damn, who won't snatch this from someone? Unable to tolerate Li Changsheng's thoughts, he glanced at the bedboard on the floor and quickly asked, you just said that you can learn the mysterious arts before martial soul awakens and reach innate full soul power. At this time, he also remembered. When he just came up to the mountain with the bedboard, Wanja checked into the punch card system and seemed to have given out a reward for inheritance. Undoubtedly, the reward is the skill called God of Wisdom. Answer. Have. According to observation, when you awaken martial soul, innate soul power is 9th level. Regardless of emergencies, you can achieve innate full soul power within 15 days. But it needs a special approach. After getting the answer, Li Changsheng couldn't help being surprised. His own innate soul power actually reached the 9th level? According to the standard, own martial soul should be very powerful, right? What way? After thinking that he has reached innate's full spirit power and there are additional rewards, Li Changsheng also looks forward to it. The system only rewards twice and gives so many perverted abilities. Although it is mainly based on auxiliary abilities, it can undoubtedly help Li Changsheng to become stronger quickly. Answer. The night shotgun can be transformed into pure energy by absorbing blood qi and feedback the user. You can use this to forcibly open up the meridians of the first level of Xian Tian Gong. Add. Nightmare Gun Blood Qi Storage, 1. The cold voice immediately answered after Li Changsheng asked. Li Changsheng stood up, walked to the night-shattering gun, and stretched out his hand to stroke the smooth and cold body of the gun. At the same time, he tasted the words of the God of Wisdom just now, and said differently, "You mean to kill?" He is not a fool, so he lives for 10,000 years. He could see from the first contact with the night threat gun. The killing intent of this gun is rich and terrifying, and it is intriguing. The cold touch makes him shudder even more, as if it can save his 10,000 years of accumulation of memories. It's freezing. Answer. All creatures with blood can provide blood qi. According to the worldview, the blood qi order, soul beast, soul master, ordinary person without spirit ring attached, ordinary animal. Li Changsheng stroked his chin, his brain swiftly moving. Then how much blood qi do I need to develop the first level of Xian Tian Gong? Answer. No limit to the age of the soul beast, 1. Soul master, soul sovereign level 1. Ordinary people, 10 ordinary animals, 100. Awesome. Can this be converted specifically for me? Li Changsheng just mentioned it tentatively, but he didn't expect that the God of Wisdom gave him an answer directly, without even pausing. Soul beasts are found near the Divine Soul Village, but I can only use a single blow with the night-shattering spear. Obviously, it is impossible to kill highly sensitive spirit beasts. Soul Sovereign is also unrealistic. I can kill Great Soul Master Zhao Hai only by relying on him. Ordinary people, no, killing 10 people would definitely attract attention. Today I pretended to kill Zhao Hai by pretending to be Wind Wolf, and I also robbed Tang San's former residence openly. Tomorrow's Soul Village, including the outside Soul City, is absolutely awkward. It's absolutely impossible to kill another person. Li Changsheng also discarded this option. Actually is not caring about killing innocent people indiscriminately. His definition of life has become somewhat vague in 10,000 years. All he wants now is to become stronger quickly. As he said, killing 10 people in Zhenhun village is definitely a big event, so it's better to be careful. Then kill ordinary animals. There is a slaughterhouse in the Soul City. My appearance has changed now. It is no problem to work. Some reasons are: awakening martial soul needs a gold soul coin. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng's eyebrows gradually stretched out, revealing a smile. But soon, he thought of one more thing, and hurriedly asked the God of Wisdom. I have to kill with the horror shot before I can collect blood qi. Answer. Yes. When Li Changsheng got the answer, he was dazed for a while, and then asked, when I swing a gun, it will drain my energy. Should I kill a chicken and take a rest? Answer. Theoretically so. Teng teng teng. Li Changsheng took a few steps toward retreated, his smile immediately disappeared. What's a joke? Answer. No kidding. But a solution has been thought of for you. For example, kill chickens. You can restrain the chicken and crush it to death with the weight of the night starter. Huh? Can this happen? Li Changsheng's eyes gradually lit up. He didn't even think of this method. I don't want to work anymore. Can I just use money to buy 100 live chickens? Li Changsheng thought of this, and suddenly no worries. When he came back to the bedboard, he asked the god of wisdom skill, "Can you help me remember the inheritance of Kung Fu?" Answer: "It has been recorded." Great. Li Changsheng had nothing to say, only a compliment. Then he drew out the night stun gun, chopped the entire bed and the mask into powder, after confirming it, retracted the night stun gun, dragging his tired body away from here. When he returned to the outer Soul Spirit City, Li Changsheng found that many people were still running towards Tang San's former residence. He didn't care, and he returned to the rented room by himself. There are still 14 days before the descendants of Su Yuntao come to awaken martial soul. Chapter 5: The first stage of Xiantiangong is completed. Innate is full of soul power. 1. At noon the next day. Li Changsheng didn't sleep well last night. The excitement pressed him, causing him to gradually fall asleep in the early morning. He didn't open his eyes until the hot sun shined through the window. After tidying up, I ate some food in the hotel where I was staying. After listening to many people talking about what happened last night, Li Changsheng yawned and went out. In this world, 6-year-old children will awaken martial soul. Therefore, in this world, even children as young as 6 or 7 have strong independence. Like Li Changsheng now, no one would be surprised when staying in a hotel. After leaving the door, Li Changsheng walked towards the slaughterhouse of Soul City in his memory. Because of nearly 10,000 years of development, many spirit masters and ordinary people have lived around the Divine Soul City built outside the Divine Soul Village. They all believe that cultivation here will be protected by the Sea God. In the center of Divine Soul City, there are 2 statues up to 100 meters high. Its existence has the same meaning as the Golden Village card of Shenhun Village. Poseidon. Sea Mother. The 2 statues were erected by the imperial family of the Tiandu Empire after Tang San became a god, implying that the sea god will be the world, and the empire will be like a vast blue sea, endless, with a long history. But wishes are always disappointing. Today the statue is still there, and the Heaven Do Empire, which guards the Douluo continent, is split into 2 empires, the Heaven Soul and the Douling. Li Changsheng passed by the square of Soul City. His eyes were cast on the 2 statues in the center of the square. 1 man and 1 woman. Heavenly creation. Exquisite and indispensable. The male wears long hair floating behind him, his facial features are not irritable and majestic. A pair of eyes inlaid with brilliant blue gemstones contains charm, as if looking at the distant sea, one hand is holding the female waist, and the other is holding the sea god's trident. Halberd. The 8 pairs of wings spread out on the back contain many soul guides, making it emit a blue-golden light. Under his feet, a large number of red gold blue silver grass coiled around. It was not a sculpture, but a real growing blue silver royal grass. 10,000 years. The female leaned against the male's arms, crimson's firestone propped up her apricot eyes, tender and charming, a pair of slender hands stroking the man's chest, a pair of long ears on her head slightly lifted, expressing affection looking at the man with pulse. This is the statue of the Sea God and the Sea Mother, who have stood here for thousands of years. At this time, it was noon, and the hot sun was shining on the ground, but there were still many spirit masters looking at the 2 statues. Li Changsheng also stopped and looked far away, even if he watched it thousands of times, but he was still very envious when he saw the true couple of gods and goddesses. He once had a wife, and there was only one, and the feelings weren't that deep. If he got together at a young age, he looked good, he was still a soul master, and he had long since passed away. Although he also has descendants, after 10,000 years and the terrible time, even the blood ties will dissipate. If I got the sign-in system at that time, everything would be different. I might also have a wife I love and a wife who loves me, and take her into a god. Thinking of this, Li Changshen's immature face also became bitter. Longevity is good, but it will never die. It really lacks the power of life. Even if Li Changshen only has martial soul with the sickle, he can use cultivation to kill time. He traveled, but he didn't think about competing with the group of Shrek 7 devils over women. He admired their feelings and envied them. Between them, who is missing, the whole story will become imperfect, with Tang San and Xiao Wu as the lead. But it's okay. This time I work hard and work harder. With the help of the sign-in system, I will definitely succeed. Li Changshen. 10,000 years ago, I am not the Li Gaodan who was mocked 10,000 years ago, but alive. 10,000 years of Li Changshen. Men in mainland Daxia will be suppressed in the future. Li Changshen smiled slightly, and finally cast his eyes on the statues of Tang San and Xiao Wu. He slowly closed his eyes and then opened them again. The bright eyes were filled with a firm light, and the corners of his mouth smiled, saying, "Hello, Poseidon. Hello, Haimu. I am Li Changshen." After that, Li Changshen walked in the direction where the slaughterhouse was. Slaughterhouse. Because there are a lot of people living in Zhenhun City, and there are people who visit and travel outside, so the demand for ordinary meat has become very large. Among them, chickens and ducks are the main ones. In this world, animals are not all soul beasts. Just like human martial soul, some animals have a natural mission to be eaten, not to cultivate, and they can't be cultivated. The slaughterhouse was opened outside the city of Divine Soul. Because of yesterday's incident, a city defense army was added to the gate of the city today, but the main investigation was for spirit masters, children like Li Changshen. They didn't watch them at all and let them go. In addition, there are many children who have fallen out of Soul City, all of the same age as Li Changshen. People in the city defense army know in their hearts that most of these children go to work in the slaughterhouse outside the city to earn a gold soul coin needed to awaken martial soul. A gold soul coin is not a small number, it is enough for ordinary people to live for several months, and it is impossible to spend so much money casually, and it is not sure what martial soul will be awakened, so many parents want to awaken martial soon. Soul's children, find some work by yourself to make some money, it's a subsidy. Helping to awaken martial soul is a very lucrative thing. Since the collapse of the martial soul empire, at the beginning, there were participating martial soul temple soul masters who helped awaken martial soul for free, but then gradually began to charge, and it became more and more expensive. Li Changshen is actually very speechless. Although the martial soul hall had a certain purpose in helping to awaken martial soul for free, at least it was free, but now, it has become like this ghost. Martial soul can be regarded as the starting point for many people to soar into the sky. But there is also a gap, which is really sad. Far away, Li Changshen could smell the blood in the air. At the same time, when walking outside the city, there were more than a dozen children who were the same age as Li Changshen on the road. They were dressed very plainly, with simple smiles on their faces, chasing each other and screaming towards the slaughterhouse. Li Changshen was particularly conspicuous. After all, he was dressed neatly, and there was no trace of labor on his white face. This was obviously the standard equipment for the nobles who moved to Soul City, so the children were far away from Li Changshen in fear. Li Changshen was also fortunate that he didn't want to fight with the little kid. At this time, there are already many carriages outside the slaughterhouse, all of which are here to purchase. One after another, many 6-year-old children were carrying the slaughtered chickens and ducks in 2s and 3s, and their faces were full of happiness. Li Changshen walked straight into the slaughterhouse built with a yard. The sound of chickens and ducks inside was superimposed, and the unpleasant breath made Li Changshen a little nauseous. He identified a tall and commanding man in the crowd, lowered his breathing rate, and walked over. "Quick, quick. Brats, you can't catch a chicken. How can you still awaken martial soul? The kid over there, How are you playing with chickens? You love chickens so much, you are not afraid to awaken a grass chicken martial soul. Hurry up, didn't eat this morning? Did you drink the chicken soup for nothing? The tall, brawny man scolded the group of children who were catching chickens like a smile. Li Changsheng also saw it. This group of children all come here to work. Although they are only 6 years old, 6-year-old children in this world are very tall and have a lot of strength. This kind of work can still be done. This brawny supervisor is still a good person. He only allows these children to catch chickens. At the same time, I heard that if there are no children to eat, they can also get chicken soup for free. You can also bring some meat home during work in the evening for the children. The wages are also high. But this situation will only appear when martial soul is about to be awakened every year. Be regarded as helping a bunch of children. The brawny man noticed the arrival of Li Changsheng. He seemed to be a soul master with a keen sense of the 5 senses. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Li Changsheng with huge eyes. Killing intent. Li Changsheng stopped 2 meters away from the strong man. He could feel that there was a killing intent on the strong man, but the killing intent was not caused by killing, but by killing too many chickens and ducks. Look at his introverted pair. With greasy hands, you can guess that he is a good one. Part-time job. The strong man looked at Li Changsheng's appearance, was taken aback for a moment, and asked tentatively. Li Changsheng shook his head. Before he turned into this look, he took out a lot of golden soul coins from the Li family and hid them, enough for him to consume, and the environment here is not suitable for him to use the night starter. Yesterday, someone who had escaped must have seen the night stun gun he used. No, I want to buy chickens. 100, I want to live. Li Changsheng replied flatly. But Jiao Didi's tone is somewhat exaggerated. The brawny man froze for a moment. It is normal to buy chickens. This kid may be ordering for the family, but it would be an exaggeration to ask for live chickens, right? Alive. The strong man confirmed it again. Li Changsheng pondered a little, and muttered from his heart, God of wisdom, if I let these people deal with the chicken half dead, will I lose blood qi? If there were 100 flexible chickens, Li Changsheng would still have trouble catching them. Answer. Can. But you only need to kill 150. Li Changsheng nodded, and then said to the strong man, 150. But I have a request, I can add more money. The brawny man was stunned. How could he feel that the child was talking like an old-fashioned man, but he still nodded. The customer is God. I need you to be half dead for these 150 chickens, and then put them in the same big cage, and then help me prepare a wheeled cart. I will pay for it. Wouldn't it be enough to gather all the chickens together and destroy them all directly with the night-shattering gun? The nightmare gun definitely has such power. In Li Changsheng's observation, the stabbing of the night-shattering spear was a sexual attack in a certain range, not a gathering point. You only need to prepare a small enough cage that can hold all the chickens. This is not mentioned by the God of Wisdom, and it may be the reason why Li Changsheng did not ask. The brawny man was surprised again, but after Li Changsheng urged him and gave him a gold soul coin, he didn't slack off anymore. This is a big customer with a quirk. So he hurriedly called up the children who were part-time workers to start preparing for Li Changsheng. The group of children clutched the chicken and looked at Li Changsheng, who was sitting at the tea pavilion drinking tea from time to time, with surprise on their faces. They seemed to be thinking, why didn't he catch the chicken? Don't you want to awaken martial soul? I really don't know how to make progress. About an hour later, the brawny man walked into the tea pavilion with a smile on his face. Xiajia, no, boss, this chicken is already ready, I don't know where to deliver it. Li Changsheng stood up, looked at the cart parked at the door, and the cage he had prepared. At the same time, the chickens inside were dying. He nodded in satisfaction, then took out a gold soul coin and handed it to Brawny. "Boss, this is too much, 1 gold soul coin is enough." Since the battle between Sun Moon Continent and Douluo Continent thousands of years ago, currencies have gradually unified. The gold soul coin seems to be made of only a thin piece of metal, but its value is terribly high. From this we can also see how much money the soul masters who helped to awaken martial soul. Li Changshen didn't care, and pointed his finger at the group of children who were catching chickens. "Calculate the tip for them." In the burly man's surprised gaze, Li Changshen took out the twilight gun that had just been tied with the cloth strips, and tied the trailer to the gun with a rope. Hanging on the night stun gun, the heavy cart was as light as a feather, and without any effort, Li Changshen pulled it out. When I met the children carrying wooden frames, they were all frightened. Looking at the car that Li Changshen was pulling, and then at the frames carried by several of them, it was even more dumbfounded. Li Changshen did not return to the Soul City, but dragged it towards the forest outside the city. It is rumored that there is a soul beast of the porcupine group in the depths of the forest, which is nearly 100 years old, so few people come here to facilitate Li Changshen's work. At the same time, these damaged chickens can also be cleaned up by the soul beast. Very convenient. Chapter 6. The first stage of Xian Tiangong is completed. Innate full of soul power. 2. The forest winds, and the tall trees covering the sky and the sun cast a huge shadow, shrouded below. Li Changshen walked on the path of piles of dead leaves, but it was extremely easy, just dragging the night-shattering gun. Even if it was a huge item, it was just as light as a feather in his hand. The God of Wisdom, who is strong or weak with this Jingyi spear and Tang San Si God trident. Because it was still close to the official road, Li Changshen had to pull the cart and continue to walk towards the depths of the forest. But he wouldn't go too deep into it. After all, in this forest, there is still a family of porcupine soul beasts. Having nothing to do, he had to chat with the skill of God of Wisdom to relieve his boredom. Answer. According to the architectural worldview, the nightmare gun is powerful. The trident of Poseidon is only part of the power of one world. The night-shattering spear fell from a prehistoric meteorite and was forged by the chief of the Kaishan Pangu clan. Originally it should have all attributes, killing and healing, but when forging, the complete meteorite splits into a night-shaking spear and an infinite gauge. The God of Wisdom explained very comprehensively this time, which gave Li Changshen a more comprehensive understanding of the nightmare gun. Then you said, "How much hope do I have to become a god?" Li Changshen asked with interest. Answer. Considering the definition of God in the worldview, you have a 99% chance of inheriting the throne of God. So tall. Li Changshen was taken aback, and felt very helpful in his heart. Right, he used to be so powerful. After awakening martial soul, he must be the first person to suppress all spirit masters in the contemporary era. If this sign-in and clock-in system was awakened during the battle between the Sun Moon Continent and the Douluo Continent, I, Li Changshen, could definitely dominate the continent with one single force. It would be even more beautiful than Tang San's destruction of a martial soul empire. Li Changshen's eyebrows curled, revealing an innocent smile. Then do you know what martial soul I can awaken? Li Changshen tried to ask. At the same time, he found a low pothole. The range is about more than 50 meters, and the depth is more than 1 meter. It is an excellent place. The cold voice of the God of Wisdom stopped this time before responding to Li Changshen. Answer. Could not tell. Li Changshen wasn't disappointed either. He just wanted to say that it turned out that the God of Wisdom skill could not answer everything. Standing next to the pothole, Li Changshen observed the surroundings. All around was a clearing area that had been chopped down. The towering trees several hundred meters in radius were all felled down, probably by the people of Divine Soul City. Although the current buildings are mostly bricks and tiles, There are also many spirit masters or ordinary people who like to live in tree houses that are warm in winter and cool in summer. Moreover, in this world, there are no logging regulations and no protection of nature. Maybe in the future there may be a protection spirit beast? 100 chickens in the iron cage were dying by the slaughterhouse. The method they use is very special. Connect a rope with a thick index finger to the chicken's neck and keep it loose. As long as the chicken moves, it will instantly tighten the rope and experience the suffocation. So at this time, the chickens have no extra moves, and they don't even bark. Li Changsheng jumped out of the pit, took a few steps towards the retreated, and then dragged the cart down the pit. This pit has a good shielding effect. At least in the entire forest, you can't spot this pit at a glance. Li Changsheng didn't want to be so troublesome, but he was afraid that when he killed these chickens, the strong blood would disperse and disturb the porcupine family. At that time, if he stood on the surface, he would definitely be attacked. And now there is a chance to react somewhat. Looking at the dying chicken, Li Changsheng untied the rags that had been wrapped on the nightmare gun. A sharp, terrifying, and cold breath emanated from the gun body. Jingyi gun seemed to be very angry. Angry Li Changsheng wrapped its body in rags and used it as a tool to pull the cart. How to say it is also an artifact? Powerful artifact. After all, shouldn't it fall to this point? But in Li Changsheng's hands, sorry, how I want to use it, that's all my business. Soon, the wrapped night starter gun was exposed to the air again. Li Changsheng looked up at the gun body, his pupils suddenly shrank. The horror gun is very different from the nighttime. The thick black glow of the gun body cuts off the sunlight, and there is a circle of night realm around the gun body. Within this circle of darkness realm, the seamless sunlight cannot penetrate. The powerful night starter gun seems to declare the right of ownership. It's really an artifact. Alas, I hope that after awakening martial soul, I can use more power from the nightmare gun. Li Changsheng could only sigh that he was an ordinary person. Even if he had an artifact, he couldn't use its dazzling light. Adventures, adventures, first is the strange, then is the encounter. You are not the one to be surprised. Even if you have precious things, you can't use it. Li Changsheng drew the night starter gun and aimed the tip of the gun at the iron cage. In other words, how heavy is this night-shattering gun? Li Changsheng asked about the skills of the God of Wisdom. When he was holding the horror gun, he felt that the horror gun weighed 10 pounds. However, whenever the night stun gun is placed on the ground, it will always smash the ground into a big hole, even in the mountains. Answer. The weight of the nightmare gun is uncertain. If you master it, you can increase and decrease the weight as you wish, and at the same time have the ability to change shape as you like. According to estimates, when the nightmare gun was released, it weighed 20,000 jin. Li Changsheng's raised arm was almost knocked off by the imaginary weight. His mouth opened wide and he was shocked by the weight. At the same time, this horrified night gun had the ability to deform, and he didn't activate it. Well, in the future I will believe that the nightmare gun is invincible. It is stronger than any martial soul, and I will never be shocked anymore. Li Changsheng stabilized his mind, and only after awakening to sign into the check-in system in one day, he didn't know how many shocks he had. The Xingxing that I have cultivated over the past 10,000 years seems to be a joke. This will not work. Okay, let me experience how it will feed back to me after the nightmare gun absorbs blood qi. Li Changsheng took a deep breath of the fresh air in the forest, grabbed the body of the Jingyi gun, and jumped up. The body is not tall, but the jumping ability is amazing, and the height of the jump is actually 3 meters. This is a method that Li Changsheng learned when he was watching Tang San's Iron Strike. The night-shattering spear was fired, and the condensed spear light seemed to gather at one point, but in fact they spread out for a full meter. Within 1 meter, black light shrouded, the overbearing night realm drives away the hot afternoon sun. As soon as the violent beam of light touched the iron cage, a strange scene happened. The iron cage with the thickness of the thumb melted at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. The dying chickens have not yet noticed that the danger is coming. Boom! A huge cloud of blood exploded in an instant, mixed with colorful chicken feathers flying around, forming an invisible wave of air, spreading in all directions. Li Chang panted angrily and landed on the ground, holding the horror gun, watching the scene in front of him. The scattered feathers floated in the air. The blood mist that exploded was strangely distorted into red and black lines, tracing arcs in the air, and then submerged into the gray bead on the body of the night-trembling gun. In the blink of an eye, the blood chi in the air disappeared without a trace, leaving only a spot of chicken feathers. Li Changshen looked at the bead on Jingyi Gunjian. The beads are not big and the whole body is dark, but at this time the surface is covered by a few blood stains. Very strange, like a dark starry sky, suddenly appeared a few stars. What should I do next? Li Changshen asked the God of Wisdom. Answer. Because you have no idea about meridians everywhere, you can choose to temporarily let the God of Wisdom take over the control of the body and demonstrate for you. Li Changshen was stunned for a moment. Your consciousness means that you can control my body for cultivation. Isn't this robbing the house? Answer. In addition to cultivation, you can also fight. Of course, there is a time limit. Judge by your body's tolerance. As a wisdom-type skill, the experience of fighting and cultivation will be presented in a perfect way. Is that so? Li Changshen hesitated for a while, then nodded. Then you come and help me clear the barrier. He chose to believe in the skills of the God of Wisdom. The God of Wisdom is right, he doesn't understand meridians everywhere in the body. He is not like Tang San. He used to live in the low martial arts world, but he had never practiced martial arts. In this world, even now, no one has ever mentioned the term meridians. There may be, but Li Changshen has never heard of it. The method of soul master cultivation is meditation, not qi into the body. Li Changshen doesn't understand the specific meditation method, but he has seen some meditation methods, but he doesn't have martial soul to try. Start to take over the body. According to the judgment, your tolerance time is 2 hours, and you begin to take over the body. The cold mechanical sound disappeared. Then Li Changshen suddenly felt a light and fluttering feeling. The next moment, he saw a bright light. He couldn't open his eyes because of the bright light, and closed his eyes subconsciously. After about a few seconds, he felt a cool breeze blowing again. It was comfortable, but his body seemed to be swayed by the wind. He opened his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils shrank like needles. He actually saw himself. Li Changshen's body was under the control of the God of Wisdom, and he was in lotus position, with the night-shattering gun inserted in front of him. However, Li Changshen himself appeared in the form of a soul, watching from outside the body, controlled by the God of Wisdom, and began to immerse himself in cultivation. Is this what the God of Wisdom said to control the body? Looking at On's body, Li Changshen suddenly felt that On's temperament had changed. Being taken over by the skill of the God of Wisdom, his whole body exudes an icy breath, and he feels indifferent as if facing 10,000 years of ice. This skill is really weird. Li Changshen murmured, and then began to observe the cultivation method of the God of Wisdom. It is worth mentioning that Li Changshen can see that several line segments in his body are connected. It seems that they are the meridians who need to communicate with cultivation Xian Tiangong. At the same time, the night stun gun stuck on the ground also changed. The gray-black beads that had been silent suddenly glowed with blood. A little bit of blood leaked out, and then instantly condensed into blood-colored crystals, rushing towards Li Changshen's body. Li Changshen watched. He saw the exposed part of own body, the original white and tender skin was rendered red, and at the same time, the breath became stronger invisibly. At this time, It looked like an hour later. But at this moment, in the forest not far away, the sound of friction and collision sounded, making Li Changshan's expression in the state of soul sink. Porcupine family. 6000 plus 1 day after changing the status. Chapter 7 The God of Wisdom. God of War. The sound of humming came from all directions. The separated Li Changshan's soul watched the porcupines gathered around him. That's right. On the 1-meter deep pit, headed by a porcupine covered with scars, there are about 50 small porcupines up and down. Soul Beast. Li Changshan life is in Zhenhun village, and he has lived for so long, of course, he can distinguish the gap between the soul beast and the ordinary animals. The porcupine headed in front of him is very large, more than 2 meters in length, and it is covered with a looming white halo. The scars on the body also exuded a lot of crystal clear white mist, which faintly moved towards the yellow feeling. Soul power. The spirit power of a 10-year soul beast is infinitely close to a 100-year level porcupine. Forgot to leave here and start cultivation again, to the effect. God of wisdom, don't cultivate, be surrounded. While analyzing the situation, Li Changshan shouted loudly, reminding the God of Wisdom skills that he was still closing his eyes and cultivating. At this time, Li Changshan's body was also very strange. The blood-colored crystals parsed by Jingyi Gun had all been submerged in Li Changshan's body. Under the control of the God of Wisdom, his whole body was bright red, his fair skin was occupied by open pores, and many filthy substances leaked out from the body, but not much, a thin layer. The porcupine king arched his nose, and the porcupine teeth, which were nearly 50 centimeters in length, were fierce and translucent. After confirming the messy chicken feathers around, and the thin blood floating in the air, its cruel eyes fixed on Li Changshan. The small porcupines around are arching the ground, sniffing the messy chicken feathers. Li Changshan's separated soul suddenly trembled when he looked at the porcupine king's eyes. His soul trembled. If he had a body at this time, he would definitely tremble constantly. Is he scared? How can it be? He is excited, inexplicable excitement, excitement and joy from the depths of the soul. Want to kill them? Even if he was watched by dozens of porcupines, including a porcupine king who was nearly a century old, he didn't feel any fear in his heart, on the contrary, he became more excited. Tell. It has reached the tolerance limit of today's blood qi, and the cultivation time is 1 hour and 5 minutes. End cultivation, please return to the body. The cold voice of the God of Wisdom sounded. The happy and excited Li Changshan hurriedly controlled his soul and floated towards his own body. There is no sense of blocking. Li Changshan got into his body. Soft, comfortable, saturated, and a lot of comfortable feelings instantly hit. Li Changshan subconsciously groaned, and his soul pulled his upper body and twisted. Plenty of power spread along his limbs. He gently shook his hand, and his 5 fingers made a crisp click. With a light pinch, his nail pierced his palm and embedded in flesh and blood. Li Changshan glanced at his palm, was in a daze, then quickly got up. He raised his eyes and looked at the headed porcupine king. Answer. Found a special species of soul beast. Do you want to start the analysis? The moment he met his gaze, the cold voice of the God of Wisdom sounded. Li Changshan grabbed the night-shaking spear, realizing the surging power, and sneered, a pig that is dying needs to be analyzed. Can it be used as a monument? When the words fell, Li Changshan rose up into the sky, and the night-shattering spear turned into a roaring zalong of the night, with endless cold and killing air, aimed at the high-headed porcupine king. The black light rose up like a galaxy cluster heron, and the air began to tremble, exuding waves of aftermath. Li Changshan's surging power was pulled away by the night-shattering gun, 10%, 20%, and 30%. By the time the full shocking spear thrust came out, Li Changshan's whole body of blood qi was completely pulled away. 50. Li Changshen leaped in the air with a smile on his face. The god of wisdom is really amazing. If it were before, his spear thrust, his whole body's strength would be pulled away by more than 95% in an instant, but now he can shoot a second shot. Die! The black spear fell to the ground. The ground was chapped all around, and the ordinary porcupine guarding the surroundings of the Porcupine King was beaten to pieces by a powerful force, and their souls were scattered. Blood chi is like a rainbow. The burst of blood mist was instantly absorbed by the Night Starter and stored in the beads. Li Changshen landed on the ground pierced by the night-shattering spear thrust. Before he could react, his keen perception exploded, and a danger surged into his heart. Li Changshen secretly said a bad sound, and raised the night stun gun as a pole, and the whole person jumped up and jumped to the left. When Li Changshen just jumped up, the Porcupine King who had disappeared in the black light suddenly appeared. The hard porcupine teeth, accompanied by a glow of white spirit power rising to the sky, arched in the position where Li Changshen had stood before. Not dead. Li Changshen, who was floating in the air, was surprised when he saw this scene, but he didn't complain too much. The night-startling gun in his hand was erected, and it was directly inserted into the head of a porcupine. Before the wailing sound, Li Changshen released the hand holding the night-starter gun. Boom! The 20,000 jins of the night-shattering gun directly crushed the porcupine into minced meat. Ouch! A blood-stained sword on Li Changshen's cheeks, and even his clothes were stained with a lot of pieces of meat, making him smelly. Li Changshen stood in the middle indifferently, drew out the night-shaking spear with one hand, and stared cautiously at the Porcupine King who was only a few meters away. Let's go back to just now. The Porcupine King deserves to be a soul beast, even if it hasn't reached 100 years, but he has some wisdom. When it came here, it naturally smelled a lot of blood chi and wanted to eat. After arriving here, he found human beings being cultivated. It watched carefully, and at the same time, it made a low-frequency roar, which was a kind of secret sign. Let the subordinates who were far away from it approach it to achieve the purpose of protection. Sure enough, in the original response, observing the gap of the opponent's weakness, Li Changshen burst out, sensing the terrifying power of the black gun, and the Porcupine King hurriedly retreated towards the rear with the help of the deviation of his vision. The porcupines blocking in front of it became powder. The end of the crossbow. This Porcupine King is too smart. Isn't he so cautious in the face of children? Standing in the porcupine encirclement, Li Changshen looked bloody and domineering. But in fact he suffers. Just after a violent blow, all he wanted to do was surprise. Although he started to cultivation mystic art under the guidance of the God of Wisdom skill, his body was saturated in less than an hour. This shows that his physique is very poor and he has not awakened martial soul. He wants to fight the Porcupine King, except for a surprise attack. Besides, there is no other way. Even if he has such a magical weapon as the night-shattering gun. The worst is here. He hasn't fully controlled the night shock spear, so he can get rid of the force after one stabbing. Even if he can stabbing twice now, look at the Porcupine King at this moment. The Porcupine King stood behind a few porcupines, with luck and wisdom gleaming in his fierce eyes. It concluded that it was absolutely impossible for this guy to use a second attack of that level. I am strong, but I just don't stand in front. Hey, just play. The situation seems a bit delicate. Li Changshen stood on the spot like a blood-colored sculpture, trying to show his cruel gaze, staring at the porcupines around him fiercely. The Porcupine King didn't seem to give an order to attack. It was not angry because Li Changshen killed other porcupines. On the contrary, it stood behind the porcupine wall and spied on Li Changshen with the help of a few centimeters of gap. Rao is Li Changshen's calm mind and wants to scold his mother. You bullshit, stand up. Tell. The individual soul beast Porcupine King is about to be promoted to a century-old soul beast. Sudden. The cold voice of the God of Wisdom sounded, with a tone of warning. Promoted to 100 years soul beast. Only then did Li Changsheng think of it, and at the same time he discovered it. On the scars of the Porcupine King, a little bit of turbid yellow light was accumulating. When he first arrived, the Porcupine King's body also looked like this. Now the overflowing yellow spirit power seems to be more and stronger. Is this pig fine? Actually no, that it is procrastinated. Li Changsheng opened his mouth slightly and stared at the Porcupine King. Answer. The individual soul beast Porcupine King is in a state of promotion. A lot of energy needs to be replenished to ensure that in the state of promotion, the body and flesh will not be evacuated by the 100-year level spirit power. Only then did he follow the thin blood chi in the forest and came here. Because you killed a few porcupines just now, when the Porcupine King fled, it absorbed a lot of blood chi and started to be promoted. What do you mean? It is very likely that it wants to borrow my hand to kill its people and help it get promoted. Li Changsheng suddenly felt a bit hot in his own head. Answer. Most likely. But accidents are not ruled out. Li Changsheng subconsciously squeezed the night starter gun, feeling the cold from the gun body, and he gradually calmed down as he buzzed with heat. Although the stab of the night-shattering spear is a ranged attack, it has a range of only 1 meter. This Porcupine King stands behind. I can't succeed. If it is promoted to 100-year soul beast, I will definitely die. Li Changsheng analyzed for a moment, and suddenly realized such a serious problem. How to do it? Answer. According to the environment at this time, it is recommended that you turn on the automatic battle mode of God of Wisdom. Automatic battle mode. Li Changsheng suddenly remembered that not long ago, the God of Wisdom had mentioned it. In addition to helping Li Changsheng cultivate, it can also fight. And the methods and comprehension of cultivation and fighting are at the top level. Then, can you clean up this group of porcupines? Li Changsheng eagerly asked. Answer. You don't know how to shoot. The vastness of the night starter gun is like the darkness and chaos that covers the world. Every attack in different ways will trigger a special attack by the night starter gun, and even a combination of skills. However, this is also related to your own failure to control the nightmare gun. Hey, listen to what you mean, you have a higher affinity with the night-shattering gun than me. Li Changsheng used a term exclusive to previous life games. Answer. Yes. Li Changsheng, you can die if you are tactful. Okay, since you can do it, then you go. Don't be fussy, kill me this smart pig. Li Changsheng, who said this, changed his domineering side leak, but instead yawned with a bored expression. Learn. Open the God of Wisdom, fully automatic combat mode. Add. After the battle, he is expected to be in a coma for 12 hours. Li Changsheng, who was half yawning, was stunned for a moment when he heard the following supplement. You didn't say, he just wanted to roar, and he felt squeezed away in an instant. He did not leave the soul this time, but stayed in the body. From his eyes, he clearly looked at him under the control of the God of Wisdom, and launched a different kind of crushing and killing. The God of Wisdom controls Li Changsheng's body, which is different from the ruthless and indifferent that Li Changsheng pretends. The God of Wisdom is used as an auxiliary limited skill. Ruthless and indifference is synonymous with it, and it treats life's indifference equally. The nightmare gun was in his hand. He didn't jump, but with a weird movement that exceeded Li Changsheng's expectations, he began to spin the night smasher in his hand. Too much. Obviously it will not be that simple. Got windy. Li Changsheng's consciousness suddenly felt that the forest outside was blowing with gloomy winds. Before he could react, his own eyes suddenly rose, and a clear and deafening roar sounded from under his feet. With the help of perception, he saw it. What did he see? Dragon? My FG, this is a black dragon. Li Changsheng exploded with foul language, and he couldn't blame him. The real situation was indeed shocked to this point. Li Changsheng, under the control of the God of Wisdom, is temporarily called the God of Wisdom. As the God of Wisdom spun the night-shattering spear, the black wind rushing around formed a huge black-horned 8-claw dragon with a full length of 100 meters, and the huge dragon head slowly lifted it up. The God of Wisdom stood on the dragon's head with his right hand obliquely erected the night-trembling spear. Looking down on the vision of sentient beings without any emotion, the God of Wisdom did not look at the shivering porcupine herd, so he took a few steps forward. The black dragon uses its tail as a sharp blade, and countless rolled-up fragments become ejected bullets, harvesting the lives of ordinary porcupines. The God of Wisdom stomped lightly, and the night-shaking spear in his hand burst out with a shocking black death light. Deprive those dead porcupine blood-chi clean. Soon, there was only one porcupine king left in the surrounding porcupine herd. Under Li Changsheng's complete consternation, the God of Wisdom put his index finger on his lips. Everything was silent. The black dragon bowed his head, his expressionless eyes swept across the porcupine king, and said in a mechanical voice, "As soon as I shot Li Changsheng, everything changed and the killing was horrendous. You waited for the dead pig, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The head of Norda's dragon was crushed like Mount Tai, and the twitching dragon's whiskers swept across the earth. The dragon's mouth was broken, and he was in a state of consternation, the porcupine king. Hey, who do you learn the lines of the ghost animal? Why are you so good? The Soul Emperor is not so exaggerated, right? Why is the nightmare spear so powerful in your hand? In my case, just stab it and it's over." Li Changsheng's crazy complaints, this can't blame him. This is so shocking. The God of Wisdom turned around the night-shattering spear and directly summoned such a terrifying black dragon. What about yourself? The gap can't be so big, right? But the God of Wisdom did not respond to him, no, or responded, but Li Changsheng could not hear it. Tiredness came, Li Changsheng fell to the ground, his shocked eyes slowly closed, and fell asleep. This is what the God of Wisdom just added. The price that needs to be paid to gain strength. Of course, the main reason is that Li Changsheng's body is poor, and even martial soul has not yet awakened. Falling into the pile of porcupine flesh and blood, Li Changsheng woke up quietly as soon as he fell asleep till night. Slow down, don't panic and it's over. Chapter 8 Xian Tiangong First Stage Completed. Innate full of soul power, and a soft hum came from Li Changsheng's mouth, and he slowly opened his dew-stained eyes. Pain. The tearing pain in the whole body continued back and forth like the tide coming and going back. However, in his abdomen, a warm stream was continuously released, which followed the limbs of the meridians and conveyed the whole body. There was blood in the air. He smelled it and looked confused. With memories flooding, Li Changsheng remembered the day-to-day affairs. Showing a smile, he held up his hands and got up. What? The moment Li Changsheng got up, he felt that his body was extremely light, his pain was suppressed by the heat flowing through his abdomen, and his whole body was warm and comfortable. God of Wisdom, is this the reason for Xian Tiangong? Li Changsheng noticed that the night-shaking gun had returned to the center of his eyebrows, looked around for a while, and asked subconsciously. The pervasive porcupine flesh and blood seeps into the ground. The stars at night hit the ground, very frail. The disgusting smell enveloped Li Changsheng. He took off the clothes he was wearing outside, took it in his hand, and planned to find a place to throw it away later. Answer. Yes, Xian Tiangong has a hidden attribute. When the soul power is low or there is no soul power, when the body reaches a certain level of fatigue, it will stimulate the Xian Tiangong to operate on its own. According to the current situation, your soul power has reached innate's full soul power. Of course, it is not stable, and it will take time to be stable next. Li Changsheng knew it well. There is not much joy over the surface. Well, not excited, really not excited. Turning on the fully automatic battle mode of the God of Wisdom obviously requires a huge price. There was a grunting sound of hunger from his abdomen, as well as the aches and pains that had dissipated most of his body, which made Li Changsheng feel more enjoyable than ever. Yes, it is fun. After living for 10,000 years, he has always been rich in clothes and food, and his soul is empty, but now, this kind of fatigue from the depths of the soul is like rain watering Li Changsheng's already dry heart. Innate is full of soul power. Is the Xiantian skill level 1? Feeling the internal energy of Xiantian Gong running in the body by itself, Li Chang screamed and jumped into the pit directly. This time, he didn't even use technique, and he jumped to a height of 3 meters. Li Changsheng squinted slightly, feeling the resonance of internal energy in his body. It's no wonder that Tang San can climb a 100-meter high slope with bare hands. The internal energy of Xiantian Gong is like a gathering and endless waves. As long as the flow speed of internal energy is controlled, it will not be a problem to maintain high-intensity exercise for a day. This internal energy is soul power, right? Answer: yes. Li Changsheng nodded, and did not continue to feel the mystery of Xiantian Gong, but walked out of the forest. After wiping off the blood stains on his body, Li Changsheng returned to the Soul City after throwing away the blood coat in the forest. The Soul City at night is even more lively, with loud voices and soul lights like torches, illuminating the main road. Many spirit masters walk towards the same Colosseum building, and many ordinary people also walk towards it. The existence of the battlefield has been passed down for a long time, and many soul masters will use it as a place to make money, and at the same time, it is also a good place to exercise their combat effectiveness. Li Changsheng walked towards the hotel he rented against the flow of people. Walking in the crowd, Li Changsheng can intersperse in the crowded crowd very lightly, and the people walking next to each other can't touch Li Changsheng no matter what. This is not just walking. It was Li Changsheng who asked the God of Wisdom to show him the ghosts and shadows of his pace. The God of Wisdom controls Li Changsheng's body, and there is no specific time limit, but it depends on Li Changsheng's own physical fitness. The footsteps are like wind and thunder. When stepping on the ground, only a faint shadow is left, and the figure is uniform. When you move a few steps forward, you will draw a few shadows, like ghosts and charms. This is the top ghost shadow cast by the God of Wisdom. Li Changsheng separated the new gods to observe carefully. It's been a long time since I went to the soul fighting arena to watch the game. Well, there are still more than 10 days to awaken martial soul. I will awaken martial soul to watch the soul fighting game. For the rest of the time, blood qi absorbed by the night start gun come to cultivation Xiantian Gong. When he arrived at the door of the hotel, Li Changsheng had a plan for more than 10 days. Now, he has done everything he can do. The cultivation of soul power, in a blessing in disguise, has reached the point where innate is full of soul power, and the rest, according to the current situation that even martial soul is not awakened, he can't do it. Of course, in the past few days, Li Changsheng is going to the bookstore to buy some gun books to observe. The night-shattering spear displayed by the God of Wisdom, the huge black dragon's torch-like eyes, the scene of coldly staring at the creatures, constantly echoed in his mind. The God of Wisdom can reach that level just by spinning the nightmare gun. Can't it be done by himself? Li Changsheng certainly didn't believe it, and at the same time, he humbly asked the God of Wisdom for advice. The master is the teacher. Even if the God of Wisdom is just a skill, Li Changsheng humbly asks it. Normally, he would find a secluded place, let the God of Wisdom control his body, and observe Tang Clan's other inheritance skills by himself. Skills like Mysterious Jade Hand and Controlling Crane and Catching Dragon will reach a perfect level under the use of the God of Wisdom, allowing Li Changsheng to contact and observe at close range. After more than 10 days, progress has been extremely rapid. Of course, marksmanship is the fastest improvement. According to the description of the God of Wisdom, it used only the most basic revolving gun before, but because of its inherently perfect perception, it can be said that it is the originator of marksmanship. Therefore, you can reach the peak and achieve unexpected effects by simply performing an action, transforming the sharpness of the night-shattering gun to the point of transformation. Therefore, Li Changshen bought more than a dozen gun books in the past 10 days, and made up for it. Finally, with the help of the God of Wisdom, he was able to display some simple, small, night-shaking forms. It's just that the body formed by the gasification of the gun is very weak, the remnants are uneven, and there is no God. Compared with the black dragon of the God of Wisdom, it is not only inferior to the cloud mud. As for what animal it is, Li Changshen has no face to say. However, Li Changshen is also very content, because he knows that he and the night-shattering gun are ascension, and he is just powerless, otherwise, he can definitely exert a stronger power. In this way, more than 10 days passed. This day, Li Changshen slept for 1 day during the day because he cultivated all night last night. Although the effect of running Xiantian meditation is much better than sleeping, for so many days, Li Changshen has done the same. But Li Changshen also knew that cultivation should be appropriate, and there should be a degree of relaxation. Even if he has a strong mind to become stronger, he still won't let himself be immersed in the state of cultivation. His purpose is to become stronger, but he prefers to enjoy the process of becoming stronger. I slept like this during the day, and when night came, Li Changshen was awakened by the shouts of vendors in the night market. The past 10 days are really fulfilling, I feel that I have done more things than 10,000 years before. Li Changshen was full of energy, and he was completely different from the state of being confused when he woke up more than 10 days ago. His height seems to have grown several centimeters in the past 10 days. The original exquisite eyes flashed with a purple halo from time to time, which was breathtaking. With the mark of the eyebrows and the night shotgun, he added a kind of killing intent. Touching the center of the eyebrows, evokes the night-shattering gun. The icy cold air once again broke through the dimensional wall and came to Li Changshen's hands. Compared to more than 10 days ago, there is no change in the nightmare gun. The blood chi stored in the night-shattering gun was all emptied by Li Changshen. The first layer of the originally vain Xiantian art was also condensed to the extreme. It can be said that innate is full of soul power to the fullest. Li Changshen sighed while stroking the nightmare gun. In just over 10 days, he achieved an unprecedented achievement. Next, wait for martial soul to be awakened, and sign in and punch in rewards. At the same time, Li Changshen also has some expectations for the place where he will sign in the future. He himself wanted to go to the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, it is very troublesome to rely on himself to obtain the top spirit ring. However, he is more interested in the rewards for signing in and punching in. Therefore, he hopes that the two should work together and not conflict. Tonight, after stroking the night-shaking gun for a while, Li Changshen took it back. He tidied up his own clothes, covered the scars of his heart with a few strands of hair, and ate something casually. After leaving the hotel, walked towards the battlefield of the Soul City. In the past 10,000 years, the Soul Village, including the Douluo continent outside, has an additional custom. Before martial soul awakens, watch a battle between soul masters. This will bring you good luck, awaken you to the mighty martial soul, and make you progress fast and rise to the sky. Of course, Li Changshen didn't believe in this custom, but he himself liked to watch the battles between soul masters in the arena of souls, especially team battles. Even if there were no customs, he would watch it. However, holding on to the idea of good luck, he is going to watch a few soul fights tonight. After returning from cultivation until daytime, go directly to the Sea God Awakening Hall, pay to sign up, and perform Martial Soul Awakening. Martial Soul is about to awaken. Expect. Chapter 9 Shrek Education Front Yard. The Great Fighting Arena of Souls and Souls. This was only started thousands of years ago, and it was just a small place at first, and not many soul masters participated. Later, with the passage of time, the Great Soul Fighting Arena began to expand, and now it has a super building covering an area of nearly 10,000 square meters, and the number of soul master battles per day will reach hundreds of thousands. All this is also inseparable from Li Changshen's advice. No way, the outside world was too dangerous, so he had to entice the village chief to move all the interesting things outside to Divine Soul City. He can go anytime he wants to see it. Night falls. The street is noisy. Li Changshen walked in the shadow of the unskilled ghost and shuttled in the crowd. According to Tang San's parenthesis, we can know. The ghost trail can be divided into two stages. Ghosts and confusion. There are thousands of ghosts and shadows, and they are superimposed. This is the first stage. A ghostly shadow can be considered a newcomer, and also a pinnacle. For some people, a ghost can dazzle everything in the world and hide the secrets of heaven. Some people will let the enemy see through with the shadows of all kinds of ghosts. This is the gap in understanding. When it comes to the stray phase, it can paralyze the opponent and give the opponent an illusion, so as to achieve the effect of retreating as an offense. Li Changshen's steps are jerky and crooked, like a child who has just stepped, but fortunately he didn't bump into the people around him, otherwise, he might cause unnecessary trouble. At the same level, once the ghost shadow step is used, unless the sensitive attack type spirit master makes a move, or if it attacks indiscriminately in all directions, otherwise, it will definitely not be hurt. The ghost master who controls the ghost shadow cannot even catch the trace. In other words, the skills inherited by Tang San, each cultivation to the top, is actually equivalent to one more martial soul trait, even more. Do you think Tang San is a twin martial soul? This is true on the surface, but in fact, each of the skills he uses contains martial soul characteristics, and they are still the top martial soul characteristics. Ghost and Shadow - Sensitive Attack System. Purple Demon Eye Control System. Swanyu Hand plus Hidden Weapon Strike System. Control the crane and capture the dragon - Strong Attack, Defense. Therefore, there is a reason why Tang San is strong. Li Changshen, who was practicing ghost shadows, thought. Soon, Li Changshen came to the great fighting arena of souls and souls. Ancient Colosseum. That's right, the buildings standing in front of you, occupying an area of 10,000 square meters, are modeled after the huge Colosseum in ancient times. The arena of souls and souls, as a whole, presents a circular ring shape, with characteristic metal bricks on the outside, stacking up to a height of 300 meters. There are nearly 10,000 spectator stands inside, the main fighting arena covering 1,000 square meters in the center, and hundreds of small fighting arena. All the arenas are made of special metal. Especially the main fighting spirit stage, this is the 8th level soul guide ring specially customized from the Sun Moon Empire in recent years. It has special defense power. Injecting spirit power can activate the shield and can withstand ordinary titled Douluo. The attack for a period of time, and the siege of several contra powerhouses. The handwriting is so big that it is confusing. Since ancient times, the arena of souls has been the best place for soul masters to hone themselves, and at the same time, it is also a place for some forces to show their strength. As time goes by, with the development of the soul guidance device, the soul fighting arena also has a dedicated area for the soul master to fight. There are also special rules. Li Changshen didn't care about these rules. Anyway, whoever has a big fist and who has a high spirit power can do it. Li Changshen is still very interested in the soul guide. He feels that if it continues to develop, some real high-tech products may appear. Enter the arena of souls. Compared with the fighting spirit arena 10,000 years ago, Today's fighting spirit arena has changed drastically. The huge spirit power projection light screen illuminates the sky. It records the real-time battle situation, and also announces the list of personnel. There are also some lists that will also be broadcast. Battle power list. Winning streak. New star list. 10,000 years ago, at the entrance of the Arena of Souls, there would be a list of dead soul masters, but now there is no such building habit, but now the soul masters believe that the deceased is dead, and when they die dead, nothing to commemorate. Li Changsheng placed his gaze at the entrance of the Arena of Souls, his gaze slightly cold. Li Changsheng found the key to the own VIP room, followed the automatic soul power stairs to the VIP room on the top floor of the Arena of Souls. At the beginning, Li Changsheng participated in the design of the Arena of Fighting Souls and opened up nearly 100 VIP rooms, which were sold at high prices for huge profits. In fact, it's just for the sake of not squeezing with other people to watch the fighting spirit. After all, because there was a Tang San from Shenhun village, there were too many benefits, too much. The Arena of Souls was extremely lively tonight, and Li Changsheng was unsure, so he immediately picked up the communication device in the VIP room and called a waiter to entertain the VIPs. Soon, there was a knock on the door outside. After Li Changsheng shouted to come in, the knock on the door stopped. After a while, a waitress in uniform walked in. She had just entered the door and looked at Li Changsheng standing in front of the huge French window. Her beautiful eyes flashed with deep doubts, but then she was relieved. Probably the child of a certain VIP, come to watch Martial Soul before awakening Martial Soul. VIP, what do you need? Although she was a child, the woman came to Li Changsheng gently and respectfully, and asked at the same time. Li Changsheng did not look at the waitress, but looked at the crowd below. There are many, many children who look at least dozens of visual observations. They should all come to the soul fighting tournament. After all, Martial Soul will be awakened tomorrow. This is nothing in the eyes of Li Changsheng, and it is absolutely impossible to call a waiter because of this known thing. His eyes moved a little bit, and then he landed in the center of the great soul fighting arena, which was the ring that symbolized the 8th level soul guidance device. The 8th level soul guidance battlefield occupies an area of 1,000 square meters and is forged from dark metal. On weekdays, it is in an unopened state and looks like black ground. If you want to open it, you need dozens of Soul Emperor powerhouses to infuse and maintain soul power together. Therefore, this central battlefield is basically a display. It will only be opened unless a team of soul masters with a high ranking is fighting, and it will not be fully opened. It only needs a few soul emperors to simply open the defensive barrier. It's okay. However, at this moment, in the central fighting arena, there were 60 soul masters standing neatly in 3 rows. On their bodies are dotted with 6 dazzling lines of flowing water, and everyone's spirit power is horrified. Soul Emperor. All of them are the staff of the great fighting arena of souls, all soul emperors. Are there any major events today? How come the central arena is open? Li Changsheng asked. The waitress was taken aback, looked at Li Changsheng's back with a surprised look, and then hurriedly replied. Today the soul master geniuses of Shrek Academy's front yard will come here to hold a simulated battle. Fight against the soul sovereign level team of our soul battlefield. The words of the woman made Li Changsheng stunned for a moment. Scenes of memories opened up, and familiar and unfamiliar words hit him. Shrek Academy. Educational front yard? Yuqianyuan? 6-year-old awakened martial soul. Only soul masters with an innate spirit power higher than 8th level can enter the Yuqianyuan. Li Changsheng did not look back, and simply asked. The waiter nodded behind and replied, yes. Shrek Education Front Yard. This is a branch attached to Shrek Academy that was opened after the battle between Sun Moon Continent and Douluo Continent thousands of years ago. If Shrek Academy is the top among the advanced Soul Master Academies, the Shrek Education Front Yard is the pinnacle of the low-level Soul Master Academies. The enrollment requirements are much higher than Shrek Academy. First of all, only recruit students who have just awakened martial soul. Innate's awakening soul power cannot be lower than 8th level, and the martial soul strength needs to reach a certain level. Secondly, don't be afraid of death. This so-called not afraid of death, what it is talking about is the specific system in the Yukianyuan. Shrek Academy cultivates monsters. The Shrek Education Front Yard is the first to pick out the little monsters. The most desirable thing is that as long as you can graduate from Shrek Education Forecourt, you can go straight to Shrek Academy. I even heard that if you can become the chief at graduation, you can go straight to Shrek Academy's inner courtyard for training. Shrek Academy. Who doesn't yearn for? As long as you can graduate, you can be regarded as the top powerhouse on the entire continent. That is the rhythm of the ancestral grave. Interesting. Why did the Soul Master from the Yukianyuan come to the Soul City? Remember never before. Li Changsheng was full of interest. Many people know about the existence of Shrek Yu's front yard, but not many people can enter. After all, the requirements are too high. Innate soul power must reach 8th level. 8th level. The strength of martial soul is even better, locking up 4/5 of the people. The benefits of entering are also obvious, at least there is no need to worry about the spirit ring. The waiter girl smiled and said sweetly, in order to recruit students and show her demeanor. I have never been here before, but this year I heard that a child of a big man is coming to martial soul to awaken martial soul. The woman didn't say anything. She didn't know if she wanted Li Changsheng to think for herself, or she really couldn't choose taming. The big man's child? How old is it? 7 old and 80. Li Changsheng joked with a smile. Haha, the VIP is really interesting, maybe it is the son of Sex sect leader. The VIP will also awaken martial soul tomorrow. The waiter girl smiled picturesquely, gently covered her mouth, and asked. Yeah. Li Changsheng looked at the spirit power barrier raised by the 8th level spirit guide spirit platform rising below, and nodded. Then I wish the VIPs arouse good martial soul, reach innate full soul power, and enter the Yukianyuan to study. In this era, when there are no titles on the gold list, congratulate the children, say, the soul power is up to innate, half a step before the childbirth. Li Changsheng still didn't look back, but said a little jokingly, forget it, the Yukian yard is too rancid. I'm afraid of being smoked. The VIPs mean that the Yukianyuan, for the sake of a sect leader's son, brought an elite team to perform martial arts. Li Changsheng waved his hand and said with a smile, no, I don't mean it. I'm just curious, which sect soul master, has not awakened martial soul, can let the people from the Yukianyuan come here. With that, Li Changsheng slowly turned around, and at the same time, the god of wisdom was in control of the body, the absolute pupil art, and the purple demon pupil was activated. His gaze was at the waiter woman whose appearance was considered to be a mark. The cold pupils of the god of wisdom flashed with a rich and vast purple light, and the purple light pierced into the woman's mind like a sharp blade. Collapse. With a crisp sound, the woman's consciousness was instantly occupied. She shook her head in confusion, and uttered a few words at the same time. Hao Shinzong. Chapter 10 Chiju Qin Master 7 years old 21st level. Hao Shinzong. When Li Changsheng heard these 3 words, his body trembled again. What a familiar name. Son of the sect leader of the Clear Sky School? Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul? No wonder the people in the front yard are so active. The world's #1 power attacker, Martial Soul. Today's Clear Sky School is almost the same as it was 10,000 years ago. It is hidden from the world, does not ask about world affairs, and no one even knows their sect addresses. No one in the outside world has heard of the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul Master appearing for thousands of years. There is still a certain gap between the guys in the Yukianyuan and Shrek Academy. They will take the initiative to recruit geniuses, and you have no desire to refuse. The Soul Beast of the Extreme Year. Cherished Soul Bone. All of these are possible, as long as you are talented and join the Shrek Education front yard. In the blink of an eye, the vast purple light in the star eyes dissipated, and Li Changsheng returned to his body. The female waiter's consciousness also returned. She raised Kinkinyu's hand, tapped her temple with her index finger, and looked at Li Changsheng, who turned around with a trance expression. She seemed to feel that she had just said something that she couldn't say and was embarrassed, but she couldn't remember what it was. Okay, you go down. Although Li Changsheng was small, he was full of superiors. With the help of his remaining consciousness control, he let the female waiter leave the room. That's right. The purple magic pupil that Li Changsheng used just now? It's just that it was not used by him, but used by the God of Wisdom. The purple magic pupil beyond the limit can be described as the vastness of the purple magic pupil. The most straightforward ability is to control a person's consciousness. Of course, Li Changsheng's body is fragile and he doesn't have martial soul. Even if he is the God of Wisdom, he can at most control some ordinary soul masters. But if Li Changsheng had spirit power and his body's strength was up to the standard, then this kind of control would be extremely terrifying. Unconditional obedience. The purple magic pupil has been developed to the most extreme level, and it is really amazing. Li Changsheng just wanted to talk, but he didn't expect that the God of Wisdom directly told him that he could directly control others for a short time. He didn't think much about it, so he used it directly. Ever since, there was the scene just now. How long do I need to cultivate before I can reach the level just now? Turning around again, staring at Li Changsheng in the center ring below, he asked casually. Answer. This needs to consider your specific opportunity. If it is pure cultivation, it takes 1,000 years. If there is a chance, great progress will be made. The God of Wisdom gave Li Changsheng an ambiguous answer. Coming. Li Changsheng felt bored suddenly, but instead turned his gaze to the 8th level soul guidance arena in the center of the soul fighting arena. At this time, dozens of strong soul emperors who stood seemingly stepped into the lower stage of the ring. At the same time, as they walked in, the spirit power burst forth like a waterfall. All kinds of spirit rings stimulate everyone's eyeballs. At the same time, the soul guidance ring, which was originally like a black earth, burst into a shocking light instantly, rushing straight to the top of the sky, illuminating the entire night. 2 loud beasts sounded. Li Changsheng's gaze followed, looking up at the sky. The surging soul power of dozens of soul emperors rushed into the sky under the guidance of the 8th level soul guide, turning into a golden dragon and a fire phoenix. 2 powerful illusory existences, 2 poems facing the sky, burst out 2 shocking waves of light. The golden dragon shakes the world, the fire and the phoenix start a prairie fire. After the 2 existences broke out a fierce attack, they turned into 2 groups of light that reflected each other. Divided into 2 ends, one gold and one red, in a bisected shape, covering the entire 8th level soul guide ring. Everyone present was shocked, and raised their heads until the host's voice sounded below, and then gradually put them down. Even after regaining their senses, there are still several questions in their minds. What is that? Dragon? Phoenix? Why does it appear? Li Changsheng's eyes withdrew at the moment when the dragon and the phoenix fell. Others didn't know, he still knew very well. This 8th level soul guidance device challenge, also known as the Sun Moon Year-Round Platform, is an advanced defensive soul guidance device produced by the Sun Moon Empire Ming Jingtang. In addition to the basic structure, it also has 2 10,000-year soul beast soul bone essences. The Golden Land Ankylosauria 60,000 years old. 50,000 years old start a prairie fire. To use it, more than dozens of soul emperors are needed to stimulate the power of the soul bone essence, so that the earth-armored dragon and the fiery Luan can be turned into one defense and one suction, and two barriers can achieve perfect defense. Defense is simply a defense against soul power attacks. To suck is to absorb the leaked soul power. This is the original characteristic of these two spirit beasts. Face to die alive. Li Changsheng said with some disdain. No way, the fact is. There is a limit to the number of soul bone essence activations in this soul guide. Once the number of activations increased, the two soul bones embedded inside would shatter and dissipate completely. If it can be unrestrictedly stimulated, how abnormal. The 9th level soul guidance device almost can't achieve this level, right? Li Changsheng didn't think too much, his eyes were on the host who was stepping on the flying soul guide. Ladies and gentlemen, as well as the proud children of martial soul who will awaken martial soul. Today, we are fortunate to have invited the geniuses from Shrek's pre-training class to fight souls. What they are going to fight against is the golden fighting strength of the souls of all members cultivated by our soul fighting arena. And as far as I know, the students in Shrek Education Front Yard are all 11 years old and their spirit power is. Having said that, the host who was flying in the air while driving the soul guide, looked around, then raised his hand and pointed at the soul power light curtain in the sky. Bang bang bang. The fireworks flew in a mess, like celebrating fireworks, pushing the atmosphere of the entire arena to the peak. Li Changsheng was very interested and looked at the message given on the light curtain of soul power. There were nearly 10,000 people sitting in the stands, and Li Changsheng's pupils suddenly shrank amid their groaning. Shrek Education Front Yard. Captain, Centrifugal Killing Mirror 28th Level Agile Attack System Great Soul Master. Age 11 years old. Players, Tier Terror Claw 20, the 6th Level Assault System, the Great Soul Master. Age 12 years old. Player, Linglong Dice 25th Level Auxiliary Device Great Soul Master. Age 10 years old. Players, Iron Armor with Shield 20, the 6th Level Defense System and the Great Soul Master. Age 12 years old. Team Member, Chiju Chin Master 21st Level Control System and Great Soul Master. Age 7 years old. 7 years old. 21st Level? No kidding. Fake. Li Changsheng pressed the dislocated chin and confirmed again. That's right, the soul power cast screen shows that he is 7 years old, possesses 21st level soul power, and controls a great soul master. This guy, I'm afraid it's not her who is the protagonist. The systematic me, is a true supporting role. Li Changsheng couldn't help but spit out, frantically. 7 years old and 21st level, where is this evildoer? Other spirit masters who watched the battle were so shocked and sighed. It's really too exaggerated. 7 years old. Doesn't it mean that martial soul has only been awakened for 1 year, even if innate is full of 10th level of soul power, can it cultivate 10th level of soul power in 1 year? Li Changsheng stroked his chin, he suddenly thought of another possibility, innate soul power level 20. Wasn't there such a guy 10,000 years ago? Qianrongxiu, the bright angel martial soul is not right. Looking at the title she gave herself, Chiju Qin Master, then her martial soul must be strong enough to match the bright angel. It's too exaggerated. There is also a monster in this era. Li Changsheng stared at the ring below. The host's excited words were automatically ignored by Li Changsheng. His eyes only stared down, and he wanted to see what kind of demon is this Chiju Qin Master. Soon, after the host's vigorous introduction, the first 5 people from Shrek U's front yard appeared. What kind of mask do you wear? Damn, you have no face to see people. Answer. According to the Shrek Education front yard regulations found, every student admitted to the hospital will wear a mask and be called by his own code name. You can take off the mask until after graduation. When they met, Li Changsheng suddenly scolded in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. But the God of Wisdom answered Li Changsheng's question instantly, which shocked his heart. Wearing a mask in 6 years? Perverted mentality? The 5 people in Shrek Yu's front yard all wore masks to cover their faces. However, according to the order of entry, it can be seen that the one who walked at the end was the Qiju Qin master. Li Changsheng could only see that she was a female, wearing a black floor-pressing gown, with long silver-white hair hanging over her shoulders, and her height was a little higher than Li Changsheng, and the rest could not be seen. God of Wisdom, can the purple magic pupil see through? Forget it. Li Changsheng felt a little anxious in his mentality, probably after seeing a super genius. He denied himself, right? But then I thought about it. I am a traverser who has lived for 10,000 years, and there are systems around me. What am I afraid of? My Li Changsheng shot at night, and you all disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Changsheng patted On's face, and scolded him for making trouble. At the same time, he set his sights on the 5 opponents in the Yuqianyuan. 7 people. That's right. The opponent of the 5-person Yuqianyuan is the 7-person team sent by the Arena of Souls, which is probably the most perfect team of Soul Masters. However, the 5 people in the front yard are also perfect configurations. Sensitive attack, strong attack, support, control, defense. The equipment of 5 people meets the necessary conditions for a perfect team. Soon, under the guidance of the host, the 2 sides released their martial soul without much words, and the battle began. From the beginning to the end, Li Changsheng's calm gaze had been staring at the Qiju Qin master who was standing in the center. The position of the 5 people in the Yuqianyuan is 2 and 12. The strong offensive and defensive systems stand at the front, the control system Qiju Qin master stands in the middle, and the agile offensive system and auxiliary system stand at the end. Soon, martial soul of both parties was released. The Kyoluthi's long silver-white hair was dancing, and there were 2 spirit rings on her body, one yellow and one purple. 100 years, 1,000 years. Li Changsheng was not surprised, but the audience was shocked, and there were waves of cheers, and it was so lively. Afterwards, Qiju Qin master swept it with one hand, and in front of her, a lyre was instantly solidified, floating in front of her, spreading his soul power, and whizzing out. At the same time, the other 4 people in the Yuqianyuan next to her also released martial soul. But their spirit ring configuration is quite satisfactory and top configuration, and they are all 2 yellows. The first is their captain. The martial soul of the centrifugal killing mirror is a small mirror, held in his hand. Then there is Tear Claw, his martial soul is the beast martial soul. Is it a bear? Li Changsheng only saw that his hands became very big, and powerful. Then there is Ling Long Dice. She is a girl with long hair flying. A crystal clear dice exuding 5 colors hovering at her fingertips, and the number above is fixed to 1. Finally, there is a shield with iron armor. His martial soul is a shield without any fancy feeling. Compared with the 5 people in the front yard, their opponents are even more unbearable. Among them, the first spirit ring of the Spirit Master also has a 10-year-old white spirit ring, but all of them are 3-ringed spirit veterans. At the moment when the host announced the start of the soul fight, the fastest response was not the captain of the Yuqianyuan, the great spirit master of the agile attack system. It's the Qiju Luthia in the center. She gently plucked the first string of the lyre, and at the same time, the first spirit ring on her body lit up. Her somewhat ethereal voice sounded at the same time, the first song, it's 1 score, 1,000 mountains and 10,000 mountains and 4 directions. The voice fell, and the 7 opponents were instantly smashed down by the huge mountains of Phantom. After the smashing, they pressed on their martial soul, not listening to creaking sounds. That kind of weird scene happened instantly, and it seemed that he could still act upon seeing the other party. The other 4 people in the Yukianyuan still didn't make any movements, and their eyes all fell on the Chi-Ju-Chin master in the center. Linglong dice has 2 points of protection. The captain on the side said to the auxiliary spirit master. But before waiting for the auxiliary spirit master to assist Chi-Ju-Chin master, she moved again. It was still the first spirit ring, just when everyone thought that she was going to launch the Phantom of the Mountain to smash the opponent again. A shocking scene happened. The first song, the second score, the bird is astonishingly frost-free. The wind was blowing on the ring, no, it was a raging ice storm. The cones of ice turned into icebergs and bombarded the opponent. At the same time, the opponent's camp was flooded, and the knee-length water froze instantly. They all returned. Failing to break free from the phantom, they were frozen again by the ice, and then, in their astonishment, the 7 people were swept off the ring by the icebergs. Li Changsheng. Audience. Host. High level of the great fighting soul arena. A complete victory belongs to one person's complete victory. This is no longer the control system, but the control system unilaterally torture. Does she use 1 spirit ability? Or 2 spirit skills? Li Changsheng observed very carefully. From the beginning to the end of the battle, he took 2 shots in total. The spirit abilities were released twice, although they were all controlled and had different effects, and the first spirit ring was lit up. Answer. Her martial soul is very special. No matter how many spirit rings are applied, there is probably only 1 spirit ability. What soul skill? Li Changsheng asked subconsciously. Answer. The sound of the piano is shaped. Answered by the God of Wisdom. The sound of the piano? What do you mean? It's the same as the gasification of the Jingyi gun. Answer. To put it simply, she was able to turn the artistic conception of the music score that popped up into reality. Like just now, she talked about mountains and ice, and she played the music of mountains and ice, so there was a mountain topped and ice imprisoned, but only for the lyre. Spectrum. Add. Your martial soul is very similar to hers. What's the meaning? Chapter 11. The second sign-in and clock-in. 1. Early morning. Li Changsheng woke up early, washed his body, and returned to the room after eating some breakfast. At this moment, he was sitting on the bed in lotus position, familiar with Xiantiangong. He returned to the hotel after watching the soul fight in Shrek Yu's front yard last night. In the first half of the night, I almost always remembered the few moments when Chi-Ju-Chin master shot. 7 years old, 21st level. This is enough to make Li Changsheng ponder for a long time. The most important thing is that the God of Wisdom answered him about the Chi-Ju-Chin master martial soul, Chi-Ju-Chin. That was the answer Li Changsheng got after he returned to the hotel and asked the God of Wisdom. Simply put, Chi-Ju-Chin master's martial soul Chi-Ju-Chin has drawbacks, but there are also extremely abnormal places, which reminds Li Changsheng of 2 people in the Tangsan era. Kaibao Li Yulai Pagoda, Ning Rong Rong. 9 Heart Begonia, Ya Lingling. That's right, these 2 people, the martial soul Kahyukin of the Chi-Ju-Chin master, according to the God of Wisdom, the limit of her life is the sacred land steppe, the Kixian Chin, the 7 strings, the 7 skills. Logically speaking, this is the case, but the strange thing is that there is only 1 in her spirit ability from beginning to end. The sound of the piano. When a piano is played, the meaning of the sound of the piano will be displayed to the greatest extent in the form of soul skills. The top of the mountain last night. Last night's frozen age. It's also. Li Changsheng couldn't help being different. Doesn't that mean Chi-Ju-Chin master is invincible? As long as she has all kinds of musical scores, as long as they play, wouldn't it be uncomfortable to be an enemy of her? Bring you a golden iron horse, let you be smashed and trampled by the 10,000 army, let you be trampled to pieces by 1,000,000 Buddhas. Here is a song of gentle and beautiful land for you, let you indulge in the gentleness and peace of fantasy, let you become a sluggish target. But the God of Wisdom replied and gave Li Changsheng a word. How many scores are there in this world? Li Changsheng had an epiphany. Yes, this world's soul master is the pinnacle, and there is no sign of development in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. For thousands of years, Li Changsheng has never heard of piano music at all, but he has played chess, but only the first dozens of good ones. At the same time, Li Changsheng asked the God of Wisdom again, what it said yesterday that Qi Ju Qin Master's martial soul is similar to his own martial soul, what does it mean? But the God of Wisdom did not answer specifically, just let Li Changsheng know it when martial soul awakens today. Therefore, Li Changsheng is even more looking forward to the awakening of martial soul today. He woke up very early, so he had to prepare first, and then start cultivating Xian Tian Gong. After sleeping for one night last night, meridians stretched out and seemed to rebound. When Li Changsheng cultivated Xian Tian Gong this morning, meridians gave him an extended message. Even if he has reached the first stage of Xian Tian Gong at this time, he is still saving up and making progress. The vast white Xian Tian Gong inside emerged from the surface of Li Changsheng's body. Li Changsheng has no impurities in his body, not at all. With the help of the previous longevity system, he returned to his 6-year-old appearance and was in the most flawless state. Therefore, with the assistance of blood qi cultivation and the perfect guidance from the God of Wisdom, he was able to go from zero cultivation to the first stage to completion in just 10 days. The pores all over his body were open, glowing with a little light, and there was a delicate fragrance from Li Changsheng's body in the air. A sip would make the whole body comfortable. Perceive that the time is up. Li Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, and a little purple light flashed through his pure eyes. He got out of the bed barefoot, came to the window, and opened the window. Looking at the sky in the distance, a white belly gradually rises from the horizon. He did not allow the God of Wisdom to bless and control his body this time. Instead, he takes himself as the leading role, staring at the distance closely, and the white belly is about to gush out. The white traversed, his eyes fixed on him tightly. The purple magic pupil stared more and more with the flow of soul power, and the thought that couldn't bear to blink his eyes echoed in his mind. In this way, Li Changsheng stared closely and kept staring, without blinking at all. If you don't blink for a long time, your eyes will definitely be sore, but when you are cultivating the purple magic pupil, the more you can feel it, a touch of warmth is brushing across the eyes, and the comfort makes people unable to help but make a low moan. The oriental purple qi reached its peak at this time, taking care of the tiny purple ons that flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes from time to time. In a full 10 minutes, the white belly of the fish in the distance was gradually occupied by the orange, the tenderness and caressing in the eyes gradually disappeared, and a coolness covered his eyes. Li Changsheng slowly closed his eyes, feeling the harvest this morning. Very nice. Li Changsheng sank into his mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of his unconscious mouth. That's how it feels. Cultivation. Perceiving the constant flow of power beyond common sense in his body, he felt extremely excited, more than 10,000 years, enough to smooth out all the water chestnuts of a person. With his eyes closed, he seemed to have a glimpse of 10,000 years. He had seen Tang San, who stood far away and looked at the cultivation on the hillside with some envy. In a blink of an eye, he saw the moment when Tang San soared into a god. Then, he seemed to look again. To my long-dead wife. Li Changsheng is a traverser, but now he is more like another world person. He has also been young and frivolous. He also sang strong drinks. He has also been in the bridal chamber. He has also witnessed all sorts of farewells. With this kind of him, with this kind of mentality, why not be successful? Li Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. Just now, when he seemed to be chasing the purple light, he saw a scene that spanned time. Even at this time, his eyes were still shining with purple stars. Huh, comfortable. Li Changsheng stretched his waist happily, feeling the soft and delicate body limbs, as well as the huge power contained in his body. His small face became more and more calm, and soon became a silent look like water. Raising his hand and spreading his 5 fingers, he blocked the dazzling orange sunlight, leaving only a few gaps in the light, leaving most of his face in the darkness. After a few seconds, Li Changsheng turned around and estimated the time. Prepare to find a secluded place to practice basic marksmanship. Awakening martial soul is not in a hurry, but the sign-in and clock-in task of the Poseidon Awakening Hall can be considered first. However, Li Changsheng still feels that it is better for martial soul to sign in when he awakens. At this time, the Poseidon Awakening Hall must be very lively. The children in the Soul City will awaken martial soul, and the children in the Soul Village will also awaken martial soul, and even come from outside specially, wanting to awaken in the shadow of the sea god. There are also many people in martial soul. And the descendants of Su Yuntao will only begin to awaken martial soul consciousness at noon. Of course, there are many descendants of Su Yuntao, and there will probably be more than a dozen this time, and more than a dozen people will awaken martial soul for the children together. The awakening of martial soul does not enter one by one, but enters in batches. Even so, the awakening ceremony will last from noon to evening before it ends. This shows that Su Yuntao's descendants have earned how many soul gold coins. Li Changsheng was quite envious. When he planned to become stronger, he pretended to be a werewolf and snatched the family of Su Yuntao's descendants. No, they are not a family now, but sect. It seems to be called Chui Hunzang? Chapter 12 The second sign-in and clock-in, 2. At the end of the day, Li Changsheng threw down the ordinary long spear he bought and left the yard. It's very lively. Walking on the streets of Seoul City, there was a dense flow of people everywhere, each discussing some topics. But in many cases, an adult is holding the small hand of 1 or 2 children and moving in one direction. It is natural to be lively today. After all, today is the day when martial soul is awakened once a year in Divine Soul City. Since Tang Sen became a god, for more than 10,000 years, the original Holy Soul Village has also developed to a peak. Even if Tang Clan is lonely, the Soul City is constantly rising like a song. People believe that the lingering rhyme of the gods is always there, and awakening the martial soul here will be protected by the gods and a powerful martial soul will be awakened. However, Li Changsheng, who was walking in the crowd, was thinking about a question. Martial soul is generally hereditary. Both your parents' martial soul are very ordinary. If you awaken to a strange martial soul, is it a bit unreasonable? Upgraded? It's impossible to upgrade so much. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng also showed a smile. Of course he also has descendants. Although he does not have martial soul, his wife is a soul master and a strong 7-ringed soul saint. His direct descendants also inherited his wife's martial soul. The Poseidon awakens the hall. Following the flow of people, Li Changsheng soon came to the Sea God Awakening Hall located outside the Shenhun village. It is said that it is the Hall of Sea God Awakening, but it is actually the branch hall of Martial Soul Hall of Tang San's Awakening Martial Soul. It was originally built from broken wooden planks, but now it has become Gailai's magnificent and prosperous Great Hall. Gold bricks and tiles, surrounded by blue and silver. The breeze is blowing, and the human voice is noisy. Li Changsheng found a place and stopped and watched for a while. To awaken martial soul, parents and children dressed by ordinary civilians, as well as aristocratic children in Jinyi Yapeo, are entering the Sea God Awakening Hall in batches. Standing next to Li Changsheng under the big tree, there was a pair of civilian father and son, and they were talking at this time. "Dad, what kind of martial soul do you think I will awaken?" The ordinary-looking boy looked up at his father who was holding his hand and asked nervously. The dark and tall man lowered his head and showed a simple smile. With his thick palms, he gently stroked the little boy's head, and a booming voice sounded. Son, of course you will awaken a powerful martial soul. The little boy opened his mouth wide, his simple eyes flashed thick and puzzled, looked at his father, and suddenly said, But, I heard from Daniel and they said that the awakened martial soul will be the same as my parents, so is my martial soul just a hoe? Or is it my mother's sickle? The strong man smiled slightly and said to his son, Maybe you will awaken the two martial souls, a hoe and a sickle, maybe. Wow, is it the legendary twin martial soul? The little boy jumped up excitedly. Well, yes, my son is a great genius. But it doesn't matter even for ordinary martial soul. Martial soul, our hoe, is also a good farmer. Li Changsheng looked at the father and son beside him with a smile that did not belong to the same age. Of course he was not a mocking smile, but a somewhat envious smile. He may have a regretting that he hadn't been able to, and he took his daughter's hand personally to come out like this. Hey, who made his wife a soul master? His daughter can awaken martial soul at home, who will come out to awaken? In the hall of Poseidon awakening, some children entered one after another, and some children walked out of it. The children who walked in showed nervous expressions. The children who came out had very excited faces, clenched their fists, and bounced down the 360-story stairs. Others looked slumped, and took heavy steps, taking a few steps on a ladder before they dared to step down. Li Changsheng kept the scene in his eyes. I checked the time visually, and then walked towards the registration office. At the same time, the father and son next to him also followed up. Obviously, they wanted to sign up. After paying the registration fee for a gold soul coin, Li Changsheng entered the waiting area next to the Poseidon Awakening Hall. Here, only those who have paid the registration fee can enter. The own name has also entered the stage of arranging numbers. At this time, there were only children around Li Changsheng. These little children are a little bit cautious, and each one sets aside a small circle. Li Changsheng stood in the front, waiting quietly. With the passage of time, the sun became more and more dazzling, and it fell on the faces of the children, which also made many people feel a little unbearable. Li Changsheng was like a spring breeze, the mysterious heavenly power was operating, and the weak soul power connected to the meridians, expanding the power that belonged to Li Changsheng himself. But compared to the initial power of the mysterious power that flows like a long river, the internal energy of the mysterious power at this moment seems to be bound by something. Even if he didn't ask the God of Wisdom, Li Changsheng knew that this was probably the first barrier of Xian Tiangong. Only after awakening martial soul, can I possibly break through this barrier. Li Changsheng, Li Zishuo, Zhao Song, Qian Dabao, Len Letong, Luo Jianzhang, Zhou Yongning, Pang Hongmao, Zhu Heshan, Wang Dong. In the hall of Sea God Awakening, an old man walked out, holding a list in his hand, standing on the stairs, shouting the list of this group of awakened people. Li Changsheng didn't have much expression, and walked out of the waiting line. However, after he walked out of the crowd, he glanced at the little child named Li Zishuo not far away. The other children looked much more excited, their smiling faces scorched by the sun, looking at the old man above. Qian Dabao is here. What? Li Changsheng looked around in a familiar voice and happened to see the kid before, who turned out to be Qian Dabao. Fatty, who usually follows the protagonist, is called by this name. Li Changsheng muttered. When the crowd was over, Li Changsheng calmly swept past the 9 people around him. What? This time, Li Changsheng was really puzzled. His eyes stopped on the last person, like a child named Wang Dong. She. Li Changsheng hesitated for a while, actually is not. A pair of gorgeous blue and pink short hair, as the breeze drifts, a pair of delicate pink eyes staring proudly at the air, White skin seems to be flowing with some special halo, and he wears fitting, fancy clothing. Li Changshen's appearance is obviously not bad, but compared with Wang Dong, there is really a little difference. Staring for a long time, Wang Dong, who was standing at the end of the team, seemed to notice Li Changshen's observation gaze, and suddenly glanced over. The stinging gaze came, and at the same time he said, "Is there a flower on my face?" The other children all looked at Wang Dong, who was at the bottom of the team. There are some differences on their little faces, he is actually a boy. Li Changsheng stopped for a while, of course he knew what the other party was talking about. He immediately turned his gaze back, but he was not angry, he was just puzzled. It seems that he is also cultivating Xian Tiangong, and just like me, the Xian Tiangong level is perfect. Is he the son of the sect leader of the Clear Sky School? How is the surname Wang? But it is arrogant enough. Li Changsheng thought. After reading the name, the old man was not long-winded, with a touch of indifference. "Well, 10 of you come with me." Headed by Li Changsheng, 10 people followed the old man and walked towards the Sea God Awakening Hall. And when Li Changsheng stepped on the first step of the Shanghai God Awakening Hall, ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the second sign-in and check-in task. Due to the task's flaws, the completion rate is 95%, and the reward is halved. Reward items: Growth Attribute Spirit Ring *1, a 10th level Soul Mentor. Special additional rewards: Martial Soul *1. Note: the Growth Attribute Spirit Ring can be directly attached, and will be promoted according to the host's physical endurance. The additional bonus Martial Soul will automatically activate the awakening when the Martial Soul is awakened, thereby achieving the Twin Martial Soul. Next check-in location, Shrek U Forecourt. Inspire multiple time-limited tasks. Won the first place in the freshman competition of Shrek Education Front Yard. Become a soul teacher before the age of 12, regardless of level. Defeat the first genius team in the Yukianyuan before the age of 12. Before the age of 12, to become a 3-ringed soul venerable, the total life of the soul ring must not be less than 10,000 years. In the graduation exam, he overpowered the crowd and became the chief of graduation. Explore the Star Do Great Forest. Explore the Sunset Forest. Explore polar glaciers. Remarks: there are multiple time-limited missions, and there is no penalty for failure. Different levels of rewards will be given according to the degree of completion of the host. The reward is complete. What the hell is the reward having? Li Changsheng had just stepped up the steps, but fortunately, Xian Tiangong worked on its own, and the ghostly shadows unfolded, so that his figure was stabilized and he was not embarrassed. Tell. Probably because you used the night-shattering gun. Chapter 13 Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony, 1. Tell. Probably it is because you used the night-shattering spear and the God of Wisdom to absorb the blood chi transformation cultivation. After a few seconds of hesitation, Li Changsheng continued to move forward. It was just a few things that just happened in his mind and the answer from the God of Wisdom. Your consciousness is that my method of cultivation with the help of you and Jingyeqiang is a trick. Answer. Yes. Li Changsheng thought for a moment, but he didn't regret it, on the contrary, he was satisfied. The sign-in and punch-in system originally gave a lot of rewards, but because I used a tricky method, the reward was halved. What is left is the Growth Attribute Spirit Ring, the 10th level Soul Master Hand Stick, and the Martial Soul. These rewards are rich enough, and even surprise people. At the same time, Li Changsheng also discovered an evaluation point of the sign-in and punch-in system. In the process of completing the next check-in and check-in, if you rely on external forces to ascension yourself, the reward for check-in and check-in will be reduced. Taking advantage of the gap, Li Changsheng began to inquire about the God of Wisdom. This rewarded Growth Attribute Spirit Ring can really ascension year by itself. This seems a bit powerful. You must know that a spirit ring can provide a spirit master with a skill, and the attributes of this skill have a lot to do with the age of the spirit ring. The additional attributes of a 10-year white spirit ring and a 100-year yellow spirit ring, although not said to be very different, can also dominate life and death in battle. And Li Changsheng has never heard of it, and he can automatically ascension the spirit ring of the year. If you judge based on your physical tolerance, does that mean that you have the opportunity to make the first spirit ring ascension reach the 100,000 year level? No, even reaching the legendary, infinitely close to a million-year-old spirit ring owned by Tang San? Answer: yes. The growth attribute spirit ring will perform ascension based on your own tolerance. The bonus martial soul, does it mean that on the basis of the original, I will awaken one more martial soul? Martial soul or the beast martial soul? Li Changsheng continued to ask the God of Wisdom. Walking on the stairs. This ladder is too long, with 360 layers, and each layer has a huge span. Following the old man in front, Li Changsheng moved forward slowly. But the children who followed started to breathe quickly. Li Changsheng didn't care about these things, quietly waiting for the answer from the skill of God of Wisdom. Answer: yes. You would originally awaken a martial soul, and after the bonus is added, you will become a twin martial soul. Your second reward, martial soul, is martial soul. This time, the God of Wisdom answered Li Changsheng's question completely. Martial soul? Li Changsheng nodded. Then he might be a martial soul, a martial soul? Or is it that the two martial souls awakened are both martial souls? What is that? Seeing that he was about to arrive at the Sea God's Awakening Hall, Li Changsheng looked up at the magnificent high dome gate, his lips moved slightly, and he seemed to murmur. Ahead, the old man stopped. Li Changsheng and the 10 of them finally came to the top of the Sea God Awakening Hall. The sun shone and hit the Hall of Awakening, which was about a few hundred meters high, presenting a kind of azure, azure blue, and deep blue, constantly changing the top of the hill, the Great Hall. Li Changsheng saw the familiar statue of Tang San, the 8 pairs of high wings, as if pulling the distance, the azure sky, as if immeasurably familiar with the sea. This statue of Tang San is presented with Tang San spreading his arms and holding everything. He stood on the highest dome, not overlooking everyone, but looking into the distance. Except for Li Changsheng, the eyes of the other 9 people were all on the statue of Tang San. Their faces were full of longing, and they seemed to be paying homage to them, and they seemed to be reminiscing, even the arrogant Wang Dong before. Li Changsheng turned around and looked down at the people who were waiting to awaken martial soul. High place. It's surpassing the cold. Li Changsheng looked at the tiny people and the long white clouds that were almost floating above them, and he couldn't help feeling full of emotions. The old man seemed to be arranging the order of martial souls awakening, holding a pen on the paper, and swapping names. Soon, the results came out. Li Changsheng, who was originally standing in the first place, became the last to awaken martial soul directly. And in front of him happened to be Wang Dong, who was suspected to be the son of Clear Sky School sect leader. Li Changsheng didn't care either, no, but he just agreed with him. He wanted to see what kind of martial soul Wang Donghui would awaken. If it were the Clear Sky Hammer, it could be a feast for the eyes. After all, the figure of martial soul has been rumored to be the world's #1 power attack tool since thousands of years, but it has not been seen for thousands of years. At the same time, Li Changsheng noticed that the awakening order named Li Zishuo was directly ranked first, and that named Qian Dabao ranked second. I see. Li Changsheng quickly noticed the clue. The people in the front are all from Shenhun village. The kid named Li Zishuo, if Li Changsheng remembers correctly, he seems to be his descendant. It's just that after 10,000 years, the so-called blood relationship has been indifferent to the extreme. And Qian Dabao is probably also a child of Shenhun village. Well, you should enter in order, and you can't make noises. The old man glanced at the crowd again, with a low and hoarse voice coldly, and then he walked to the door of the Sea God Awakening Hall, deep inside, with his chicken-skinned palms, pasted the box on the door of the bustling blue-silver grass. Accompanied by a burst of soft and gorgeous azure halo erupted. The moment the door was opened, there was a series of very pleasing waves fluttering, which was amazing. Li Changshen walked at the end of the team and took another look at Wang Dong, who was standing in front. Wang Dong has a proud look, the pink and blue staggered ears are short, and the white skin is different from the slightly slender neck of this age. It makes people feel that this guy is abnormal. Of course, Li Changshen didn't look at his appearance. He was observing the special aura flowing in Wang Dong's body. Following, the team began to walk towards the Hall of Awakening. The sound of the waves whistling and flapping in my ears is getting louder and louder. There seemed to be a vague voice of a whale named Zhang Kang. His nose twitched gently, and there seemed to be some faint smell of sea sand. The God of Wisdom, this Wang Dong cultivation is Xian Gong? I felt that it was at first, but how come it doesn't feel anymore? Li Changshen deliberately took a few steps slowly. He knew that Wang Dong's 5 senses might not be weak. If he stared at him for a long time, he would definitely feel it, and he would be in trouble at that time. He didn't want to quarrel with the little kid, he lost his face too much. According to Li Changshen's observation, Wang Dong has some shadows of Xian Gong, which seem to be just a trace, but it also seems to have a deep feeling. The internal energy of Xian Gong seems to have penetrated into the surface of the body, vast and mighty. Extinction arises and ceases, and there is no end to it. Answer. This person has not cultivated Xian Gong. However, his father or mother has reached the supreme level of cultivation Xian Kung Fu, so to a certain extent it was passed on to the fetus, allowing the fetus to have innate Xian Kung Fu. Can the power of Xian Gong be inherited? Li Changshen asked in astonishment. Answer. Yes, but it needs to be extremely profound. The second generation of Gong. Li Changshen shook his head with a smile, and then followed the team's pace and crossed the giant gate full of waves crashing. Chapter 14 Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony, 2, Amor. Inside the Poseidon Awakening Hall. When Li Changshen walked in last, the huge great hall door that had been opened suddenly closed, and the sound of the waves echoing in the ear disappeared, and suddenly it was extremely silent. Because of the deterrence of the old man, the other 9 children looked extremely restrained. Even Wang Dong, who was standing in front of Li Changshen, narrowed his gaze, so that he could only freeze in one position. The great hall is very big, it's too big. It covers an area of almost thousands of square meters. It is hard to imagine how much manpower, material resources, and financial resources are needed to build such a huge building on such a high place by relying on stairs. The transparent and bright great hall is lined with statues of marine creatures of various shapes on both sides, and a blue avenue leads to the front, independently constructed Martial Soul Awakening platform. The winding dome above relies on the huge waves, reflecting different weather and transforming different scenes. If it is sunny, the top will be blue and transparent, and the wind will be calm. If it is cloudy, the top will be dark and suppressed, and the wind will roar. If it is rainy, the top will be choppy. This is all caused by the soul guidance device, the unfolded soul guidance device. If left for 10,000 years, even the legendary Soul Master Sacred Land and Martial Soul Hall would not have this style. Soon, Li Changshen and the others stopped. The old man in front came to the Martial Soul Awakening platform built by him. The Martial Soul Awakening stage of this era is much stronger than the Soul Power Awakening stone that used only the communication of soul power in Li Changshen's time. However, under this Martial Soul Awakening platform, there are still a large number of Martial Soul Awakening stones buried. Around the Awakening platform, there is a channel connected to the rear release, which is the channel that draws the soul power of the Soul Master. In places that Li Changshen couldn't see, there were still several or even dozens of soul masters, continuously releasing their soul power. The old man obviously didn't want to waste time. He said in a deep voice, "You are lined up. Awaken martial soul according to the ranking just now." Soon, Li Changsheng and the others lined up according to the statement. Naturally, Li Changsheng could also see clearly where the old man was standing. Afterwards, the old man pointed to Li Zishuo, who was standing at the top of the list. Li Zishuo seems to be a descendant of Li Changsheng. He looks ordinary, and he can't see any special points. The Jinyao clothes that fit on his body are not very suitable for his age. He didn't have any arrogance, he even clasped his fingers, and walked towards the old man standing on the martial soul awakening stage somewhat restrained. The old man glanced at Li Changsheng who came over, and his cautious look, with a rare smile. "Little guy, come, stand in this position. Don't be too nervous." With the support of the old man, Li Zishuo smiled shyly, his cheeks flushed slightly with excitement, and quickly walked onto the martial soul awakening stage. The old man stroked the grey goatee on his chin, first glanced at Li Zishuo, who was standing beside him, then swept his eyes from the second Qian Dabao, and finally ended with Li Changsheng. The skin of his chicken skin exposed large wrinkles, showing a very ugly, but not ugly smile. "Hello, children. My name is Suzin He, a 78th level war spirit saint, and I am your guide. Yes, I am the direct descendant of Su Yuntao who helped Tang San's ancestor awaken martial soul more than 10,000 years ago. Now, starting with this little guy, I will awaken martial soul to you one by one. Remember, for a while, no matter what happens, don't panic, don't be surprised." Li Changsheng stared at Suzin He with scorching eyes. This old man, the little guy, is a soul master of the soul saint level? It's amazing. He who has cultivated Xiantian Gong, plus the appearance of those geniuses in the Soul Master newspaper for thousands of years, he can see that Suzin He's aptitude is not very good. On the contrary, there is still a point of difference. But it is strange to be able to cultivate to the 7-ring soul sacred land. This is also for a reason. Because after Tang San became a god, there has been a rumor that Tang San's success has a lot to do with Su Yuntao's awakening of martial soul. Therefore, since more than 10,000 years ago, many people have been looking for Su Yuntao to awaken martial soul. Even if someone corrects him, Su Yuntao has helped many people to awaken martial soul, but there is only Tang San, but who doesn't want to? How good is your own child or the next Tang San? With such hope, a little bit, Su Yuntao made a fortune with this. His own cultivation base has reached the rank of title Douluo. The title is probably, of course, if Li Changsheng remembers it correctly, it's Crazy Wolf Douluo. His descendants also rely on this little accumulation and become richer. After all, on the Douluo continent, the children of martial soul who awaken every year are a huge and terrifying base. Li Changsheng's subtle gaze revolved with the purple magic pupil. He saw the surface layer of Suzin He's chicken skin, and his gloomy spirit power was rising a little bit. "Here." Seeing this, Li Changsheng secretly said. Suzin He jumped up and jumped to the side of martial soul awakening stage, a small independent stage space. This little table is weird. It can be clearly seen that this small platform is covered with a layer of cracks, and the above is still permeating, and powerful spirit power fluctuates. Why is there such a dilapidated platform in a palace of sea god awakening that seems complete? There is a reason. Li Changsheng looked at Suzin He. Li Zishuo stood alone on the huge martial soul awakening stage. Perhaps because of Suzin He's departure, his face was slightly at a loss. Seeing this, Suzin He, while communicating his spirit power, said to Li Zishuo, "Close your eyes and carefully feel the power from the martial soul awakening stage." The children in this world, because of the special existence of martial soul, seem terribly scary to understand. Li Zishuo is worthy of being a descendant of Li Changsheng. Even though he was at a loss at first, he quickly recovered under Su Xinhe's guidance. On the other side, Su Xinhe's low and hoarse voice suddenly let out a loud roar. Lone wolf, possess. The voice was not over yet, Su Xinhe's prolonged long tone ended instantly. Martial soul, a lone wolf. A trace of gray light gushes out of his chicken skin, the eyebrows are the most prosperous, and at the same time, weird changes quickly spread throughout his body. Su Xinhe's originally white and black tangled long hair rose in an instant, and was invaded by a trace of gray light. The chicken skin, which was originally exposed to the air, was instantly injected with a rich gray and dark light. As the light became more and more shining, every pore on his body suddenly grew long, gray hair as long as the index finger was visually observed. On the palm of his raised hand, ripples rippled away, and the huge wolf claws revealed a dark and sharp light, full of terrifying and destructive aura. The lightning died. Because she was wearing special clothing, Su Xinhe did not burst into clothes. His originally shriveled and thin body was extremely burly, filled with gray light. The outstretched 10-finger sharp claws cut the air. At the same time, the 7 rings of light rose up under his feet, lingering constantly from under his feet to the top of his head. 2 yellows, 3 purples, and 2 blacks. 7 weird auras released terrible and twisted coercion, forcing the surrounding space to roar. The other children were a little dumbfounded. Li Changsheng looked at Su Xinhe calmly. In Wang Dongfen's blue eyes standing beside Li Changsheng, disdain flashed. Rumbling. A louder sound suddenly sounded. At this time, Su Xinhe roared up to the sky again in a wolf roar state. Martial soul, real body. Lone wolf. Broken. Chapter 15 Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony, 3, 2 more. Martial soul, real body. Li Changsheng hadn't seen a spirit master of this level for a long time. Especially the soul sage level powerhouses who use martial soul's true body. On weekdays, only in the real sense of battle, Soul Saint will release martial soul's true body. Even in the fighting arena of Divine Soul City, there is no soul master of the soul sage level to participate in the battle. After all, a soul master at this level is already a high status person. Su Xinhe's roaring posture gradually disappeared in the gray light flowing in Gupan. The 7th black coercive spirit ring ejected from his body lit up. Li Zishuo, who was standing closest to him, suddenly shuddered. Then, they were Li Changsheng who stood not far away. Coercion. Terrible coercion. The sight of blood and rain hit Li Changsheng and their immature faces. In the feeling of Li Changsheng, it was as if in the gloomy light group in front, there was a peerless and fierce wolf, swallowing the wind and waves, stepping on the thunder, and pushing towards him with a squiggly wind. The whole person was hunting, and the children beside him, except Wang Dong, were pale with fright, but they did not push back, just clenched their fists and lowered their heads. It's not as powerful as the nightmare gun, and... Li Changsheng raised his head and looked at the huge wolf head that gradually appeared in the gloomy light group, perceiving the internal energy of the mysterious inner energy rippling in his body, and gradually eliminated the powerful soul sage pressure. Wang Dong beside him gave Li Changsheng a surprised look. He looked so relaxed, there was no sense of urgency on his white face. On the contrary, the feeling of ease to the extreme. The beautiful powder blue eyes were replaced by a layer of light film. Li Changsheng's purple magic pupil seemed to see a layer of self-operating skill in Wang Dong's body. At this time, Su Xinhe's explosion was completed, and what appeared before everyone was a huge werewolf. The huge green eyes are endlessly deep, and each smoothed hair is filled with terrifying and strong coercion. There were a few more cracks in the ring under his feet in an instant. Standing on the awakening stage, Li Zishuo saw the scene and thought it was a huge wolf spirit beast attacking. He couldn't help but step back several steps before he was about to fall off the martial soul awakening stage. Careful! Suzinhi suddenly moved. The speed is as fast as lightning, and like thunder. He grabbed his huge wolf claws in the air, his invisible soul power turned into a weak and soft palm, gently grabbed Li Zishuo's shoulder, and grabbed him back. Don't be afraid. This is my martial soul real body, a lone wolf. If you awaken martial soul and are lucky enough to practice, you will have the opportunity to display this ability in the future. Suzinhi seems very satisfied with Li Zishuo's fear. Li Changsheng kept his lips secretly. Awakening martial soul still used to scare children? But it doesn't need to be, this is exactly the custom passed down from Su Yuntao's time. Scared, you can awaken a good martial soul. Probably this is the truth. It's just that, he heard, didn't it just release martial soul before? Why did you even release martial soul's real body this time? Li Zishuo nodded hurriedly, flushing with shame at his just a moment ago. Suzinhi showed a kind smile and retracted the hand of the soul power that had just been extended. The colleague said, "Okay, continue to feel." Others watched the process carefully. After Suzinhi finished speaking, raising his hand and pointing, Li Zishuo's feet burst out with a wave of soul power surrounded by thousands of waves. Like a wave of pleated soul power, it instantly enveloped Li Zishuo's figure. Among them, Li Zishuo's red face suddenly became cold. The expression has also changed from a little excitement and nervousness just now, to an extremely peaceful. The azure blue wave of soul power was like the palm of a mother's hand, gently stroking Li Zishuo's head. A series of blue line segments connected to Li Zishuo. Drops of crystal stones in liquid state permeated the ground, and also poured into Li Zishuo's body. To the naked eye, Li Zishuo's body trembled slightly. "Extend your right hand." Suzinhi's old and hoarse voice sounded, and under the blessing of martial soul's real body, his whole person was full of indisputable coercion. Li Zishuo subconsciously stretched out his right hand. Immediately, the gathered blue light gathered in the palm of his right hand. A huge, emerald green chessboard took shape in a flash. This chessboard is just a chessboard, there are no chess pieces on it, and a coherent chessboard is not an illusory light, but more like a real existence. Seeing this, Suzinhi showed a smile. "Linglong chessboard, you really are the child of the Li family in Zhenhun village." "Yes, the control system martial soul's exquisite chessboard is not bad." Li Changsheng stared at the chessboard held by Li Zishuo's right hand, his eyes flashing with reminiscence, faintly shining with pain. "Yes. Linglong chessboard martial soul, that is the martial soul of his long-dead wife. The relationship between him and his wife cannot be said to be a fairy affair, but it is also sincere." When he held his wife's hand and watched her close his eyes a little bit, Li Changsheng shed tears for the first time. And this exquisite chessboard is a powerful control system martial soul. When it is deployed, the opponent can be strongly controlled. If it is a team battle, the opponent can be controlled in a group. The azure light gradually disappeared, returning to the embrace of the original soul power C. Li Zishuo slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the exquisite chessboard martial soul he lifted, he subconsciously uttered a "yeah," and the expression of happiness appeared on his face. His father is this martial soul, he has seen it more than once, this is an extremely powerful martial soul. Suzinhi smiled slightly and said, "Your martial soul exquisite chessboard is martial soul, and it is a relatively powerful martial soul. Come and test your soul power. If you have soul power, you will become a war soul in the future." Teacher. And, let me tell you that if your innate spirit power can exceed 8th level, you may be recruited by people in Shrek Education's front yard. Li Zishuo nodded, his small face getting more excited. Then, "Respectable soul saint, how should I test my soul power?" Suzinhi touched the ring on her finger. A halo emerged, and then a ball appeared in his palm. The surface of the sphere is pitch black, the internal structure is not visible, and the metal shape is shining with pitch black streamer. "Come on, put your palm on it? Imagine gathering your whole body strength on your palm and touching it. He said to Li Zishuo. At the same time, raise the ball in your hand. The modern test of soul power is no longer the kind. Holding a special crystal ball and relying on the crystal ball's own changes to test the soul power, but relying on the internal structure of the soul guide device to induce the soul power for testing. Li Zishuo nodded, stretched out his hand, and tried to do what he just said. His little face was a little red. But the effect also appeared instantaneously. He was holding the black ball, and a number suddenly appeared. 3. Immediately, with Li Zishuo's immature roar, the numbers on the black ball continued to beat. In the end, it was fixed on the number 6. Innate soul power 6th level. Very good level. You can even say a little genius. When he saw this scene, the smile on his face grew stronger. Congratulations, child. Your innate spirit power is 6th level, and you are destined to become a soul warrior in the future. After returning home, you can ask your parents to find a junior spirit master academy. Or if you want, we feel that the soul sect welcomes you. He said first. Standing below Li Changsheng was stunned. Can you still play like this? Li Zishuo nodded. I will tell my father. He nodded with satisfaction. They help the children to awaken martial soul. Although the gold soul coins are part of it, they mainly recruit some soul powers, and the martial soul strength decent soul masters become the reserve power. Okay, next one, Qian Dabao. He didn't waste time, and continued to bid the next one in the order. Although Qian Dabao is the name of a protagonist's attendant, but obviously, he didn't even have the life of his attendant. He only awakened a Ho, martial soul, and innate had no spirit power. He didn't regret it either. After all, the base of awakened soul masters was so large, there were all kinds of martial souls. If they are all powerful martial soul, then there is a ghost. There will be. Chapter 16 Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony, 4, 3 Shift. Since Qian Dabao started, the following children, the awakened martial souls are all bizarre and different, mainly farming tools, and a mouse, martial soul, but without innate soul power, which disappoints He quite a bit. And because the Tang San twins' martial soul was left out, now when martial soul is awakened, he will pay attention to it. It's just that He doesn't seem to care? Or don't you dare to care? Soon, he came to Wang Dong in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng set his sights on Wang Dong, who walked to the martial soul awakening stage. Clear sky hammer. With such doubts, Li Changsheng stared at him. He doesn't seem to know Wang Dong, and just relies on the original process to awaken martial soul. Long-term use of martial soul's real body, although the consumption is huge, but he doesn't seem to care. Li Changsheng had noticed that in the middle of the journey, He once took out a device similar to storing soul power to replenish soul power. It's just that it's very concealed and ingenious. If it were not for the existence of the purple magic pupil, Li Changsheng was afraid it would be difficult to find. Wang Dong stood on the martial soul awakening stage. The clean and beautiful face is extremely calm. Pay attention to feelings. He actively reminded him. Afterwards, the waves under Wang Dong's feet were like torches, and the ebb and flow of the soul power surged, and a large amount of blue light seemed to have found a home, and a brain poured into Wang Dong. He's face showed a shocked expression for the first time, and at the same time, as if remembering something, she quickly reduced her expression, with only vague regrets on her face. The blue light gathered faster and faster. Suddenly changes occurred in Wang Dong's body. Unlike other people, martial soul awakens in the palm of his hand. His changes come from his body. Li Changsheng saw it carefully, and the purple magic pupil started to move. He clearly saw that two pairs of wings suddenly grew out of Wang Dong's back, brilliantly looking forward to flow, 2 pairs of colorful wings that flicker gently. What kind of wings should it be? Dark blue, azure blue, light blue. 3 different blues flowed little by little, as if the mighty sea were all attached to his body. The stunning wings swayed gently, and the surging soul power reached the other shore of the sky like a tide, and then quickly fell, as if the sky was in a mirror at this time. The pattern of flowing soul power, that is overflowing soul power, even if you don't test it, you can know that he must be innate full of soul power. A pair of blue wings. Bathed in the special light, Li Changsheng stared at Wang Dong in a daze. He seems to be a girl. Of course, Li Changsheng, who has lived for thousands of years, is not clumsy. He can see that his fluid form and immature appearance, if he were a boy, would definitely not have such a posture. The point is that this martial soul is so good looking. Li Changsheng doesn't care if Wang Dong is a girl. He wants to ask, the other party's martial soul is not a clear sky hammer? Also, what is this wing martial soul? Yes, can you tell me what your martial soul is? Suzin he didn't have the old posture either. Obviously, even he had never seen such a good-looking martial soul. Wang Dong raised his contoured chin slightly, showing a hint of arrogance. Martial soul, the goddess of light butterfly. Bright goddess butterfly. What martial soul is this? Su Xian muttered in his mouth, with a puzzled expression on his face. But still did not waste time, raised the soul guide in his hand to test the soul power, and said to Wang Dong, then let's test the soul power. But, how can I know that in Wang Dongfen's beautiful blue eyes, staring at the soul guidance device for testing soul power, his deep disgust bloomed instantly, and he said to Suzin he, I don't have to test my soul power, I just came to awaken martial soul. When the voice fell, he didn't even turn his head, so he walked down. It's just that when he passed by Li Changsheng, he hummed and glanced at the same time with his beautiful eyes. Immediately, with everyone stunned, he just walked out of the Hall of Sea God Awakening. Suzin he was stunned for a moment, her face turned black, but she didn't get angry. He just looked at the last person in the group, that is, Li Changsheng. Little guy, it's up to you. His tone became a little cold and stiff. Li Changsheng disagrees, but feels that there are so many fools these days. Immediately, he stepped onto the martial soul awakening stage. At the same time, Xian Tiangong was in operation. Stepping on the martial soul awakening stage, Li Changsheng felt a different feeling in an instant. It's very gentle, as if soaking in a hot spring and sleeping. That kind of affinity comes from his body, to be precise, it is the internal energy of the mysterious heavenly power that is working. Accompanied by Suzin he once again communicated with soul power. The martial soul awakening stage under Li Changsheng's feet instantly burst into an unprecedented splendid light. The colorful surrounding Huiguang resembles ribbon silk, lifting Li Changsheng up little by little. When the azure blue ribbon encircled Li Changsheng, he was about to groan comfortably. He felt it, and the gentle aura began to tumble along with Xian Tiangong's internal energy. Then, in the blink of an eye, there seemed to be something in his body, breaking through his own restraint, rushing towards his open right hand uninterruptedly. A little bit, he first saw the pages that were constantly turning over, accompanied by a simple halo, bursting out, and at the same time, a rustling sound sounded in the piece. Suzin he, who stood by and watched, stared at Li Changsheng in shock. Can the awakened martial soul still make a sound? He listened to the rustling sound, instantly sluggish, his slightly sharp eyes fixed on Li Changsheng's palm, the simple Guanjian that was constantly being teased. Rustle, rustle. It seemed that the sound of flipping the pages of a book continued to sound, and the light in Li Changsheng's palm, like a burst of light, burst into light instantly. Li Changsheng's eyes opened at the same time, and the eyes that flashed through the purple meaning were clearer than anyone else. The internal energy of the mysterious power that broke away from the body also turned into a stream, rushing toward the martial soul formed in the palm of his hand. A book. Book. Li Changsheng saw it, and Suzinhe saw it too. Li Changsheng saw a quaint book, a very thick book with a visual thickness of 5 or 6 centimeters. On the black cover, there are a few words that only Li Changsheng can recognize. The Book of Creation. Book of Creation? Such a bullish name. My martial soul. Li Changsheng held up martial soul's hand and trembled slightly. Actually it is not excited, but this book is so heavy, it is too heavy, heavier than the nightmare gun. The quaint charm that rushed to the face was not overwhelming, it was just a feeling of special blood connection, which haunted Li Changsheng's heart from just now. Little boy, what is your martial soul? Can you tell me? Suzinhe felt a little abnormal today. If Wang Dong's martial soul just now gave him a visual surprise, then the martial soul of the child in front of him gave him a sense of tremor, which came from the rank suppression on martial soul. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, showing that he did not belong to this age of maturity, and said, Martial soul, heavenly book. He didn't add the word creation, it seemed too ghostly. Fortunately, no one knew this simplified character, otherwise, he would definitely blush with shame. Book of Heaven? Then, what effect does your Book of Heaven have? Suzinhe asked. Fearing that Li Changsheng would not understand, he quickly explained. The martial soul effect is a manifestation of the attack method. Do you perceive it? Does your martial soul have the ability to attack? Or say something created? Li Changsheng looked blank. Don't look at him living for 10,000 years, but he doesn't have martial soul, so he can't realize it at all. But this didn't matter, he took advantage of Suzinhe staring at his martial soul, and hurriedly asked about the skills of the God of Wisdom. My martial soul creation book, what is the effect, can you tell me now? He knows that the God of Wisdom is absolutely clear that it is a special skill for the system after all. Answer. I don't know if the host has ever heard of the words. Huh? Whatever you say. Li Changsheng suddenly stagnated. In the afternoon. 3 chapters. Perhaps. 2 chapters. Possible. A chapter? Must. Chapter 17 The Book of Creation, 1 ring, and 1 word, 4 more. Say what you say. Li Changsheng's calm eyes flashed with heavy doubts, and at the same time suppressed an inexplicable shock. Of course he knows how to say this arbitrarily. In the myths of previous lives, this is the ability that the mighty gods will have. Simply put, every word you say will be presented in reality. The God of Wisdom answered quickly, and the mechanical voice continued to be cold. Answer. That's right, it just speaks the law. One of your martial souls, the ability of the Book of Creation is to create. Add. It's too ridiculous to say that, for example. Li Changsheng nodded subconsciously. Recently, the God of Wisdom seems to be getting smarter, and even the examples are so common. Indeed, Li Changsheng felt that he could not turn his head. His dazed expression also appeared in Suzinhe's old eyes. However, Suzinhe seemed to perceive that Li Changsheng was in a state of sentiment, so he did not disturb him, but stared at the martial soul creation book held in Li Changsheng's palm with weird eyes. Tell. At this time, your martial soul creation book has no effect. However, if you attach a martial soul, you can achieve a wonderful effect. Any words spoken from your mouth will be presented in the form of soul skills. Add. For a spirit ring, it can only display the effect of 1 word. For example, mountain, when you say the word mountain and release it with martial soul, the Genesis book will show up as a mountain to attack. Add. When there are 2 spirit rings, you can form a single word into words and release a 2-character attack. For example, heavy mountain, with your martial soul, the 2nd spirit ring can release the corresponding heavy mountain attack. Add. 3 words can be spoken in the 3 ring, superimposed one by one. In short, the effect of your martial soul is that one ring can speak one word, and all 9 rings can create the world. At the end of the myth of wisdom, he said something very domineering. Li Changsheng is a bit miserable. He knows it. Last night, why did the god of wisdom say that own martial soul is somewhat similar to the martial soul of Kijulu the Er? It turns out that the similarity lies in the fact that the martial soul attack methods of the two are not fixed at all. Then, if I say a word of death directly, won't the opponent die? This is too exaggerated, right? It's just a spirit master. Li Changsheng asked curiously. Answer. In theory, this effect can be achieved when your own level suppresses the opponent. However, the same level will not make the opponent directly death, but will present death in the form of attack. Li Changsheng secretly said, this is also true. If oneself can control the life and death of the other party, wouldn't it be too abnormal? In short, I can use the creation of martial soul to create anything I want, or an attack form. As long as it is within the number of words. Li Changsheng felt inexplicably that martial soul, the book of creation, might not be of much use to ordinary people, but it was definitely promising for him. Why? Because he is a traverser. Before crossing, he had read a lot of books. In high school, he was a teenager with a serious second-year illness. Even now, he sometimes becomes a second-year student. Answer. Yes. The concise and clear answer from the god of wisdom shocked Li Changsheng inexplicably. Then, don't I need to follow the law of spirit ring attachment? Li Changsheng asked again. Tell. You are awakening martial soul at this moment. Many questions, please ask for a while. The god of wisdom suddenly gave a reminder. Li Changsheng just scratched his head and remembered that he was still standing in the Poseidon Awakening Hall and was in the stage of awakening martial soul. At the same time, the god of wisdom is right. Of course I have many questions, and I want to ask it. And his second martial soul. Li Changsheng was also very grateful that Suzin he didn't seem to have the habit of checking the details. In that way, the twin martial soul of own will probably not be mentioned. However, Li Changsheng could clearly feel that when martial soul awakened from the book of creation, his left hand was constantly surging, the powerful and warm internal energy of mysterious power, that is, soul power. After returning to his senses, Li Changsheng touched his head awkwardly, and smiled honestly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Suzin he shook his head. He didn't wait long. Since then, he has been observing this martial soul called the Heavenly Book. The more I look, the more scared. The surface of the quaint books was inscribed with symbols he didn't recognize, and the terrible pressure from the ancients kept suppressing him, releasing the true body of martial soul. If he hadn't supplemented his spirit power well before, I'm afraid he would have to be back to the martial soul possession state by this coercion. Too frightening. This hasn't attached any spirit ring yet. With a kind smile, he raised his skinny hand, pointed to martial soul, the book of creation, and said, Can you perceive the effect of martial soul? Li Changsheng smiled slightly, stretched out his other hand, and pressed it against the martial soul of the book of creation. The cold feeling touches the palm lines. Li Changsheng's fingertips moved slightly, and the book cover was opened by him. Immediately, wave patterns appeared in the air, like a broken wall. Originally curled up on the martial soul awakening stage, the azure force was instantly pulled by the opened book and turned into a azure blue lotus flower of the 9th grade, which transformed Li Changsheng's body. Lift it up a little bit. Control Department Martial Soul. Suzin he was taken aback for a moment, but deep doubts flashed between her eyebrows. Li Changsheng laughed and didn't say a word. After that, the book seal was closed, the soul power of the original communication fell instantly, the blue halo disappeared, and the 9th rank lotus he held up to him dissipated a little bit, and finally turned into a wave of air and disappeared completely. It can only be demonstrated here for Master Soul Sage. A friend of mine said that martial soul is the foundation of soul masters. Am I wasting time on my own? Li Changsheng smiled like a spring breeze, and the maturity that did not fit his age was shown on his face, making Su Xinhe who stood by the side stunned. Then he nodded, just laughed, and cursed. Your friend is such a BD. Li Changsheng laughed and said nothing. My friend was Tang San. Well, it's a BD. You said. Afterwards, he brought the soul guidance device, which was used to test his soul power, in front of Li Changsheng. Put your hands on it and pay attention to perception. He actively reminded. Li Changsheng nodded, and then put his hands together. There is no strange feeling. It was just a peculiar heat flow that kept jumping at his fingertips. The air roared slightly. When Su Xinhe saw this scene, her skinny hands trembled slightly. He looked at the pitch-black sphere, encroached by the circling external force, and then the number that jumped from the beginning appeared. 1, 2, 5, 8. In the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng's innate soul power reached 8th level at the moment he communicated his soul power. Afterwards, the boundless power of Xian Tiangong seemed to be pulled away. The increased degree all poured into the soul guidance device for testing soul power. Grade 10. Swipe. The number is frozen at 10. Innate is full of soul power. Su Xinhe's eyes suddenly dimmed. How many years have it been? It was the first time he saw innate soul-powered existence. He has helped many children awaken martial soul, and the highest one is only 8th level. Even before Wang Dong, innate had a high probability of being full of soul power, but he didn't let him see it with his own eyes. And now, with such a genius in front of him, his face was also distorted. Ugh! With a light sigh, he thought, if such a genius joins them in the soul sect, then his position in sect will definitely become incomparable. However, usually such a genius would choose to join the Shrek education front yard with a high death rate. Li Changsheng was not surprised, he was quite satisfied. The hard work of the previous 10 days has not been in vain, this is the best result. He released his hand, bowed slightly towards Su Xinhe, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, then, Master Soul Sage, I will leave first. Su Xinhe was taken aback. He looked at Li Changsheng in surprise. Is a genius still so polite? Thinking of Wang Dong just now and Li Changsheng in front of him, he smiled helplessly. Brat! He stopped Li Changsheng who wanted to leave. Li Changsheng thought he wanted to pull himself into the soul sect, but he also stopped and turned around to look at Su Xinhe. Su Xinhe looked at Li Changsheng and said, you are a rare genius, and I won't let you consider joining the Juihanzang. I wish you a smooth graduation from the Yuqian Yuan. I hope you can become the second Tang in the future. The three ancestors. At the end of the speech, he showed a yearning smile, and said with embarrassment. Maybe in 10,000 years, my Su Xinhe's name will be louder than Su Yuntao's ancestor. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, bowed slightly, and replied. According to your auspicious words. Let's change for today. Tomorrow guaranteed 3 changes. Seek collection, recommendation, comment. Chapter 18 Twins Martial Soul Second Martial Soul, 1. Li Changsheng walked slowly out of the Hall of Sea God Awakening, and walked towards the window that opened below where the Martial Soul certificate could be issued. Compared to 10,000 years ago, the Soul Master who has just awakened Martial Soul now also needs to receive a certificate that belongs to his Martial Soul. Other places may be a little troublesome, but in Shenhuan village, it is very convenient. When you awakened Martial Soul in the Poseidon Awakening Hall, the Martial Soul certificate was issued on the other side. The Martial Soul certificate is necessary for admission to the Junior Soul Master Academy. It is equivalent to the ID card of the previous life. Li Changsheng walked slowly on the long stairs. Of course he has no time to admire the scenery from the heights. Rather, he is thinking about all the things that will happen this time, and plans for the future. The next sign-in and check-in location is Shrek Education Forecourt. This means that I am admitted to Shrek Education Forecourt. Well, I heard that admission to Shrek Education Forecourt will be assessed. Li Changshen's original goal was to enroll in Shrek Education Front Yard. Even Notting City, not far from the Seoul Village, has a Norton Junior Seoul Master Academy that has been passed down for thousands of years. The Norton Junior Seoul Master Academy has developed rapidly in these 10,000 years. After all, in the equivalent sense, their academy once came out of a god. But it was only a junior college. Compared with the Shrek Education Forecourt, the faculty was a few grades worse. Moreover, I heard that the rules for cultivating students in the Forecourt Education Institute are similar to those of Shrek Academy, and they are all based on actual combat. Li Changshen needs a powerful soul master to help him hunt down soul beasts. At the same time, he also needs to grow through battle. A soul master who doesn't fight and only relies on meditation to cultivate, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of thousands of years to become titled Douluo. Education Front Yard. Li Changshen murmured, and looked down a short distance to open the window where the martial soul certificate was issued. After I go back and take a look at the second martial soul, I am ready to go to the Shrek Education Front Yard to participate in the assessment. The Shrek Education Front Yard is different from the ordinary Junior Soul Master Academy. If there is no holiday, students who want to enroll must register immediately after awakening Martial Soul. The place of registration is of course Martial Soul's awakening place. But you need to meet your own conditions. The hardest condition is that innate soul power is 8th level or higher. With a hint of expectation, Li Changshen came to the window where the certificate was issued. At this time, there are still many people lined up in front. Li Changshen stood at the end of the team. "Dad, I am reporting to Norton Junior Soul Master Academy." "Well, as long as you can pass the exam, then go." There are many sounds like this all around. In today's era, there are no privileged students. Everything needs to pass hard conditions before they can enroll. However, Li Changshen remembered that there was a Shrek Academy exemption quota in the Seoul Village for a certain period of time. It seems that there are now, but no one can use it. After all, in the past 10,000 years, Seoul Village has never had a genius. When Li Changshen was approaching, he found a familiar figure. It's that Li Zishuo. He lay on the window, holding the martial soul certificate, and seemed to be discussing something with the staff. Li Changshen made a judgment. Li Zishuo innate soul power 6th level, martial soul exquisite chessboard, this is definitely the top existence in martial soul. He has seen his wife use the exquisite chessboard martial soul real body, with control power covering a range of hundreds of meters, using chess pieces to attack and move, and the changes in attack methods are extremely terrible. Once they fall into the opponent's chessboard, they are almost suppressed everywhere. In his words, there is no problem in entering Notting Junior College. Maybe, Shrek Academy's exemption places for Shenhun Village are all his. Li Changshen soon had such a judgment. Yes, according to Li Changshen's judgment, Li Zishuo's talent may not be the strongest, but he definitely crushed everyone in Shenhun Village for nearly 1,000 years. Soon, he arrived at Li Changshen. The staff member who issued the certificate is a woman with a sweet voice. A long swaying black hair slightly covered her eyebrows. She did not raise her head, but asked in a gentle voice. "Name?" Li Changshen hurriedly replied, "Li Changshen." "Li Changshen? That innate is full of spirit power? Martial Soul Heavenly Book." The woman was stunned for a moment. While issuing the certificate, she raised her marked face and stared at Li Changshen with a pair of narrow Danfan eyes for a while. Li Changshen nodded, "If there is no second Li Changshen, then I am right." The woman stagnated, then smiled, and said, "Which junior college does little brother want to take?" Do you want to come to our Notting Junior College? I will exempt you from the test. This woman is a teacher? A trace of doubt flashed in Li Changshen's mind, and then he shook his head. No. I want to take the Shrek Education Front Yard. The woman's expression changed inadvertently when she heard that Li Changshen was about to take the Shrek Education Front Yard. As if she didn't care, she said to Li Changshen as she fiddled with the proof. Little brother, although Shrek's front yard is the best place to go, it is not suitable for you children. Of course, Big Sis does not question their teaching, just hope you can consider it. Li Changshen shook his head, but didn't dislike the other party's words. He has also heard about it. Shrek Education Front Yard once killed and injured a large number of students, and was pressured by the three empires to be held accountable. Even Shrek Academy's own school had punished them, if not for them. Contribution, I am afraid that Shrek U's front yard has long since disappeared in the long river of history. This woman is also for his good. After all, as an innate full of soul power genius, it would be worthless to fall in that ghost place. Thank you Big Sis for reminding. This preschool also needs assessment. If I fail the assessment, then I really have to rely on Big Sis. Li Changshen smiled shyly and said to the woman. The woman Dan Feng's eyes widened, staring at Li Changshen in surprise. Seeing the other person's shy and honest look, I couldn't help but stunned again, then covered the corner of his mouth, flashed a joke, and then said, okay. Then I wish you failed the exam for Big Sis, little brother. Afterwards, she handed out a piece of paper from the window and said to Li Changshen at the same time. 3 days later, I will gather at the Poseidon Awakening Hall. In previous years, if you want to take the exam at the Yuqianyuan, you need to go there by yourself. However, this year the Yuqianyuan will reform the teaching method and a team of teachers will personally send you to the Yuqianyuan for the assessment. If it fails, I will make a special trip to send you back. When Li Changshen heard this, several thoughts flashed in his mind. Regardless of the complaining glances of children and parents in line behind, he continued to chat with the woman. Are there many children taking part in the pre-education examination? Li Changshen asked. You know, the hard condition for participating in the assessment is that innate spirit power reaches 8th level or higher. The woman stretched out her slender fingers and gently pressed her temples, a soft voice sounded. The Seoul Village plus Seoul City has a large foreign population, and there are many children with innate soul power reaching 8th level. They are all very high-minded, and they are not willing to enter the General Junior Soul Master Academy to study at all, so. She flipped through the information, and then said to Li Changshen. Little brother, so far alone, 10 people are going to take the preschool exam. There may be 7 or 8 people in the afternoon, or even more. So many innate soul powers reach 8th level or more. Li Changshen was taken aback. The woman nodded, it's also Shenhun village. This is not the case in other places. Li Changshen nodded secretly, which is true. After talking a few more words, after Li Changshen got some information, he took the martial soul certificate and left. When Li Changshen left the team and walked a few steps, the staff woman yelled to Li Changshen. Little brother, don't try too hard. Li Changshen paused, but didn't look back, with a calm expression on his face, and walked towards the rental hotel. Yes, of course you won't work too hard. If you work too hard, wouldn't you fall into the name of a genius? Chapter 19 Twins Martial Soul Second Martial Soul, 2. Leaving the range of the Sea God Awakening Hall, Li Changshen returned to the rental hotel with the martial soul certificate and plunged directly into the room. After returning to the room, Li Changshen first ordered a meal, which was an expensive 10-year soul beast steak with vegetables. Li Changshen knows how to cultivate health, and he has a set of self-requirements. Always be kind to others. To deal with the enemy, you must kill the hatred, cut the grass and remove the roots. As the saying goes, if you are not decisive, you will be ugly if you die. In short, don't be angry. Lotus position is sitting on the bed. He first urged the internal energy of mystic skill, connected to his own soul power, and summoned one of the martial soul's creation book. At the same time, with a thought, he opened the warehouse attached to the sign-in and punch-in system. Take out the reward items that have been sent to the warehouse for this check-in. The first is a hand piercing of a 10th level soul master. A gorgeous and simple sheepskin roll fell into Li Changshen's hands. Touching the palm of the hand, a delicate sensation came in instantly. Li Changshen opened immediately, and the 10th level soul teacher rewarded by the system pierced his hands. The soul guidance device is a world-destroying weapon capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The Forerunner. Introduction to the soul guidance device. Advanced soul guidance device. How to make a strategic soul guide. Pieces of articles outlined in simplified characters, like mosquitoes and flies, are presented on a parchment scroll. Why don't you use the words popular in Douluo continent? After reading the content, Li Changshen flashed such doubts. But he didn't delve into anything. This is also a good thing. At least, no one would recognize the words when reading it openly. It turns out that the soul guidance device still has so many doorways. Li Changshen looked at the above descriptions, such as the engraving of the central magic circle, the magic circle that induces soul power, and the various raw materials that can withstand strong soul power, and he immediately felt the depth of the soul guide. Become a first-level soul teacher before the age of 12. Li Changshen considered this task, and then rolled up the sheepskin. It's still a long time. Moreover, his current main purpose is to absorb a spirit ring, formally start cultivation, and quickly ascension his own spirit power. Soul guidance device or something, just take out the reading and try it out in your spare time. Soon, the second item rewarded by the system was taken out by Li Changshen. Huh! There was a slight explosion. In front of Li Changshen's eyes, a ball of light wrapped in dazzling gold emerged little by little. This is a dazzling golden aperture with special textures faintly floating on it, but I can't see it clearly, I can only feel it. It seems that there is a special power flowing inside, and it is very powerful. The spirit ring of the Ascension year. Li Changshen's scorching eyes fixed on this spirit ring. As long as I absorb this spirit ring, I can become a spirit master. Stretching out his palm, Li Changshen stretched out his index finger and poked the shining golden spirit ring. The feeling of physical existence. When Li Changshen's fingertips touched the golden spirit ring, it really felt like he had touched a ring with its own temperature adjustment. It is recommended that you do not attach the spirit ring to the Book of Creation, but attach it to the second martial soul. When Li Changshen tried to use his soul power to draw the soul ring in front of him a little bit to absorb it, the voice of the icy machine of the God of Wisdom suddenly rang again. No? What do you say? Li Changshen thought for a moment, vaguely feeling that absorption should be normal now. After all, he has now reached the first stage bottleneck of Xian Tiangong, the 10th level of innate soul power, and if he wants to continue his cultivation, he needs to attach a soul ring to martial soul first. Li Changshen knew that even if he got to the bottleneck, he could continue cultivation, but the sense of saturation was very uncomfortable, and the speed of cultivation had slowed down many times, which was a waste of time. Answer. Your martial soul, the Book of Creation, will not weaken the effect due to the year of the spirit ring, so even if you absorb 10 years of spirit ring, the effect is still fixed. But your second martial soul is different, it needs to absorb the limit year soul ring to be powerful, so it is recommended to attach the soul ring to the second martial soul. Li Changshen listened and thought, and then asked in amazement, then, if I add 9 10-year spirit rings to the first martial soul, it's okay. Please don't lift the bar. Of course there are problems. The mechanical voice of the God of Wisdom is particularly awkward when he speaks the word liku. But Li Changsheng also nodded, the god of wisdom also made sense. And there is another reason, Li Changsheng just thought about it. I have to go to the Yuqianyuan to take the exam 3 days later. I always feel that after I just awakened martial soul, I had a spirit ring, which would give people a weird feeling. Okay, let me take a look at what this second martial soul rewarded by the sign-in and punch-in system looks like. Li Changsheng put the reward spirit ring back into the attached warehouse. Rubbing his hands, he looked expectant. His soul power suddenly twitched, and he communicated with Xian Tiangong internal energy, pulling the weird feeling in his left hand. Then, just a blink of an eye, Li Changsheng suddenly found that the scene he was in had changed. The original layout of the surrounding hotel rooms disappeared. On the contrary, it has become a barren land. Yes, a barren land, an endless barren land. Above the sky, a waning sun exuded a scarlet and manic light. The ground cracked and the hot lava underneath solidified into a ball. A burst of wind filled with killing intent blows, and Li Changsheng's body keeps facing backwards, and his clothes are hunting. Where am I? Li Changsheng was in a daze and swallowed a few saliva. Looking at this broken world, he felt a little afraid and jealous. Then the voice of the God of Wisdom sounded, which made him feel a little relieved. Tell. This is your second martial soul, Zuxian painting. Zuxian painting. Li Changsheng said in a questioning tone, and his perplexity became stronger. Answer. That's right. The so-called one flower one world, one leaf one Bodhi. Here is one painting and one world, so your second martial soul is a painting. The God of Wisdom seemed to understand the culture of Li Changsheng's previous life, so he could just pull a few words at random to explain it. Well, is this the world in the painting? The world presented by my martial soul. Looking at the dilapidated world, like a broken mirror, shattered, the distance is shrouded in darkness, and everything you look at is desolate. Answer. Yes. Then, what is the effect of my Zuxian painting martial soul? Li Changsheng knelt down and stroked the earth. Real, incomparably real, the feeling of flowing between the fingertips when grabbing sand is completely real to the extreme. Under the cracked ground, hot and flowing magma exudes pressing heat. Answer. According to the worldview, this martial soul can be classified as the martial soul of the control system. When released, the enemy can be enveloped and attacked. Li Changsheng was at a loss, stood up, walked to a huge crack, and said at the same time, it's too general. Tell me carefully. What the God of Wisdom said is too simple, trap the other party. What kind of attack will there be, and in what way will it attack the other party? Tell. It requires your own insight. I can only send you a word, in the world, good fortune is present. Li Changsheng, are you cultivating immortals? Forget it, I will do my own research. Li Changsheng felt that the God of Wisdom should know, but he didn't say it, maybe there is a reason. So he asked the other party how to get out, and then he got out of the martial soul world first. Chapter 20 Zuxian painting martial soul applies spirit ring, the first spirit ability. Li Changsheng gave birth to the martial soul world formed by Zuxian paintings. He is still sitting on the bed in the lotus position. The surrounding scenes have also restored the scenes in the hotel from the desolate broken world. The way to exit the martial soul space of Zuxian painting is also very simple. If you want to leave this space directly, you can leave by yourself. Of course, it is limited to Li Changsheng himself. Does the world in this Zuxian painting count as an extension of Realm? Realm is infinitely powerful, directly forming a broken world. However, the effect of Zuxian 2's effect is actually not biased towards soul skills, but biased towards powerful souls. Force Realm, all-round suppression. Li Changsheng propped his chin with both hands, annoyed to think. Then, he raised his own hands. On his right hand, there is a bookmark that seems to grow on his skin. It is gray and dark, in sharp contrast with his fair and tender skin. On his left hand, there is a frame mark that penetrates the tiny pores. This picture is very small, only the size of a thumb. It seems to depict something, but it is not true. This is the mark corresponding to Li Changshen's two martial souls. Coupled with the evil eyebrows of the night-shattering gun, Li Changshen is a few more plain, full of special coercion. The god of wisdom also responded at this time, and Li Changshen just whispered words. Tell. Why don't you attach a spirit ring to Zuxian's painting and then try it? Li Changshen stagnated and slapped his forehead sharply. Yes, I sit here and think, what can I think of? Practice can only draw conclusions. At this time, Li Changshen was also a little grateful. He didn't directly attach the rewarded spirit ring to the martial soul of the Book of Creation. Click on the warehouse to directly take out the reward spirit ring. The rippling golden soul ring exudes a strong soul power. Even at this time in the afternoon, it glows even more dazzling than the nearby air, as if it came from the sacred realm. Li Changshen knew how to attach a spirit ring. He summoned the Zuxian painting martial soul. His Zuxian painting martial soul is a bit weird. When he was summoned, he would not appear in the palm of his hand or possessed, but would directly drag him into this desolate world. Li Changshen has some doubts. If he confronts the enemy in the future and releases his own painting martial soul, what will it be like? The other party was also directly dragged into this world. He didn't know, he just thought that he could try it in the future. No, he could try it after he attached the spirit ring. The reward spirit ring followed him. The dazzling golden reward spirit ring glowed with even more dazzling light in this broken world. The crimson sun shattered in the sky and destroyed death, contrasting with the reward spirit ring. The reward spirit ring trembled slightly, and the next moment also burst out with a dazzling light, becoming more and more brilliant, completely engulfing Li Changshen, the nearest to him. Jing Guangzhong. He was not scared by such a strange scene, and he did not waste time, sitting directly in the lotus position. Li Changshen's complexion changed slightly as he felt the hot ground under his A thought in my mind took shape almost instantaneously. To quickly complete the spirit ring absorption. Otherwise, own A. Li Changshen slowly raised his left hand, circling the root with Xian Tiangong to communicate with the surging soul power in his body. Xian Tiangong's internal energy does not seem to be uniform. The soul power thread radiating from Li Changshen's body showed a sense of sight with a little bit of purple and gray-black. The spirit power thread entangled with each other, turning into a big hand, suddenly pulling towards the reward spirit ring floating in front of him. There is no sense of barrier, on the contrary, the reward spirit ring is like throwing into the child in the arms of the mother. Over the sky. The dazzling crimson light kept spinning, turning into a lid, shrouded on Li Changshen's head, as if transmitting some special ability for him. At this time, the night-startling spear on Li Changshen's forehead floated out of its own accord, turned into a body, and stuck it directly on the ground. The earth cracked, and the surging magma made waves. As Li Changshen sat cross-legged, he was about to be covered by flying magma. In the sky, the brilliant crimson light burst into divine power in an instant. Protected Li Changshen perfectly, blocking the splashing waves of monstrous magma. Li Changshen didn't know this, he just felt more and more hot. Inside and outside the body, the heat of the two different feelings is constantly rolling. The Xian Tiangong in the body turned into a spear that penetrated all barriers, directly pierced into the reward spirit ring, and began to draw and communicate. Li Changshen trembled all over. The body seemed to be gently touched by a gentle hand. Li Changshen couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Immediately. In a situation that makes people stunned. I saw that the leaping golden spirit ring lay directly on Li Changshen's body, trembling lightly, as if acting like a baby, and then, With a strong sense of reluctance, it directly sank into Li Changshen's body. Boom! Li Changsheng swept through a huge wave of first stage, blowing away the heat in the surrounding air, and stabilizing the restless magma flowing on the ground. The weird scene appeared immediately. A terrifying spirit power, with the momentum of destroying all things, rushed out of Li Changshen's left hand, and headed towards the crimson sun in the sky. Jingguan condensed molding. Is that a sword? That's right, it was an invisible longsword with golden light, 3 feet green front. Li Changshen's eyelids moved, then opened his eyes. Unspeakable comfort, scurrying in the body. He clearly perceives that the profound heavenly power has broken through, and his own soul power seems to have gained a large ascension with that special breath just now. However, he did not know exactly how much ascension had reached. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Zhu Xian painting, what a Zhu Xian painting, martial soul. Li Changsheng stood up and looked at the sky in the distance, the golden longsword that went hand in hand with the scarlet sun. His heart moved. Immediately, the golden longsword twisted and turned into a familiar spirit ring, floating with the broken sun. The next moment, Li Changsheng directly withdrew from the world of martial soul. When he appeared in the real world, he was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. Jump up directly. He didn't make any extra movements, just snapped a finger with his left hand lightly. Click. Immediately, a round of yellow 100-year-old spirit ring emerged from his body little by little, hovering from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. The first spirit ring is finished. Because of its own endurance, the initial reward spirit ring was only 400 years old. But with Li Changshen's own physical ascension, the spirit ring will also ascension in the year. Li Changshen is now releasing martial soul, his second martial soul, Zuxian painting. However, there is no trace of martial soul on him, only the spirit ring. If you simply fight people like this, I'm afraid your opponent will think that he has a martial soul, right? Please come into the picture. Li Changshen was familiar with this feeling for a while, then he whispered softly. Then, the world around him changed. The degraded and dissipated hotel was wrapped in a hot lava world, and the flowing hot lava burst out from the ground, one after another. This seems to be different from the barren world before? Li Changsheng stood in the lava, letting the lava flow under his feet. He looked at the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised, and he flicked his own sleeves. In the broken world, he shouted. Zuxian painting, the first spirit ability, 3000 Sumer Yan. The effect is to apply the world of lava within a range of 50 meters based on itself. Enemies within the range will slow down and suffer continuous damage. The range can be ascension. And the most harmful point is, this spirit ability burns clothes. Li Changsheng took a second name for himself, but he was still satisfied. At the same time, he was more satisfied with the high insulting nature of the soul ability. He squeezed his soft face, kept his high cold, stood in the middle of the magma world, threw down his sleeves, and groaned. Me. Li Changsheng. Worthy of being a 10,000-year-old genius. It feels a bit slow. Don't panic. Novice Village will be out tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Laugh to death. It takes a lot to write before starting to write Shrek Academy. Correct. The protagonist and Huo Yuhao are students at the same level. Everyone should have known it when Wang Dong was written before. Shrek Education Front Yard is set by own. It can be regarded as making up a Junior Soul Master Academy. I feel that the plot of the Yukianyuan is quite good. Wait for me to polish it up a bit. Wow haha. Continue to be more tomorrow. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and rewards. Chapter 21. Night fell. Li Changsheng was lying on the bed with his limbs spread and his eyes calm. Around him, he was firmly surrounded by walls stacked with various books. The light of the soul lamp flickered, leaving half of the light and shadow, shining on half of Li Changshen's face. So boring. Li Changshen had never felt so boring for 10,000 years before. He hadn't awakened martial soul before, so he had to read books, get things like Go in his previous life, teach others the rules, and play chess with himself. After that, all the people he had taught died, and he had no intention of communicating with others. After that, he stayed at home and read some books every day. Later, the appearance of the Soul Master newspaper allowed Li Changshen to learn about the mainland's situation without going out. Now I have martial soul, and I am already a first-level Soul Master. How do you feel so boring? No, it's not boring, it's just that Li Changshen has been in the house for a long time, and his thoughts are somewhat numb. Tell. You might as well go to the arena of souls and exercise your muscles and bones. Tell. Or continue to cultivate Xian Tiangong. The voice of the God of Wisdom machinery will always sound at the right time. Li Changshen only froze for a moment, and then sat up in shock as if he was dying. The surrounding book wall collapsed suddenly, scattered around the bottom of the bed. Fortunately, this room is on the first floor. Otherwise, I am afraid that Li Changshen would have been driven out in the past 10 days. But Li Changshen suddenly thought of another question. Is there any Soul Master in the battlefield? The answer is yes. If it was 10,000 years ago, of course there was none. Although it is very rare now, but in the arena of souls in the prosperous city, there has been a game called Exchange Battle. It is only opened for the first ring and the second ring Soul Master, and at the same time, it is only opened for the students of the Soul Master Academy. In this era, the Spirit Master wants to fight among the Academy classmates, but you can't just find an open space and put up a posture to fight. It's easy to get into trouble. Gradually, in many spirit fighting arenas, exclusive arenas specially opened for the students of the Junior and Intermediate Soul Master Academy appeared. You only need to pay some money to have a dedicated referee, and safety is greatly guaranteed. The closest to the Soul City is Notting City. There is no arena of souls in Notting City. But the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City has many Soul Masters. There will be friction where there are people, let alone a proud Soul Master. Therefore, many students from Norton Junior Soul Master Academy will come to fight in Soul City. Of course, that is only a small part, and one of them is afraid of injury. Although it is stated that private fighting among students is forbidden, the basic problem is still not big as long as no lives are lost. But, I'm afraid that the opponent will die. The words are better than anyone else, and there are quite a few Soul Masters who are darker than anyone else. At the same time, many Soul Master students will come here to exercise themselves in actual combat. Even children of a few years old are warlike. A large part is the reason for Shrek Academy. Many people believe in Shrek Academy's school rules for thousands of years. Actual combat is the best way to test your ability. In fact, the same is true. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the Soul Guidance device, which gradually blurred the limits of the battle between Soul Masters, I am afraid that the current situation is that the battle Soul Masters are getting more and more powerful, and the auxiliary Soul Masters are getting lower and lower. Li Changshen smiled slightly. It seemed like a good idea to use the second martial soul to abuse children. And he has always wanted to stand on the battlefield for a fight. Do it when you think of it. You know, there are still 3 days to go to Shrek's front yard. Li Changshen awakened martial soul, but he didn't want to stay in the hotel room all the time. Out of the hotel. Li Changshen first spent soul coins at the roadside stall and bought a mask that completely obscured his appearance. Afterwards, put the mask on his face before entering the arena of souls and souls. No one was surprised. Because many people, like Li Changshen, put on masks to cover their own appearance before entering the battlefield. Among them, you can also see some children who are similar to Li Changshen. When passing by the Sea God Awakening Hall, The martial soul awakening over there was still going on, but it seemed that it was also coming to an end. Li Changsheng arrived at the registration office. He took out 10 golden soul coins and handed them to the staff. The staff member just glanced at Li Changsheng. After confirming the cost, he handed out a form that included his name, age, place of birth, and martial soul. This was the same as it was 10,000 years ago, without any change. After Li Changsheng took it, he quickly completed it. It's just that he wrote his own age as 7 years old, to confuse the audiovisual use. And he did not write Li Changsheng in the name, but filled in the 3 characters anonymous. Of course, Li Changsheng is just a game. It costs 10 gold soul coins. After 3 days, he will leave here. If he is lucky enough to fight in the outside arena, he will re-register at that time. However, the staff member took out a black ball to test soul power. Unlike the one used by Susan He at the time, this black ball was very crude, like a soul power test tool with only the core engraved on it. What is my spirit power? Li Changsheng pressed his hand to the black ball. The feeling of coldness hits. Li Changsheng felt the ups and downs of Xian Tiangong internal energy. Just in the blink of an eye, the soul power test is over. 10th third level. Li Changsheng's eyes burned, looking at the real spirit power level on the black ball. After absorbing the spirit ring, his spirit power jumped directly from 10th to 3rd level. A leap to 3rd level, it can be said to be very powerful. But Li Changsheng didn't shock for too long. I am Li Changsheng. But the 10,000-year-old genius boy jumped to 3rd level, so don't be too surprised. Your age, are you here to participate in the exchange battle? After receiving Li Changsheng's complete information, the staff glanced at him calmly. Li Changsheng nodded, that's right. Then you need to write down your college. The staff pointed to the name, and there was actually a column of independently developed projects. College. Li Changsheng took it, stunned for a moment, and then filled in a Junior Soul Master Academy of Nodding City. No one asked for confirmation anyway. The staff later handed Li Changsheng an iron sign. This is the Iron Fighting Spirit Badge. The development of the Arena of Souls is almost the same as it was 10,000 years ago, and the level is also the same. Subsequently, Li Changsheng took the Iron Fighting Soul Badge into the waiting zone. In the Great Fighting Arena of Souls and Souls, many arenas are active with Soul Masters. But most of them are souls, and the level of excitement is not as high as the exchanges of geniuses in the front yard. Of course, it has something to do with the martial soul awakening ceremony that is still going on in the Poseidon Awakening Hall. Enter the battle zone. It is very luxurious here, not much worse than the rooms that were opened separately. At this time, there were also many soul masters sitting on the leather sofa, talking with each other. When Li Changsheng entered, they just raised their eyes and glanced, and did not show too much expression, as if they didn't agree at all. And Li Changsheng also saw a childlike spirit master, who was still wearing a school uniform, which seemed to be from the Norton Junior Spirit Master Academy. Li Changsheng found a place and sat down on his own. Immediately, he looked at a soul fighting match under the huge French window, waiting for his debut. About 5 minutes later, Li Changsheng heard the announcement, along with the projection of the Spirit Power Light Curtain. Wang Hehe from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and Wang Hehe from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, please go to the 1084 Soul Fighting platform for a round of Soul Master Exchange battle. Li Changsheng stood up when he heard the words, and at the same time, on the other side, a fat child stood up on the other side of the previous Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy students. He didn't wear a mask, and his plump face had age written on it. He was about 11 or 12 years old, a head taller than Li Changsheng. Wang Hehe over there also saw Li Changsheng. The huge, tiger-like eyes burst out with a gleam of light, and then, stepping into the tiger's step, step by step, the wind was blowing, and he walked outside. Li Changshen wears a mask, the expression under the mask is light and windy, the slightest movement, as if to say, "Oh, fortunately, I didn't provoke me, save my life." Chapter 22. Li Changshen quickly found the exchange arena. Soul Fighting Platform number 1084. It is different from other soul fighting platforms. The Soul Fighting platform specially opened for the Junior Soul Master Academy. The Soul Master is not very big, and it covers an area of 100 square meters. If some Soul Masters are used to perform this, I am afraid it will be very uncomfortable. Compared with the 8th level Soul Guide ring in the middle, it was even more muddled. But this is also normal. The students of the Junior Soul Master Academy are all children under the age of 12. The exchange battle between them is at most one-on-one. For them, team battle is limited to a vague definition. The cooperation between Soul Masters not only requires a long time of running in, but also in battle, martial soul does not interfere with each other. Children, who can control so well. At the edge of the arena, a staff of the great fighting arena in work clothes had already been waiting there. Li Changshen glanced at the staff's clothes. On the robe, there are 5 traces of azure blue water flow. Corresponds to the 5th level of the Soul Master, that is, the strong Soul King level. The referee is a Soul King level Soul Master, and his handwriting is quite good. Wang Hehe, who was walking in front of Li Changshen, went under the ring. He looked back at Li Changshen, who was walking towards the stairs, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Looking back, he suddenly exerted force, his thick and fat legs were slightly bent, as if suppressed by a mighty force, and then, accompanied by the sound of falling, his slightly fat body jumped directly to the 5-meter-high fighting spirit. On stage. Of course Li Changshen also saw this scene. He laughed and shook his head. He didn't know the purpose of Wang Hehe's doing this. Show off your strength. His steps are light, as if walking in a breeze, his smile is like a fairy, and his graceful posture reaches the limit. Step by step from the stairs to the soul fighting platform. The Soul King judge did not put the scene in to put in one's eyes. Instead, he looked at Li Changshen and Wang Hehe who were standing at the 2 ends of the fighting platform, and said in a deep voice, "You are in an exchange battle. You can't use the Killer Soul Guide until you click. The winning bonus is 1/10 of the registered amount. If there is a private bet, you can decide on your own distribution. If you are ready, you can start. NS. There is a bonus for winning." That's right, the exchange battle is very similar to the battle of ordinary spirit masters, and winning is also rewarded with spirit coins. Li Changshen stood alone, his eyes condensed slightly, and finally fell on Wang Hehe who was not far away. Wang Hehe's slightly fat figure also put on a comfortable posture. His huge eyes were also staring at Li Changshen. Although his eyes flickered with disdain, he still did not dare to expand. After all, the other party is also a student of Norton Junior Soul Master Academy, just don't know what grade it is. But as long as they dare to go to the soul fighting platform and engage in exchange battles, then they are a first-level Soul Master, only high and not low. He stared for a while, then watched Li Changshen's brows move slightly. He directly said, "Wang Hehe, Norton Junior Soul Master Academy, 6th grader, Martial Soul, Hote. 10-second level control system battle Soul Master." Li Changshen just wanted to place the opponent suddenly attacked. But, how can I think that the other party actually revealed martial soul? Li Changshen nodded slightly. Reporting own martial soul is a kind of respect for the opponent. At the same time, it is also a good way to understand unknown opponents. After Wang Hehe's voice sounded, his whole body was suddenly covered with a light green haze. He stretched out his slightly swollen palm, and then, a plant, a very strange plant, using his palm as a breeding ground, quickly topped out at a speed visible to the naked eye, shoots out branches and leaves, and then flowers bloomed out of cloth bags. Unexpectedly opened the black cloth bag space like a piranha, and at the same time, a light yellow spirit ring on his body was floating back and forth. Flower. Hodai flowers. When Li Changsheng saw this martial soul, he suddenly thought of plants such as Venus flytraps in his previous life. The control plant martial soul seems a bit tricky. Li Changsheng's eyes were burning, and he did not underestimate the other party. Standing up, looking up, under the cold mask, an immature voice came out. Anonymous, a 5th-year student of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, martial soul, painting. 10th third level soul master. Li Changsheng didn't say the full name of own martial soul, only a picture. At the same time, he thought for a while and decided to say that he was a 5th grader. Wang Hehe, on the other side, had a dull expression upon hearing this. Anonymous, 5th grade. 10th third level? Who is that? I do not know how. There are 10th third level geniuses in 5th grade? As a graduating student, he doesn't pay much attention to the existence of younger brothers and younger sisters, but now he regrets a little bit. Why don't he learn more about it? You are in 5th grade? Soul power 10th third level? He asked. Li Changsheng did not answer, but proved it with actual actions. Senior Wang Hehe, please come to the painting. Li Changsheng squeezed his hand, and the quietly flowing soul power in his body suddenly became restless. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Wang Hehe was the first to discover the change. It's hot. Ah! Wang Hehe's exclamation suddenly sounded. He found that he had come to a world filled with hot lava for some reason. The hot waves around him suppressed his martial soul, and even the martial soul growing under his feet has been burned into slag by the hot waves. Immediately, another person also exclaimed. It was a deep exclamation. Wang Hehe was still looking for the trail of Li Changsheng, but was attracted by the exclamation and looked away. It turned out to be the Soul King. At this time, the shoes he wore on the solace of his feet were already burning. The place where he stood actually happened to be in the flowing magma. However, the spirit power of his own Soul King was released instantly, stably suppressing the burning hot magma. However, the solace of his shoes have completely melted, and the solace of his feet are bare at the moment, and his trousers are also scorched. Wang Hehe's pupils shrank suddenly. At this time, he certainly knew the situation at the moment. This is that Liu Mingxi's spirit ability? Can even the Soul King interfere? Is it also a control department? He tried to reach out his feet towards the lava in front. Ouch! He just raised his foot, and the hot air wave instantly turned into a tiny fire snake, engulfing his entire leg directly. What? His slightly fat body trembled, and screams sounded at the same time. The hot wave is like boiling water, and it numbs as soon as it touches the skin. The most frightening thing is that his spirit power that originally penetrated his entire body, in an instant, as if burned out, could no longer maintain the martial soul blessing form, and fell on a small piece of broken ground under his feet. Wang Hehe Sr. Li Changsheng's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Wang Hehe fell to the ground and was full of spirits. He was already sweating profusely. He has no idea what happened. Organize your thoughts? Organize a fart. Since the nameless guy just said something into the painting, he suddenly appeared in this world full of flames, and then, there was no more. He turned his head and saw Li Changsheng leaning over standing on the flowing lava, smiling and waving at him. The smile on his face was so innocent, but at this moment, in Wang Hehe's eyes, another layer of cold sweat formed behind his back. Give up, I gave up. Let me out. He gasped, as if roaring with all his strength. As the person involved, Li Changsheng's face turned black. He put down his hand, looked at Wang Hehe, who was about to be scared to death, and snapped his fingers with some helplessness. Click. As the voice sounded, the scorching heat around him dissipated, and the shattered magma world returned to the scene of the soul fighting platform. At this moment, the Soul King referee's face was also gloomy. For no reason, his shoes and pants can no longer be worn. If it weren't for his spirit power to move fast, the flame would definitely ignite his whole clothes. Although he was a little angry, he was even more frightened by Li Changshen's spirit abilities. The attack power may not be that strong, but what the hell is this terrible range? And this dirty spirit ability actually burns the clothes directly, instead of attacking the opponent first. He looked at Wang Hehe, who was slumping on the ground and trembling, then looked at Li Changshen, and then announced the result of the battle. Li Changshen won. Li Changshen's complexion was indifferent. Too weak. It is too weak. He hasn't released his soul abilities yet. This Wang Hehe will wilt. Moreover, this time Li Changshen put him in a land first, and did not directly keep him in the magma. Otherwise, from the moment you are sitting naked and paralyzed on the ring, from the other, your whole body's hair will be burnt clean. Ugh. It seems to be cool, but not completely cool. Li Changshen's face was dim, and he walked down the soul fighting platform from the stairs. That's it for today, he thought. At the same time, the exchange battle can only participate once a day. Also, the opponent is too weak to feel. Perhaps we should find a century-old soul beast to try. Although Li Changshen's methods were amazing, not many people saw it. After all, there are too many soul fighting platforms here. Moreover, in the eyes of outsiders, Li Changshen was just standing in place. The next moment, Wang Hehe knelt and shouted to admit defeat. Chapter 23. 3 days may seem short, but in fact it is very long. Especially for Li Changshen, it is simply a torment. These 3 days. Stay in the hotel room during the day to cultivate Xian Tian Gong, put yourself in a meditation state, perceive the wonder of soul power, and polish your own martial soul. If you have an insight, you will use the martial soul painting of Zhu Xian to try it out. Of course, the practice of the horror spearmanship has not been wasteful. Among them, when Li Changshen was fighting with a 10-second level soul master, he did not even use martial soul, but instead used a spear forged with ordinary fine iron, using the techniques taught by the God of Wisdom, and his own perception of the night-shaking spear. Directly overturned the opponent. At this stage of the Soul Master, the power of martial soul is not so obvious, especially for the students of the Junior Soul Master Academy. They are mainly based on theory courses. Even if it is a graduation exam, it is only to get the first soul ring belonging to their own. This is very simple. It's not easy to say, but now the soul guidance device is developing vigorously. A low-level spirit master, as long as he is willing to pay, buy a destructive spirit guide himself, and kill the spirit beast is also very simple. Don't forget, you can still form a team when you enter the forest where the Empire breeds soul beasts. The group's soul beast hunting squad, although there is no running in. However, in the forest where the Empire raised soul beasts, there were not many powerful soul beasts at all. Compared to the mysterious and terrifying Stardo Great Forest and the more distant polar regions, it is really much safer. So, Li Changshen played out of no interest at all. Too weak. The opponents are like weak chickens one by one, and they can't stand 2 or 2 tricks in their own hands, and then they are madly ravaged by themselves. Just tonight, he ended the 4th exchange battle. The opponent is still a student from Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a 7th level, 6th grade soul power student. Very genius exists. At the age of 12, at this age, reaching the 7th level of soul power may be beyond the reach of many soul masters. But the final result is a pity. This 10th level young genius seemed to be even more embarrassed than Wang Hehe before. Just entering the world of Zuxian painting martial soul, I was scared to cry. Li Changsheng originally wanted to try his own first soul ability. What kind of effect would it have when hitting a 10th level soul master? But the other party was crying, and he couldn't bear it, so he had to let him go. Under the expression of consternation of the referee, Li Changsheng reached a 4-game winning streak. Oh, it is not challenging at all. Sure enough, Novice Village is Novice Village. Li Changsheng lay on the bed with his legs crossed, holding the sheepskin hand of the 10th level soul master rewarded by the system in his hand, trying to make himself look at the obscure words in it. Li Changsheng can't be said to be too smart, and he is even more confused about academic things. But there is no way, he also wants to complete a few more tasks for the sign-in and clock-in system. Only after signing in twice, I got so many good things. If you continue to sign in, what is the final sign-in location? Shrek's front yard, where geniuses gather. There must be a genius teenager who can withstand my first spirit ability. A petite and exquisite figure flashed in Li Changsheng's mind. Silver white hair is fluttering, a piano is floating in front of you, one yellow and one purple, 2 spirit rings reflect each other, the jade hand gently flicks the piano sound, the attack emerges, 1,007. Kijachin Master. Li Changsheng leaned on the bed, closing his eyes slightly. But after a while, he opened his eyes again. I opened the sign-in and clock-in system and confirmed his own status and the equipment he had. To prepare for the Shrek U front yard starting tomorrow. This is probably what you prepared before leaving Novice Village? Li Changsheng thought so. Skills, the God of Wisdom. Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. God of Wisdom skills. This is his good help. If it weren't for this skill, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to cultivate Xian Tiangong. At most, he is awakening a martial soul, innate soul power 9th level. At the same time, Li Changsheng murmured the function of the God of Wisdom. All-knowing and all-powerful, analyze the opponent's martial soul level and soul skills, soul beast year, attributes. This is the first ability of the God of Wisdom. Through one's own omniscience, omnipotence, and wisdom, it is possible to resolve any existence. Parallel calculus, that is, fully automatic combat mode, when it is turned on, it can help cultivation and fight. Cultivation comes with a perfect meditation perception state, and battle comes with the most exquisite fighting method. The scene outside the forest of Soul Spirit City flashed through Li Changsheng's mind. The God of Wisdom transformed the night-shattering spear into a monstrous black dragon. It was just a breath, just a few simple actions, destroying all the soul beasts. There is no humanity, you can think indiscriminately. Look at everything from an absolutely fair perspective. With wisdom ascension, thinking speeds up. This is what the God of Wisdom told Li Changsheng. Indeed, when the God of Wisdom possessed Li Changsheng could clearly feel that the feeling of coldness and indifference was not attached to any emotion. Li Changsheng thought of the use of this ability. Phaseless life, this ability is similar to the previous longevity system's ability to change the perception of others. It can be immune to all mental energies, attacks and explorations. This is the fourth ability of the God of Wisdom. Li Changsheng did not feel that this ability was tasteless. Instead, he thought of more. This ability is probably one of the necessary abilities for the Traverser. Shield the perception of God. God, isn't this kind of existence just to maintain the normal development of one world? The normal course of history, the normal life and death of samsara, these all require God to maintain. They will not directly interfere with the world, but the so-called law enforcers will clean up the guys who disrupt the order. And those who cross will disturb the order. If there is no ability to shield the spirit, it would have been discovered by God and cleared away. Think about it, as an ordinary person, Li Changsheng lived for 10,000 years. Even if God is blind, he will know that something is wrong. It will definitely use some means to obliterate you. Therefore, This ability to shield all perceptions is very important. At present, these are the 4 abilities possessed by the God of Wisdom. However, according to own answer, the God of Wisdom, it has a lot of capabilities, but it hasn't been developed. It takes Li Changshen's help to open it. But it didn't say how to help it. Having the God of Wisdom is equivalent to having a perfect grandfather. Li Changshen gave such an evaluation. Immediately, he looked at own second skill. Longevity. Since acquiring this skill, Li Changshen didn't even look at it. At this moment, when he saw his remaining life, he was somewhat surprised. 89,000 years. Well, it's a shame. Even if he continues to salt the fish, he will probably gain immortality. But such immortality is meaningless. My life is very long, enough for my cultivation to the extreme. Therefore, what I have to do is to live up to all the good things on the way of cultivation. Li Changshen smiled slightly. Of course, being strong is great, but the scenery on the road to becoming strong is worth stopping to admire. Of course, the premise is that there are as many lives as Li Changshen. These are carried by the sign-in and clock-in system itself. Maybe there will be other skills in the future. Weapon, Nightmare Gun. The current affinity. Li Changshen thought of the night-shattering gun. During these 3 days, under the guidance of the God of Wisdom, he used it for a period of time, and he discovered something. But there is no strong opponent to let him try. When the night horror shoots out, you probably have to see blood. The Martial Soul Creation book, the current ability is not clear, and I have never tried it. The God of Wisdom said that only after obtaining the first spirit ring can he truly taste the fragrance of martial soul from the Book of Creation. Martial Soul Xuxian Painting, the current first spirit ring soul ability is 3000 Sumer Yan, like realm is infinite, the formation of a broken world, awaiting investigation. Of course, Li Changshen has not forgotten the task of signing into the clock-in system, and he will continue to follow the task for some time. As long as there are no accidents in the freshman assessment, first there should be no problems. Becoming a soul teacher, with the help of the omniscience and almighty power of the God of Wisdom, there is no big problem. Soul Power 10th third level, before the age of 12, reach the 30th level of the soul, complete the task. The soul ring is not less than 10,000 years old, this is a bit difficult. The exploration mission is also a bit dangerous, but it's worth trying. Soon, Li Changshen sorted out his own situation and what he had to do in the next 6 years. Then the main goal next is Shrek Education Front Yard? No, no, no. Li Changshen pulled the silk bedding on the side and covered him. Sleep. Don't talk about water, everyone. It feels too awkward to write directly to register. Sad. Chapter 24. The next day. Clear dust and dew. Li Changshen woke up early. He woke up about midnight, and then lotus position sat on the bed and cultivated to the current time period. He clearly felt that his own soul power was becoming more and more condensed, and he was heading towards the 10th fourth level soul power. Presumably, it would not take long before his own soul power could reach the 10th fourth level. The benefits of Xian Tiangong also showed up little by little along with the ascension of the soul power. At this time, it was still early. On the sky outside the window, there was only the white fish belly light, and the orange sun loomed below the horizon, and a lot of mist was swallowed. Li Changshen didn't. At this best time, he was cultivating the purple demon eye. Instead, he sorted out the things he needed to bring, including changing clothes and the like, as well as fine iron spears and the like, and then put them in the warehouse of the check-in system. Li Changshen also has a soul guide for storage. They are 2 very delicate rings. That was the storage ring 10,000 years ago. It was considered the earliest soul guide, or he bought it specially for marriage and spent a lot of money. In this world, although there is no custom to wear a ring when married, But Li Changsheng is still a particular person. But now that he has a system warehouse that can be used, he can put all the long fine iron spears in it. In normal times, he is not good to always use the night-shattering gun to cultivate. After all, once the night starter gun is actually used, the amount of adjustment required to be paid is a lot. Even now Li Changsheng can't play the night starter gun smoothly. He woke up so early. Of course, he was not excited, nor was he trying to be a good baby, trying to be the first to gather in the Sea God Awakening Hall. He was going to go to the Soul Village again. No, in his mind, Soul Village had never existed, and some only occupied a piece of land, and there were only 300 households in the Soul Village. It's been 10,000 years, and I am finally leaving here. Li Changsheng stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself now. Small body, bright starry eyes, white and translucent skin like a natural fit, and thin lips, slightly pursed. He has grown a lot of short hair, now covering his forehead. Li Changsheng wore a new suit. The white shirt fits well, except that the cuffs are a little big, which looks procrastinated. Let's go, take a look at the village again, don't get ahead. Li Changsheng paused for a while before spitting out such a few words. Afterwards, he went out of the door and returned the room. There are already scattered people on the street, as well as vendors setting up stalls. Li Changsheng bought a breakfast. It was a kind of roadside stall. The taste was not as good as before, but it was better than the quantity. While eating, he walked towards the mountain located outside the Holy Soul Village. In 10,000 years, the Holy Soul Village has changed from a scattered village, farming to feed it, and now, the structure is just like, there are many houses, and it relies on Uze life, the name of the sea god, to go to the Soul Village. Li Changsheng felt the benefits of development, but he still felt that something was missing. I said it was the last time I took a look at the current village, but it has become like this, and there is no good memory. Looking far away at Tang San's former residence that he had robbed more than 10 days ago, there were already many guards. When he arrived at his own life of 10,000 years, the Li family stopped and watched for a while, and then he continued walking down the street. Soon, along the mountain road stairs, he came to the mountain that Tang San once cultivated, and it was also a place he often visited. Looking into the distance, the sea of fog constantly churned, like a dragon entering the sea. The orange sun gleamed out of Yuntian, tearing the horizon. The Soul City under the possession is already situated at the feet of Li Changsheng. The town seemed to be very prosperous, the bluestone streets built are not sloppy, and the former farmland has become a variety of shops. The only plant that can be seen everywhere is probably blue-silver grass, right? He took a deep breath. Then spit it out heavily. From left to right, I scanned the buildings below my feet. In his black and white eyes, it was not the town, but the scattered buildings. After watching for a while, he didn't stop, just as passing by, and soon went down the mountain to take a look at where he was going to last. Just to the east outside Shenhun village, where the stars and moon shine, a place where flowers bloom isolated outside the forest. Legend has it that this is the forbidden area of the Li family. There are no treasures, no buildings, except for the sea of flowers, there is only a lone grave. But it is covered and surrounded by flowers. Li Changsheng stepped in through a gap in the flower wall, very skilled and light. He stopped by the lone grave. Looking at the solitary grave and the erected tombstone, he was stunned for a moment. Then he stepped forward, his steps changed from brisk to heavier. He squatted down and stretched out his hand to stroke the tombstone that was already somewhat weathered. There are faint lettering on it, but I can't see it clearly. Li Changsheng smiled slightly and teased as if lost in a daze, "Oh, it's been a long time since I came to see you." Fingertips slowly stroked the deep concave lettering. Li Changsheng wanted to continue speaking, but his lips trembled a few times, as if there was nothing to say. It lasted for a while. He stood up, walked a few steps forward, leaned slightly, pressed his face against the weathered tombstone, and rubbed it. Afterwards, he turned his back, without looking back, just waved his hands and walked out. But when he reached the gap outside the garden, he turned his head and looked at the lone grave surrounded by flowers, and shouted in a slightly hoarse voice, "I'm leaving. I will probably not come back this time." When the voice fell, Li Changsheng got out of the gap in the flower wall, walked towards the Sea God Awakening Hall located outside the Soul City. He walked very slowly, and the steps he took were small and small, as if he was measuring something. It took nearly an hour to walk a kilometer. Walking step by step, his figure is certainly small, but as the sun gradually rises, his shadow is pulled very big, big, big. Li Changsheng had no expression on his face, even though the dazzling light hit his face without blinking. The purple magic pupil did not operate, but he could maintain this state. Very subtle. Until he reached the Sea God Awakening Hall, the surrounding scenes had long changed, so he stretched out his hand, wiped his eyes, tried to blink, and smiled bitterly. "Oh, the sun is so dazzling, I shed tears." He wiped off 2 drops of tears with his fingertips, and gently touched the tears to his lips, a little bit on the tip of his tongue, and murmured, "The smell of tears, salty." Yes, tears are like this, where there is any bitterness and sadness. To say this, it really is salty. He wiped 2 faintly rose-red eye sockets, and then took out the own Martial Soul certificate. Walking towards the previous window where Martial Soul was issued, it was faintly visible that there were already several figures in the blue-silver grass mist rising. There seems to be a passage that is very suitable for Li Changsheng, the former Li Gaodan. "I have traveled for a long time and lived for a long time, and I have also washed away the lead. Otherworld also has the cowardice of hometown, so I don't ask the end of the world, don't ask about the return date. Water out. Water out." What? Everyone will read this chapter. Tomorrow is really going to go. The update can't keep up a bit. Add more tomorrow. Sorry. Actually, I originally wanted to write about the protagonist kissing the tombstone. But the scene feels a bit weird. And, haha. Don't say it. Chapter 25, Geniuses from the Soul Village. At this time, below the Poseidon Awakening Hall, on the open space of the square, there are already 7 or 8 people who look like children, and at the same time, there are people who look like adults, intimately admonishing their own children? It's probably like this. Li Changsheng came here alone. Others also discovered the existence of Li Changsheng for the first time. His eyes were vaguely surprised. After all, Li Changsheng came here alone. At the same time, the atmosphere in Li Changsheng made these children feel very similar to adults. Li Changsheng is also observing these people. At this time, 8 children had arrived, all dressed in different clothes, but they were all brand new and clean. Some were carrying baggage and some were empty-handed, probably with a storage-type soul guidance device on their bodies. And these children, almost all standing with their families, the whole atmosphere exudes a touch of sadness. What? Li Changsheng actually saw a familiar figure. Li Zishuo? Yes, that's right. In the crowd, Li Zishuo and Li Changsheng are very similar. They are also standing here alone, with reddish eyes, and they keep stroking the bracelet on the wrist that resembles a soul guide. Isn't his innate spirit power only 6th level? Why are you here too? With such suspicion, Li Changsheng glanced at the crowd next to him and chose to walk towards Li Zishuo. Well, after all, this is also a descendant of his own blood. When Li Changsheng came to Li Zishuo was still stroking the storage soul guide bracelet. The sad atmosphere became stronger and stronger, even to the point of solidity. Very sad. Li Changsheng's expression was indifferent, as if intentionally, but also as if unintentionally said something. Hearing this, Li Zishuo froze for a moment, and seemed to confirm that the other party was indeed speaking by himself, and then raised his head. The eye sockets are very red, and the white, black, and white eyes are stained with tears. Upon closer inspection, he looked a bit like Li Changshen, but he had a sense of cowardice in the atmosphere, and Li Changshen exuded an atmosphere of maturity and indifference. "Ah, are you the Li Changshen who is full of soul power in innate?" Li Zishuo's little finger pointed at Li Changshen, and said in shock. He also saw the situation when Li Changshen awakened martial soul. He was shocked and envious. Of course he knows what innate's full soul power symbolizes, that is a real genius. If I also awakened innate's full spirit power, it would probably change a lot, right? Yeah. Yes, I am Li Changshen, I remember you, Li Zishuo. Martial soul is a Linglong chessboard. The people around seemed to have heard the conversation between Li Changshen and Li Zishuo. Both adults and children are somewhat shocked. Innate full of soul power? How do you remember me? Li Zishuo opened his eyes wide, surprised. Li Changshen replied faintly, because your martial soul is so beautiful. Is martial soul good looking? Li Zishuo smiled triumphantly. Of course, this is the martial soul that our Li family has inherited for thousands of years. It is a very powerful control system martial soul. My father said, as long as if you can attach a century-old spirit ring, you can exert powerful control power. If you enter a spirit master team in the future, it will be the core. Li Changshen was a little surprised. Li Zishuo seems to know a lot, such as the Soul Master Team, Martial Soul Department, etc. He knows a lot. It seems that before Martial Soul awakened, he began to learn and understand. Why didn't I remember that there was such a child in the Li family? No, it's better to say that he doesn't know about these things on weekdays. Other children came one after another, some alone, some accompanied by their parents. Soon there were more than 10 people. Li Changshen also had a pleasant conversation with Li Zishuo. Li Zishuo smiled shyly and said to Li Changshen, I heard that you were also named Li at the time. I thought you were our Li family. After returning home, I asked my father if there is a Li Changshen in our family. Li Changshen smiled slightly and said, my martial soul is a book, not a Linglong chessboard. The surname is Li, probably because of fate. Li Zishuo nodded, his little face smiled even more. Yes, fate is fate. Through the conversation with Li Zishuo, Li Changshen knew why he innate soul power 6th level, and why he can still stand here. Because there is an exemption quota for Shrek Academy in Divine Soul Village. Similarly, this exemption quota can be exchanged for the exemption quota of Shrek U Front Yard. Therefore, among all the people present, Li Zishuo is the only one who has become a real student in the Yuqian Yard. And Li Changshen and the others still need to pass the assessment. Li Changshen asked Li Zishuo with some doubts. Wouldn't it be a disadvantage to replace the quota for interviews in the Yuqian Yuan with Shrek Academy's exemption quota? Li Zishuo shyly said what his father once told him. Shrek Academy has strict rules and monthly assessments. If you go to the ordinary Soul Master Academy, even if you have a test-free quota, you may be ordered to drop out within a month if you are too weak. The system reform of the Yuqian Yuan this year, although there are also assessments, is relatively loose. Moreover, it is very important for the Soul Master to lay the foundation. You can quickly cultivation in the Yuqian Yuan. After graduation, you can also enter Shrek Academy by yourself and have a good foundation. I'm not afraid of being dropped out of school or something. Li Zishuo's character is very shy. He probably lives in the study room on weekdays. There is no arrogance at all. At the same time, somehow, Li Changshen feels an inexplicable and intimate feeling with this Li Zishuo. After hearing this, Li Changshen called the expert directly. Li Zishuo really has a dad who knows how to calculate. That's right, the soul masters cultivated by Shrek Education Front Yard are very special. As long as they can graduate alive, entering Shrek Academy is probably easy. Usually, the real geniuses of Shrek Education Front Yard initially target the Shrek Academy inner courtyard. In short, Li Changsheng communicated very comfortably with his 10,000-year offspring. And probably more than an hour later, no one came anymore, and the number of people seemed to be assembled. 15 people. This is the final total number of people. Many, except for Li Zishuo, the spirit power of these children has actually reached the 8th level of innate spirit power. Soon, the Sea God Awakening Hall above, several people walked down. The head was a middle-aged man, who looked quite elegant and easygoing, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and soft eyes falling from above. But does Li Changsheng always feel that such soft eyes are crazy? At the same time, Suzin-he was there, following the middle-aged man. After that, Li Changsheng saw the 5 princes in Shrek Yu's front yard in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. As before, wearing a different mask, just changed to casual clothes. Li Changsheng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he thought of the reason why the geniuses from the front yard came. Exchange war. How Shenzong genius. He actually forgot that Wang Dong these days. At this moment, he turned his head and looked around. The children gathered here are all children, and those parents are far away, looking over here. Although some of them are nobles and some are civilians, they dare not show anything when facing powerful spirit masters. Where is Wang Dong? Yes, there is no such thing as Wang Dong here. Don't you go to the front yard to study? Don't look down on it. Li Changsheng shook his head, maybe he has already set off. Children, I have regretful news to tell you. The middle-aged man headed down step by step suddenly clapped his hands and said loudly at the same time. Li Changsheng's thoughts were pulled back, and his eyes fell to the top. Sorry news? What regretful news? Looking at the original work of reincarnation without a job. Haha. It's a bit slower. Chapter 26 The Perverted New System, explanation below. Li Changsheng looked at the middle-aged man with some doubts. The middle-aged man's gaze is hovering, not like an ordinary teacher. First, he looks around and is about to teach the students' overall outlook. On the contrary, under the soft gaze, there is a little sense of sight when looking at the object. The people around him, including Suzin-he and the 5 Tianjiao of Yuqianyuan, quietly waited for the man's speech. Li Changsheng is the same with them. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man finally spoke and said in a playful tone. This year, for some reasons, the pre-education yard system has been reformed. In 8th 9th level children, you can go home now. What? As soon as this remark came out, there was a sudden commotion. Even Suzin-he's eyes flashed with shock. In 8th's lack of spirit power, 9th level children leave directly. Is it possible that the Shrek Education Front Yard only recruits innate soul power 9th level and above? How many students will join? Isn't this driving the college to a dead end? Li Changsheng's complexion is indifferent, that's it? What I thought it was. Sorry, my innate is full of energy. Li Zishuo on the side was obviously shocked. His innate spirit power is only 6th level. At their age, Ascension's spirit power is still very fast, and he is confident in catching up with those 8th level spirit power children. However, only students above 9th level are admitted. He is also worried that although he has an interview quota, will there be more stringent regulations? The other children were silent. Why only recruit people with 9th level spirit power or higher? At this time, in the crowd, a poorly recognizable voice sounded. The middle-aged man's gaze was still calm, and he said, because the soul power is too low, you can't pass the test, so letting you go home now is to avoid trouble, and it's for your good. What assessment? We are all 8th level geniuses of innate soul power. A young man who looked like a nobleman, clenched his fist, shouted loudly. The middle-aged man still had the same expression, and did not answer. Instead, he glanced at the young man beside him, the captain of the team, the guy called the centrifugal killing mirror. Centrifugal killing mirror stepped forward. The cold mask was on his face, and he couldn't see his specific expression, but the cold tone sounded, but it shocked many children. Not the words filled with killing intent, but the content of the words. The assessment is very simple. Centrifugal killing mirror said. Within 15 days, cultivate to the limit of a soulman, and rely on your own ability to hunt and kill a soul beast not less than 400 years old in a prescribed area, as an additional soul ring to absorb. This is the first assessment. Li Changshen's pupils shrank. This is an assessment? Isn't this just for people to die? Within 15 days, the cultivation reached the limit of the soul man. In other words, even if innate soul power is 9th level, it will be even more difficult to rely on yourself within 15 days to ascension 1st level soul power. This is not important yet. Use your own power to hunt down a soul beast no less than 400 years old, and attach it to martial soul. What kind of test is this? Soul warrior killed 400-year soul beast? Unheard of. Okay. And the last sentence of the centrifugal killing mirror, this is the first assessment, made almost everyone's heart roar. The first test is the same. The underworld difficulty, what about the second one? How many assessments are there in total? After the centrifugal killing mirror was finished, he bowed slightly and bowed to the middle-aged man, and then retreated back to the team. The middle-aged man still had a calm and indifferent smile on his face. Children, little guys, how about it, is this good for you? Of course, if you think you can do it, you can also go to the forecourt together. Just ask your family to sign a life and death agreement. Li Changsheng suddenly felt amused. He even made a life and death agreement? The children all around were talking about it? The middle-aged man said at the right time, well, you can go to discuss with your family now. I only wait for you for 10 minutes. Expiration is considered a quit. After speaking, he directly sat down on the steps, with Erlang's legs cocked, leisurely. The children ran towards their families, like returning swallows. Only Li Changsheng and Li Zishuo were left on the field. Li Changsheng sat in lotus position. When he just wanted to close his eyes and rest his mind, he found Li Zishuo also sat down. The middle-aged man's eyes fixed on Li Changsheng. He first glanced at Li Changsheng, and then fixed his gaze on Li Zishuo. Little guy, are you exempt from the test? Li Zishuo nodded, his expression a little excited. The man stroked his chin, hummed, dragged a long tone, and then admonished, your innate spirit power is only 6th level. If you put it in the past, it is indeed possible to graduate safely, but probably not this year. Li Zishuo heard this and was anxious. Why? The middle-aged man was also patient, perhaps because of boredom, and said with a smile, because of what? Because you are weak, you may die. Li Changsheng closed his eyes and opened his eyes slowly. He felt more and more that the front yard was abnormal this year. Die one bite at a time. It seems to be more terrifying than Shrek Academy. The more this happened, the more he wanted to take a look at what kind of dragon pond and tiger's den it was. Will die. Dad said, the target of Yuqianyuan is the Junior Soul Master Academy, right? Even Shrek Academy will not just say that students will die, right? Li Zishuo spoke very anxiously, even biting his tongue. The middle-aged man said, yes, the target of the Yuqianyuan is indeed the Junior Soul Master Academy. But that was before, and the system has been reformed this year, so I might as well tell you. He raised his hand and pointed to the 5 Tianjiao behind. In the future, the teaching method of the Yuqianyuan will be a teacher above the Soul Emperor, leading 3 students for 6 years of mission experience. Task, you may not know what it means. As a spirit master, go to raid the bandits, or go to the junior colleges and battlefields to conduct exchanges and battles. It is either death or injury. Don't look at what I said easy, this is the abbreviated version. There are many rules, so I advise you to find a junior soul master academy. Exemption is not wasted, and you can still enter history after graduating from an ordinary junior soul master academy. Study at Lake College. The middle-aged man simply said a few words, then leaned on the steps, leisurely. Li Changsheng was also stunned when the lotus position was there. The three-person team. Team up to complete the task. The team is led by a teacher above the Soul Emperor. Is this a class of 3 people? This front yard is really interesting. Doesn't it mean killing off on missions like sweeping bandits? Bandit? Are bandits scary? Of course it was terrible, after all, they also had soul masters. Moreover, perhaps the most terrifying one is not the bandit, but the evil spirit master who is active among the 3 empires. Interesting, it's so interesting. Li Changsheng vaguely couldn't wait to enter the Yuqianyuan to study. This is even more bloody than Tang San's 6 years of ease. This is definitely a place to cultivate peerless geniuses. Of course, the premise is that you can successfully graduate and live out of the forecourt at the age of 12. At that time, whether it was entering Shrek Academy or entering other Imperial Royal Soul Master Academy. You. All. Yes. Absolutely. World. Sky. Talent. Li Zishuo's face turned pale. He may not understand the real meaning. However, the middle-aged man said a death word in a few words, making his small body tremble constantly. He looked down at Li Changsheng. He felt that the gap was huge. Li Changsheng was on the ground like this with his lotus position, his soul power flowing, and the mysterious power running. He was content with himself, as if he was not afraid of the landslide. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he never looked at the middle-aged man again, showing his determination with practical actions. Sit on the ground and start meditation. The middle-aged man's expression was still calm, but he turned his head and said to the person behind him, "Aren't you tired to stand? Let's sit together." Suzin, he was already stupid. What kind of system is this? Who dare to go? The other 5 Tianjiao spirit masters were sitting directly on the ground, some of them staring at the children who left in the distance one after another with indifference, while others were lotus position meditation. And the Qiju Qin master's gaze fell on Li Changsheng as if there was nothing. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Li Changsheng opened his eyes almost instantly. There are no noisy sounds around, but there are still several breaths. P.S. The plot of the forecourt for education is not watery. Write 1 or 2 tasks. Then jump straight for 6 years. Enter Shrek Academy. Mainly write about the protagonist, the heroine, and the change of the protagonist's mentality. And I wrote the Peerless Tang Clan worldview. Don't worry about eating. Incidental, the worldview of the Peerless Tang Clan I wrote may be different. The evil spirit master will appear very early. At the same time, the late-stage war is not simply an imperial war. Not too much spoiler, in short, it's different. Chapter 27, Going to Shrek Education Front Yard. 6 people? When Li Changsheng stood up and confirmed the number of people left, his expression was somewhat surprised. Including him and Li Zishuo, a total of 8 people are still standing here. This number is indeed more than expected. So, you 8 little guys, are all ready to participate in the assessment. The middle-aged man had already stood up, and his gaze scanned Li Changsheng and them in turn this time. 8 people. Not unexpectedly, he originally thought that 1 or 2 would be at most. However, 8 were standing at this time. None of the children spoke, and determination flashed in their tiny eyes. They may not know much, but they want to change something. Like a middle-aged man, Li Changsheng observed the children present. Compared with the children who left, the soul power of the remaining people seemed to be sluggish, and most of them were 8th level innate soul power. It turned out that when there were more than 10 people, there were still 2 innate 9th level children, but at this moment they have left with their family. The middle-aged man laughed and walked down quickly. It's pretty good, Shenhun village. What a Shenhun village. Since you kids don't know the heights of the sky, let's go. Also, the life and death agreement can be signed. Entrance examination, life or death. Brush Lala. Almost instantly, all 6 children over there took out a piece of paper. Li Changsheng was blinded. Crazy. Really? Are these children and their parents really not afraid of death? Not your own? Or do they think that the Yuqianyuan is just a test of their determination? And Li Zishuo obviously didn't need an agreement. He was originally a student who was exempted from the test, and all he had to do was to graduate alive. Others handed in the so-called life and death agreement one after another. Li Changsheng didn't write it. He really thought that this middle-aged man was talking and joking. However, they are standing there right now, comparing the life and death agreement that everyone has handed in very seriously. It seems to be stamped on it. Everyone has a seal, which is used for identification. If it is stamped, it is considered effective. Li Changsheng raised his hand. The keen eyes of the middle-aged man fell on him instantly. Li Changsheng said indifferently. I have no father or mother, so I don't need any agreement. I am my own if I die. Li Changsheng can only say that. Is it possible to go to the place of the necromancer life and ask his parents to stamp it? The middle-aged man nodded, which was considered approval. On the contrary, Li Zishuo, who was beside Li Changsheng, asked Li Changsheng timidly, are you an orphan? Li Changsheng, my damn. Well, don't be angry, this is our offspring. Soon, the agreement was handed in. The middle-aged man nodded for the first time after watching them one by one. He greeted the 5 Tianjiao behind him. At the same time, on the other side of the street, 6 carriages were parked early. Then, that's it for this year's enrollment. Brother Su, I will leave when I wait. The middle-aged man nodded to Su Xian, who had been completely blinded. Su Xinhe nodded in surprise, clicked several times, and looked at Li Changsheng and others. The sharp eyes flashed unbearable. 8 geniuses, just sent to death? The point is that their parents actually agreed. Brother Gu is a lot of courtesy. In that case, I wish you all a smooth journey and return to the Yuqianyuan as soon as possible. Su Xinhe stunned for a moment and hurriedly replied. Li Changsheng and they stood in turn. Excitement still remains on every child's face. It's like a fool, don't understand the danger the middle-aged man is talking about? Li Changsheng squeezed his face. Could it be that I lived a fake 10,000 years? Are the children now afraid of death? When he walked to the carriage, Li Changsheng's head was full of this problem. But it seemed that seeing him too entangled, the cold god of wisdom gave him an answer. Tell. Life has more than just the immediate ambivalence, but also poetry and distance. Fart, you are quite capable of pulling words. He said so, but Li Changsheng still tasted the words of the god of wisdom. It is true that although it is dangerous, once you successfully graduate, you will probably really jump ahead. In today's relatively comfortable environment, the Soul Master is still the reserve force recruited by the Empire and sect, and the stronger the Soul Master, the more benefits. The middle-aged man stopped in front of the first, more luxurious carriage. The 5 people who followed him took advantage of the trend and formed a cluster. Introduce yourself first. My name is Gu Fibei. I am a senior teacher at Shrek Education Front Yard and the chief examiner for freshman assessment. He does not seem to have quirks. What quirk? Of course, it is the words that boast about martial soul and what soul power is. Goofy Bay pointed to the 5 people behind Chi Ju Chin Master. Where are they, geniuses? That's all? That's right, that's it? Goofy Bay looked lazy, and then called out, the centrifugal killing mirror, you arrange it, and then you set off. As the captain of the genius team, the centrifugal killing mirror stood up after receiving instructions. Goofy Bay got into the most luxurious carriage alone. The position of Li Changsheng station just happened to be able to see the scene inside the carriage that opened the curtain. Li Changsheng was taken aback for a moment. He rubbed his eyes. The lavender light was like a torch. He saw that in the carriage that Goofy Bay got in, there were actually 2 elegant ladies. FK. Li Changsheng swallowed a few mouthfuls. 8 of you, each 2 rides in a carriage. The 5 of us will be divided into 4 teams, and we will tell you on the road a series of rules for the reformed Yukianyuan this year. The centrifugal killing mirror is relatively talkative. After he arranges, he returns to the team, and then Li Changsheng and the others form their own team. Li Changsheng formed a pair with Li Zishuo smoothly, walked to the carriage at the end and boarded it. There is a lot of space in the carriage, but the manipulation is very simple. Compared with that Goofy Bay's, Li Changsheng suddenly felt that the gap was huge. I'm finally leaving here. Opening the curtains, Li Changsheng looked at the sun that was already rising outside, falling on the ground, basking in the sun. Li Zishuo sat beside Li Changsheng. He was actually in meditation, but his mind was totally unquiet, and his calves were trembling. Li Changsheng smiled, patted his shoulder lightly, and said, "Don't be upset with meditation. If you're upset, it's better not to meditation." Li Zishuo opened his eyes and nodded subconsciously, but seeing Li Changsheng still look calm, he couldn't help shrinking his neck. Aren't you afraid? Li Changsheng grinned. Right, this is the child's expression. What are the remaining children? Directly hand in the birth and death agreement, as if I was just delivering food. Li Changsheng then shook his sleeves. With his loose sleeves, he said old-fashionedly, "My child, life is more than just a struggle in front of you, but you also want to yearn for poetry and the distance. You are too one-sided." Li Zishuo looked dazed. What is hesitant, what poetry and the distance? But he looked at the expression of Li Changsheng beside him, and he became more admired. "Me, can I recognize you as Dage?" He hugged Li Changsheng's thrown-up sleeves and said sincerely. Li Changsheng's raised chin almost dislocated. "A hole!" He almost blurted out and cursed directly. But looking at Li Zishuo's serious expression, he felt, alas, this kid can't be blamed, his personality is too high. He patted Li Zishuo's little hand, and said casually, "Why do you recognize me as Dage?" "It must be because of my charm." Li Zishuo hurriedly said very seriously, "My father said that if you meet someone who is better than himself and whose surname is Li, you must recognize him as Dage. Then if you are beaten and bullied in the future, just find Dage." "And," Dad said, "as long as you have the same surname, you won't suffer, even if you're younger than yourself, it's okay to call Big Brother." "FK me. FK me. FK me." Li Changsheng fell on the railing. His complexion was light and dark. The corners of his mouth quivered. He couldn't help covering his chest with the other hand and tapped it lightly. Then he looked at Li Zishuo, still serious and innocent, and sighed, "You will be my little brother from now on." "Brother? Then you are me, Dage?" Li Zishuo asked subconsciously. Li Changsheng. But at this time, 2 footsteps came from outside the carriage. Li Changsheng's gaze followed. Soon, the 2 figures stepped into the carriage together. Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. The person here is not someone else. It is Chi Ju Chin Master. And the auxiliary soul master of the day, Ling Long Dice. 2 women, arm in arm with each other, like close friends. After entering, the 2 looked at Li Changsheng and Li Zishuo. A strange flash of eyes flashed under the mask. Then sat on the opposite side. Only then did Li Changsheng realize that Li Zishuo was still clutching his arm and leaning very close to himself. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he moved quickly to the other side. And after the two of them entered the carriage moved. I am his meow. I want to talk about it myself. Right and right. Novice Village is written up to this point. Embarrassment. Embarrassment. It's really embarrassing. There is a feeling that the rhetoric is in vain. I won't spit out my heart next time. Just write the dialogue plot. Try to write faster. And thank you, brother, for the reward and everyone's recommendation ticket. Chapter 28 First heard of Douluo Mainland's first junior college, 1. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Li Changsheng sat in the carriage safely and glanced at the two girls sitting opposite each other. On the side, Li Zishuo was obviously a little uneasy. His small eyes looked at Li Changsheng from time to time, and then at the two girls sitting opposite. The real names of Qiju Qin Master and Ling Long Dice are unknown. The true appearance is unknown. Both of them wear masks. The mask is not purely white or black, but an exquisite soul guide device. The pattern is outlined on it. For example, the mask on the face of Qiju Qin Master is based on pure white, with nebula purple rays outlined above it, from the center of the eyebrows, to the cheeks, and the chin, all decorated with light patterns. Ling Long Dice is relatively simple, with a mask covering and a few embellishments, revealing black and white eyes. Li Changsheng looked at Qiju Qin Master. It just so happened that the other person's gaze also came. Only then did Li Changsheng discover that, apart from the silver-white hair of Qiju Qin Master, her eyes were actually sky blue, azure blue as clear, and shone with a halo of wisdom. The silent atmosphere was broken by Ling Long Dice. The child present seems to be her oldest. She coughed slightly, and then said, Li Changsheng, Li Zishuo, right. The voice is very crisp, it is inexplicable to make people fantasize, and her face should be very delicate and affectionate. Li Changsheng nodded. Li Zishuo nodded heavily. The corner of Ling Long Dice's exposed mouth raised a smile, and then said, Don't be cautious. Well, you two are younger than me. I can't call my little brother too much, right? Li Changsheng hadn't spoken yet, but Li Zishuo on the side said in an excited tone, Is your surname Li? Li Changsheng's open mouth was trembling again. He pulled Li Zishuo's body forward slightly. Okay, so if you want to talk about the rules or something, just say it quickly. Ling Long Dice did not answer Li Zishuo's question, but instead looked at Li Changsheng and paused. Sister Ling Long, go ahead. Qiju Qin Master spoke for the first time. Her voice felt very soft. It seemed that because of her young age, she didn't have much sense of conviction, and she felt soft. Ling Long Dai seemed to care about the words of Qiju Qin Master, and immediately did not waste time, and began to talk. The Shrek Education Front Yard was developed 3,000 years ago, relying on the contemporary Dean of Shrek Academy, and it can be said to be the first junior Soul Master Academy in the mainland. Occupied area, teachers, high-end equipment, soul beasts. Raising the forest. Li Changsheng took it. This exquisite Dai Soul Master actually started directly from the history of the creation of Shrek's front yard, mixed with the internal situation of the front yard. Who doesn't know this? Simply, he leaned directly, listening to her. At the same time, Li Changsheng knew that the Shrek Education Front Yard was located not near Shrek Academy, but near the Mingdu mountain range at the junction of the western part of the Star Logo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire. The distance can be said to be very far away. Why should the Yuqianyuan be built at the junction of the Sun Moon Empire? Isn't that dangerous? When Ling Long Dice mentioned this question, Li Zishuo asked timidly. Ling Long Dice chuckled. Of course it's chaos. Just because it's the junction, it doesn't matter whether there are thieves, criminals, evil spirit masters, etc., so you can hone your own strength, isn't it? Too mature. Too frightening. Li Changsheng really became more frightened as he listened. Is this really the Junior Soul Master Academy? Well, when you get there, let's take a closer look. There was one thing that Li Changsheng was more interested in. He asked, "Have you killed anyone?" Killed. This time it was Chi Ju Qin Master who had been silent for a long time. Her sky-blue eyes were staring at Li Changsheng, as if it had been a while. The Linglong dice on the side continued to talk about the so-called Shrek Education front yard. Killed. Li Changsheng's heart beat. Real or fake? He didn't ask in detail either. After talking for a long time, Linglong dice didn't get tired, but instead started communicating with the timid Li Zishuo. However, the content of the exchange is all about the content of the forecourt. Linglong Dai seems to treat Li Zishuo as little brother. For Li Changsheng, well, Li Changsheng feels that he has nothing to ask. Rule. System. What is the use of asking these? Can you make yourself stronger if you understand these things? He simply closed his eyes and rested his mind. In fact, his hands are itchy. He wants to fight with Chi Ju Qin Master. Although playing a 7-year-old child feels a little sad, the opponent is indeed strong. 7 years old, 21st level, 1 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring. Soon, Linglong Dice talked about the teaching system after the reform of the Yuqian Yuan. Li Changsheng, who closed his eyes and meditated, opened his eyes. Linglong Dice said, "This system reform is really miserable for your freshmen. Our students who are about to graduate are also miserable. First of all, if you want to graduate from the preschool in the future, you need to complete the graduation assessment in the 6th grade. If you are a soul warrior, then you need to hunt down the soul beast of the specified year, or capture and bring it back alive. If you are an auxiliary soul master, then you need to go to the soul fighting arenas in various cities to assist other team soul masters to achieve 100 victories. Especially this year's soul guidance department. If you want to graduate, you must pass a special assessment. I think it must be to build a soul guidance device. Do you know the soul guidance device? The usual lamps are different. The real soul guidance device is a combat weapon. It is driven by spirit power. In short, it is very powerful. If you are interested, you can visit the academy if you are interested. And when it comes to freshman assessment, it's actually very simple. Easy? It's hard, right? You have to hunt 400-year-old soul beasts yourself. My dad said, soul beasts are very fierce, with big claws, big mouth. Li Zishuo imitated quite the essence. Yin's exquisite dice laughed irregularly. Chi Ju Qin Master closed his eyes early, and his spirit power was floating, as if he had entered a meditation state. Linglong Dai snorted, "This is just superficial. Do you really think that the academy will let you kill the 400-year soul beast by yourself?" Li Changsheng didn't ask, just looked at the other person. Linglong Dice is not for sale either, and immediately said, "Take a good taste of this sentence, rely on your own strength to hunt down a 400-year-old soul beast." Relying on your own strength does not say that it is your own strength. Own strength also includes wisdom, and own communication skills, and even financial resources. I see. Li Changsheng had an epiphany. This means that you can form a team and use any means, even recruiting wandering soul masters, to help yourself hunt down soul beasts? Right, forgot to say. The place where you hunted the soul beasts was in the soul beast forest raised inside the Yuqian yard. That said, in fact, relying on own power is to team up with 6 other people. Li Changsheng asked. Linglong Dice said, "Could it be possible that you still want to recruit wandering soul masters to help you hunt down soul beasts?" Li Changsheng nodded. It seems to be such a reason, If it is possible to recruit powerful wandering soul masters to help kill the 100-year soul beasts, it is still very simple. This is just the first assessment. The second assessment. If I didn't guess wrong, it would probably be to follow the team, sweep the bandits and so on, and then score by the team based on performance. The team that follows is the senior students. The team is, as Teacher Gu said before, there are 3 people in a team. Linglong Dai stretched out 2 radiant fingers and speculated. Li Zishuo listened with gusto even without taking the test. After all, children are full of curiosity about the outside world. Even if I knew it was dangerous, I couldn't help but be curious. Li Changsheng thought about it. Has the senior year-old in a small group of 3 people start to sweep the bandits? There are teachers above the Soul Emperor to follow, at least the Soul Master of the Soul Sage. Linglong Dice is right, relying on the 2 regardless of the area at the junction of the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire, surrounded by mountains, there are bandits or evil existences, and among them, life has many villages. There are even large cities. Chapter 29 First heard of Douluo Mainland's first junior college, 2. The carriage stepped into the official road, faster and faster, not bumpy, but comfortable. During this period of time, Linglong Dice told Li Changsheng at least what she could say. Li Changsheng also figured out the Shrek education front yard he didn't know. According to Linglong Dice, it would take them about 7 days to reach the location of Shrek U's front yard. This period is very long. At this time, the exquisite Dice that had been babbling before was also leaning against the carriage, silent, not knowing what they were thinking about. No, it seems to be in meditation. Li Zishuo had fallen asleep leaning in it, breathing evenly, before meditation for a while, trying to work hard to Ascension's own soul power. Li Changsheng opened the curtains from time to time, looking at the lush scenery of the mountains and forests outside the window. It has been almost 5 or 6 hours since they left the Soul City. He came back to his senses, and suddenly found the Chiju piano master sitting opposite, staring at him. Li Changsheng touched his face, and said in surprise, "Is there anything on my face?" This is not the first time he has seen Chiju Qin master staring at him like this. Chiju Qin master shook his head, with no expression under the mask, and said, "I can feel that you are special." What an old way of approaching a conversation. Li Changsheng smiled and said, "Oh? What's special about me?" "It's you. Can I ask you a few questions?" Chiju Qin master didn't seem to be of the kind of high coldness, perhaps a little natural feeling dull. This suddenly made Li Changsheng more interested. "Okay. You ask, but I can't answer private questions." Chiju Qin master slightly raised his hand, and covered his neck under Li Changsheng's gaze. "Chest." Li Changsheng's face turned dark, "And you are out of stock. What are you hiding?" He then smiled and said, "Your thinking is really mature. You are not bad." "Ha ha. Ha ha." Li Changsheng was surprised, his complexion changed slightly, and he looked at Chiju Qin master. Although the world line is developing rapidly, his speech is still very avant-garde. "But, how can you still be so fluent when you communicate with this Chiju Qin master? The other party is a 7-year-old kid, right? It seems to chat with her, chatting with ordinary people in the past life is very similar." Illusion. Li Changsheng thought about it this way: it may be that he has been autistic for too long, and the culture of the outside world has already developed rapidly, maybe. "Are you really only 7 years old?" "No." Chiju Qin master shook his head, and then replied very seriously, 6 years old. "Stop, 6 years old? You, when you were in the arena of souls, didn't you say 7 years old?" Li Changsheng was a little surprised at first, but then he wanted to understand. If she is really innate soul power level 20, then she is definitely a genius. How could it be possible that in a year's time, Ascension was the first level soul power? Chi-Ju Chin Master said, that's just to avoid some troubles. However, I have to show the ability to train students in the front yard. Actually, my innate spirit power has 20 levels. Isn't it amazing? Actually, I think I am amazing. Although I had thought of it a long time ago, Li Changshen was still a little envious when he heard the other party say it himself. The God of Wisdom, her Chi-Juekan martial soul is really that powerful? Can you bring her own, innate 20th level spirit power? With a thought, he asked the God of Wisdom. You know, even the innate spirit power that his own book of creation brings him can only be 9th level. The God of Wisdom replied. Tell. Very powerful. It does not rule out that the opponent has a twin martial soul. Twin martial soul? When Li Changsheng heard this, he couldn't help but breathe heavily. He chuckled and praised, innate soul power level 20 is really unheard of. It's amazing, it's amazing. But how do I look at your expression? I am not surprised. Then how surprised should I be? Stand up and yell. Li Changsheng said when he heard the words. Well, almost. Li Changsheng. He chose to abandon this topic and asked with interest, what's your name? Chi-Ju Chin Master. She simply replied 4 words. It's not the title, it's your own name. Look, Chi-Ju Chin Master, this sounds too awkward. You all know that I am Li Changsheng. Tell me your name, isn't it too much? Li Changsheng showed an innocent smile that belongs to a child of this age. Chi-Ju Chin Master shook his head. The academy stipulates that in the academy, you must not show your true face, and you must not use your real name, you can only use the title. Besides, you haven't been admitted to the front yard. Isn't this outside the academy? Isn't it? Huh. Li Changsheng felt that this Chi-Ju Chin Master was definitely a dull girl. Feeling cheated? Chi-Ju Chin Master hesitated for a while, still shook his head, and decisively refused, no. Seeing the other person's decisiveness, Li Changsheng suddenly felt boring, and he didn't ask questions, he would know sooner or later. Wearing a mask for 6 years, but also claiming to be a title, this ghost animal school rule. Li Changsheng whispered. After a while, Li Changsheng once again communicated with Chi-Ju Chin Master for a while. It can be considered to understand the basic situation of some Chi-Ju Chin Master. She also awakened martial soul this year. The day when martial soul awakens everywhere is uncertain. After all, there is no martial soul hall anymore, there is no need to perform martial soul awakening uniformly, and martial soul awakening can even be performed at home, but the premise is that one parent has the soul power of a soul master or above. She was born in the town closest to the far north, probably because of heredity, and her hair is silvery white. After she awakened martial soul, she entered the Yukianyuan to study and became a student of the former academy. After that, within half a month, she added 2 spirit rings. Later, at the current age of 6, she came here with the students from the real Tianjiao class who was about to graduate. The purpose is unknown, anyway, Goofy Bay is talking about a battle. Of course, this is what Chi-Ju Chin Master said. The real situation may be more legendary than this, right? Exclamation, admiration, and the like. I am afraid that there will be an endless stream. After all, it is the existence of innate's 20th spirit power. By the way, according to Chi-Ju Chin Master, Li Changsheng and the others are just a group. In other places, the awakening martial souls will also have many people go to the Yukianyuan to sign up. In her words, it must be very lively. Towards the evening, they arrived in a town. Under Goofy Bay's arrangement, they checked into a hotel as a group. 1 room for 2 people. Li Changsheng and Li Zishuo are in the same room. When everyone gets out of the car, Li Changsheng felt a little tense in the atmosphere. At the same time, Li Changsheng felt the overflow of soul power in those children, and there was a little tiredness on each child's face. After some understanding, Li Changshen got it. It turned out that after hearing the terrible request of the Yuan, he started to cultivate hard on the road. Before entering the assessment, Ascension first level or half-level soul power, then it can increase the success rate of being admitted to the forecourt. Even Li Zishuo, who was exempt from the test, tried his best to meditation. But obviously, his talent is not very good, and there is no such method as Xian Gong. Meditation is all by rote memorization. Li Changshen wondered, do you want to teach him Xian Gong? Of course, he himself had to be familiar with it for a while before he dared to help Li Zishuo get through the meridians. After all, he himself learned by relying on the omniscience and omnipotence of the God of Wisdom. It is obviously difficult to teach others in this way. Of course, it is also possible for the God of Wisdom to start the parallel calculation and control his body to do it. It's just that Li Changshen hasn't thought about it yet. After a day's rest, Li Changshen and the others continued on the road and set off. Qi Juqin Master and Ling Long Dai still share a carriage with them. Compared with yesterday, there are almost no topics, and their respective meditation cultivation. Li Changshen had nothing else to do. As he became familiar with Tang San's other inheritances, he also began to accelerate meditation cultivation. In the afternoon, with a roar in the body, Li Changshen opened his eyes. In his eyes, the purple light was gushing out. He exhaled, feeling the spirit power flowing in his body, and pinched his fists. 4th level. The God of Wisdom's ability to shield other people's perceptions, without phases, reveals its power at this time. It completely shields the perception of other people. Even if Li Changshen made the breakthrough, Qi Juqin Master and others didn't notice it at all. They just felt an invisible pressure erupting in the inner space of the carriage. If it weren't for traveling far at this moment, Li Changshen really wanted to release the martial soul painting of Zhu Xian and try it. Moreover, not practicing guns for a day made him feel even more uncomfortable. He made a breakthrough. While stabilizing the cultivation base, he took out the hand of the 10th level soul master, read it, and passed the time. Because it is in simplified Huxia, he is not afraid of being recognized at all. In this way, 6 days have passed. Chapter 30 Arriving at Shrek Education Front Yard. According to Ling Long Dice, they will officially arrive at Shrek U's front yard in a few hours. The road is relatively comfortable. Especially when entering the border between the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Logo Empire, the carriage speed increased significantly, and a sense of turbulence was suddenly felt. According to Ling Long Dice, if you delay in this place, you may get into unnecessary trouble. At this time, inside the carriage. After nearly 7 days of contact, Li Changshen had a relatively stable relationship with Ling Long Dice and Qi Juqin Master. Li Zishuo asks Ling Long Dice about cultivation meditation methods from time to time. He seemed afraid of the appearance of Kijulu the At this time, Ling Long Dice put down the curtains, and the green hills and waters were full of free will. I'm going back finally, she said somewhat sorrowfully. Qi Juqin Master also nodded tiredly, plucking her long silver hair at will, yes. Later, she decided to exhort Li Changshen and Li Zishuo again. 2 of you, one needs to go to the assessment first. The other can directly enroll. For Innate's full soul-powered Li Changshen little brother, the assessment should be passed smoothly, so let's talk about the life after you really enter the Yuan. Qi Juqin Master also nodded, and said at the same time, if Innate can't pass the test with full soul power, then it's really a losing face. Li Changshen was speechless. Others say that Innate is full of soul power is a sense of praise. When it came to her mouth, there was a naked sense of provocation. Through the contact during this period of time, Li Changshen can be considered to understand. Qi Juqin Master doesn't have any sense of arrogance at all, on the contrary, he especially likes a sentence or two when the key is to show her alive and lovely feeling. Li Changsheng wanted to refute, but there was nowhere to refute. Linglong Dice looked at the scene with a smile, then coughed lightly, and continued. The school year system of the Yuqianyuan and the ordinary Junior Soul Master Academy is the same, both are 6 years. However, the ordinary Junior Soul Master Academy has dozens of students as a class, and there are only 5 or 6 classes in total. After the reform of the front yard, there will be a class of 3, and there will probably be more than 20 classes in each grade. She paused and organized the sentence, and every class in the same grade, that is, a 3-person team, will be assessed once a month. After the 3rd grade, the assessment will be conducted every 3 months. The elimination rate is extremely high. Having said that, she set her eyes on Li Zishuo. Li Zishuo's face was also tight, he knew that this was specifically for him. But don't worry too much. The assessment is conducted in a team. Or tasks, or battles between classes in the same grade. Each class must have a control system soul master, and the remaining 2 can be freely matched. As far as I know, there are not many control systems to martial soul among the new students who have arrived this year. Therefore, Zishuo little brother, find a soul master class of the 2 strong attack system, at least pass the 3rd grade safely, and work hard to ascension soul power. Speaking of the latter, this is already an encouragement. But it also pointed out a right direction to Li Zishuo. Li Changsheng thought about it. The martial soul he uses is the Book of Creation. According to the God of Wisdom, his martial soul is very similar to Qiju Qin Master's Qiju Qin, that is to say, he can be regarded as a control system spirit master. The control system spirit master seemed to be very popular. Zhu Xian painting is also a control soul master. I'm already in the 6th grade this year, and after I finish a few more tasks, I'm going to have a graduation assessment. Speaking of this, Linglong Dice's tone was slightly sad. Li Zishuo asked, well, after graduation, do I have to take the Shrek Academy? Linglong Dice nodded, that's for sure. After all, Shrek Academy is the #1 academy in the mainland. My goal is not just Shrek Academy, so are you. As long as I can enroll in the Soul Master of the Yuqianyuan, from the beginning the goal is to graduate from Shrek Academy. This is the goal that geniuses should pursue. After all, in a certain sense, the inner courtyard is the real student of Shrek Academy. Right, by the way, there are 3 items in the entrance examination. 3 items? Li Changsheng asked. Li Changsheng didn't care about Linglong's future plans. Yes. Moreover, the 3rd assessment should be a ranking battle. At that time, those who passed the first 2 assessments were already considered as soul masters. After the actual combat, they were divided into classes. It can also be said to be a placement battle. Linglong Dai said ambiguously. Meaning that the weak and the strong go together. Li Changsheng cut straight to the center. At this moment, Qiju Qin Master, who had been silent for a long time, said, it's just the opposite. Quite the opposite? Li Changsheng showed some doubts. Linglong Dai said, the strong have a way for the strong to grow, and the weak also have the way to survive. Although the education front yard adheres to the teaching method of teaching but not the class, each type of soul master is still somewhat different. Li Changsheng nodded, this teaching method is great. The weak should have a way for the weak to survive. To be with powerful people who wander on the edge of life and death all day is not to learn the strengths of genius, but to be a burden. Li Changsheng hates cumbersome the most. Encumber the dead. Right, yes, if you are in a class, you have to think about your title in the Yukian yard, preferably 4 characters. Also, a class of 3 people will also have a title. Similar to the Wandering Soul, the name of the division's team. Linglong Dice was still very excited about this, and added, like me, my title is Linglong Dice, and the name of my class team is Nobody in the Tomb. The tomb is the tomb of the tomb. No one in the tomb. This name. Okay, pretty domineering. Qin Master said from the side, I only have a title. I haven't joined the team yet. However, I am looking forward to teaming up with you. I have already figured out the name. While she was talking, she turned her gaze on Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng raised his hand, pointed at himself, surprised, me. Qin Master drew his long hair, and his dead mask seemed to have a smile. Yes, you can see that you are very strong. Moreover, I will also participate in the second and third assessments of the freshman assessment. Li Changsheng shrank his neck and did not answer. In this way, before arriving at Shrekyu's front yard, Li Changsheng knew a lot and many things from the mouth of Ling Long Dice and Qin Master. There are 3 entrance exams for freshmen. The first item is that Ascension's spirit power reaches level 10 within the specified time. Rely on your own strength to hunt down the forbidden soul beast forest, no less than 1 soul beast 400 years old, and attach a spirit ring to martial soul. Li Changsheng currently has 10th level spirit power, and the second martial soul Xuxian painting has attached a bonus spirit ring with the Ascension Year attribute. For the next assessment, just add a spirit ring to martial soul from the Book of Creation. After all, according to the God of Wisdom, his martial soul is the same no matter what kind of spirit ring he absorbs. The second item is to follow the upper grade team, perform a task, and evaluate it based on the score. The third item is the ranking battle, which is the sorting battle. Carry out special teaching and class. The 3 assessments are completed, even if it is a real enrollment. Simple, not simple. Li Changsheng gave such a pertinent evaluation. As for Li Zishuo, he doesn't seem to need to participate in the first assessment. However, Ling Long Dai said that he might have to follow the senior team and watch the task process once. And to participate in the sorting battle. Probably it will be the real bottom. After all, in the past 6 days, his spirit power didn't seem to indicate much. By the time of the divisional battle, he might still be a spirit warrior without a spirit ring. After more than 2 hours, the carriage came to a halt slowly. Through the window, Li Changsheng opened his mouth wide and looked at the distant scene in shock. Where is this? What is in the sky? Even Li Changsheng said so shockedly. Chapter 31. At this time, Li Changsheng and the others are on a bordering mountain, and the carriage is walking on a mountain road that has been opened separately. On the distant sky, in the nearby Col, Li Changsheng saw a building he had never heard of. On the firmament, a huge star-like building floats in the air, like a steel fortress. The whole black building is spherical, and a lot of them grow out of it. There are many big things like cannon barrels. Around the steel fortress there are dozens of them. The Optimus Pillar, surrounded by the mighty destruction and raging soul power. Li Zishuo was also lying at the window, staring blankly at the building suspended in the sky. Under the Col, there seems to be the city where Shrekyu's front yard is located. It is a large city surrounded by mountains, with an endless stream of people and numerous large buildings. On the side, Ling Long Dice also looked at the top of the sky. Look through the window. She said with a slight stagnant tone, that is the combined Soul Guide's Hishan fortress built by the Sun Moon Empire. According to the classification of the Soul Guide, this aerial fortress is infinitely close to the 10th level of the Soul Guide. Even if it is a title. Douluo, with this class of soul guidance device, it's not much better than bubbles. Is it possible that the Sun Moon Empire will go to war? Li Zishuo said madly. He had never seen such a huge soul guidance device. Go to war? No, this Hishan fortress was transported thousands of years ago when the Sun Moon continent started the war, and it has been damaged. Damage? Li Changsheng asked, why is it still floating in the sky? The fortress in the sky. Li Changsheng was about to scold his mother. Has the Douluo continent developed so fast in 10,000 years? No, the Sun Moon Empire is the Sun Moon continent. But this is equally shocking. It was Chi-Ju-Chin Master who answered him. She said, in fact, it is not damaged, but the Sun Moon Empire does not have so many tidal Douluos opened. As for why they are floating in the air, look at those dozens of black Optimus Primes, they are soul power. The converter can charge the air fortress. After the defeat of the Sun Moon Empire, the number of soul masters in the original country has been drastically reduced. Although the soul guide is powerful, the stronger the soul guide, the more powerful a soul master is needed to exert its true power. The fortress is a combination of multiple 9th-level soul guides. To open it, you probably need more than 10 tidal Douluo. According to the teacher, at least one ultimate Douluo is needed. Li Changshen was slightly shocked again. And along the mountain road, they began to walk down. Walk towards the city where Shrekyu's front yard is located. It is worth mentioning that not all of the city surrounded by mountains is Yukianyuan. After all, it is only a junior spirit master academy. Probably the real area is half the city. Again, the name of this city is to be a two-part city. Very strange name. But the meaning is equivalent. 2 points between the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire. The adjacent Mingdu mountain range is considered the occupied area of the Star Luo Empire. On the other side, the Zhishan fortress of the Sun Moon Empire also showed its reputation. The two-way city built in the mountains surrounded by mountains has only opened a gate in the east, and to reach this gate, one needs to walk on the mountain road. It can be said to be truly safe, with natural barriers and man-made barriers all reinforced. And the most important thing is that building a city here does not need to pay taxes to any empire. After all, the two places, the two do not matter. Soon, the horse-drawn carriage convoy came to the gate. Did not stop, but drove directly into the 2-point city. 2-point city, 2 points inside, the outside is the city for life, and the inside is Shrekyu's front yard. Ordinary people can't enter the forecourt. Before and after the carriage, mightily came to the last gate into the Yukian yard. Once here, the number of vendors and the like is much less, and it is much deserted. The carriage stopped. Okay, let's go down. Linglong Dice first stood up, moved his body a little, and jumped directly out of the carriage. Then there are Chi-Ju-Chin Master, Li Changshen, and Li Zishuo. At the gate of the city, it was empty, not even a single person, and the empty front street, except for Li Changshen and his party, not even a ghost. Don't look at it, you still need to prepare before entering the Yukianyuan. Chi-Ju-Chin Master standing on the side looked at Li Changshen who was looking around, and then said, "Still prepared? Really troublesome." Li Changshen curled his lips. Goofy Bay got off the first carriage. Li Changshen looked at it with a probe. Without those two graceful women, it seemed that they were still in the carriage. Well, this is not important. Soon, the two Chi-Ju-Chin masters walked to one side. Li Changshen and other freshmen lined up again, looking at the lazy middle-aged Goofy Bay. There seems to be a big ascension. The keen perception is useful at this time. Just stand still. Li Changshen could feel that the spirit power leaked by the children around him has a certain degree of ascension, and the magnitude is not small, half a level. It is indeed a genius who dares to come and deliver food. This is to be sure that he can reach the limit of a soul man in 15 days, a 10th level of soul power. Actually, it's not 15 days, right? Counting the close to 7 days, there should be 21 or 12 days. But then, Goofy Bay's words made Li Changshen stunned again. Goofy Bay glanced at the people lazily, without any greetings, and pointed to the problem. In 6 days, you have ascension of the soul power? You want to pass the test just like that? Everyone was silent. The children are very shy. I am afraid that even if Goofy curses a few words, they can only bow their heads and shrink their heads. Soon, Goofy Bay greeted the centrifugal killing mirror standing beside him. The centrifugal killing mirror stepped forward and moved smoothly. It seemed that he was already familiar with this kind of thing. He also didn't have the habit of talking gossip, and directly touched the storage soul guide with his palm. In an instant, several white masks appeared on his palm. When you enter the Yukianyuan, everyone must not show their true colors. The specific reason must have been explained on the road. Have you talked about it? Li Changsheng glanced at the exquisite dice standing with Chiju Qin Master. The other person's gaze also looked here, although she couldn't see her expression clearly, but she seemed to take a few steps back slightly. The centrifugal killing mirror continued, there are also respective titles. Register here later. The so-called titles have already been mentioned. When you enter the Yukianyuan, your previous names will be sealed for 6 years. As for the reason, you should also talk about it. Pass. Li Changsheng was even more speechless. Well, he only knows that this is the rule of the Yukianyuan. After receiving the mask, enter the soul power tide room. After that, the eccentric killing mirror greeted the two people around him. As for Linglong Dice and Chiju Qin Master, they directly stepped aside. To be precise, they came to Li Changsheng's side. Oh, I forgot to say this. As soon as he got here, Linglong Dai said angrily. Li Changsheng sighed and didn't care too much. Lined up. Soon, I came to Li Changsheng's side. Of course, it was Li Zishuo who was standing in front of him. First handed to the centrifugal killing mirror own martial soul to prove that Li Zishuo picked up the mask that was handed over, and at the same time got a piece of paper. The children in front of them all filled in very quickly. They were told these rules when they were probably on the road, so they thought about it early. As for Li Changsheng and Li Zishuo, I'm sorry, Linglong Dai said that this will only happen after entering the academy. It may be information deviation. But Li Changsheng is more inclined to IQ deviation. The most damn it is that neither of them mentions it. Li Changsheng looked at the title written by Li Zishuo. I have no regrets. Exquisite chessboard martial soul, play chess without regrets. Art. Li Changsheng became more interested in his offspring along the way. Very smart, just a bit shy to people, not very talented, but I work hard. The centrifugal killing mirror looked at Li Zishuo's personal information, and after he had filled it out, he said, Lu Zi has no regrets, you also enter the soul power tide room cultivation. Although you are exempt from the test, your soul power is too low and requires ascension. The tone of this centrifugal killing mirror is very cold, it is better to say that he has always spoken with a cold tone. It's not that you can't get used to Li Zishuo, who is exempt from the test. After all, in the Yukianyuan, the true geniuses have their cultivation methods and ordinary geniuses, so try to graduate alive. Okay, senior. Li Zishuo nodded. Although he doesn't know what the soul power tide room is, it should be a place where the speed of ascension cultivation can be achieved, right? Soon, I arrived at Li Changsheng. On the contrary, Chiju Qin Master came over alone, staring at the piece of paper that Li Changsheng had taken with his sky-blue ethereal eyes. The centrifugal killing mirror on the side was surprised and said, innate full of soul power. Li Changsheng looked at the cold mask in front of him and nodded, yeah. Martial Soul Book. Brother, what is your book, Martial Soul? He carefully examined Li Changsheng's martial soul information, hesitated for a while, or chose to ask. Control the martial soul. For the specific situation, after attaching the spirit ring, if the seniors have time, we can discuss it. Li Changsheng held his pen, wrote 4 words on the paper, and said with a smile. Then you have to hurry up, I will go to the Shrek Academy this month. He took the paper filled out by Li Changsheng and handed over the mask. Chiju Qin Master, who was watching quietly, asked, does the title you take have any meaning? Li Changsheng was taken aback when he heard the words, then shook his head, it doesn't make much sense. If you have to say it, commemorate someone. Then, I'm leaving now. Except for Li Changsheng, everyone else put on masks and walked towards the gate of the city. Li Changsheng mentioned to Qi Juqin Master, put on the mask casually, and turned halfway. Ah. Okay, see you later. Actually, it's okay if you don't enter the soul power tide room. Her blue eyes blinked, very beautiful. I don't worry about Li Zishuo. I'll see you later. Li Changsheng under the mask let out a soft voice. Okay then. Li Changsheng turned around and ran towards there. Qi Juqin Master stood behind, staring at Li Changsheng's back. His sky-blue eyes were condensed into a film, reflecting Li Changsheng's running back. His fuchsia lips moved slightly. Want to see the moon? What? Chapter 32 Soul Power Tide Room. Li Changsheng followed the team and passed through the city gate to formally enter the Shrek Education front yard. Although it looks coldly clear outside, the inside of the academy reveals a sense of tranquility and elegance. The environment is exceptionally beautiful, with shades of green trees and intertwined forest trails. On both sides of the road, there are various kinds of carefully trimmed vegetation, and there are so many types that even Li Changsheng is dumbfounded. For a while, it seemed to have come to the deep world of plants. Go straight into the city gate. A tall statue carved from granite blocked the vision from afar. The statue engraved on the statue is a middle-aged man. His posture is very dignified. Even the eyes of the stone carving can reveal the elegant and easygoing atmosphere. He is holding a stone book in his hand, and you can see that the surface of the book is carved with a few big words. 10 core competencies of martial soul. Is this a statue of Yu Xiaogang? Li Changsheng suddenly felt a sense of chaotic time and space. If it were to erect a statue of Jade Xiaogang in Shrek Academy, it would be plausible, but this education front yard, this academy that was only established thousands of years ago, what is the intention of erecting his statue? Moreover, looking sideways, there was only a statue of Yu Xiaogang on the long avenue. Li Changsheng had doubts about this. The centrifugal killing mirror, who was leading the way, stopped when he came to the statue. He turned around, looked around at the crowd, and asked people including Li Changsheng and others very solemnly, "Do you know who the statue is carved from?" A child raised his hand and replied very excitedly, "Yu Xiaogang. He is the teacher of the ancestor of Tang San. He is a master who put forward the 10 core competitiveness theories in the martial soul world. Worthy of being a person from Soul City. I heard from my father that Yu Xiaogang is very powerful. The 7 Shrek monsters he taught are all legendary characters." Li Zishuo was also very excited, clenching his hands. Li Changsheng nodded, that's pretty awesome. Don't evaluate anything. The centrifugal killing mirror nodded, and couldn't tell whether he was satisfied or dissatisfied. Anyway, the whole person's atmosphere was coldly, full of oppression. That's correct, but it's not complete. You know, why erect a statue for him in the Yukian yard? This time he did not wait for someone to answer, but continued to speak. Because, the teaching system of our Yukian Yuan is completely reproduced by this master Yu Xiaogang. What the hell? I thought there was a very special reason. Li Changsheng suddenly became bored. And then, centrifugal killing mirror talked for a while. Li Changsheng suddenly discovered that these people seemed to admire Yu Xiaogang in particular, and even vaguely revealed the feeling of worship. Perhaps as the centrifugal killing mirror said, the re-engraving of Yu Xiaogang's teaching system allowed them to reach this level of spirit power at a young age, so they revealed their worship. Li Changsheng curled his lips. What is Yu Xiaogang's teaching method? Punishment for running? Team up to fight in the arena of souls? Participate in the continental soul fight? In his memory, he remembered these things. Maybe there are still, but Li Changsheng would only refer to his limited memory. Of course, the tempering of Xingxing is the most important. This is undeniable. Yu Xiaogang did a good job, and he was commendable for successfully cultivating Tang San's houseman. Tang Clan. Soon, the centrifugal killing mirror led them towards the academy. In the college, there are towering trees growing everywhere. At the same time, beside a small path they passed by, a truly intertwined dense forest, a forest of unknown extent, appeared in front of them. Around the entrance, there are many similar to the soul guide. The thing of the device, as a railing, is blocking something. The centrifugal killing mirror that was walking in front opened his mouth again. He pointed to the forest with a solemn tone. There is a simulation zone of the Douluo forest created based on the terrain. There are a large number of 100-year-old or even 1000-year-old soul beasts. There will also be the place where you will enter for the assessment of new students. Simulated Douluo forest? Li Changsheng couldn't help using his own purple magic pupil. The sharp eyes pierced like a falcon. He can vaguely feel that in the forest, there are many different spirit power auras beating. Some hover in the trees. Some curled up in the hole. Some grow on the ground. Some jumped in the undercurrent surging river water. After passing through this forest, under the leadership of the centrifugal killing mirror, they came to the vicinity of a teaching building. There are not many teaching buildings here, but there are many small yards built next to it. The teaching building is for soul masters who want to learn the knowledge of the soul guide. We have recruited coaching teachers from the Sun Moon Empire in our education front yard to open classes for students who want to learn. And these independent small yards are the classrooms for each class. When passing by, Li Changsheng was able to see the small courtyard up close. It's small enough to hold dozens of people, but for a front yard with only 3 people in a class, it's already very spacious. Continue to go deeper. At this time, a child walking near the centrifugal killing mirror asked, "Senior, why didn't you see the other seniors in the Yuqianyuan?" Indeed, along the way, with the exception of a few people who were cutting flowers and plants passing by, that is, people dressed like teachers hurriedly passed by, and there were no students at all. The difference between the two is also very simple. Only students wear masks. The centrifugal killing mirror didn't look back, and simply replied, "They all followed the teacher to go out for cultivation, or took some commission tasks from the residents of the 2 cities to complete the tasks." Teaching method system. It can be known through the words of the centrifugal killing mirror. Soon after, they came to a huge building. Similar to the Hall of Poseidon Awakening, but without the sense of sacred. However, as soon as he approached, Li Changsheng's keen perception was aware of it. What a strong sense of oppression. What's in this building? Because he is at the end of the team, there is still a long distance from the building in front of him, but in this way, he can still feel the strong sense of oppression that is constantly released in this building. Seemingly for a while, Li Changsheng thought of the 8th level soul guide ring in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, with the soul bone essence core embedded in it. Li Changsheng was just surprised, and the faces of the other children were pale and pale. The centrifugal killing mirror did not stop, and continued to move forward. Li Zishuo's footsteps were slightly heavy. Originally, he was walking in front of Li Changsheng, but at this time he fell. Along with the constant speed, Li Changsheng walked from the back to the front with no more than a blink of an eye. The other children moved like a tortoise. Li Changsheng's footsteps were relaxed, and the coercion dissipated a little bit from him. This doesn't seem to be all the coercion, but it's just adjusted to the extent of adapting to their age. The centrifugal killing mirror stared at Li Changsheng in a little surprise, and tentatively asked, "Want to see the moon?" He did not say Li Changsheng's name. Li Changsheng nodded. At the same time, the centrifugal killing mirror and the 2 guys beside him who had been silent, tearing the terrifying claws and the iron armor and shields also stopped. Only Li Changsheng followed. The other people either stopped a few meters from the door, or were like Li Zishuo, separated by more than 10 meters. The centrifugal killing mirror said, This is the soul power tide room. Although you are still young, you just awakened martial soul, but you should also know that soul master cultivation depends on meditation. His voice hasn't fallen yet. Li Zishuo, who was staying at the back, suddenly burst into a wave of spirit power. A hint of shock flashed across Li Zishuo's pale little face, and then he shouted very excitedly, "I suddenly broke through." The centrifugal killing mirror took a look and nodded. It seemed that he found a place for a brief introduction. He then pointed to Li Zishuo, "Look, Lao Shiwogui is the best interpretation. Under the pressure of meditation, you can speed up the cultivation. Step by step, when you can enter this hall, you will be at the peak of the soul warrior." Afterwards, he didn't introduce too much, and glanced at Li Changshen, "You follow us in." When the voice fell, he pushed open the hall door, and the pressure instantly increased. Some of the children who were still standing were suddenly blown down by this hurricane-like pressure. But the centrifugal killing mirror was not taken care of. He has said so clearly, if he still doesn't know how to hurry up and cultivate, then hurry up and get out. But when Li Changsheng formally stepped into the hall, he realized that there were already many children in it, who were of the same age as those outside. Probably what Ling Long Dice talked about before, kids from other places. There are not many, only more than 10. However, as Li Changsheng entered the hall next step, the sign-in and clock-in system that hadn't sounded for a long time suddenly rang. Sign-in location, Shrek U forecourt. Sign-in result, sign-in was successful. Completion, 100%. Reward, stacked together with the next sign-in. The reward is doubled. The mysterious reward is added. Next check-in location, Shrek Academy. Time limit, 6 years later. Reward stacking. Haha. Actually, I didn't think about what to reward. It's too difficult to control things all by one's brains. Let's stack together. Chapter 33 Simplified Xian Tiangong. In the entire Great Hall, there are only about a dozen children. At the same time, it can be clearly felt that in this Great Hall, there is an extremely terrifying and chaotic coercion. Li Changsheng thought for a moment. He didn't know exactly what effect coercion could bring to the Soul Master's meditation, but, completely exposed to such coercion, his own willpower was the swiftness of ascension. While walking forward, the centrifugal killing mirror touched the storage soul guide. Then, a brand new book bound into a volume suddenly appeared in his hands. He turned around and handed this brand new book to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng froze for a moment, and subconsciously took it. Meditation Practice Manual. Li Changsheng said with a weird expression the bronzing characters marked in the booklet. The voice of the centrifugal killing mirror also sounded, "This is the meditation method used by our students in the pre-education yard." The legend is that more than 2,000 years ago, a teacher from Tang Clan, adapted from Tang Clan's Secret Mystery. Come, suitable for low-level spirit masters to accelerate the cultivation and condense your own spirit power. You are innate full of spirit power, but don't waste a few days, just condense your own spirit power. Li Changshen's mind moved slightly, and then opened the meditation cultivation manual. The beginning and the end will be completed in a few moments. There are not many words, but the words are jewels, and they are expounded in words that can be easily understood by children. How? Can you understand? If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. You can also ask them both. The centrifugal killing mirror waited for Li Changsheng to close the booklet before inquiring. Li Changsheng nodded, "I have also read the meditation method. If you encounter something you don't understand, you really have to ask 3 seniors." Li Changsheng smiled slightly, just a little frivolous, his tone was serious. "Fortunately, it is covered by a mask." The centrifugal killing mirror nodded, "For geniuses, the Yukian yard has always been resource-oriented. If your innate spirit power is only 9th level, I won't take care of you like this. When he said this, he had a coldly tone, not at all like the feeling that a 12-year-old child should have. But also, in this world, some 12-year-old guys are already married. It should be. Li Changshen nodded, and he agreed with this point. Effort may be useful. But sometimes, too much effort is really useful, then there will be no losers in the world. Then you find a place to meditate in meditation. This may be the only absolutely quiet place in the Yukianyuan. With such a sorrowful tone, the centrifugal killing mirror left. Watching them leave with the centrifugal killing mirror, Li Changsheng set his sights on the other people in this great hall. There are males and females, all of them are children, but each of them closed their eyes and rested, in a meditation state, with their lotus position on the ground, their bodies straight, and very solemn and solemn. There are traces of spirit power fluctuations flowing on their bodies. It seems that they have just broken through soon, and they have reached the level of the peak of the spirit warrior. Because they all wear white masks, no one knows anyone. Only men and women with long and short hair can be distinguished. Li Changsheng found a corner, lotus position, and took a seat. The entire great hall is full of powerful and terrifying coercion. When Li Changshen's purple magic pupil was in motion, the entangled purple followed the lines that existed in the air, and he discovered a very strange thing. These seemingly soul beasts' coercion came from the walls of this great hall. Could it be that when this great hall was built, a soul master cast the soul bone directly into it? This possibility is not ruled out, of course. Li Changsheng just guessed a little. It is not important. After all, what Shrekyu Front Yard says is that it is also an academy that has existed in the mainland for nearly 3,000 years. With such a handwriting, it also makes sense. Take out the meditation practice manual given to him by the centrifugal killing mirror. God of wisdom, how do I feel that the meditation method in the Book of Cultivation is really faster than the ascension of Xiantian Gong? After reading for a while, Li Changshen used the spirit power according to the meridians, which is the foundation of the mysterious art. This water is like soul power. Xiantian Gong emphasizes a long history, broad and profound. In contrast, the adapted meditation method in this booklet emphasizes breakthrough in one fell swoop, maintaining one's own soul power at a strong output node. The faster the compression, the faster the soul power ascension. Li Changshen wanted to compliment, the adapter is definitely a wizard. Soon, the God of Wisdom gave the answer. Tell. Compared with Xiantian Gong, this meditation method has obvious cultivation speed ascension, but it has serious disadvantages. Moreover, according to calculations, the person who adapted this meditation method should have seen Tang San cultivation with his own eyes before he could adapt this Xiantian Gong. According to calculations, the Xiantian Gong handed down by Tang clan today is actually a reduced version, and the Xiantian Gong you take is the full version. The adapted version of Xiantian Gong has major drawbacks, so cultivation is not recommended. When the lotus position was on the ground, Li Changshen listened to the words of the God of Wisdom. His mind was shocked, and even the Xiantian Gong route that had just started to stop stopped. Impossible, right? The eccentric killing mirror said, this was adapted by a spirit master 2,000 years ago. At that time, Tang San had left the mainland for more than 8,000 years. How did he observe it? And, you mean, Tang Santang privately? Ns. Tell. Maybe someone else has cultivated to the third level in Tang dynasty. Tell. It's not Tang Santang's private, presumed to be a mistake for later generations. So that's it? What's the disadvantage of the cultivation book? Li Changsheng asked smoothly. Tell. Unknown. Presumably, it may die. FK me, are you kidding me? Li Changshen almost didn't stand up directly when he heard the word don't look at his eyes. Tell. Joke. Means, thinking creatures, for a lively atmosphere, highlighting the words spoken by themselves. The God of wisdom is not human, so no joke. Just speculation. Li Changsheng felt chilled. Yes, the God of wisdom is all-knowing and omnipotent, no joke, then it is definitely not talking about playing, or deceiving on. He picked up the meditation cultivation manual, looked at the words Uji, and fell into deep thought. Cultivation will die? What's the meaning? Li Changsheng couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. He simply didn't think about it, closed his eyes, and cultivated the complete mysterious power he had obtained. The long-established soul power drew the whole body, and Li Changsheng suddenly realized the deep meditation. During this period of time, even if he does not need the parallel calculation of the God of wisdom, he can reach a state of deep meditation within a certain period of time. In this way, Li Changsheng began his cultivation for several days. The entire Great Hall is very quiet, and the needle drop can be heard. During the period of cultivation, special college staff will deliver meals every day, but the people staying in this Great Hall don't even talk to each other. Cultivation. After several days of cultivation, Li Changsheng also knew why these children were so urgent. Cultivation here can really speed up the consolidation of soul power. At the same time, Li Changsheng saw that there seemed to be all the children who were cultivating in the Great Hall. According to the God of Wisdom, after cultivation, they would die after cultivation. And they are all very serious cultivation. In the next few days, finally, a child from Seoul City entered the Great Hall. It seemed that he was outside, sleeping in the air for a long time, working hard and reaching the peak of the Soul Warrior in one fell swoop. Li Zishuo's progress also seemed to be great. When taking the food, Li Changsheng felt it from a distance. Based on the fluctuations in his spirit power, it was speculated that Li Zishuo's spirit power had reached an 8th level. In this way, 7 days passed. Li Changsheng's spirit power did not break through again, but it also reached the peak of 4th level, mainly because Li Changsheng had condensed his own spirit power in the past few days. He didn't put all his mind on breakthrough. Breakthrough is too fast, and it is not all beneficial to oneself. However, in the last few days, Li Changsheng finally got in touch with a little sister with his own damn charm. I heard a lot of information from her. For example, she is from the Dueling Empire and is an aristocrat. Her spirit power is the same as Li Changsheng's spirit power. She came to the front yard about 3 days earlier than Li Changsheng. After coming here, she also got a meditation cultivation manual. After reading the manual, Ascension quickly, she had already been full of soul power in innate, and had a hunch that after obtaining the first soul ring, her soul power would increase at least a 3rd level. And she said that own goal is the first place in the entrance examination. Li Changsheng did not ask what her martial soul was and what her weakness was. Of course, Li Changsheng believes? With his damn temperament, if you ask, you can definitely ask. However, as a 10,000-year-old genius, Li Changsheng disdains to do such nasty things. In short, he is not a lowly control. As Li Changsheng had thought before, the journey is also considered cultivation time. Li Changsheng's situation suddenly, if Li Zishuo were not exempted from the test, he would really be over. Linglong dice. Qiju Qin Master. The two girls are so harmful. On the last day, Li Zishuo still did not enter the Great Hall. It was even said that when Li Changsheng and the others approached 30 people and walked out of the Great Hall entrance, there was only Li Zishuo outside. A lonely person sitting on the ground, eyes closed, meditation cultivation. The lead white face was filled with the word effort. His spirit power reached the 9th level early stage. From the 6th level of awakening martial soul to the current 9th level, it was only half a month that he had ascensioned so much, and he was forced to meditation. Li Changsheng felt a little bit overwhelmed. You seem to be too relaxed. Or is this Li Zishuo trying to cultivate? At this time, Li Changsheng couldn't help but deeply doubt what he said before, if you work hard, there will be no failure in the world. He wanted to help his descendants a long time ago. He felt that Li Zishuo was very interesting. Well, very interesting. Li Changsheng had no choice. When he came, he didn't have time to transfer power, and the future generations had many eyes and it was not good to transfer power. But this time he was going to teach Li Zishuo the complete Xiantian technique. You can take a day off today, and then enter the simulated Star-Do forest tomorrow to hunt the soul beasts. Strive for a plot in the next chapter. I feel I will break my promise. Probably break his promise. Broke my promise. I think a lot, I'm buried in the pit now. This chapter has it. Daken. Daken. Pit. Chapter 34 Simulated Star-Do Forest Zone. Finally done. A room for freshmen to rest. Li Changsheng slowly recovered the internal energy of the mysterious heavenly power he released. There were already beads of sweat on his forehead, and the mark on the eyebrows was dimmed a little bit, without the feeling of killing intent Ling ran before. Li Zishuo, sitting down looking at the lotus position, running Xiantian Gong. Li Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Just now, he took advantage of his leisure time and under the guidance of the God of Wisdom, he opened up a path of cultivation for Li Zishuo's Xiantian art, and at the same time taught him the method of heart, and pointed out with a slightly straightforward word, Xiantian art has a body. The method of cultivator practice. Although he doesn't understand it very well, with the presence of the God of Wisdom, everything is not a problem. Li Changsheng is not a stingy person. In his opinion, a genius is a genius. Under the same opportunity, he can definitely surpass others. If not, he cannot be called a true genius. Xiantian Gong is very powerful, mobilizing one's own soul power, reaching a state of meditation that is near the extreme, and even communicating between meridians and Danshan. I am afraid that even if you get a world of entraining qi into the body, it is also a good cultivation technique. Li Zishuo is still in cultivation and has entered a deep meditation state. Li Changsheng turned around and realized that it was almost late at night. He did not disturb Li Zishuo, turned around, and returned to the own room. After a few days of meditation cultivation, Li Changsheng's own ascension didn't go fast. He stayed in the room, sitting in the lotus position, almost instantly entering a deep meditation state. No words for a night. The next day, early morning. When a dazzling beating spot appeared in the distant mountains, Li Changsheng stopped meditation early, came to the window, and stared at the endless rushing air in the distant sky. Pouring into his eyes one after another, transforming into wisps of purple halo. The cultivation of the purple magic pupil made Li Changsheng's eyes evolve to an exaggeration. But it is far from enough. Driven by the God of Wisdom, the purple magic pupil can even manipulate the human heart. And Li Changsheng is just for observation. A quarter of an hour later, until the sun bursting out of the sky in the distance, came down on the earth, and Li Changsheng withdrew his gaze slightly reluctantly. Prepared for a while, and then walked out the door. Just went out. Li Changsheng met a person. Qi Juqin Master. She was standing at the door, seeming to have been waiting here early. Li Changsheng was taken aback, his brow furrowed under the mask. Something. Qi Juqin Master didn't speak, and with a light stroke of his palm on his white and translucent wrist, he took out a dagger from the storage soul guide and handed it to Li Changsheng. This is. Li Changsheng took the short sword. A touch of coldness at the beginning, the short sword has not been drawn out, but it can feel a touch of sharpness, and at the same time, it also damaged a touch of spirit power fluctuations. Don't die. Qi Juqin Master said something inexplicable, and then stepped on brisk footsteps and walked out of the side aisle. Li Changsheng felt inexplicable. At the same time, he discovered that Kijulu silver-white hair is not spread out today, but is tied up with two twists, tied with lavender silk rope, and leaping with his footsteps, it is absolutely beautiful. This seems to be a soul guidance device. Li Changshen has seen the 10th level soul guidance hand pierced, and he has a certain understanding of offensive soul guidance devices. Immediately, he injected his own soul power. Pouch! The air pierced, and a series of bird-like chirps sounded instantly. At the same time, the air suddenly became a little cold. On the handheld soul guidance device, a soaring ice bird with its wings spread out instantly took shape, traversing several arcs in the air. It seemed that there was no danger, and then it flew directly back into the short sword. Huh? What kind of soul guide is this? Seeing Li Zingxi, Li Changshen tried several more times. The soul power consumption does not seem to be very large. As for the attack power, the formed ice bird seemed to be wise, and would not attack when it did not find anything that would cause damage to Li Changshen. And just when Li Changshen was about to go out to gather the next door, in Li Zishuo's room, suddenly sounded an immature, extremely excited scream. Successful. 10th level spirit power. Yeah. Sounds like this were getting closer, and then the door opened. Li Changshen saw Li Zishuo, who was exhausted but extremely excited, and ran out all the way. He first ran straight to Li Changshen's room, and then discovered that Li Changshen was outside. Immediately, he rushed forward with a sprint, actually kneeling directly on one knee, looking up at Li Changshen. His pale face was agitated again. He hugged Li Changshen's leg and rubbed it with his small face. "Dage, I really admire you." Li Changshen was stunned. Yes, he was completely stunned. It's not because the other party broke through so quickly and was stunned. Instead, he was bluffed by Li Zishuo's sudden move. The cultivation speed of the Soul Master of the Soul Master level is very fast, and coupled with the special method, the cultivation is even more effective. That's right, when Li Changshen opened up meridians for Li Zishuo, he used the few blood chi stored in the Nightmare Gun to assist him in ascension a lot. Li Zishuo is wise and intelligent, but his talent is slightly insufficient. Li Changshen's help to Li Zishuo is not simply because he is a descendant of On. At the same time, he feels that Li Zishuo is very kind, and he helps him if he wants to help. This is enough. Isn't this a beautiful scenery on the road to cultivation? Okay, get up, and worship me more in the future. Li Changshen pulled Li Zishuo up, and looked at his immature and innocent face without a mask. Li Changshen also showed a smile. He jokingly said, "This kneeling, isn't it what your father taught, right?" Li Zishuo straightened up, froze for a moment, and then squeezed his fingers, and said a little embarrassingly, "Actually, it was the stage where the old ancestor of Tang San was apprentice." Although Li Zishuo didn't know much, he certainly knew that with the help of Li Changshen, he made his breakthrough to realm. Only a few days? His level has reached this level. Of course he admires Li Changshen from the bottom of his heart. He swears that he must protect Dage. Dage. Li Changshen smiled and shook his head. Indeed, Tang San's growth process has been sung as a classic in these 10,000 years, and there are not a few things similar to storytelling. Well, now we can hunt the soul beasts together, and it is considered as a caregiver. Hurry up and go, if you miss the time, the breakfast will be gone. Okay. Li Zishuo nodded heavily. The excitement on his face was still very strong, and the trembling of his cheeks was faintly visible. Put on the mask. Putting away the soul guidance device that Chi-Ju Qin Master gave him, Li Changshen and Li Zishuo, who took back the mask, walked out together. Because they stayed in a dormitory building similar to Tongzilu, when they went downstairs, they could still meet a few people who were wearing different masks. After Li Changshen understood it, it was clear. According to the class, there are 4 kinds of masks in the front yard. The first to third grades are white masks. The 4th grade is a yellow mask with stamens. The 5th grade is a purple mask. Ordinary 6th graders have black masks. Like the centrifugal killing mirror, the 6th grader of Tianjiao can wear a mask at will. Although Qiju Qin Master is also a freshman like Li Changshen, she enjoys priority because she is a disciple of the former academy dean. Each of these senior students hurriedly went downstairs, and then left in a hurry. It was rare for anyone to communicate. This may have a lot to do with living in a dormitory with only one person. When Li Changshen and Li Zishuo arrived, the centrifugal killing mirror, including Qiju Qin Master, had already been waiting by the path. This time, Gu Fibei, the teacher who hadn't seen him for a long time, also came. By the way, there are no graceful young women. After Li Changshen and Li Zishuo explained the situation to Gu Fibei, after Gu Fibei confirmed, Li Zishuo was also allowed to enter the simulated Star Do forest to hunt the soul beasts and attach a soul ring to own martial soul. Gu Fibei didn't seem to be surprised that Li Zishuo's ascension was so fast. Indeed, the ascension speed of the Soul Master at the Soul Master stage is also very fast under normal cultivation conditions. There are more than 30 new students gathered for the assessment. This seems to be this batch of students, and it seems that some spirit masters will come here after a while. Under the leadership of Gu Fibei, Li Changshen and the others came to the area that simulated the Great Star Do Forest. When he got closer, Li Changshen really realized that his previous observations were a bit biased. Within the heavy soul guide railing, what is blocking is not a simple forest, but a terrible, terrifying, quiet, terrifying, and treacherous forest of man-eating people. Gu Fibei is very serious about assessing new students this time, and he said solemnly, "You can still choose to give up. Once you enter the simulated forest, life and death will fall. This may violate school regulations, but I still have to remind you, don't be too mind-blowing, just want to hunt down a soul beast yourself. That's an idiot's idea. You can team up, you can also rob other people's soul beasts, these are all okay, but the only thing is that you can't kill. Of course, it depends on your self-consciousness. But, having said that, Gu Fibei took out something similar to a sphere and presented it in front of everyone. Each of you can wear the Soul Power video recording device. Once one of you dies, we can recycle it and see if it was killed by the soul beast or by someone. But if you are found to be tortured and murdered examines, then sorry, your little head will be placed in front of the other party's tombstone. Afterwards, he distributed the wonderful soul guidance device to everyone. By the way, this thing can't be damaged, can't be thrown away, it must be recycled when it comes back. Whoever loses it, pay the fine by himself. Also, there is no specific time for the assessment. As long as you can get out of here alive, you can do it anytime, but it's better not to let me wait too long. Li Changshen listened from beginning to end. This Gu Fibei definitely came to make trouble. Instigate others, in addition to hunting soul beasts themselves, they can also grab the dying soul beasts that other people hunted. Of course, first of all, martial soul is similar, own martial soul can absorb dying soul beasts before it can be snatched. However, after Gu Fibei said so, the difficulty is absolutely ascension. Of course, it has nothing to do with Li Changshen, he just came to abuse food. After all, he is almost 10th level. Afterwards, they lined up to enter the simulated Star Forest zone. Not yet fully entered, at this time, a few fellow villagers formed a team. It was almost when Li Changshen and Li Zishuo entered. Aside, Qiju Qin Master came over again, and this time, she handed Li Changshen another piece of paper. Li Changshen glanced around and found that this was a map, marked on it, simulating the survival range of soul beasts in the Star Do Forest, as well as the year of the soul beast. "Why are you helping me?" Of course, Li Changshen would not ask such incomprehensible words. He nodded to Qiju Qin Master, as a thank you, although he may not be able to use this thing, but he is also grateful. When Qiju Qin Master went back, he still said the previous sentence, be alive. Released regularly. Update words. There should be a shift at around 12 noon. There is a watch at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. If you add more, focus on the afternoon and evening. It won't be changed in the morning. Chapter 35 The First Spirit Ring of the Book of Creation, 1. Pass through the guardrail of the Soul Guide and enter the interior of the simulated Star Forest Zone. Quiet and elegant, fresh and refined, the feeling of being close to nature immediately fills the whole body. Li Changshen, who was walking in it, took a few breaths abruptly and felt comfortable all over. After entering the simulated forest, at first, there was only one passable road. As it deepened, the surrounding trees became denser, and the mottled thorns and weeds grew even higher than Li Changshen and Li Zishuo combined. At the beginning, there were still a lot of examines walking together, and gradually, they dispersed in the simulated forest in teams. Li Zishuo followed Li Changshen. Ahead, Li Changshen took out the fine iron spear and opened the way as he walked. How should we hunt down soul beasts? Li Zishuo, who closely followed Li Changshen, couldn't conceal his inner excitement. Li Changshen thought for a moment. Stop in place. Take out the map that Qiju Qin Master gave him. There are exactly several areas marked on it, which are the areas where the 100-year level spirit beasts are active. Similarly, in some areas, there will be 1000-year level spirit beasts active. That is definitely a forbidden area. God, you can use parallel calculus. Follow me. But what do you think of your first spirit ring? He confirmed the direction, put away the map, stared at the sunlight revealed by the gap in the dense forest, and continued to open the road. What do you think? Li Zishuo scratched his head, a little puzzled. After all, he is just a child, and he hasn't studied martial soul knowledge systematically. Probably, he would just listen to his father say something on weekdays. Li Changshen did not look back, his eyes fixed on the thorns in front of him. This group of thorns is very big, more than 1 meter high, and the whole body is gray and dark, as if withered. But Li Changshen knew that the thorns in front of him were plant spirit beasts. This was not what he could see. There was some consumption when using the purple demon eye for a long time. But when he entered the simulated forest, Li Changshen let the God of Wisdom activate the ability of non-phase ring birth. Phaseless life can not only block the detection of other people's mental energy, but also release mental energy to achieve a radar effect, but the range is limited, mainly because Li Changshen is too weak. Putting his hand out, he used a fine iron spear to pick it forward fiercely, as if Kong Long raised his head. Suddenly a large cluster of thorns was uprooted, crackling, and then slammed to the ground again. In an instant, a group of entangled, white halo with wisps of feathers, from the thorns fading on the ground ascending. Spirit ring. Li Zishuo stretched out his finger, looked at the halo in front of him, and cried out with excitement. Li Changshen frowned, and then made a silent gesture to Li Zishuo. Yelling is easy to attract soul beasts, pay attention. Li Changshen's voice lowered. Now he is dealing with 10-year level spirit beasts, not like before, and he still needs the God of Wisdom. Even if it was an ordinary 100-year soul beast, he used a fine iron spear to find the opponent's weakness, and he could kill with one blow. However, there is also Li Zishuo next to him. If groups of soul beasts appear, he is afraid that it will be difficult to take care of Li Zishuo's safety. Li Zishuo blushed a little embarrassedly when he heard the words, nodded, pointed at the emerging spirit ring, and deliberately lowered his voice. Dage, you are so amazing. Actually killed a plant for 10 years with an ordinary iron gun. Level soul beast. Li Changshen just shook his head, and then continued on the road. Your martial soul is suitable for the control route, and my martial soul is also a control system. Therefore, we can find a soul beast with control attributes that is enough years old to kill. But you have to follow me, Don't leave me with a 5-step range around you. If there is a spirit ring suitable for you in a while, I will maim it first, and then you hold it and give the spirit beast the final blow. Li Changshen took out a sword of moderate length from the storage soul guide. Li Zishuo took the sword and swung it a few times. As he walked, he asked in confusion, "Dage, don't we release martial soul to guard against a sneak attack?" Li Changshen ignored the word Dage and held the fine iron gun in his hand, sweeping the surrounding bushes. "You don't need spirit power to maintain martial soul. It's not too late to release it when you encounter danger. Don't worry, you have time to react." "Oh." Li Zishuo nodded and chose to trust Li Changshen unconditionally, and then he followed Li Changshen honestly. The forest is very dense, and from time to time you can encounter some white bones and big trees that are broken in the middle. With the blessing of the God of Wisdom, Li Changshen and the two can easily choose the best route nearby. At the same time, on the way forward, Li Changshen and the others also encountered many 10-year level soul beasts, but these soul beasts are slightly visible. With a gentle feeling, he did not attack them. On the contrary, he watched Li Changshen leave. If the soul beast didn't make a move, Li Changshen couldn't do it, so he could concentrate on preparing to deal with the 100-year-old soul beast. He has a lot of methods, and killing a century-old soul beast is easy, but Li Changshen feels that there is no challenge, there is no ascension. He is ready to hone his marksmanship first, and strive to become like the God of Wisdom as soon as possible. Of course, this is guaranteed under absolute safety. After walking for about a few hours, Li Changshen and the others came to the area marked on the map. This road is really not easy, the forest is dense, the grass is thick, and the whole process depends on the Li Chang's growth spear to open the way. This gave Li Changshen inexplicably a sense of sight when he was a child in his previous life. There have been many 100-year soul beasts here. Lifted his eyes and glanced at the sky. At this location, a great battle between soul beasts took place. The big trees in a radius of more than 10 meters were all broken, and the young buds had just emerged soon. The sunset glow reddened the horizon, and the faintly fragmented cloud of fragments was rendered as if the sky had killed a big fish with blood and stripped its scales. Take a rest today, and start looking for soul beasts tomorrow. Although Li Changshen said so, he actually thought, according to the usual truth, if he made a fire in this area, he would definitely attract the attention of the soul beast, and maybe he could be hooked by a wisher. Of course, Li Changshen chose a very clever location. According to the map, their location is a buffer zone. Going forward is the life zone of the 100-year soul beast, and going backward is the place where the life of the 10-year soul beast is going. Li Changshen did not specifically seek refuge, but chose to rest on the spot, relying on the broken tree as his back, leaning against the rest, picked up some broken branches, and cleverly used the first spirit ability of the second martial soul Xuxian painting, 3000. Sumeri Yan only released a flurry of sparks and set fire to the wood. Is it dangerous to start a fire here? Li Zishuo leaned against a nearby wooden stake with some fear. Li Changshen shook his head, and his plan to lure the soul beasts came out. At the same time, he made Li Zishuo feel at ease that there would be no problems, and Li Zishuo had to rest in place. FK, no food. Li Changshen, who had just sat on the ground, suddenly remembered that he didn't bring food. Do you want to kill the soul beast as food? Moreover, I don't know how long it will take to find a soul beast suitable for the two of them. Dage, I have it here. At this time, Li Zishuo unexpectedly took out several burdens from his storage soul guide. Open the baggage, there are cakes in it, roasted jerky, some marinated side dishes, and a big kettle. Li Changshen took the food and said in amazement, do you still bring these when you go out? Li Zishuo scratched his head, my mother was afraid of being hungry on the road, so she asked me to bring some, but it was useless. Fortunately, I use it now, so I am not afraid to waste it. It is hard to imagine that, As the richest child of the Li family in Zhenhun village, he would bring his own food when he went out. Li Changshen was biting the cake, and suddenly there was an inexplicable sad mood in his heart. Li Zishuo also sat aside, rolled the pickles and dried meat in the cake, and ate it. After eating fairly full, sitting by the campfire, Li Changshen began to enter the meditation state, and the God of Wisdom automatically observed the surrounding situation, and Li Changshen could react instantly when there was a turmoil. At this time, he was not cultivating for anything else, mainly because he wanted to break through the soul power level. He was currently 10th level soul power away, which was considered a knock on the door. Li Zishuo was also persuaded by Li Changshen again and again, and carefully started the meditation of Xian Tiangong. In the forest, insects sang repeatedly, and there was a cold wind blowing in the forest. As it approached midnight, the burning bonfire was gradually extinguished, leaving only the last few sparks. The moonlight was thrown on the ground, and the ground was covered with silver and shiny. Li Changshen opened his eyes abruptly, a hint of purple whistling, mighty. He glanced around, and then noticed 100 meters away from them. In the dark, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. Then he continued to close his eyes and cultivate. As far as he could see, a pair of shining eyes could be seen in the leaves, and in the direction of the wind, an unpleasant blood could be faintly smelled. A quarter of an hour later, the bonfire sparks went out. Li Changshen's whole body was shocked, and his spirit power officially broke through to 10th level, and his body burst out with a strong and mighty spirit power. At the same time, when he lifted his left hand, a round of yellow century-old spirit ring reverberated on his body, and the black space around him instantly changed. Become a world of fiery sea. Li Zishuoten in meditation felt extremely hot. When he opened his eyes, he found that On was in a world of flames. The most terrifying thing was that in the distance, a group of mighty wolves also stepped into this space. Li Changshen had already stood up, looking at the group of stupid soul beasts that had rushed into the range of 3,000 Sumeri yen. A pack of wolves. Time to go back just now. When Li Changshen was in cultivation, he suddenly heard the advice of the God of Wisdom. 100 meters away, a group of hard-bone wolves approached, observing the two of Li Changshen. The headed one is a 100-year-old hard-bone wolf. Wolves, especially packs of wolves, will observe the enemy's movements and weaknesses in areas where the enemy is difficult to find under the leadership of the Wolf King. Obviously, these bony wolves were attracted by the bonfire, and at the same time, they were very cautious in observing the movements of Li Changshen and Li Changshen from a distance of 100 meters. Li Changshen didn't care either. 100 meters was enough for him to react. Therefore, as the wolves watched, Li Changshen was at ease to cultivate. When the bonfire went out, the Bone Wolf King seemed to have made up his mind and launched an attack. Li Changshen also got the message in an instant. When the wolves were advancing, he took advantage of the situation to activate the second martial soul's first spirit ability, 3,000 Sumeri yen, to let the wolves step into the sea of fire and be controlled. What? You said Li Changshen wanted to hone his marksmanship? Just kidding, a pack of wolves, a hard-bone wolf king of more than 400 years, led dozens of hard-bone wolves for 10 years. Li Changshen may not die, but Li Zishuo will undoubtedly die. Who cares so much? Li Changshen, who has lived for so long, knows one thing best. The face is useless. There is no face and no skin, and I live freely and drippingly. Chapter 36 The First Spirit Ring of the Book of Creation, 2. The endless flowing magma exudes terrifying air waves. In Li Zishuo's eyes, the atmosphere of Li Changshen's whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. After more than 10 days of contact, in his opinion, Li Changshen is a good gauge far beyond his peers. Although most of them are silent on weekdays, his smart and keen eyes have been observing the surroundings, and there is a great sense of mysteriousness. The wonderful cultivation meditation taught to him, as well as those strange footwork, eyesight, and techniques. All these shocked Li Zishuo. Although he had not used it specifically, as long as he listened to the introduction, it would be clear that what Li Changsheng taught him was definitely not a common product. Now, Li Changsheng's whole personality has changed again. A frame of flames covering the sky and the sun covered the entire sky and the earth, and endless flames emerged from the ground, falling from the sky like a meteorite, and smashed into the bony wolves besieged by magma. The bony wolves were wrapped in flames and smashed down by the meteorite like fireball, but they didn't make a mess. Instead, they hit the fireball with their own body and continued to rush towards Li Changsheng under the leadership of the Bone Wolf King. There was a world of fiery sea all around, and the original forest had long since disappeared. The world of broken flames shook violently. See this scene. Li Changsheng crossed his eyebrows with one hand. In an instant, the Jingyi gunsling first smashed the dimensional wall with the tip of the gun, and then, accompanied by the surging black energy and rioting blood, the slender gun body also appeared. Li Changsheng grasped it. He looked back and sat on the ground, Li Zishuo completely dumbfounded. He smiled slightly and pointed at the wolves with the trembling spear. I'm optimistic. Li Zishuo was taken aback. He was a little unsure at first, but when he saw the purple light in Li Changsheng's eyes, the purple light became more and more prosperous. Li Changsheng was instructing him, instructing the weird steps and magical eye exercises that he had taught him. Li Zishuo opened his mouth wide, staring at Li Changsheng, who was drifting away, stepping on the surging sea of fire, like a rolling sea of fire and tsunami, directly pressing toward the hard bone wolves. He didn't see Li Changsheng's spirit ring from beginning to end, and he didn't even see martial soul clearly. Because, the martial soul of Xuxian painting will directly transform into a world at the moment when the soul ability is released. Each spirit ability can present a different kind of world. For example, the current flame world. Accompanied by Li Changsheng's ascension, the attack methods in this world will also increase. Just like now, in the sky, a steady stream of meteorite fireballs smashed down some 10-year level hard bone wolves with almost real power. It's just the magma on the ground. Because of Li Changsheng's low spirit power, it can only play a limiting and burning effect. If Li Changsheng is more powerful, these rigid wolves will turn into spirit rings as soon as they step in. Li Changsheng held the night-shattering gun and steered the ghost and shadow, volleyed into the sea of fire and tsunami. The magma next to the sky turned into a row of light curtains, and Li Changsheng's awe-inspiring purple eyes stared at the headed Wolf King. A century-old hardy Wolf King, aged 419 years. Compared with ordinary wolves, it has almost no physical weaknesses. The so-called copper-headed iron bone tofu waist has been improved on hard bone wolves. Its whole body is as hard as fine iron. But at this moment, the hair on their bodies has been burnt and bald, like hairless cats, continuing to gallop, trying to escape the sea of flames under their feet. Can't escape. Li Changsheng's first spirit ability, 3000 Sumer Yan, is too wide. Logically, his spirit power is only 10th level, and he should not be able to release such an attack. However, because the system rewards the spirit ring, the spirit abilities given to him by the spirit ring consume very little, as if the soul in the ring, there should have been such a hot flame world. This is Xuxian painting martial soul. The fairy enters the painting and returns with his head. Li Changsheng stepped on the sea of fire, as if he had found the feeling that the god of wisdom had surpassed the black dragon at the beginning. He couldn't help himself, and he raised the night-shattering gun. Under the flames, the dark night stun gun broke out. Boom! Li Changsheng gently stepped on tiptoe, took the night-shattering spear as the first, stood in front of him, jumped up, and stepped on a falling flame meteorite, suppressing it to the ground with extreme speed. The Bone Wolf King finally stopped. Its feet were burnt with black paint, and flowing lava crawled over its limbs. At this moment, it looked back at the remaining wolves behind it, and along the way. One by one white spirit rings ascending in the sea of fire. It raised its head, and let out a sad cry. The dying wolves that had been roasted were also at this moment, raising their heads together and let out a faint cry. This cry seemed to penetrate the flame world, reflecting the bright moon outside. A faint, huge phantom wolf head full of sad yellow, formed above the wolves. This huge wolf head has only one eye, and that eye is constantly changing, as if the moon is full of cloudy and sunny. For a while it is the crescent willow leaf, and for a while it is the full moon scimitar. Headed by the Bone Wolf King and supplemented by the remaining wolves, the white spirit power and the yellow spirit power began to converge towards the giant ghost wolf head, and the wolf head stared more and more. Wolf King Xiao Yu. This is probably a kind of suicide attack that the Bone Wolf King has mastered at the cost of his own life, plus a certain spirit power of other wolves in the clan. The huge wolf head has been solidified. The ever-changing single moon eye burst out a purple glow attack, bursting out in a straight line, like a laser, straight through Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was dismissive of this. No matter how you wailed, blood will be splashed on the spot today. He began to dance with the nightmare gun. The spirit power in the body quickly pulled away. 10%. 20%. 50%. 60%. Until Li Changsheng's complexion became a little pale. He finally stopped dancing, and then, he raised his hand and threw the Night Starter spear. During the remaining journey, the thrown Night Stun gun began to draw the power of the surrounding flames. Like a dragon sucking water, a large amount of lava converged toward the Jingyi gun. But the crimson magma, just approaching the night-shattering gun, was instantly eroded by the night realm of the night-shattering gun and turned into black magma. The body of the night-shattering gun suddenly became blurred. Surrounded by the pitch-black magma, it turned into a black flame phoenix with its head up and screaming. Phoenix waved its wings, carrying the magma of the entire magma world, stepping on flame meteorites the size of sesame seeds, using two pitch-black claws as the opener. The mouth was opened, and the black flames in the mouth were endless. It actually swallowed the terrible purple light of destruction directly into the body. Afterwards, the huge claws, with tyrannical tearing power, directly caught the ever-changing moon in the eyes of the giant wolf. Boom! Black Fire Yanhuang's attack has not ceased. The wolf head disappeared, and the huge wings set off a series of black fire tornadoes, destroying all the remaining rigid wolves and turning them into spirit rings. Afterwards, there was a bang of the night-shaking gun, which plunged into the magma. The next moment, the whole world of spirit ability shook violently, as if it was shocked by the night-shattering gun. The whole world couldn't bear this huge force, and it immediately dissipated. Puff! Li Changsheng, who had just appeared in the forest, spouted a mouthful of blood. He is hurt. The reason was that the terrifying night spear directly pierced his spirit ability world. This caused the spirit ability to suddenly backlash. If it wasn't for the spirit ring to be a reward spirit ring, I'm afraid it would be broken directly. Li Changsheng looked at the night-shattering spear that fell on the ground, his face becoming more jealous. With the night-shattering gun in his hand, the power that bursts out is actually not strong, but he is like a bondage. But as soon as he left his own hand, the tyranny of the night-shaking gun suddenly appeared. He walked over and retrieved the trembling gun. Wiping a trace of residual blood at the corners of his mouth, he turned around and smiled slightly when he looked at Li Zishuo, who had been completely stupid. Afterwards, he pointed to the spirit ring formed by the Bone Wolf King and said, "This spirit ring is not very suitable for you. It matches my martial soul, so I will attach it first." Li Zishuo opened his mouth wide and nodded again and again, not saying anything at all. It was too shocking. He silently retracted a chessboard that emerged from his palm. He just wanted to help Li Changsheng, but the battle ended so quickly that he didn't need to act. As for the spirit ring, He also knows that after Li Changsheng told him on the road, his exquisite chessboard martial soul is suitable for imposing spirit rings such as rhinoceros, elephant type, shock, or powerful range attacks, and the hard bone wolf king is similar to a single attack. Is not suitable for him. But Li Changsheng is different. His martial soul, according to the God of Wisdom, will not limit its power due to the age of the soul ring. The main reason is that Li Changsheng himself can withstand the damage brought to him by the creation book. It can be said that the stronger Li Changsheng's endurance, the stronger his strength. This is not only the case of the two martial souls, but also the startling gun. Li Changsheng pulled the spirit ring, and then released the martial soul of the Book of Creation. As the pages rustled, Li Changsheng's eyes became brighter. It is finally time to witness the true face of martial soul. Really excited? He immediately sat in the lotus position and asked Li Zishuo to pay attention, and immediately began to absorb the spirit ring. Hunting the soul beast to absorb the spirit ring is different. The spirit ring will contain the resentment of the soul beast before death. You killed it, and still want its power? Who wants? Therefore, it is somewhat difficult to absorb the spirit ring bestowed by the spirit beast. The spirit ring rewarded by the system is different. It has no resentment, and even looks like a child throws into the mother's arms. When Li Changsheng was attaching the spirit ring, Li Zishuo glanced at the burning campfire, but did not light it. He took out his dagger, and released his own exquisite chessboard martial soul at the same time, tightening his spirit. At the same time, he was also observing how Li Changsheng attached the spirit ring. To prepare for yourself when you attach a spirit ring. And when it was about to dawn, there was a sharp howling from the forest in the distance, accompanied by the sound of falling trees. It seems that some huge soul beast rushed from a distance. Li Zishuo glanced at the lotus position, and Li Changsheng, with the spirit ring attached, clenched the short sword subconsciously. He also had the exquisite chessboard martial soul in his other hand, muttering, "I must protect Dage. Definitely. Li Zishuo, come on." If I told you that the role of Li Zishuo was written according to the protagonist's template, what would you think? Hey, but, anyway, you can't think of the following plot. Anyway, it's a black belly. In this chapter, I actually want to write that Li Zishuo was assisted by martial soul on the side, and I also wrote about martial soul on the exquisite chessboard. When I died, I remembered that I wanted Li Zishuo to do something too. It's really difficult to write for children. If you are too naive, you don't look at it. If you are too old, you can get out of the play. So, the next chapter is over for the soul ring to get the plot. Then I fight the evil spirit master with the senior students. Hey. By the way, do you like watching the sugar plot? Chapter 37, the first soul ability of the Book of Creation, 3. Boom. In the mountains and forests behind, there was a sudden roar, the earth began to shake, and the surrounding trees collapsed. Soon, Li Zishuo's tense expression became more and more difficult to look after seeing the person who came. He clenched the dagger's hand and trembled. Soul Beast. Li Zishuo saw the spirit beast attacking the world with a majestic vigor. It was a 10-meter wide giant elephant. The sharp white ivory was abrupt and nearly 2 meters long. A big tree was uprooted by its nose and curled up. Hold it up. Elephant legs like thick pillars stepped on the ground, one pit step by step. The strong yellow spirit power gushed out. There is no doubt that this is a century-old elephant-like soul beast, very suitable for Li Zishuo's kind. But at the moment, the situation is delicate. Li Changsheng's lotus position is on the ground, and his whole body is constantly fluctuating in spirit power. The spirit ring absorption has probably been completed before, and what he needs to do now is to adapt and adjust himself, which will take some time. Li Zishuo could not tolerate thinking. The giant elephant had already galloped forward. And the position facing him is Li Changsheng's side? For some reason, The giant elephant runs very fast. The giant elephant's trunk uses the tree as a weapon to disperse the obstructions. Run. Or protect Li Changshen. Li Zishuo stood in place, with little thought in his head, and gave the answer with concrete actions. Not very familiar, but the fast-moving ghost trail was caught by him, and in a hurry, he actually used a few outlines. At the same time, he ascending vacated some spirit power. Under the urging of Xian Gong, the tide ebbs, and the tide is endless. His current spirit power is at the peak of the spirit warrior, level 10. Immediately, he released own martial soul. Holding up his right hand, a spread-out crystal clear, clean, and warm jade-colored chessboard opened instantly, starting from the running Li Zishuo, and began to cover Li Changshen's side. Go out fast. The open chessboard is very large, about 20 meters in size. It was shrouded in crystal emerald green, and there was no one on the chessboard, but the moment it fell, the galloping giant staggered and almost fell to its knees, but its heavy body was unexpectedly stable. It roared and continued to impact. However, just a few steps out, a dark line bounced it back abruptly. It seems to be crisscrossing lines on the chessboard. Yes, although there are no chess pieces falling on the current Linglong chessboard, the crisscrossing lines obviously have extremely unexpected control. This just happened in the blink of an eye. The giant elephant was still more than 10 meters away from Li Changshen. The dust was flying and the sand was raised. Li Changshen, who was on the ground in the lotus position, frowned, but then he felt a breath and gradually stretched his brows. Li Zishuo stepped on an unskilled ghost trail, and during a few illusory steps, he came directly under the giant elephant. Under the weird control of Linglong's chessboard, the giant elephant did not stop because of a failure, but continued to collide. Click. This time, the black line of the rung could no longer withstand the impact and broke directly. Li Zishuo's figure paused at this time, blood spilled from the corners of his flimsy mouth, he gritted his teeth, raised the dagger, and took a lunge. Then, on the exquisite chessboard, a vigorous sliding shovel went directly to the abdomen of the giant elephant. Below, he quickly judged the fragility of the giant elephant, he saw a certain place, it seemed to be a male elephant, he reacted super fast, with a short sword. The giant elephant just wanted to retreat 2 steps, accumulating strength to hit the next one, blocking the black line in front of him. The huge legs just passed Li Zishuo's waist. Right moment. A roar that almost resounded through the clouds sounded. The legs of the giant elephant stomped down like a pillar, and a large amount of blood spurted out on the ground, splashing Li Zishuo all over. Li Zishuo was very decisive. He threw the dagger to the position he marked out for a while, picked up a fire stick on the ground, and directly inserted it into the wound he had just pierced. There was another sharp scream. Li Zishuo narrowed his swallow, and then, directly on the Linglong chessboard, he drew under the giant elephant with a vigorous posture. At this time, the giant elephant was completely angry. Its shocking figure stopped, and a few steps towards the retreated, wailing, its huge dark eyes met Li Zishuo, who had just grabbed the dagger. It did not find the location of Li Zishuo. It just wants to run. However, the pain of bursting the whole body made it forget everything. A bloody color appeared in the black eyes. It twitched its nose and smashed the huge tree directly at Li Zishuo. Li Zishuo noticed in advance. Although he hasn't fully cultivated the purple demon eye, he only needs to touch a little, his own vision, and he can get a large ascension. He dodged. At the same time, control the exquisite chessboard, the crisscrossing chess lines, and rotate the position so that the lines move exactly to the back feet of the giant elephant. The giant elephant is still not found. Its body has just turned, taking advantage of the situation, and the exquisite chessboard controlled like a catapult directly tripped its 2 hind legs. Thump. The fire stick that fell into the wound was directly plunged into it. The giant elephant, logically, the defensive power of this century-old soul beast should be extremely strong, but Li Zishuo is so wicked, he found the weakest place almost instantly and gave the giant elephant a series of attacks. It seems that the giant elephant is really going to be played to death. It wanted to stand up on all fours, but Li Zishuo would let it succeed. Turning the exquisite chessboard again, interlaced with criss-cross line segments for control. Then, he immediately raised the short sword. The ghost trail gave him powerful legs. It jumped nearly 3 meters in height, and the sword was over his head. The giant elephant's eyes pierced fiercely. The height of the jump is very high. Even if the giant elephant finds it, it can't fight back even if it raises its trunk. Moreover, it now focuses all its attention on how to stand up. And just when Li Zishuo was about to pierce the sword into the eyes of the giant elephant and kill it, suddenly, an arrow that pierced the air was shot, and it happened to hit the short sword held by Li Zishuo. Patter! The strong force almost dislocated Li Zishuo's arm, and his short sword was directly thrown out. After a tumbling, Li Zishuo turned his head after landing, his eyes flashing with anger. Who is it? At this moment, 5 children walked out on the way the giant elephant rushed from behind. One of the headed children, with a yellow centuries-old spirit ring floating on his body, actually holds a crystal bow similar to martial soul in his hand. Behind him is a child who looks like a tiger, with a big black king on his forehead. The word, on his white hair, became more and more conspicuous. 5-man team. 2 more have already obtained spirit rings. Li Zishuo is also very smart. Seeing this scene, he seems to have thought of it. Brother Wang, this guy is amazing. He almost killed this strange force. A child said to the headed child. The child surnamed Wang held the crystal bow in his hand and nodded. It turned out that I wanted to use them to beat the strange force to the point of death, but I almost let him kill it with one blow. Fortunately, my longbow is here. Hand, this spirit ring is guaranteed to be yours. After that, he looked at Li Zishuo, and at the same time glanced at Li Changsheng who was absorbing the spirit ring behind, as if in a demonstration. He raised the longbow in his hand and his spirit power was high. You can go. Otherwise, don't mind. Let you suffer. This strange force seems to be our possession. Hearing the other party's conversation, Li Zishuo's anger on his face became more intense. It turned out that these were all weird things the other party did. Sure enough, Dad was right. The kids outside are not good things, except for Dage. His martial soul is still in a released state. However, when he looked at the bow in the hands of the head child, he didn't have any anger. If the opponent is all soul masters attacking melee, he may not be afraid of anything, but a bow, martial soul, his exquisite chessboard, has not attached martial soul, it is impossible to beat the opponent. Fortunately, the other party didn't want to attack them. Li Zishuo gritted his teeth, turned and walked directly to Li Changshen's side. Dage, is still absorbing the spirit ring, whatever you want. He shouted as he tried not to irritate the other person. Seeing that Li Zishuo was so acquainted, the headed child smiled and put down the bow in his hand. It's the best to know, otherwise it will beat you to a disability. That's good. Fourth, let's go. He glanced at the bearded child beside him and said. Okay, Brother Wang. The kid on the side drew a dagger and approached the strange force step by step. The strange force seemed to be hurt too badly and too miserably. At this time, he hadn't stood up, and his whole body was languishing. The nose that was originally raised was stiff and fell to the ground. That is, when the child walked to Wei Lixiang's side, a voice rang behind him. Little guy, whoever dared to intercept your grandfather Li, his ancestors haven't been born yet. How dare you guys trash? Li Zishuo's expression changed, the anger that had been hidden disappeared, and a smiling face gradually emerged. In the air, the spirit power suddenly screamed, rumbling non-stop. At the same time, an extremely loud, rustling sound of turning over the book sounded. The 5 children were all stagnated when they heard the words. As for the children who were close to the strange force elephant, they felt the surging spirit power and made a decisive step to kill the strange force elephant directly. That way, the spirit ring is definitely on. But, the next moment, suddenly the wind started. Yes, with Li Changsheng as the origin, a whirlpool appeared in the air, and the split wind began to whistle. Li Changsheng finally stood up. He was holding a book in his hand, and a yellow spirit ring wafted back and forth on his body. The bruised nose of a ghost of the Iron Wolf King was beaten and his face appeared behind him. Turning a page of the Book of Creation in his hand, Li Changsheng showed an elegant smile with endless killing intent. He looked at the child approaching the strange force and just spit out a word. Wind. Immediately, his first spirit ring lights up, and the spirit power that emerges is based on the Book of Creation, and the waves of violent wind begin to appear, becoming stronger and stronger, and the speed of the wind blowing faster and faster. Then, it turns into a hurricane, a tornado. The violent wind blew the child away with people, and fell directly to the feet of Wei Xiao child, coughing up blood. Even the strange force elephant was caught in the air by a tornado. Li Changsheng showed a kind smile and patted Li Zishuo on the shoulder first. Good job. Li Zishuo felt a bit hot in his own eye sockets, and tears came out of his eye sockets, pattering, pattering. Yes, he was wronged, very wronged. I managed to protect Dage, and by the way, I was about to kill a strange power elephant, but I had to send it out. Moreover, from beginning to end, it was the opponent's trick. If it were not to protect Dage, he would definitely make the other party pay the price and let the 5 bad guys know that Li Zishuo was not annoying. Seeing this, Li Changsheng was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help but get angry. He hasn't been angry for a long time. After 10,000 years of life, he has become more and more unable to feel the feeling of anger. Although he is not Gujing Liubo, he is normally happy, but the feeling of anger has disappeared for a long time. But I don't know why. Suddenly today. And the kind that is very angry. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his small face became chilly. The young man surnamed Wang just wanted to speak. He felt Li Changsheng's powerful sense of oppression, and he felt bad. Even the 6-year-old he knew that this time he was afraid that he had provoked someone who shouldn't be offended. Of course, Li Changsheng would not give them the opportunity and right to speak. Because. Dead man. He turned the pages of the book gently, and the Book of Creation was immediately opened by him. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and uttered a word. Bow. Suddenly, a huge bow and arrow that fluttered the flames, like a divine bow of the sun, appeared in the air. The big bow was visible and fell into Li Changsheng's hands. Li Changsheng didn't aim at anyone, but just moved the bowstring. In the air, an invisible fire suddenly condensed, turned into a long arrow, and then shot out. Huh! What? As soon as the sound of breaking through the air sounded, the screams of the child surnamed Wang headed over there suddenly sounded. I saw that on his shoulder, a long arrow burning with flames shot straight into his right arm, directly igniting his right arm. But it didn't last long before it went out, but that arm was probably useless. Li Changsheng was taken aback for a moment. He just wanted to put on an awkward expression. Li Zishuo on the side suddenly wiped away his tears, grabbed Li Changsheng's arm, and shouted to Li Changsheng, Dage, you can't kill, or you will die too. Li Changsheng was taken aback, actually is not afraid of killing, he just wanted to say. I actually missed the shot. He looked at Li Zishuo with a rare smile, ah. You can't kill. Then, what do you say? Li Zishuo was taken aback, shook his head, and then glanced at the 5 children. Among them, the child surnamed Wang fainted directly, and there was no driving like that just now. Let them go. Li Changshen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Are they bullying you? And they want to kill us?" Li Zishuo shook his head, "No, it's not the same. We can't kill them on impulse. That way, we will die too. Dage, it's rare for you to forget that record ball." Li Changshen took out the recorded soul guidance device and said with a smile, "It's okay to kill them. At that time, we can destroy all their record balls, and then destroy our record balls. What we pay is money, they lost their lives. Right." Finally, under Li Zishuo's persuasion, Li Changshen did not kill them. But that is on the surface. Li Changshen used the Chuangshi Tianshu to give them a spirit ability called Curse. Curse them. Although Li Changshen is gentle on the surface, he does not look like a senior, and he does not look like a guy who has lived for 10,000 years, but he is a little bit rotten in his heart, Yazzie will report. 4,000 words. Fed. Haha. Chapter 38, Squad Mission. Successful. Li Zishuo stood up fiercely, looking at the round of yellow spirit rings hovering around him, excited. That's right, after letting go of the 5-man team, Li Zishuo killed the strange force with the help of Li Changshen. Fortunately speaking, that strange power elephant is completely suitable for Li Zishuo in terms of attributes and year. Li Changshen nodded, looking at the yellow spirit ring that slowly moved upwards, and then the yellow spirit ring slowly dropped, and nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go back. Li Changshen estimated the time. If they go back at this time, they will probably return to the Yuqianyuan in the afternoon. Li Zishuo put away martial soul, still nodding excitedly, "Okay. Follow me, we will use the ghost shadow to drive on. Control our soul power." By the way, Li Zishuo's current soul power has reached 10 first-level breakthroughs. It seems that because the previous ascension was too fast, the surplus soul power had to make up for the gap. Li Zishuo nodded and didn't speak, and at the same time he was familiar with his own spirit master's spirit power, he began to run the ghostly shadow. Li Changshen took the lead, fascinated by the shadows under his feet, and his figure could hardly be captured. In this way, the two of them drove fast on the road that they had blazed before. Sometimes when Li Zishuo is exhausted, Li Changshen will stop, and when Li Zishuo recovers his spirit power, he will guide him by the way. Along the way, Li Changshen and the others also encountered some teams that were still looking for soul beasts. But they ignored it, and left here quickly. At about noon, they arrived at the outskirts of the Yuqianyuan. As soon as he went out, Li Changshen felt relaxed for a while, and at the same time saw that a tent that had been erected outside was so open. Among them, Goofy Bay and the centrifugal killing mirror were all sitting close to each other. It seems to be in meditation cultivation. Li Changshen and Li Zishuo came back from the first team. Chi-Ju Qin Master opened his eyes for the first time. Under the mask, the sky blue eyes fell on Li Changshen's body and nodded slightly. Li Changshen did the same, nodding to indicate. Soon, Goofy Bay opened his eyes. His deep eyes flashed over Li Zishuo and nodded. Then, his eyes fell on Li Changshen, his brows wrinkled, and doubts flashed across his face. Li Changshen and Li Zishuo came to the tent. Without having to speak, Li Changshen released his own martial soul. An essentially simple and ancient book catalog fell into his hands. A round of yellow spirit ring circled him back and forth. Holding it in the palm of his hand, Li Changshen exudes an elegant temperament. Even looking from a distance, it seems that there is a golden light of sacred, completely covering him. Li Zishuo on the side also released martial soul. An emerald green chessboard fell in his hand, the spirit ring floated on his body, his momentum was not weak at all. Gu Fei nodded, and said without seeing his thoughts, "Yes. The assessment was completed in 2 days. You are free to choose a team." Aside, Centrifugal Killing Mirror handed over a list. There is a list of the teams in the upper grades. Li Changsheng saw the no one in the tomb of Linglong dice. The team members were actually tearing the terrifying claws. There was also a fellow named Takongfi Iyan. All of them had spirit power above level 20, and they were all about to graduate. State. There is also a team named Mirror Sword composed of a centrifugal killing mirror, iron armor and shields, and a soul master named Xingyu Flying Sword. The soul power of all members is about to reach the 30th level of Soul Sovereign stage. And Li Changshen's eyes fell on this Mirror Sword team. His name is actually attached to the back. At the same time, behind his name, the 4 words Chiju Qin Master are also particularly conspicuous. He seemed to have noticed Li Changshen's puzzled gaze, and the centrifugal killing mirror on the side came over and said with a smile. "You were booked by me early. Haha, we must have a discussion on the way." He did not say why the name of Chiju Qin Master is also written here. After all, Chiju Qin Master is a student of the Dean of the Yuqianyuan. The Dean of the Yuqianyuan is a powerful titled Douluo, and he is still heard to be at the 97th level. His title is also very domineering, destroying the sun. That's right, Sun Destroyer Douluo, Martial Soul Sun. Li Changshen nodded, but he didn't care about other people's arrangements in advance. On the contrary, he still wants to learn from the centrifugal killing mirror. And because of a 3-person team, only 1 freshman can be assessed. Li Zishuo can only choose other teams. Soon, Linglong Dice pulled Li Zishuo into her team and left with Li Zishuo. Li Changshen instructed Li Zishuo to use his own creation celestial book and the soul skill called Zhu under secret circumstances. Different from curse wish is a kind of blessing. The martial soul of the book of creation is so wonderful. What Li Changshen said will be realized. Although it is not completely realized, it is still useful to some extent. Nowadays, 1 ring can speak 1 word, and the 9 rings can create the world. Li Changshen even automatically ignored the Zuxian painting martial soul. Indeed, the book of creation, the more you use it, the more refreshing it becomes. At the same time, he was also looking forward to using spirit abilities to show those moves that only existed in myths in the previous life after he lived more spirit rings. He also wanted to stand under the azure blue sky, overlooking the earth, and yelled, "Come on!" Thinking about it is extremely domineering. At this time, Li Changshen followed the centrifugal killing mirror, iron armored shield, and Chiju Qin Master to a small courtyard to find the last member of the team, the soul master named Xingyu Flying Sword, who was also at 25th level. Great Soul Master, aged 11 years old. Should I just arrange the task directly when I come out? Li Changshen walked behind, glanced at the Chiju Qin Master beside him, and asked curiously. The centrifugal killing mirror and the iron armored shield seemed to be talking about the details of the mission, as if to investigate a village near the Mingdu Mountains. Recently, people have been missing continuously, and pedestrians passing by are often missing nearby. Probably this is the task. Chiju Qin Master nodded. Her hair is unraveled today, silver white like snow, and the coquettish mask makes people unable to see the depth of her personality. From the first day, each team has been assigned a unified task. According to the overall strength of the team, the difficulty of the task will also increase. Meaning, our mission will be very difficult. If we follow a low-level Spirit Master team, the mission will be very simple. Li Changshen said. Well, some teams receive the task of finding cats. Li Changshen nodded, which is probably what Linglong Dai said before. The strong have the growth method of the strong, and the weak have the way of survival for the weak. There are more geniuses, and there will be differentiation between those above and below genius. Undoubtedly, Li Changshen is the group of people above genius. He took out the soul guidance dagger he held in his arms and returned it to Chiju Qin Master. Thank you, I have done a lot of help. Chiju Qin Master just nodded, then stretched out his hand and took the short sword, feeling the warmth on the cold scabbard, and was taken aback. You, did you put the sword in your arms? Of course, if you put it in the storage soul guide, how much time will be wasted to use it? Li Changsheng felt inexplicable, but he also replied. Of course, it is useless at all, but this is a white lie. Qi Juqin master heard the words and did not make too many movements. Under Li Changshen's gaze, she seemed not to care, and put the short sword directly in her arms. Soon, their group came to a small courtyard. Far away, Li Changsheng heard the sound of breaking through the air in the small courtyard. The sound of breaking through the air was similar to that of Li Changsheng when he was practicing the gun, but it was more ethereal and crisp. It seemed to be the sound of the sword breaking through the air. Soon, Li Changsheng saw it. Is that the soul master named Xingyu Flying Sword, she? That's right, it's her. The proof point is the slightly raised chest. She is capable of short hair. Under the mask, it seems to be a face with water chestnuts, dressed in white, sword Qi Ling Ran, flying down, a sword whistling, and a sword flamboyant. Li Changsheng was surprised. She was holding an ordinary long sword in her hand. This is rare. After all, in this world, martial soul is fundamental. A soul master at this age will focus all his attention on martial soul meditation cultivation. Almost no one will swing with an ordinary long sword and use it so much. Fresh and refined, heroic. Even if Li Changsheng and the others came here, Xingyu Flying Sword still didn't stop until she pierced a sword in the air and made the sharpest whistling sound, then she stopped and looked at Li Changsheng and them with black and white eyes. The centrifugal killing mirror was not wordy. Go. Xingyu Flying Sword first glanced at Li Changsheng, then at the Qi Juqin master on the side. Then he nodded and took off the white clothes he was wearing without paying attention, revealing the soft armor he wore inside. He was tall and proportionate. Exaggerated, perfect, just don't know what the face looks like. Li Changsheng looked at him and couldn't help but sigh, oops, girls in this world are really heroic and heroic. Of course, Li Changsheng is not looking at the other's mature breasts, absolutely. Ouch. Li Changsheng suddenly felt a pain in his waist. He found that Qi Juqin master was pinching On's abdomen with her little hand, and, under the mask, the blue eyes were vicious with the raised head. Very scary. Li Changsheng's abdomen is very firm, he cultivates various skills, and blood qi nourishes the body, so he has a physical strength, but he still feels a little painful under this grasp. No, does it matter? The important thing is these eyes. Li Changsheng felt inexplicably as if he had seen this look somewhere. Yes, where have you seen it? Without allowing him to think deeply, Qi Juqin master said, it won't be here next time you pinch. Where to pinch next time? Li Changsheng wanted to ask back, but held back. Hey. What kind of opening is this? Li Changsheng looked at Qi Juqin master. How could this 6-year-old girl be so weird and too mature? Is it 100,000-year soul beast? Well, no, at least the god of wisdom told him that she is a human. Okay, innate soul power level 20, probably will be precocious, right? He didn't laugh and didn't get angry, so he looked back. Oops, the charm is here, and genius children will adore me too. Li Changsheng under the mask put on a particularly powerful expression of mine. Don't feel that the emotional drama is abrupt. Since I would write like this, there is a reason. It is by no means embarrassing to write an emotional drama, it would be better not to write this paragraph. The identity of Qi Juqin master will be written later. Everyone should be bright at that time, right? There is a reason for the abruptness here. We'll be watching, haha. Mainly right fights. I recently watched the original work of Rebirth without a job, and it feels a bit rude. I don't know if there will only be one heroine after I finish writing, haha. However, the original equipment will not be dismantled. I try to be more serious. Chapter 39 The Mission to Clean Up the Bandit. Ningxue Island Town, this is a larger town located near the Mingdu mountain range. Although it cannot be compared with Seoul City, it is still a larger area. This town followed the Sun and Moon continent and drifted from the distant waters. It was originally an island. After colliding with the Douluo continent, it slowly became a town, dominated by trade. After Li Changsheng and his party left the Yukianyuan. According to the intelligence information distributed by the centrifugal killing mirror, their destination is located near Ningxue Island, a bandit hideout in the high mountains, where there are many abducted people. Originally, Li Changsheng thought that they needed to investigate the missing persons alone, and then based on clues, they could find the other side's hiding place. But unexpectedly, according to the centrifugal killing mirror, they are still very young. Although the Yukianyuan uses missions to hone the soul masters, unknown missions often bring the danger of death. Therefore, when some special tasks are given, there will be special teachers in the Yukianyuan to search for information, and only after the degree of danger is determined, will it be released to these teams and classes to complete the next tasks. After replenishing supplies from Ningxue Island Town, they headed towards their destination, using walking. A group of 5 people, with the centrifugal killing mirror and the iron armored shield walking at the forefront, while Xingyu Flying Sword followed Li Changsheng and Qiju Qin Master. It did not make a defensive formation. According to information, this group of bandits has a new soul master, and there are more than 100 ordinary people in the rest, and, ignoring estimates, they have taken captive no less than 50 people, including men and women, old and young. What is it? I didn't talk about it? But this world probably has no habit of asking for coins. In short, perhaps because the task is fairly simple, that's all the information given. A soul sect. Li Changsheng was thinking all the way. The 5 of them, 4 great soul masters, plus 1 soul master himself, dared to find trouble with the soul sect. It was really exciting. Approaching the afternoon, the group of them finally arrived near the destination on the intelligence. With centrifugal killing mirror as the leader, they did not approach the destination for the first time, but chose to wait and see. Don't worry too much. There will be a contra-class powerhouse by our side to follow far away, and you will be by my side for a while. No one dares to fail you. Qiju Qin Master cast aside Li Changsheng beside his eyes, and said in a tone earnest. Li Changsheng was taken aback, the facial muscles under the mask jumped. You are not weak enough to be protected by a girl, right? But for Qiju Qin Master's old mother-like care, he had no reason not to accept it, so he nodded and leaned aside. Centrifugal killing mirror, iron armor and shield, and Xingyu Flying Sword all surrounded. The centrifugal killing mirror said solemnly, the 3 of us have had this task no less than 5 times, and the 2 of you are the first time. I won't let you do too much, but only one thing, I hope, don't hold back. Li Changsheng could hear the seriousness in the eccentric killing mirror, and nodded. The same is true for Qiju Qin Master. The iron armor and shield, who had been silent, spoke at this moment, and he took out a map. Yes, a map that has never been seen on intelligence. Li Changsheng looked at the map spread out on the ground in surprise. This is actually a diagram of the internal structure of a cave? But it is only the internal structure, not the distribution of the entire mountain. It seems to be the stronghold of bandits. Amazing, can you even make this thing? Is there an internal response? The voice of the armor and shield matched his burly figure, rumbling, full of shocking sounds. Most of these bandits are concentrated in the cave. At this point, the intelligence did not give a specific location and we need to find it by ourselves. According to the introduction, there will be no less than 5 hidden checkpoints on this mountain. The mind of the armored shield seems to be very meticulous. According to the intelligence, we know that the entire bandit team has only 1 soul master who has just entered the soul sect, and the rest are ordinary people. So I suggest that you act before dawn. At that time, the person who changed the defense hasn't come yet, and the people who watched all night are exhausted. Even if they hide well, they will reveal their flaws, and the spirit ability of the centrifugal killing mirror is useful at this time. Li Changsheng listened and nodded. Indeed, ordinary people are not like soul masters. They need to sleep and stay up all night. Mental energy is absolutely empty and tired. It is indeed a good way. Xingyu Flying Sword on the side said with a hint of impatience, if it's not for hostages, just kill it directly. Li Changsheng wanted to say something. Hostage? Haha, how long has it been? Maybe it's already dead, right? As for why not rescue the hostages in the first place? It's very simple. The people of the Sun Moon Empire are too lazy to take care of them. The people of the Star Luo Empire hate the people of the Sun Moon Empire and don't save them. Li Changsheng also felt that those people were unlucky. Okay, it's still early, let's understand each other's situation first, and cooperate with each other in a while. Although the other party only has one soul sect, don't forget, there are dozens of ordinary bandits with no eyes on the sword, and we also want to be careful. Centrifugal Killing Mirror showed the importance of his team leader at this time. He first said, Centrifugal Killing Mirror, 28th level sensitive attack system Great Soul Master, Martial Soul Centrifugal Mirror, 2 soul abilities, a century-old soul abilities mirror image, can condense 4 mirror clones with my own soul power, condense the more you have, the weaker the mirror clone is, and vice versa. It can be used as a detective. For the 200th year of spirit ability, you can explode the mirror and condense the clone, causing double damage. Then the Iron Armor and Shield spoke, Iron Armor with Shield, 26th level defense system Great Soul Master, Martial Soul Uniform Shield. The 100th year soul ability, Gravity Assimilation, can defend against all physical attacks and assimilate it into the self-bearing range, but the spirit power consumed will be doubled each time it is used. The second spirit ability, the Virtuous and Consummate, can defend against spirit power attacks, weaken the 5 rings, and all spirit abilities are 45% of the power. Xingyu Flying Sword keeps up, Xingyu Flying Sword, Martial Soul Starfall Sword. The 100th year soul skill, Sword 1, the soul skill effect, you can throw Martial Soul, which is controlled by the soul power. The 200th year soul skill, Sword 2, the effect is very simple. The first spirit ability throws a flying sword and turns it into 2 flying swords. Li Changsheng was taken aback. The first 2 were very careful, but Xingyu was really simple. But it seems to be the same. Both of her spirit abilities seem to control flying sword. Is this all right? At this moment, the centrifugal killing mirror on the side suddenly said, Xingyu, don't be kidding. He then looked at Li Changsheng and Qi Juqin Master, and said, Xingyu's spirit skills are simple. But her most powerful thing is that she can condense martial soul into a physical sword. Therefore, she is almost as good as a strong attack spirit master in close combat. Specifically, you will know it after seeing it. At present, you will treat her 2 spirit abilities as remote assistance. Attack is the best support. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, but he cared about the centrifugal killing mirror, condensing martial soul into a physical sword. The meaning is not to be manifested, not to be possessed, and to be held directly in the hand. That's the same as the own creation book. Qi Juqin Master also said, Qi Juqin Master, the great soul master of the 22nd level control system, Martial Soul Qi Juqin. The sound of the soul skill piano is transformed. 22nd level? Li Changsheng was surprised for a moment, and then relieved that a genius is a genius. Qi Juqin Master didn't have the idea of explaining, and the others didn't ask too much. Instead, everyone's eyes were on Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was surrounded by his gaze, but he was not shy, but he immediately said, I want to see the moon. Martial Soul Book, Soul Power 10 5th Level Control System Soul Master, the first soul ability speech transformation. And the soul of Chi-Ju Chin Master. The skills are similar. What? 10 5th level? Verbalization. Not only the three people of Centrifugal Killing Mirror were stupid, but the Chi-Ju Chin Master on the side was stunned. Did you say that you were at the 5th level? After attaching the spirit ring, did you continuously ascension at the 5th level? The centrifugal mirror asked incredulously. Li Changsheng pretended to be embarrassed, scratched his head, and said in a simple voice, "Thanks to the meditation method, I found that the breakthrough speed of the soul power is faster after attaching the spirit ring." Li Changsheng didn't consider concealing his spirit power level or what kind of talent he had, so he was able to take it out openly. Moreover, in the past few days, Li Changsheng can also see that in the Yuqianyuan, geniuses have different training methods. The faster they show their talents, the better resources they can get. I see. But things were a bit unexpected. After Li Changsheng said that he was a cultivation meditation method, the original surprised tone of the centrifugal killing mirror was quite flat, as if he was just a little surprised to add. It is rumored that many people have cultivated ascension quickly after cultivating meditation. Li Changsheng nodded. After Li Changsheng said that his own spirit ability is similar to Chi-Ju Chin Master, they did not ask about the specific situation. This surprised Li Changsheng. It stands to reason that in this situation, shouldn't you ask carefully? Unable to help, he set his sights on the Chi-Ju piano master beside him. Master Chi-Ju Chin has been staring at Li Changsheng since the very beginning. No fluctuations can be seen in the sky blue eyes, the ancient well has no waves, and it is calm as water, but it looks like an inquiring gaze. I wanted to ask what is the situation of Chi-Ju Chin Master, but I still didn't ask. Soon, night fell, and their group stayed on top of a soil slope, quietly waiting for time to pass. When it was approaching the wee hours of the morning, a rush of carriage rattle woke up the people who were in meditation. Chapter 40 Is it comfortable to touch? Da. At such a late hour, the carriage stepped on the rugged road and came here unexpectedly. Li Changsheng, who was in the state of meditation, had actually already sensed it under the reminder of the God of Wisdom. But after confirming that there was no danger, he remained as it was, and he opened his eyes only when everyone else heard it. Several people looked in the direction of the carriage from the slope. Said it is a carriage, it is actually more like a carriage for pulling vegetables. There are several large iron cages on it, and inside the cages, there are actually many people locked, including children and adults. Abandoned another group of people. Xingyu Flying Sword stared at the moving heads and the nearby surroundings illuminated by the lighted torches. Indeed, the whole picture is like this. In the three carriages, there were almost 30 people locked up in iron cages. They all seemed to be pedestrians from nearby towns. Everyone's burden was packed in a car, and then they were all stuffed into a cage. What should I do? The plan of the iron armor with shield had changed, and at this time, he also set his sights on the centrifugal killing mirror. Maybe these people will be killed by the bandits when they are transported, maybe. Although they didn't say anything, they were generally aware that the previous hostages had probably died long ago. After all, that gangster soul sect was probably an evil soul master. Evil soul masters are all psychopaths, with distorted habits. Yes, habits. They can no longer be called humans, and they have no humanity. The centrifugal killing mirror was silent for a moment, staring at the group of people. About a dozen bandits guarded the surroundings with weapons similar to soul guidance bows and crossbows, and some with ordinary swords. The soul guidance bow and crossbow are definitely dangerous. A few of them are just great soul masters. The choice of the centrifugal killing mirror probably can really determine the life and death of more than 30 people. Want to see the moon? What do you think? At this time, instead, he turned his head and studied Li Changsheng. This is an assessment. Without thinking, Li Changsheng almost blurted out, "Our task is to eliminate the bandits, not to save people. My idea is very simple." "Don't save it?" asked the centrifugal killing mirror. "No, save. But let them play a trivial role before saving. Since we don't know the exact location of the opponent's nest, we use the night to follow behind the convoy and find the opponent's nest. This is what we have to do." "Save people?" "Save, of course you must save. But it can't be saved now. There may be a secret whistle from the opponent at the foot of this mountain. According to the internal structure diagram of the cave, there is an escape route in the cave." Li Changshen's proposal was approved by several people. Through the light of the fire, they could also see that these captives were very distinctive. Tall and dark, this is undoubtedly the population of the Sun Moon Empire. Centrifugal killing mirror, they can actually see from their indifferent tone that they actually don't care much about the life and death of this group of Sun Moon empires. After all, when the Sun Moon continent invaded, countless people who belonged to Douluo continent also died, and they were also slaughtered indiscriminately. Even now, the Sun Moon continent has become the Sun Moon Empire, and small frictions will often occur at the border. They have studied here for so long, and they have watched a lot. Star Luo Empire Army Town Mingdu Mountain Range, the Sun Moon Empire sword floating points to the Sky Fortress. The confrontation between the two continued for hundreds of years. "Okay, then do what I want to see," the moon said. "Taking advantage of the moonlight, I use my spirit abilities to find the other party's secret whistle and the lair, and then start the action. The time is set at dawn." Li Changsheng froze for a moment. "Do you have to wait for dawn after finding the other side's nest?" He took a deep look at the centrifugal killing mirror. "Brother, you are not right, your heart is too dark, right?" Centrifugal killing mirror released own martial soul. A mirror is a very unusual mirror. The mirror surface is a little bumpy, emitting a faint light in the dark night. Then, in the same place, his first spirit ability was released in a mirror image. 1, 2, 3. There were 3 exactly the same as him, and the indistinguishable mirror image was copied. There is no difference between him and his body. Then, the carriage in front began to move forward. The mirror clone of the centrifugal killing mirror kept up on the hillside. Almost after walking for a certain distance, in front, under a dead tree, several gangsters in tattered clothes emerged. There is really a secret whistle. And it's also very weird. If Li Changsheng and the others really made a move just now, I'm afraid they would have been stunned by now. And Li Changsheng didn't look again, turned his back, leaning on the soil slope, and waiting quietly. Qi Juqin Master leaned over, no more than a punch from Li Changsheng. The slight fragrance wafting from her body penetrated into Li Changsheng's nose. With the sound of the wind in the forest, Li Changsheng was stunned for a moment, and then moved his gaze to Qi Juqin Master. Qi Juqin Master raised her head. In the dark night, her azure eyes were as bright as stars and moons. She looked at Li Changsheng and asked, "Even if you save them directly, you can actually do it? Why don't you save them?" Li Changsheng heard the words, getting his head higher and lower, lowering his voice as much as possible, and said to Qi Juqin Master. Because Xingyu flying sword and iron armor and shield over there were focusing on observing the situation, they didn't pay attention to this side at all. "It's okay to save. Don't mention me, I'm afraid you can solve them alone. But in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, you can only do this. Besides, look at the 3 of them, what do you think? Save this group of people." Hearing this, Qi Juqin Master glanced at the 3 people over there, wondering, why don't they want to save it? Li Changsheng smiled, and the breeze blew the silver-white hair of Qi Piano Master. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and stroked the silky silver hair, and said in a teasing tone, "Didn't I just say it? The mission is It doesn't matter if you eliminate the bandits or save people from the beginning. The three of them looked young, but they were all old fried dough sticks. As for the reason why Li Changsheng did not go to the rescue alone, it was very simple. Don't want to, very tired, nothing more. Before Li Changsheng finished speaking, he suddenly discovered On's fault. He was rubbing Chiju Qin Master's hair? Ah, sorry. Li Changsheng quickly took his hand away. As soon as he let go, the soft and delicate hair from Chiju Qin Master just disappeared, and Li Changsheng suddenly felt a little empty. How smooth hair is managed? Is it just cleaning? There is no conditioner in this world, right? Chiju Qin Master shook his head, raised his head, and instead asked, "Do you like touching your head?" Li Changsheng nodded, "Well. Someone used to let me touch my head. Then, how does my hair feel to the touch?" Chiju Qin Master asked again. "Very supple, in short, very comfortable." Li Changsheng said truthfully. "Then let me touch you." "What?" Before Li Changsheng could react. In this way, Chiju Qin Master suddenly leaned on Li Changsheng's little shoulder, raised his own hand, and with a little brute force, grabbed Li Changsheng's head, but then touched Li Changsheng's scalp with his fingertips and gently pressed up. It was cold and comfortable. Li Changsheng couldn't help but squinted. Under the mask, he yawned like a kitten. "Really?" Chiju Qin Master's little hand stroked Li Changsheng's hair that was not very smooth, and he whispered something in a low voice. In the dark night, leaning against the slope, Li Changsheng and Chiju Qin Master were alive and well like two cats grooming each other. This scene did not last long. Over there, after a while, all three mirror images of the centrifugal killing mirror came back. Also brought back information. The distribution of secret guards, the location of the old nest, these pieces of information have been figured out. After several people discussed the specific content of the action with each other, they began to wait for the time to pass. Li Changsheng did not have meditation, but was blowing in the wind, staring at the night, his eyes shining brightly. Chiju Qin Master got up in the middle of the night to meditation. The time soon came to dawn, and the first thing that sounded was not the chirping of birds, but from the direction of the bandits' lair. No, a sharp scream was the language of the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 41, Siege of Evil Soul Master. Just before dawn, Li Changsheng and the others hadn't acted yet. Instead, they heard one after another from the mountain, with sharp roars. Li Changsheng's face changed slightly. He probably guessed what was going on. The centrifugal killing mirror said in a calm tone, "Action." From the beginning to the end, the three people of centrifugal killing mirror didn't have too much insight, or said one or two words to speed up. Soon, they came to the first secret sentinel. Three bandits sat together under a fallen dead tree. As they imagined, their eyes were bloodshot, and the three of them were exhausted. Li Changsheng and Chiju Qin Master followed behind. This is the arrangement of the centrifugal killing mirror. At the same time, Chiju Qin Master always showed that he wanted to protect Li Changsheng's atmosphere. Centrifugal killing mirror didn't even dare to let Chiju Qin Master listen to his arrangements. Approach the secret whistle. The shot was Xingyu Flying Sword. On her body, Martial Soul County, a flying sword whizzed out through the air and flew directly towards the three people who stayed under the dead tree. In a blink. Splashing blood, white and clear, flying sword, like a cicada wing, was withdrawn by Xingyu Flying Sword in the blink of an eye, with blood still dripping on it. In the blink of an eye, the three bandits were completely dead. The centrifugal killing mirror didn't stop, and moved on according to the position found yesterday. 2 whistles. 3 whistles. 4 whistles. Because they are all ordinary people, and the idea of iron armor and shield is really killing people. The group of ordinary bandits were almost drowsy, and even Li Changsheng and the others walked upright to their side without any signs of discovery. In the end, it took them a quarter of an hour to reach the robber's lair. This is a cave, an open cave, but the entrance is a bit narrow and can only accommodate one person passing through in turn. Li Changshen made soy sauce all the way and came here. He was surprised at the mentality of the three people. Killing is like hemp. The bandits were just like cutting vegetables, and they were killed. The splattered blood, the disgusting substance bursting out, and the strong bloody gas all made people nauseous. Hiss. If it was Li Changshen, who had just traveled through, he would be scared to death when he saw this scene. They came outside the cave. The centrifugal killing mirror turned his head, glanced at Li Changshen and Qi Juqin Master, and once again reminded, next to release martial soul, we will face a 40th level soul sect. Get ready for battle. Li Changshen nodded without wasting time. The martial soul creation book was released suddenly. The quaint books are overwhelming with the feeling of returning to the original, but the surging power is so terrible. It is from the martial soul rank, and it is absolutely undoubtedly suppressed. Qi Juqin Master swiped with one hand, and a delicate, staring Qi Juqin slowly emerged, one yellow and one purple spirit ring floating back and forth. Inexplicably, her petite and exquisite body had a feeling of being enlarged. Vaguely, the jade neck she raised was a bit more pierced. They also released martial soul from the centrifugal killing mirror. This time, Xingyu Flying Sword's martial soul was really held by her. And it's not a sword, but two real martial soul swords. Star Falling Sword. The very exquisite martial soul is dotted with star-like ornaments, but it is a genuine product made from its own soul power. Soon, with iron armor and shield as the first, centrifugal killing mirror second, Xingyu Flying Sword third, Li Changshen fourth, and Qi Juqin Master fifth. Li Changshen actually wanted to be cut off. He always felt that he was too embarrassed, right? The sense of sight being protected by two girls. Before he wanted to raise a topic, the group of them entered the cave. It was a little narrow at first, but after entering, the space inside became very big and huge. Moreover, after entering, Li Changshen and the others encountered the enemy. It was a bandit who was about to change defenses, and there were actually two spirit masters among them. The trio of centrifugal killing mirror immediately launched an attack. The centrifugal killing mirror was the mirror in his hand, and then 5 mirror images were created by him. This time, he did not control the mirror avatar, but directly picked up the mirror avatar with his hands, and then threw the avatar directly to the bandits. Rumbling. The bandits still don't know what happened. I saw several humanoid objects flying in front of me, followed by a vibrating roar. In an instant, one of the two spirit masters died on the spot, and the rest of the ordinary bandits were wiped out. Li Changshen was stunned. My goodness, martial soul can still play like this? A walking human bomb? Li Changshen has already determined that the centrifugal killing mirror just doesn't want to save these hostages. That's right, if he uses this mirror soul blasting ability to open the way, he is afraid that it will not directly blow everyone up. The remaining soul master just recovered and wanted to release martial soul, but the next moment, Xingyu Flying Sword jumped up, and the martial soul swords in his hands joined the wall and slammed straight towards the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the head fell and blood splashed. It's almost a spike. The second kill of 2 people. The remaining 3 people watched the play completely. They continue to deepen. In the internal space, the thick bloody smell floating in the air makes people nauseous and unpleasant to the extreme. Li Changshen and the others saw all kinds of stumps and broken arms hanging on the mountain wall, threaded together by various ropes, and then covered in a screen, which was really bloody and blocked the way forward. The 3 of them didn't seem to care about the centrifugal killing mirror. They didn't even stop, and they just opened the screen with their hands and moved on. Li Changshen. Well, Li Changshen didn't feel scared or sick at all. He has lived for so long, trying to pretend to be scared, but not easy to pretend. He walked straight in and backhanded Chiju piano master holding the screen, letting him pass before letting him go. Neither talked, but moved on. It's just that after a while, the three people who have just entered the centrifugal killing mirror have already started fighting. At this time, they really entered each other's nest. There was a river of blood flowing here. Several people who had been taken into captivity died before, and their limbs were abruptly chopped off. The children were kept in a cage on the other side and seemed to have no tendency to kill. There is a big throne above, which is actually made of bones. A skinny guy wearing a black cloak coat seemed to be the soul sect. He was originally enjoying the comedy of torture and killing. But suddenly, so many masked children came in, and they were all spirit masters, which made him stunned for a moment. Just thought of getting up and questioning. However, the centrifugal killing mirror is not a wordy guy at all. The second spirit ring lights up, and a mirror image clone that is more than twice the size of itself condenses in an instant. Without saying anything, he threw it towards the soul sect. That soul sect was obviously at a loss. He thought that the other party gave him a human as a meeting gift. But the next moment, when the mirror clone was about to fall, the mighty soul power was instantly ignited, and he subconsciously raised his hand, trying to block it, but the mirror clone fell on him a bit strangely. In Li Changshen's sight, the purple magic pupil was moving. He saw that at the moment the centrifugal killing mirror threw the avatar, Xingyu flying sword also extended a soul power thread, tied the avatar, and then controlled the avatar to accurately hit the evil spirit master. The power of this mirror bomb has gone. The centrifugal killing mirror was retreated several steps backwards for the first time, and his hands were trembling. Rumble. Li Changshen just looked at it. The mirror image fragments exploded, like smoke. The shaking waves gave some of the hostages next to the soul, and even some of them were mutilated. People who had lost too much blood were shaken to death. The mirror bomb of the centrifugal killing mirror will splash something similar to glass shards when it explodes, causing secondary damage. Ah! Damn bastards, who are you? Not dead. It is not so easy to die. After the splashing fragments dissipated, a ragged, green-faced, monster-like guy was exposed to the air. He is 2 meters tall. The whole body was so thin that there was only a shallow chapped skin. Most of his teeth were blown off, and one eye was cut apart by splashing debris, and it was completely rotten. Scarlet holes lit up on his body. At the same time, 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 spirit rings were released separately, and a pair of scary light spots that looked like eye pupils were formed on his body. The evil martial soul, a 1,000-eyed monster. It seems to be a special martial soul that needs to absorb blood to quickly ascension one's own soul power, an absolutely evil martial soul. This is recorded in that piece of information. Soon, the 3rd and 4th spirit rings on his body lit up together, and his body suddenly swelled again. At the same time, his mouth opened, and the abrupt mouth oozes a little bit of rich green light, like a cannonball. Launched directly towards Li Changshen and the others. The centrifugal killing mirror 3 people dodged, without stopping, they rushed directly towards each other. The second spirit ring of the iron armor with shield lit up, and the huge shield slammed up. Li Changshen did not dodge, but wanted to defend, but the next moment, beside him, the crisp sound of the piano sounded, and at the same time, the voice of Chiju piano master sounded. The first song, its 3 scores, Invincible Golden Body and Invincible Image. In an instant, Li Changshen and Chiju Qin master were wrapped in a golden shield that exuded soul power. The opponent's powerful spirit attack, hitting the shield, did not fluctuate in the slightest. What a powerful soul skill! Li Changshen couldn't bear to say something. Chiju Qin master said to the side, able to withstand any attack from a spirit master 2 rings higher than himself. It consumes a lot, isn't it? Fortunately, I can use it 5 times a day. Your martial soul is really amazing. Over there, the coordination of the three people of the centrifugal killing mirror was too perfect. One defense of the three actually resisted the attack of the opponent's soul sect. The two dancing long swords kept flying, and the mighty power was so mighty that they cut off one of the other's arms abruptly. That soul sect was beaten up. He couldn't help but retreat, but one arm broke, he kept flowing green blood, and his painful face was white with skewer. He suddenly picked up several hostages with one hand. He grinned, "You come here again, I will kill all the hostages. If you can let me go, I will let them go." The centrifugal killing mirror did not speak, and directly responded to the opponent with a bomb-throwing motion. Rumbling. Li Changsheng couldn't stand it anymore. He just wanted to step forward. Suddenly, Chi Ju Qin master beside him grabbed his hand and said in a deep voice, "It seems that something has happened." "Ah! Damn it, forcing me, why are you forcing me?" "Ah! Allegiance to the great Lord God. Please accept the souls of lowly believers." After the explosion, the evil soul master standing above had been bombarded continuously. He threw away the hostage with his hand strength, and his mouth let out an angry roar. He didn't know where he was, and he held up his hand respectfully. "Please have a hair out? That hair has a strange color, only the body of an ant." If it were not for the purple magic pupil, Li Changsheng could not see clearly at all. I saw that the evil spirit master opened his blood basin and swallowed the long hair of the ant's body with a crazy face. As Chi Ju Qin master said just now, the sudden change occurred. 3 chapters. Chapter 42 Martial Soul Fusion Technique. After the evil spirit master swallowed that strand of weird hair, his originally tall body swelled again, and at the same time, the wounds that had been exploded on his body almost recovered in the blink of an eye. The flowing green blood also turned into dark purple, something like a tattoo. On his head, something that looked like a big spider completely covered his head, and his eyes appeared on the spider's abdomen. "Ha ha ha, you are all going to die." The evil spirit master is full of terrible power. What is even more strange is that his original 4 spirit rings have actually been upgraded. The original 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 spirit rings have turned into a weird, coquettish dark purple halo. At the same time, he possessed the multi-eyed martial soul was also replaced by a raised, giant spider phantom. The next moment, the evil spirit master propped up the phantom shadow of Nyoda's spider legs, bursting out a strong aura, and stepped directly on the martial soul, a uniform shield with iron armor and shield. The armored shield only felt that his whole body was trampled by a terrible, tearing force, which was a terrible breath that surpassed all soul power. The next moment, his martial soul was directly crushed and then passed out. This scene happened so quickly that almost everyone present did not react. Seeing the evil spirit master who suddenly turned into a spider and burst out with such a powerful force, Li Changsheng's pupils shrank. "It's the little hair just now." After swallowing that bit of hair, the evil spirit master suddenly exploded with terrifying power. "What is that?" Before he could think about it, the evil soul master propped up the huge spider legs, and actually killed him directly towards Li Changsheng and Chi Ju Qin master. "Die, die, and serve the great god!" he roared, and the huge spider legs ran like a split sword, terrifyingly powerful. Li Changsheng couldn't take care of so much. He directly grabbed the Chi Ju Qin master around him, Zhang Kaishi's martial soul, and released his soul skills, almost without thinking, "Fly." The next moment, with a lift of his soul power, Li Changsheng flew to the top of the cave with Chi Ju Qin master, avoiding this attack. Without a hit, the huge spider's legs hit the ground, and the coquettish purple was flowing, and the granite ground was directly corroded out of holes. The evil soul master raised his head, glanced at the 2 Li Changsheng, then turned around, and went to kill the 2 of them again. The centrifugal killing mirror picked up the iron armor and shield that had fainted, and at the same time created several mirror clones, and threw them towards the opponent. The explosion sounded. But the next moment, the evil spirit master rushed out of the broken lens. Seeing that he was about to step on Xingyu Flying Sword's escaping body with spider legs, Li Changsheng, who was floating in the air, was also stunned. He said to Qiju Qin Master, "Hold me tight." Afterwards, without waiting, the book of creation was flipped, and he took advantage of the trend to condense the bow. His face was a little pale. Flying in the air, for Li Changsheng, the consumption is still a bit large. Everything he created by borrowing from the book of creation needs to consume his own soul power, and the more delicate things are, the more soul power is needed to maintain. Qiju Qin Master honestly hugged Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's bow was in his hand, and he directly pulled the virtual bow. The resonant soul power, like a flame being ignited, made a sound of breaking through the air, and shot towards the evil soul master. Click. The originally powerful bow and arrow just smashed on the evil soul master, splashing a little spark. Did not cause substantial harm. Li Changsheng was stunned. He immediately called out the night-shaking spear between his eyebrows and leaned forward to sprint. Over there, the fleeing Xingyu Flying Sword also sensed the terrifying power pursued. She was turned around, and the huge spider leg happened to stabbing her, and she backhanded her own martial soul in front of her. Click. The next moment, a martial soul sword resisting in front of him shattered directly. Seeing that the spider's legs were about to penetrate her body, Li Changsheng hadn't rushed down before leaning over, and the brilliant light of Jingyi gun added all the remaining spirit power of Li Changsheng, which was less than 1/3. A mirror that appeared out of thin air blocked Xingyu Flying Sword's body. The next moment, the centrifugal killing mirror holding the iron armor and shield unexpectedly got out of the mirror. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and dragged Xingyu Flying Sword, who was about to be penetrated through his body, into the mirror. The next moment, the three of them appeared 10 meters away. Li Changsheng's night stun gun fell at the same time. The mighty power was aimed at the head of the evil soul master, that twisted, dirty spider. Pouch! The Jingyi spear suddenly lost its power, as if it had hit a hard rock directly. Li Changsheng showed a shocked expression for the first time. What did he see? The spider that grew on the face of the evil spirit master was actually alive. It opened its sharp mouth, and actually bit the startling night spear. A huge suction force struck from the other end of the night-shattering gun. Li Changsheng found that his own soul power was constantly being lost, and he followed the night start spear and directly flooded into the spider on the head of the evil soul master. Li Changsheng never expected that the Jingyi spear didn't penetrate the opponent. This was something he didn't expect, and the invincible night stun gun actually didn't work. He had to grab the Qiju Qin master again, controlling the martial soul of the creation book, and flew to the other side. At the same time, the emptiness he had just used the night-shattering gun also came. The consumption level of own soul power is a bit large. Jingyi spear recovered from Li Changsheng's hands and recovered to a mighty power, but it was not able to overwhelm the monster evil spirit master. What the hell is that hair? Li Changsheng asked the god of wisdom, but because he was too shocked, he subconsciously said it. Tell. Unknown element. But according to calculations, it has terrible upgraded power. Why didn't Jingyi gun kill him? Li Changsheng fell beside a crack. Tell. Not enough soul power extraction. So I can't exert enough power. Your affinity is not high. After the other party was upgraded, he carried a trace of divinity. Divine. Li Changsheng's face was weird. He didn't understand the meaning of these words at all, but there was no time for him to ask, because the crazy evil spirit master was here again. Run. Don't fight hard. As long as we get out of the cave and give a signal, we can be saved. The centrifugal killing mirror roared at Li Changsheng, and then, with two people under his arms, he ran directly out of the cave. He runs very fast, almost flying up. Li Changshen was speechless. How about the momentum of the three besieging others? God of wisdom, can you kill him with parallel calculations? Run. Just kidding, your speed is comparable to other people's spider legs. Tell. Ken. According to calculations, it takes 3 days and 3 nights to be in a coma, 10 days of cultivation, and a first level drop in spirit power. Can kill? Sure enough, parallel calculation is powerful, and the God of wisdom is powerful. Stuck in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. 10 days of cultivation. Soul power first level. Li Changshen feels that it's better to forget it, let's run. Suddenly, the Qiju piano master who was originally in his arms pulled his clothes. Li Changshen recovered. Just about to run, he heard Qiju Qin master say, "We can kill him together." What's the meaning? In other words, Qiju Qin master has watched the show by his side since the beginning. Forget it, kid, it's better not to fight and kill. But at this time, Li Changshen still asked in surprise, really? Qiju Qin master broke free and stood on the ground, looking at the evil soul master who was only 3 meters away from them. That huge spider phantom exudes a terrifying aura, like the real martial soul that the soul sage can display. Qiju Qin master looked at it, then turned her head. She couldn't see the expression while wearing the mask, but her eyes were very serious. Li Changshen looked at the evil soul master who was about to rush over, and subconsciously said that the God of wisdom started the parallel calculation. But, the next moment, Qiju Qin master opened his hand and plunged into Li Changshen's arms. Her long silver hair was misty and misty. Her raised hand was wrapped around Li Changshen's neck. Hey, when is it all? Li Changshen felt a little bit funny with his small body in front of him. He was really charming, but when is it all? The warm breath came. Li Changshen had not reacted. He heard Qiju Qin master buried in his chest, and said, "Run the soul power." Li Changshen had subconsciously activated his spirit power, and at the same time, the concealed martial soul book of creation reappeared, but this time it seemed a little different. The body was very close. At the next moment, Li Changshen actually sensed an external, soft, and warm soul power that was different from his own soul power. Li Changshen felt this feeling very strange. The same is true of Qiju Qin master. In an instant, Li Changshen became a little dazed. He felt that his own soul power was out of his own control. At the same time, his own creation book martial soul merged with the phantom produced by a piano, and a scene of light and shadow took shape in an instant. A piano. One person. A book. In the cave, a piano was played by a phantom. The phantom was a vague woman, unable to see the specific face. She used one hand to play the guqin, and the other hand stretched out, flipping the book on the left hand, which looked like a piano score, gently flipping a virtual book with her hand. Countless, colorful soul power resounded like a glow, surrounded by Li Changshen and Qiju Qin master. The hand that phantom turned over the book stopped, and the other hand gently waved the guqin. Li Changshen didn't know what was happening right now. A series of invisible sound waves were played on the guqin. Each note constituted a spiritual annihilation. Within a second, it was the beginning of destruction for the evil spirit master who was facing it. The fuzzy faceless woman just flipped through the piano sheet while playing the piano. Only. The piano is silent, and the meaning is silent. But the body of the evil soul master constantly shattered, but it made people understand that the power was huge and it was really shocking. 8 of the evil soul master's spider legs shattered, and the spider growing on the head also shattered, exuding a lot of foul smell. Stinking blood was flowing all over his body. But the only thing we can know is, it's still not dead, and even the 2 spider legs that it stretched out alone exudes even more fascinating power. Only then did Li Changshen come back to his senses. He felt sore all over his body, and his soul power was empty. The same is true for the Qiju Luthier on the side. Not dead? Chi Ju-chin master said in disbelief. Li Changsheng was speechless, he just didn't know what happened. After recovering, the evil spirit master became like this, and at the same time his spirit power was actually consumed. The evil soul master roared, but he could no longer make a sound, only corresponding actions. It actually began to beat the cave, and the corrosive liquid touched the top of the mountain. I am afraid the top of the mountain would be knocked down. In that case, Li Changsheng and Chi Ju-chin master would undoubtedly die. Li Changsheng was rather helpless, so, you can only hurt it seriously. The evil soul master did not attack Li Changsheng's two people, but slammed the top of the mountain madly. Chi Ju-chin master trembled inadvertently. Li Changsheng looked at the dark passage outside, raised his hand and touched Chi Ju-chin master's soft hair, and said, "Don't forget to take me out in a while. Also, are you a student of the Dean of the Yuan? There must be privileges too, right? If I am in a coma, surely you can let me into the forecourt, right?" Chi Ju-chin master just wanted to speak. Li Changsheng shook his head, turned around, and looked at the beating cave and the nearly collapsed cave. Oh! The next moment, the God of Wisdom, parallel calculation opens. Li Changsheng retired to the side and looked at the landscape in front of him as a deputy. Li Changsheng, under the control of the God of Wisdom, suddenly turned into Scarlet Shura. It drew back the night-shattering gun directly in the air. Holding the night-startling spear, without any extra action, he directly raised the night-startling spear, jumped up and slashed from the top of the evil spirit master's head, and for a while, the whole cave still shook violently. Before he died, the evil soul master actually issued a grinning smile. "You, be buried." The evil soul master's body began to swell, and the flowing green blood began to boil. Is he going to blow himself up? The God of Wisdom didn't speak, and in the gap, he jumped up and grabbed the Chi Ju-chin master. Then, the Jingyi spear was raised towards the top of the cave. A brilliant light directly penetrated the entire top of the mountain. Suddenly, a passage with a diameter of more than 3 meters was opened from the cave. At a glance, he saw the rising sun, and the dark fortress of the Sun Moon Empire in the distance. The God of Wisdom did not stop, stomped his feet, his spirit power scattered, and rose into the sky. Disappeared in place. When it rushed into the sky, the whole mountain roared, fell instantly and turned into fly ash, and on that side, the centrifugal killing mirror that just rushed in and a middle-aged man covered with explosive muscles also rushed over. After coming out, Li Changsheng fell into a coma, and Chi Ju-chin master returned to the Yuan with Li Changsheng on his back. And Li Changsheng woke up 3 days later, and he heard a bad news. The plot of the forecourt of education soon ended. Chapter 43 Bad News. What you said is true. How could it be possible? How could Li Zishuo die? Li Changsheng looked at Chi Ju-chin master sitting in front of the bed, enduring the spirit power running around in his body, grinning. His face was full of incredible words. After returning that day, Li Changsheng fell into a coma and didn't wake up until today. I just woke up and recovered a little bit of spirit power. Because Chi Ju-chin master has been taking care of him for the past few days, Li Changsheng has recovered very well. Although his spirit power has fallen first level, he still needs to recover from his injuries. Li Changsheng doesn't care. At this time, Chi Ju-chin master personally told Li Changsheng that the descendant who came with him and was very satisfied with him died during the assessment task. How could he not be shocked and angry? Chi Ju-chin master sat by the bed. She looked at Li Changsheng's stiff complexion and said, "Everyone in the unmanned team in the tomb has been killed, including their team teacher, a 78th level soul saint. They received it as a team. The mission was to track down a prisoner on death row. But just yesterday evening, the guards of Gil City found their bodies outside the city. After identifying their identities, they were sent to the Yukian front yard this morning. The specific situation has not been ascertained, but them. What are they? Li Changshen's clenched fists were slightly loosened, and he looked at Chi Ju Qin Master with some horror. Chi Ju Qin Master suddenly turned sideways and retched on the side of the bed. Even if she was wearing a mask, she could imagine that she was absolutely vomiting in nausea. They died miserably. Especially Li Zishuo, the skin under the neck was completely peeled off, the bones all over his body were pulled out one by one, his hair was pulled out one by one, his facial features were flattened, and his eyes were flattened. Finally, in the interval of intermittent vomiting, Chi Ju Qin Master told Li Changsheng such a sentence. Do you die? Do you die? Li Changsheng fell heavily on the bed. What about the other three people? Chi Ju Qin Master hesitated for a moment, holding his chin with a small hand, holding back his malice. Similar resemblance. Li Changsheng suddenly felt his whole body explode. He lifted the quilt, endured the pain in his whole body, grinned, and said to Chi Ju Qin Master, Can I go and see them? Chi Ju Qin Master hesitated for a while, and then nodded. Their corpses have not been transported away. They will probably notify their family in the afternoon. Li Changshen nodded, put on a mask, and staggered behind Chi Ju Qin Master. Chi Ju Qin Master wanted to support Li Changshen, but was turned down by Li Changshen and asked her to lead the way. Soon, Li Changshen came to the room where the corpse was stagnant. At this time, many teachers who did not wear masks gathered here. As soon as he arrived, Li Changshen was attracted by a terrifying breath. In the room, the four corpses were placed on the table one after the other, without any obstruction, exposed to the air. An elegant middle-aged man with fiery red hair, a peaceful face, his hands on his back, fiery eyes staring at the four corpses. At the same time, the other teachers were also honestly waiting aside. There was pain and resentment in their eyes, but they all remained silent. The arrival of Chi Ju Qin Master made many teachers look at him. Chi Ju Qin Master walked into the room and said to the red-haired man, "Teacher." The red-haired man looked at Chi Ju Qin Master and glanced at Li Changsheng, who was standing at the door. He did not speak, but just nodded. Li Changsheng walked in. As the distance got closer, he really saw Li Zishuo, Ling Long Dice, and the bodies of two team members who were not in the tomb. The pupils of his staring at the corpse shrank. Yes. The second of the four corpses was indeed the corpse of Li Zishuo. His whole body is bloody and fleshy. If it is not for his face, there are still places that can be distinguished. I am afraid it is really a bunch of rotten flesh. The five senses are flattened one by one, like using a knife, and like a special spirit ability. Opening his eyes, there was a deep fear inside. Next to his body, there was the sword that Li Changsheng had given him, but it was broken. Li Changsheng walked in, and the red-haired old man on the side looked at him and kept silent before asking, "Do you know this Li Zishuo?" Li Changsheng nodded. He didn't know what his current mood was. Are you sad? There doesn't seem to be a deep sadness. But it's a bit weird. Didn't you get well when you left? He obviously blessed him. Why did he die? Why is death so miserable? Then do you recognize this mark? Or have you seen it somewhere? Before Li Changsheng could think about anything, the red-haired man stretched out his hand and pointed to a special mark drawn near Li Zishuo's temple. Yes, a very special mark. A vague, winged animal mark. The wings are golden and the body is dark purple. It looks like a combination of a dazzling angel and a dark and ugly thing. What grows out of flesh and blood is very weird. Li Changsheng shook his head. No, I have never seen it before. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man shook his head, stretched out his hand, and patted Li Changsheng's shoulder lightly, as if to comfort him. My child, don't be too sad. The Yuqianyuan will avenge them. Li Changsheng didn't listen. His eyes fell on the four corpses. Four corpses, 3 men and 1 woman, died very similarly. Linglong Dice is a girl with a very buffin appearance. At this time, her pale complexion gave her a few weird feelings, especially the open eyes. The emotions passing through them were very similar to Li Zixuo's fears. Inexplicably miserable. Looking back on the way back, she was very enthusiastic about telling Li Changsheng so many useless things, but now she is dead. There was no mark like Li Zixuo near her temple. She, including the two on the side, didn't have any. It was as if she had encountered an evil soul master and had been killed, but Li Zixuo was different, revealing weirdness. When Li Changsheng glanced at the corner of Li Zixuo's mouth, a little familiar hair, his body trembled. The god of wisdom, who killed Li Zixuo? What happened to the mark on his body? Li Changsheng asked calmly, pretending to be calm. Tell. Unknown. Unfortunately, this time the god of wisdom did not answer Li Changsheng. But Li Changsheng thought a lot. Why did Li Zixuo also have the same thing as the hair swallowed by the evil spirit master on his mouth? Li Changsheng didn't stay for too long, so he went back, and didn't take away the hair. After all, there were too many people present. Qi Juqin master followed him, silent. Li Changsheng was thinking about a problem. 4 words echoed in his mind. Do not squint at all. That's right, these 4 words. If Li Zixuo were the same as the other 3, Li Changsheng might think that this was really an encounter with the evil soul master, and then he was completely wiped out. However, I always feel that something is wrong with Li Zixuo. He turned around, looked at Qi Juqin master, and said, has such a thing happened before? Qi Juqin master was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, I don't know this either. Yes, after all, Qi Juqin master is also a freshman who entered the Yuqian yard this year. The one just now is your teacher? Me ri Douluo? Li Changsheng asked ambiguously. Qi Juqin master nodded, yes. Me ri Douluo Ming Taibei. Then what did he say? A simple evil spirit master committing a crime. Li Changsheng didn't ask me son Douluo face to face, feeling that he couldn't ask anything. He probably wouldn't talk too much with his little kid. Qi Juqin master and Li Changsheng returned to the room. Sitting at the table, Li Changsheng poured a glass of water for her. Qi Juqin master said. The teacher did not say very specific, but said that this matter is not simple, and sent a lot of people to investigate. At the same time, he said that the public opinion of the Yuqianyuan may be very bad, probably that's it? Li Changsheng picked up the water and took a sip. Indeed, 4 students died at once, and all of them were young geniuses. I am afraid that the Yuqianyuan will be held accountable again. But the teacher seemed to have mentioned the Sun Moon Empire at the time. The Sun Moon Empire? Is it still related to the Sun Moon Empire? Could it be done by the evil spirit masters active in the Sun Moon Empire? Li Changsheng felt a headache, and the god of wisdom did not say that his head was not very smart. He may not have the power to avenge Li Zixuo now, but it's okay to know some early. By the way, the grouping battle has been completed. Originally, you, I, and Li Zixuo were in the same class, but now. Master Qi Juqin took out a piece of paper from the storage device and moved it to Li Changsheng. Class name. Li Changsheng picked up this piece of paper with a bit of sorrow. The class name and 3 other names were originally written on it. Qi Juqin master, want to see the moon, no regrets. At this time, Li Zixuo's name was crossed out, and there was no additional staff. And the name of the class has already been decided. Very simple, straightforward, and fresh name. All the way to death. Finally, after chatting for a while, Qi Juqin master left. And when they talked about their mission, Qi Juqin master also expressed the words of rejoicing. As for why the evil soul master suddenly broke out, they didn't talk about it. At the same time, he told Li Changsheng to go to class 3 days later. Because of the privilege of Qi Juqin master, Li Changshen was formally admitted to the forecourt. In fact, after completing the second assessment, you will be admitted successfully. The placement battle is just to have a good teacher. As for who the teacher in their class was, Chi Juqin Master just mentioned that he was a female teacher named Zi Baiyu, and also a titled Douluo. Huh. How come this offspring of mine died? Grass. Li Changsheng, sitting on the bed in lotus position, was still speechless. He really didn't understand, why did he die? Finally, he thought of their own task again. Yes, if you don't have yourself, several people in the centrifugal killing mirror will die, right? By the way, God of Wisdom, how did Chi Juqin Master hit that evil soul master hard in the end? I don't remember clearly. Although a bit sad about Li Zishuo's passing, Li Changsheng currently needs to quickly recover the damage in his body. Prompted Xian Tiangong to recover from the injury, but at this moment, he asked the God of Wisdom. Tell. Martial Soul Fusion Technology. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Can Chi Juqin Master and I use the Martial Soul Fusion Technique? Just like Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking before? But, we didn't know each other before, right? Also, our martial soul, a book, a Zhangqin, how can we merge? Li Changsheng relaxed a little, and asked curiously. At the same time, he also remembered that Chi Juqin Master at that time seemed to know that they could use the martial soul fusion technique, right? This is even more weird. Tell. The definition of martial soul's fusion technique is too vague and inconclusive. Moreover, how do you think that you did not know each other before? Li Changsheng was speechless. The God of Wisdom was indeed very powerful in pretending to be a god and a ghost. Oh, things are impermanent. Sure enough, the world of the Soul Master is very dangerous. I hope that one day, I will not die too miserably. By the way, the God of Wisdom, when you start the parallel calculation, what level of Spirit Master are you probably considered to be? Through this mission, Li Changsheng knew it. Own creation book Martial Soul is so weird that it will turn what he says into an instant fact, but it consumes too much of his own soul power. He flew with Chi Juqin Master for a while, and he felt that his soul power was consumed a lot. He decided to focus temporarily on the training of Martial Soul, so that he could adapt more quickly. Tell. As long as your body can hold it, it doesn't matter if you kill the gods and destroy the demons. On this rainy day, I wrote to death the child who planned the protagonist template. Originally wanted to write to death 6 years later, let him stay with the protagonist for a while, but after looking at it, hurry up and finish writing the story of Yukian Yuan. The entire plot of the Yukian Yard is actually for the purpose of writing an introduction. The evil spirit masters in this worldview are very cruel and plan more. Chapter 44, The Born of Teacher Zi by Realm. That night, Li Changsheng, lying on the bed, suddenly noticed something wrong and suddenly opened his eyes. In the room, a cold wind suddenly blew and howled. He who was supposed to be lying on the bed suddenly realized that he had come to a dark space. He is standing now. At the same time, beside my ears, a cold, gloomy voice echoed in the black space. You taught Li Zishuo's Xiantian skill. Li Changsheng shook his head. The moment he heard the sound, he squeezed his hand and it hurt. It means that this is not a dream, but the feeling like a dream is so unreal. He distracted the gods and asked the God of Wisdom, what is going on? The voice of the God of Wisdom sounded as expected. Title Douluo uses martial soul to sneak into your consciousness and temporarily control your thoughts. He is asking you about Li Zishuo's cultivation of Xian Tiangong. You can answer whatever you want. Li Zishuo's cultivation of Xian Tiangong? Could it be that Li Zishuo's death has something to do with this guy who sneaked into his consciousness? He controlled his thoughts and replied like a sleepy, no, I don't know. After Li Changsheng said so, the space trembled slightly, and the surrounding darkness showed signs of cracks, and then shattered little by little. Li Changshen, who opened his eyes slightly, found that he had returned to the room. What happened? Actually, a titled Douluo came to ask about Xian Tiangong? Could it be that Li Zishuo was killed because of Xian Tiangong? Impossible. Li Changshen was a little shocked, but also a little scared for no reason. If it weren't for the non-phase and ring-born skills, he might have leaked the breath of Xian Tiangong just now. Could it be done by the soul master who hates Tang Clan? Li Changshen lay quietly on the bed, without using Xian Tiangong, but quietly thinking about some things. Sleepless all night. The next day, Li Changshen got up early. In the past few days, his own injury has recovered a lot. Although his soul power has fallen first level, because of Li Changshen's solid foundation and the assistance of blood qi, he is vaguely about to break through. At the same time, we are going to class today. Li Changshen didn't think too much about what happened last night. Li Zishuo's death did surprise him, but he didn't deliberately grieve. In this world, anyone can die, everyone can die, there are no exceptions. Li Changshen just cared for a moment. When his own strength ascension rises, he will avenge his descendants. Now his purpose is very simple, to learn, ascension himself, to complete the sign-in task. After tidying up his own attire, looking at the immature face in the mirror, Li Changshen also gradually became familiar with this face, picked up the mask on the side, and walked out of the dormitory door. In the past 3 days, the Yuqianyuan was not very peaceful, and the accountability from above came as scheduled. Therefore, many students who went out to do tasks have rushed back to the college one after another. At the same time, the bodies of the 4 Li Zishuo were temporarily left in the Yuqianyuan. Chi Juqin Master said that some Shrek Academy staff wanted to investigate. Li Changshen didn't pay much attention to this. Following the long stone road, Li Changshen came to his class. It is also an independently developed small courtyard. As soon as he walked in, he saw Chi Juqin Master sitting there with a dull-looking young woman, both holding books and plausible. Li Changshen walked over. The dull woman raised her head first, glanced at Li Changshen, and motioned for him to sit down. When Li Changshen sat down, Chi Juqin Master raised his head thoughtfully. Here. Li Changshen gave an and glanced at the book Chi Juqin Master was holding, and the book he was reading with gusto was actually a piano score. Introduce yourself. Zibai, your teacher, in the next 6 years, please give me some advice. Purple does not speak. Zi does not speak. The look is pretty long, and Zi Baiu, who is somewhat charming, showed an expressionless face, simply opened his mouth, and said to Li Changshen, I have read your information. For some reasons, there will be no assignment for the time being. Like her, the only assignment next is to read a book. Zi Bai lowered his head, flipped the book in his hand, and spoke calmly. Reading. Li Changshen asked subconsciously. Reading. No cultivation. Li Changshen asked suspiciously. When the cultivation is done, it will naturally be cultivation. There are many ways of meditation, and it is not done overnight. Reading, meditation, and smoothing of your water chestnuts are good for meditation. Okay, you can go to the room to pick up the books. Today you have to read 5 books. After school, write your reading notes and hand them to me. You can go back after passing them. If you don't pass, I will accompany you to light up and read at night. Li Changshen suddenly noticed that there were heavy dark circles on Zi Baiu's eyes. Also, what kind of a learning method is it? In the great cultivation stage, let people read books and polish water chestnuts. Big sister, I have lived for 10,000 years, and my heart is almost flattened. Suddenly, Chi Juqin Master on the side tugged his sleeve. Li Changshen saw that under the mask, Chi Juqin Master's eyes were also missing a lot of light than before. She nodded gently to Li Changshen, try it. Li Changshen sighed, stood up, and took out a copy of Prehistory of Douluo Continent from the classroom, including a copy of The Era of Soul Master Rumao Drinking Blood, and several biographies of many heroes in the pre-Tang San era. For example, a book called The Young Dragon Slayer Gorzan. A total of 5 books were taken out, and Li Changsheng also sat at the stone table, sat down, and started reading. History, biography, and it's all 10,000 years ago. Do you really like the humanistic stories of that period? Zibayu's voice sounded without much strength. She was obviously a woman, but she gave people a sense of weakness as a man, and those eyes with black eye sockets also made people want to laugh. Li Changsheng just saw the beginning of the young dragon slaying young Gorzan, and then shook his head. Modern history is nothing more than the invasion of the Sun and Moon continent. There have been many fighting heroes and soul masters. Their stories have been several great empires have been passed on, but most of them have been fabricated to be too exaggerated, and there is not much authenticity, so it seems that it does not have much meaning. On the contrary, it is not as good as the previous books. Then you shouldn't read the record of Tang San's ancestor leading the first generation of Shrek 7 Devils against Martial Soul Palace. Zibayu asked with interest. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. Well, I've read it before, and it's a little boring after reading it a few times. Besides, doesn't the teacher think that the times before Tang San were also very interesting? For example, like this biography says, the era of Galzan life was when the dragons ruled the Douluo continent. Humans were weak and oppressed. The protagonist Galzan was nurtured by the dragon. Finally, the dragon who nurtured him was sacrificed to Galzan and awakened him. The golden dragon Martial Soul, with a god-given spirit ring, became the dragon-killing soul master who was the mainstay against the dragons in that era. After a pause, Li Changsheng hadn't seen it yet, so he flipped through the book. Isn't this kind of biography very interesting? I like this history of alien struggle more than the battle between the Soul Master and the Soul Master. Zibayu continued, the biography is even more fictitious, right? The dragons ruled the Douluo continent. Is there really that era? Li Changsheng said, maybe there are. Boom. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's whole body was shocked. He suddenly discovered that the first-level spirit power that he had fallen before had actually recovered, and his own spirit power was directly restored to the 10th fifth level from the original 10th fourth level. He looked at Zibayu in front of him in surprise, and then looked at Chiju Qin Master beside him in a daze. Zibayu's dull face rarely showed a smile, and her thin body became thinner and thinner. Chiju Qin Master was a little envious for some reason. Really? I didn't have an ascension level after reading it all night. Instead, you broke through when you came. Li Changsheng was surprised. What's the matter? Chiju Qin Master glanced at Zibayu and saw Zibayu lower her head to read. Then she put down the piano score in her hand and hummed with a sour feeling. This is the benefit of reading. Li Changsheng was speechless. Of course he could ask the God of Wisdom, but he felt that he was still surprised at this time. Come on. I would have broken through. You have innate spirit power at level 20, what do you envy me? Come on. Li Changsheng subconsciously raised his hand to grab Chiju Piano Master's silver-white hair. Chiju Qin Master tilted his head and heard Li Changsheng's anxious tone. He then gave up, saying, this is the unique realm of Zibayu. The scholarly realm. Staying in the realm, reading, understanding, communicating, can transform. For the progress of meditation on soul power cultivation, the deeper the understanding of a book, the higher the degree of meditation transformed. So, you are quite smart. To Chiju Qin Master's playful answer, Li Changsheng just felt that the other party was strange, and was slightly shocked by the content of her words. Born realm. Most of the things realm are realized. Like the realm that comes with it, this one is a bit enchanting. Besides, the effect of this realm is a bit abnormal, right? Can reading comprehension be transformed into soul power cultivation? Zibai seemed to carelessly said, for your children, the effect is good, but the effect is much lower for the soul master with high spirit power. Teacher, what is your martial soul? Zibai said, oh, it's similar to your martial soul, a book. Is it also a book? The effect? He flipped through the book, while reading the book, then, how did you attack your martial soul upgrade? Is it also from the control department? Zibai also turned a page, my martial soul is an auxiliary type. Auxiliary title Douluo. Rare soul master. Then, what is the title of the teacher? No, it's too much trouble. Zi doesn't speak, it sounds good. Casual. After that, Li Changsheng did not bother Zi to speak, but began to read the book carefully. As Qi Juqin Master said, with the in-depth reading, Li Changsheng really felt a subtle feeling that the speed of the circulation of soul power was faster, and there seemed to be a vast ocean in his head, releasing angry waves and sea waves. On this day, the days when Li Changsheng and Qi Juqin Master both studied. And Li Changsheng's 6-year education in the forecourt also began. Chapter 45, The Cultivation of the Front Yard for Small Daily Life, Try it, the following instructions are attached. This is what happened half a year after entering the preschool. This day, Li Changsheng opened his dim sleepy eyes. He rubbed his eyes first, and most of the shirt he was wearing was exposed. Because he was a little tired after reading books last night, he went back to the dormitory and took off his clothes and fell asleep. He saw with his sleepy eyes, a masked face leaning over and drawing closer. This is a little girl. She has long silver-white hair that is not natural. It spreads like a waterfall. The sunlight reflected through the window, the silver-white hair becomes tangled, the kind of unimaginable gloss and supple. Only when you see it with your own eyes, will you sigh, how can the creation of heaven be so unfair? When he shifted his eyes slightly, he saw the familiar glamorous mask and the creamy white skin on the neck. The big aqua-blue eyes seem to have a layer of watery light film condensed. She has a petite and exquisite figure, but she wears a light white bud flower skirt. What kind of amazing face does the mask cover? If anyone has such a mysterious posture, who else will there be besides Kijulu the Er? Ah, here you are. Li Changsheng was not too surprised. For more than half a year, he and Qi Juqin Master have been studying or discussing with teacher Zibai all day. There are more connections between the two and more conversations. Because of that incident half a year ago, the reform of the Yuqianyuan was completely abandoned, and the original task of the team was in vain. Fortunately, Zibai possesses the magical book realm, which allows Li Changsheng and Qi Juqin Master to quickly ascension their soul power without having to go through hard meditation and battle. Qi Juqin Master suddenly lifted the right hand she put down. It was a bag with a lot of vegetables in it. They were all vegetables that were only available in Douluo continent, and they were extremely delicious. Seeing this scene, Li Changsheng immediately got up and said excitedly, "Oh, I can taste the food you cooked again. Recently, the food in the cafeteria is about to vomit. I'm really lucky." That's right. Since that day, Li Changsheng accidentally ran into Qi Juqin Master suddenly cooking some food for himself in his free time. After Li Changsheng ate it once, he was completely addicted. Obviously a kid, but the food is so delicious. Qi Juqin Master said, "The food in the cafeteria is not bad, right?" Li Changsheng shook his head while putting on his clothes. "It's a long way off, okay." Soon after washing up, Li Changsheng took the initiative to take the ingredients brought by Qi Juqin Master and walk towards their classroom. In their classroom, there is a soul-guided ignition device specially bought by teacher Zi Biu before, which is similar to the natural gas in Li Changsheng's previous life, which is very convenient. The reason why Zi Biu installed the soul guide seemed to be because the food in the canteen of the Yuqianyuan was very unappetizing. Zi Biu wasn't here, Qi Master did his best to sort out the ingredients. The ingredients in this world also have many of the same things as Li Changshen's previous life. For example, eggs and the like. Why do you stand by and watch every time? Qiju Piano Master, who was sorting out the ingredients, had to step on a small bench because he was not tall enough, and Li Changshen did the same. Perceiving Li Changshen's arrival, Qiju Master asked. I'm curious, are you really thinking of these dishes yourself? The food made by Qiju Master is very delicious, the kind of delicious food. Moreover, what makes Li Changshen's scalp even more numb is that he can actually see the appearance of the world's dishes in his previous life in some dishes. For example, ordinary soup. In this world, most people add ingredients, usually seasoning with salt or the like, while Qiju Master, exactly in her room, contains a lot of bottles and cans, and they are all spicy seasonings. Every time she cooks, she will add these ingredients to season. And the variety of dishes, even Zibai, who reads poems and books all over, praised him, threatening to worship Kahyukin Master as his master. Qiju Master's hand paused for a moment, and did not go to see Li Changshen, but hesitated and said, I learned it from my mother. Then I practiced it a lot when I was young, and practice makes perfect. I learned it from my mother. Li Changshen knew immediately that Qiju Master had just lied. Through 6 months of studying together, Li Changshen can be considered to understand the character of Qiju Master. Usually, people who are dumbfounded will have some complaints, will distance themselves from people they don't know, will play tricks when they are familiar, and become hesitating when they lie. Of course, because of the mask, Li Changshen failed to analyze her personality in detail. By the way, don't you need to wear a mask here? It's been more than half a year, and you let me see what you look like. Li Changshen stood firmly on the bench, turned his body sideways, and stared at her very curiously. The Qiju Master who flipped the spoon paused again. No, it won't work. You can't violate the school rules. I lied again. Li Changshen was a little helpless. For 6 months, every time he met, Qiju Master would wear a mask. During these 6 months, Li Changshen has grown a lot and honed a lot. He also had a very good relationship with their teacher, Zibai, so he didn't wear a mask at all in the yard, and he didn't see anything wrong. Zibai is a house girl. If she has to give her a title, it must be House Douluo. Because she really has no other hobbies besides reading, and she doesn't see her meditation either. Normally, her education policy for Li Changshen and Qiju Master is 1. Reading. For the past 6 months, if Li Changshen hadn't often discussed with the perverted Qiju Master, he would have retreated in his own combat power. Because of the incident 6 months ago, almost all the students in the Yuqianyuan stayed in the college to study. For more than half a year, the exchanges between the students in the Yuqianyuan were stipulated that only students in the 5th grade or above could be conducted. At the same time, even after hearing that the Shrek supervision team came, they could not find out the cause of Li Zishuo's death. Therefore, the training system for outings and training in the Yuqianyuan was suspended and extended indefinitely. Li Changshen came back to his senses and wanted to ask. Qiju Master on one side spoke. Do you still want to have breakfast? If you keep asking questions, I will be distracted. A distraction, if you fry the vegetables, will you eat it? Ah, sorry. What can I do besides peeling the ingredients? Hearing that Qiju Master changed the subject again, Li Changshen had no choice but to give up, thinking, anyway, you can't wear a mask for 6 years, right? Even so, 6 years later, you have to take off your mask after graduation, right? In his previous life, Li Changshen didn't know anything about cooking. His dream in his previous life was to find a good wife who could cook, but he didn't get married until he crossed over. The wife after crossing, not as good as Li Changshen. Nothing to help. Just watch and admire me. Chi-Ju Chin Master said such an ambiguous sentence. There are still some that have not been written. Just write a few chapters interspersed in this way. Then graduated from the preschool. Began to officially follow the story of Peerless Tang Clan. Chapter 46, Li Changsheng fights Chi-Ju Chin Master. This is what happened 3 months after entering the preschool. At the moment, in the small courtyard of their class, Li Changsheng and Chi-Ju Chin Master looked at each other from a distance, their soul power surged, and the aura that was ready to go slowly clung to their bodies. The weather today is very good, the blue sky, with layers of clouds, reveals the sky, and it happens to shine in the small courtyard. Although I only have one link, don't think I will lose. Li Changsheng stood with his hands in his hands, looking straight at Chi-Ju Chin Master who was not far away. Chi-Ju Chin Master chuckled, his voice was crisp, and his words skillfully, "Have you beaten me?" Li Changsheng stomped his feet immediately. Zi Baiu sitting under the pavilion, flipping through the books, yawned rather boringly, without any elder appearance, competition is just a waste of time. With this effort, you might as well read a few more books. Because there is no task. Li Changsheng and Chi-Ju Chin Master, apart from reading, almost everything else was ignored, and the book was still very comfortable to read. With the addition of Zibai Shuxiang Realm, Li Changsheng has officially broken through to the 10th level spirit power within these 3 months, almost by a line, and can break through the 20th level to obtain his own second spirit ring. This is only 3 months. On the other hand, Chi-Ju Chin Master, the spirit power ascension is not slow, and now he has 24th level spirit power, which is about a month's first level spirit power. Therefore, on weekdays, in addition to daily reading, after completing the reading tasks, Li Changsheng and Chi-Ju Chin Master will discuss and learn from each other. The way to learn is very simple: click to the end, do not use lethal weapons and soul abilities, and proceed under the witness of Zi Baiu. In these 3 months, Li Changsheng and Chi-Ju Chin Master had played no less than 10 times. But every time, Li Changsheng was slightly inferior. Actually, it is not that his strength is not good, but that he is simply honing the tolerance of his own soul power. In these 3 months, his second martial soul Zuxian painting first spirit ring, his own age has reached the level of 500 years, which means that Li Changsheng's physical constitution has also been ascension a lot, which is a very impressive ascension. Don't worry, you will taste defeat today. Li Changsheng didn't wear a mask at this time, his expression showed a confident smile, and he almost hooked his fingers to provoke Chi-Ju Piano Master. Chi-Ju Chin Master snorted, "I'll beat you to the point of squirming." When the voice fell, almost half a breath interval, Chi-Ju Luthier gently stepped backwards and leaped back. In a sense, Li Changsheng and Chi-Ju Chin Master are both control-type spirit masters, and the spirit abilities of the two are very similar. Therefore, they usually use the method of spirit abilities to fight against each other. On one side, Chi-Ju Chin Master drew his hand, and a Chi-Ju Chin followed the waves of the spirit power, like a swaying boat, floating in front of her, and 2 spirit rings, one yellow and one purple, were on her body. Circle back and forth. The sound of the piano took shape, accompanied by the movement of the Kahyukin with her fingertips. A series of huge ice cones, which are more than half a meter long, can be seen in number. There are about a dozen, instantly formed, containing terrible soul power, and directly smashed towards Li Changsheng. Haha, are you still right about the spirit boom? Today I will let you know what a spirit master of the storm control system is called. Li Changsheng did not hesitate to attack the oncoming cone of ice. His martial soul the next moment took advantage of the trend. The quaint book of creation rustled, and his soul power exploded. He immediately said, "Gun." The voice fell, and a long spear that was condensed from soul power and glowing with white light fell directly into his hand. Holding the spear, Li Changsheng drove the messy underfoot, like a ghost, but not the pace of a ghost. He went along with the flow, among a few ghosts, disappeared directly in place, leaving only the dust that the ice cone smashed and splashed. Since that day, when the mysterious titled Douluo invaded the consciousness and asked about Li Zishuo, Li Changsheng has slowly used the skills in the Suanei Shanbailu, but slowly, through Li Changsheng himself, some suggestions given by the God of Wisdom, he changed some of the commonly used skills, such as the Ghost Shadow and the Purple Magic Pupil. It can be used. Although the power is not as strong as before, it is more suitable for Li Changsheng himself. Seeing Li Changsheng disappearing in place, and hearing Li Changsheng's excited words, Qiju Qin Master snorted coldly, and suddenly, the sound of the piano she plucked changed clearly and clearly. During this period of time, what Qiju Qin Master read the most was not books but music scores. Especially after teacher Zibai gave her a sheet music from the hidden sect Haoshan school, she recorded it and played the piano sound with her martial soul. The sound of the piano attack formed one after another made people shudder. Poseidon Fukin plays a beautiful shadow. Qiju Qin Master gave a sweet cry, and the stagnant piano sound suddenly turned into a sound wave visible to the naked eye. A magnificent scene took shape. It was a vague scene of a man with long hair swinging and lying on the piano. Whenever he plucked the piano, the quiet notes would tremble and count. At the same time, one by one, the woman with short golden hair danced in the void. And at the moment when the first note sounded, the figure of Li Changsheng who had disappeared suddenly appeared on the ground. His expression was dull, with a smile remaining on his face, and the spirit power spear he was holding in his hand. His posture was obviously to launch an attack. For a moment, Li Changsheng suddenly trembled all over. What just happened? The sound of the piano in his ears is still the same, but the Qiju piano master who was still some distance away has already walked in front of him, and his hands have been raised high. If I had a knife, you would be dead now. Qiju Qin Master, who reached out his hand and pointed at Li Changsheng's neck with his index finger, raised his head and said proudly. Li Changsheng was taken aback. He asked in astonishment, "What happened just now? Shouldn't I raise my gun and attack you? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness after hearing the sound of your piano?" Li Changsheng was right. He was clearly holding the winning ticket just now, and he was driving the ghostly shadows like magical changes, blocking his figure, taking the spear as the first, and it only takes a breath of effort to defeat the Kijulu the Qiju Qin Master put his hand down and said, "This is all thanks to the piano score the teacher gave me." You like to read history, then did you know that in the time of Tang San's ancestor, he had an aunt named Tang Yuehua? Tang Yuehua? Have read some records. Li Changsheng wondered, what does this have to do with Tang Yuehua? Wrong. Before Li Changsheng's thoughts could be implemented, Qiju Qin Master continued to speak. I just used the piano music to form the piano score of Tang Yuehua, the sea god meditation song. The legend is that Tang Yuehua used the scene of the sea god to wash out the lead at the end of the performance. Later, I felt it and conceived this song. And when I play this song, I can automatically stun the guy who has bad thoughts about me for a second, so you lose. At the end, Qiju Qin Master made a solemn tone, like a statement. Li Changsheng was stunned. Can he still play like this? He thought about it, curled his lips. High soul power is good. Chapter 47 First Level Soul Instructor Li Changsheng. This is what happened at the end of Li Changsheng's first academic year in the Yuqianyuan. Bang! A hammer stirred up Melaleuca Mars. A tall shirtless figure stood in front of the forging table, raised the shining white soul power hammer, and hit the tabletop with a fist-sized iron ball full of black luster. The juvenile's legs exerted force, a few beats, accompanied by ascending soul power. Suddenly, I saw that the original metal ball in front of me had turned into two, one large and one small, like a mother and a child. The surface of a large black ball is smooth, as if it is surrounded by water. The small ball is different, it looks like it has been weathered for thousands of years, resulting in uneven surface. The young man immediately released the hammer in his hand, and the hammer instantly turned into emptiness, which was completely dissipated in the air. The boy stared at the two black balls on the table, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a deep smile. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the iron ball that was nearly a few hundred degrees in heat. The moment the boy's white and tender hands grabbed the two iron balls, it has become exquisite and translucent, and exudes a special jade light. The boy lightly waved his other hand, and then, a book emerged from his palm. He did not turn his head, but spit out a word, knife. The voice fell. In his hand, a small knife suddenly appeared, similar to the previous hammer. It was a dazzling structure, formed with soul power. The young man held the knife in his hand and successively outlined complicated symbols on the two iron balls, similar to the magic circle. First outline the traces on the small iron ball, and then use the soul power blade to start carving little by little, little by little. His carving speed is very fast, as if after thousands of hard work, his thin arms will not tremble even if they fall heavily on the iron ball. On the big dark iron ball, as the teenagers continue to carve and spend, a lot of interlaced lines gradually appear, exquisite and ingenious, revealing a subtle atmosphere. At this moment, the boy's eyes staring at the ball changed. The transparent purple is becoming more and more obvious. In the pupils, the purple rays of light continue to expand, seeming to reflect. Every time the purple light flashes, the young man's fingers will move a few times. Stop the continuous carving. Brush. Click. This process lasted about half an hour. Continuously waving his arms for half an hour made the boy's forehead soaked with a dense layer of sweat, and a little paleness appeared on his delicate face. However, when the spirit power dissipated and the two iron balls reappeared in the field of vision, the young man exhaled a sigh of excitement, and all the effort seemed worth it. He did not speak, but proved his own results with actions. The soul power is like silk, little by little poured into the small balls in the two iron balls. A touch of faint spirit power, in the blink of an eye, overflowed from the bumpy surface of the small ball. One by one, the spirit power thorns that looked like sharp needles grew from the iron ball. The spirit power that should have been soft became violent and sharp, and rough. It is not easy, as if this is an angry hedgehog, a hedgehog with destructive power. The young man slowly drew away the spirit power from the iron ball, his pale little face showed a smile. God of wisdom, am I now a first-level soul teacher? The teenager was playing with one big and one small two iron balls, talking to himself with interest. Congratulations. The sound of the machine sounded, and congratulated briefly, then disappeared again. Ding, congratulations on completing one of the missions, becoming a first-level soul teacher, reward, martial soul, the first soul ring year increased by 100 years. Li Changsheng smiled slightly. He finally completed a time-limited mission. That's right, the shirtless boy who stayed in the forging room was Li Changsheng. During this period of time, in addition to staying in Teacher Zibao's scholarly realm to learn, to come to the Ascension Soul Power level, he also took the Soul Master Hand and took some time every day to learn the basics, and then I came to the specially opened Soul Guidance Department of Yuqian Yard to forge and observe. In this way, from 3 months ago to now, it took Li Changsheng more than 5 months to forge a complete soul guidance device. The one large and one small in his hand, 2 iron ball soul guides, the prototype is the mysterious hidden weapons of Xiantian Bailu, and the hidden weapons called Mother-Child Soul Chaser is the hidden weapons. After Li Changsheng created this kind of hidden weapons, engraved in it, the formation pattern that inspires soul power. Compared with the prototype, the hidden weapons forged by Li Changsheng, which carries the highly toxic Mother-Child Soul Chaser, has only the mysterious needle inside, and is not highly toxic. The sophisticated hidden weapons has also become an explosive soul guide. And Li Changshen didn't want to waste time here. But there is no way. Because of the sudden change in the entrance examination, the time-limited tasks given to Li Changshen by the sign-in and punch-in system were almost completely cut in half. Won the first place in the freshman competition of Shrek Education Front Yard. This was because Li Changshen was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, but he didn't achieve it. He hasn't figured out how to challenge the others. Team on the first day? Because of the first-level departure of the centrifugal killing mirror, he went to participate in the Shrek Academy assessment, so now in this gap period, the Yuqianyuan really does not have the so-called first-level talent team. In this way, Li Changshen had to learn about the soul guidance device. Obviously, Li Changshen is quite talented in this respect. In a short period of time, relying on his own understanding ability, he forged today his first-level soul guide. This is a remarkable feat. Putting away this commemorative soul guide, Li Changshen left the forging room. Just returned to the dormitory. The soul power communication device in Li Changshen's room, called a phone for short, rang. Picking up the phone, Li Changshen soon heard the voice from the other side, which belonged to Chi-Ju Qin Master. Successful. Chi-Ju Qin Master knew a long time ago that Li Changshen was learning the knowledge of the Soul Master in his free time, and even when Li Changshen took the copy and looked at it in simplified Huxia characters, Chi-Ju Qin Master would also lean in, making it impossible to understand. He glanced at his hand and asked Li Changshen what the word was. Of course, Li Changshen didn't explain it. Simplified characters are broad and profound. Who has so much time to explain systematically? He only told Chi-Ju Qin Master that this is a special font used by the Soul Master. Li Changshen said with an the first-level Soul Mentor. Congratulations. Chi-Ju Qin Master's voice also faintly revealed a little happy feeling. By the way, don't forget that we are going to start Dota Ascent tomorrow. Bring a change of clothes, and prepare some defensive soul guides for emergencies. Teacher Zibai still doesn't know how we will be tested. I am afraid that the journey of acquiring the spirit ring of the soul will not be easy. Although I don't know much about Teacher Zi's actual teaching methods. Chi-Ju Qin Master said. Li Changshen said haha, on the contrary, I think Teacher Zibai will only allow me to obtain the second spirit ring alone, or with your assistance. She will definitely stay in one place to find a book and read it endlessly. Chi-Ju Qin Master said with a little smile, I hope so. However, the Star-Do Great Forest, for us, is still too early. My second spirit ring is just raising soul beast in the forest. Reading 10,000 books is worse than traveling 10,000 miles. With Teacher Zibai following, don't worry too much. Anyway, my second spirit ring is in the outer forest. Just find a century-old spirit beast. Well, let's do this first. I'm going to buy some ingredients to bring with me, as well as kitchen utensils. Hearing the kitchen utensils and the ingredients, Li Changshen was stunned for a moment, thinking, the road to the Star-Do Great Forest is very far away, and camping is for sure. In that case, wouldn't you be able to often eat the meals made by Chi-Ju Qin Master on the road? Thinking of this, Li Changshen hurriedly said, you go out of the dormitory first, wait for me, and I will go with you. In other words, he hasn't visited Tufen City for so long. Huh? Okay, then I'll wait for you. It is strange to say that even though it is said that Chi-Ju Qin Master is a student of Ming Taibei, the dean of Yuqian Yuan, Miri Douluo, but in fact, Chi-Ju Qin Master has always studied with Zibai. Li Changshen asked once, but Chi-Ju Qin Master didn't answer specifically, he just said that ascension is fast by learning by Zibai's side. Soon, Li Changshen came outside the girls' dormitory. In the Yuqian yard, only the dormitory building is the largest, divided into 2 buildings for men and women, far apart. Chapter 48, Do you want to go to my house? Here, here. Li Changshen, who had just arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory, didn't find Chi Ju Qin master at first. He just stood there and waited for a while, but the familiar voice suddenly sounded. Li Changshen stunned for a moment, and then turned with a usual smile. Go too far. However, the corners of Li Changshen's mouth suddenly solidified, twitched, and opened wide. At the entrance of the dormitory building, a white-haired girl with a bald head came up. Her petite body and clothes were all deliberately dressed, but these were ignored by Li Changshen, because today's Chiju piano master he didn't wear a mask. Without a mask. Finally, for the first time, he saw the petite and delicate face of Chiju Qin master. He didn't make any extra movements, he just felt his breathing stagnated. Chiju Qin master walked slowly, drawing closer. It is still the familiar silver-white hairline, which is different from loose hair and two drooping braids. The ball head tied behind the head is particularly eye-catching. The face under the mask is even more disturbing. Deva, obviously just one. It's just a child less than 7 years old. The exquisite face, each pore is full of fragrance, almost transparent, and there is no flaw in the skin with a hint of milky white. Especially the features are almost carved like a stone, a pair of aqua blue eyes are as clear as gemstones, and they have long eyelashes. Underneath is a streamer-shaped lips that seem to have a substantial film, as if applying lipstick, without too much movement. The cherry-red lips are slightly pressed, just like the creation of Tiangong, which is slightly pink. The earlobe seems to be more rosy because of shyness. The sunset sky is so splendid, it is obviously the one that has the coquettish style, but now it is like adding a tulle cloak to Chiju Qin master. She wore a dress with lace and ruffles. In this world, there were also dresses similar to dresses, but because soul masters were a fighting group, they would generally not wear such dresses. Compared to her peers, she is much taller. The neckline of the skirt has been changed to be very close to the body. Even if her breasts are not developed, she can still build a perfect body, highlighting her thin waist. The exposed limbs were snow white, and they had thinner arms than Li Changshen, and they felt more like a snow fairy. The long skirt is matched with pantyhose unique in this world, which is very thin and light. Why, don't you always want to see what I look like? See you now. Why is this expression again? Chiju Qin master walked up to Li Changshen with graceful steps, raised his hand, and shook it. Are you a Chiju Qin master? Even if Li Changshen had lived for 10,000 years, he was very surprised and shocked to see such a look that was almost a fairy. He couldn't help but his chest was still warm, as if there was a fire, which was instantly ignited. I am not, are you? Chiju Qin master's face was reddened by Li Changshen, subconsciously, as if confused, raised his hand and pushed Li Changshen's stiff face. Damn, so cute, Li Changshen subconsciously said such a compliment. You. No, I didn't expect you to be so cute. In other words, if you don't wear a mask, I'm afraid I will be controlled for an hour if you look at your face. Li Changshen scratched his head and said with a smile. Chiju Qin master snorted softly, boys are really perverts. Li Changshen immediately put on an icy face when he heard the words, what pervert, your thoughts are so mature. I just want to appreciate beauty. By the way, why didn't you suddenly wear a mask today? You guess. Can't guess, what holiday is it? Li Changshen thought, the first semester of Yuqianyuan seemed to end tomorrow. It was precisely for this reason that Zibai brought Li Changshen to the 10,000-star Do Great Forest to obtain the spirit ring, and after obtaining the spirit ring, the two of them would have a holiday. Chiju Qin master nodded, well, it's a festival. However, this festival came from the Sun Moon Empire in recent years. Festival of Gods. Festival of Gods. Li Changshen was taken aback first, then thought of it. The so-called 10 miles have different styles, and 100 miles have different customs. At the junction of the Sun-Moon Empire and the original empire of the Douluo continent, there are customs that blend together. As Chi-Ju-Chin Master said, the festival of sacrifice to God is a festival from the Sun-Moon Empire. On this day, people will bring their family members and go to the temple to worship a belief called the Sun God. Those who worship can make a wish to the Sun God. As long as the sincerity is enough, the wish may be realized. This is the custom on the Sun-Moon continent. Compared to the Douluo continent, the Sun-Moon Empire is more like a place that is infinitely close to the world of Li Changshen's previous life. There are various festivals and customs. The people of the Sun-Moon Empire still think very rich. Isn't I talking about buying ingredients and kitchenware? Why are you suddenly going to pay homage to the Sun God? Li Changshen looked at Chi-Ju-Chin Master, who was dressed up and finally took off his mask, and said in a joking tone. Chi-Ju-Chin Master obviously never feared Li Changshen's ridicule. She raised her head and said, "So, are you going?" "Go, just right, it's a holiday tomorrow." If it weren't for the Chi-Ju-Chin Master's reminder, Li Changshen had really forgotten that there would be such a festival to worship the Sun God in the two cities today. Tomorrow they will leave the Yuqianyuan and make a turn to the Stardo Great Forest. After Li Changshen obtains the second spirit ring, even if it is a holiday for the first school year, all students will leave school. Li Changshen hadn't thought of where he should go anyway. Maybe he would complete an exploration mission, go to the far north, or stay near the Stardo Great Forest to explore. The two people then left the Yuqian yard, not the main entrance, because they did not wear masks. If they walked through the main entrance, it would be unavoidable to be troublesome. It was the first time that Li Changshen really took a tour of Tufen City. Because of today's holiday and the approaching night, it is now the busiest time in the two cities. It is worthy of being an important transportation hub connecting the Sun-Moon Empire and the Starluo Empire. Now, looking around, no matter which street you enter, it is almost always crowded. When Li Changshen came here, he was stunned for the first time. So many people. Yes, there are too many people, right? Looking at the crowded streets, Li Changshen suddenly lost interest. He looked at Chi-Ju-Chin Master on the side. Chi-Ju-Chin Master was too eye-catching, almost standing here. The eyes of everyone nearby were attracted in an instant. Besides, she was wearing a little subtle. If she squeezed into the crowd like this, it would be very bad. Let's find a place to sit, wait for fewer people, and then go shopping. If you don't worship the god sooner or later, you will be sincere. Besides, you haven't eaten yet? There are small vendors' barbecues over there. I'll buy some. Li Changshen first suggested that Chi-Ju-Chin Master nodded, and she also leaned against Li Changshen in a little fear. She seemed a little afraid of the eyes of the people around her. Li Changshen finally understood why she was wearing a mask all the time. She also seems to be afraid of crowded places. When I came, I hadn't met many people in the Yuqianyuan. If I met, I'm afraid it would be a little troublesome. After all, Chi-Ju-Chin Master is so beautiful. Li Changshen almost took down the skewers stall, and then took the fairly delicious skewers, and Chi-Ju-Chin Master came to a stone bench and sat down. After receiving the skewers, it was the first time that Li Changshen saw Chi-Ju-Piano Master eating without a mask. His posture was very elegant, and the expressions on his face were also very rich. In short, he was very cute. Seeing the constant stream of people, Li Changshen was eating the skewers, feeling somewhat boring. At this moment, Chi-Ju-Chin Master on the side asked, "Where are you going after the holiday?" "What?" Suddenly asked this question, Li Changshen obviously did not respond. After going to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain the spirit ring, there is a high probability that he will return to Liangfen City to rent a room, and wait for the school to start. Of course, he didn't say that he wanted to explore the Stardo Great Forest or the far north. After all, it was too dangerous for the Great Spirit Master of the Two Rings. Don't go back to the Soul City. Chi-Ju-Chin Master ate a fried meat and bulged his cheeks. It didn't seem to be delicious, but he tried to eat it. Ah, don't go back. There is no reason to go back. Yes, how can I go back like this? Besides, what's the point of going back? Chi-Ju-Chin Master blinked his eyes, looked at Li Changshen, and suddenly said, "If you really have nothing to do, after obtaining the spirit ring, join me in my house. You see, you have nowhere to go anyway. I'm a little boring when I go home. We can still learn from each other and learn from each other. How about?" Li Changshen was surprised at the invitation of Chi-Ju-Chin Master. He remembered that Chi-Ju-Chin Master's home seemed to be near the far north, which seemed pretty good. If it's just the beginning, if Chi-Ju-Chin Master invites Li Changshen, he will definitely think she has any ideas, but after a semester of getting along, he stayed together to study almost every day. With Li Changshen's slightly decadent thoughts, he would recognize Chi-Ju-Chin Master. In addition, with the invitation of such a beautiful girl, Li Changshen probably didn't even think about rejecting it. You can also brush a mission in the far north, by the way. That's great, he said with a smile. Then it's agreed. My parents will definitely entertain you warmly. Chi-Ju-Chin Master also smiled. After the agreement was made, Li Changshen and Chi-Ju-Chin Master ate the skewers. By the way, I can see the looks, do you want to talk about the name? Chi-Ju-Chin Master sounds very long-winded. The flow of people is getting less and less, and the worship is probably over, and then I go back. Li Changshen and Chi-Ju-Chin Master were still sitting on the stone chairs. Li Changshen tasted the freshly squeezed berry juice and said, "My name." Chi-Ju-Chin Master also tasted the berry juice. She specially ordered a dessert, while Li Changshen was a little sour. Shen Moon. Shen Moon? A very good name. When Li Changshen heard the word moon, his expression was visibly stunned for a moment. I seem to know why you asked me for the title in the first place. Shen Moon smiled slightly. Then why do you think of seeing the name Moon? I said it a long time ago, I miss someone. Obviously a child, really mature. Shen Yu pressed her cherry red lips lightly in a special tone. Li Changshen glanced sideways at Shen Moon, showing a smile. What kid? Who is the child and who is the child? Is your berry juice delicious? Shen Moon held the sweetness in his hand, blinked a little curiously, and looked at the purple berry juice in Li Changshen's hand. Want to exchange? Okay. Li Changshen and Shen Moon exchanged some berry juice. After receiving Shen Moon's sweet berry juice, Li Changshen tasted it with his mouth. The taste is like strawberry juice in the previous life. Li Changshen also drank this berry juice before, so I changed the flavor this time, but I don't know how. Yes, drink it again today, the taste is a bit different. Turning her eyes to the moon, her eyes narrowed into a thin line, her small face was a little surprised, and she said, "It's delicious. It's sour." The two of them just sat here, and after about an hour, the flow of people finally dwindled. Li Changshen stood up first, thought about it, stretched out his own hand, and placed it where Shen Moon's eyes could be seen. Shen Moon was taken aback for a moment, and then she heard Li Changshen's words, "If you get lost, I will be homeless during the vacation." She frowned, but then stretched out and said with a smile, "Yes." Then, she took Li Changshen's hand, knocked gently, and stood up. Everything is so simple, and everything is so complicated. Chapter 49 Going to the Stardo Great Forest. The next day, early morning. Li Changshen woke up in bed, his spirit was exceptionally quiet. It was probably because of a rest day yesterday. After visiting the worship service in the evening, there is a big reason why the Sun Temple and Shen Moon went to sleep after they were separated from the dormitory. Thinking of a series of things that happened with Shen Moon yesterday, Li Changshen more or less felt that an inexplicable feeling was fermenting. I'm over 10,000 years old, why suddenly I always think of a 6-year-old kid in my mind, what a brute. Li Changshen, who was leaning on the bed, raised his hand and wanted to slap himself, but after thinking about it, let it go. Seeing the sunlight spilling in the room, he hurriedly got up, packed the necessary luggage, and some books to pass the time, all of which were put into the storage soul guide. One semester was about to end. Li Changshen was cultivating in entertainment, and he finally reminded his spirit power to the 20th level bottleneck period more than a month ago. As for why he didn't get the spirit ring until now, naturally, there is a reason for this. Although Li Changshen has the longevity skills, he is not the kind of person who wastes time. Zibai once talked to him and Shen Yu. Her book realm can certainly transform the soul master's meditation method, but in essence, it can't be regarded as meditation. Therefore, it is better to stay for a while when breaking through a big realm, which is considered to lay a firm foundation. Soon, Li Changshen finished packing his luggage. In fact, he didn't have much to bring. You need to bring some meeting gifts to Shen Moon's house, but it's not too late to buy that kind of stuff in the Douluo Empire. In this way, he opened the door and walked out of the dormitory building. Today is the last day of the semester, and many students are walking towards their small courtyard classrooms. Teachers will leave some vacation homework for students to complete before the start of school. However, in terms of teaching system, Yuqianyuan is basically a replica of Shrek Academy. For holiday homework, there is a high probability that soul power ascension is the main goal. After studying in the Yuqianyuan during this period, Li Changshen knew deeply how terrible the impact that incident had on the Yuqianyuan during the entrance examination. Even now, a few months have passed, and the education front yard can only maintain the state of teaching theoretical knowledge in the normal Junior Soul Master Academy. Listening to Shen Moon, it was actually not the pressure from above, but the incident, which revealed a weird atmosphere everywhere. No one knew that if such a team were to perform tasks again, there would be no students who died. Even if the Dean of the Yuqianyuan wants to develop the Yuqianyuan into a maverick Junior Soul Master Academy, he still needs to estimate the safety of those children who are only 6 or 7 years old. After all, at the beginning, a soul sage was dead unclear, and later titled Douluo sneaked into Li Changshen's consciousness. Various events were enough to prove that the whole thing was not simple. Soon, Li Changshen came to the small courtyard. At this time, Zibai and Shen Moon, who did not wear a mask and dressed in simple casual clothes, were preparing breakfast at this time. This is indeed every day. Li Changshen walked over, watching from the sidelines. If it is normal, if only he and Shen Moon are the two, Li Changshen can still fight, but now there is Zibai this house Douluo next to him, and he doesn't need Li Changshen's help at all. On the contrary, he started talking about the next topic. Zibai put small, shrimp-like ingredients into the flour and stirred gently, then glanced at Li Changshen who was standing next to him, and said weakly, "Are you all ready?" Li Changshen nodded, "Yeah. You can leave at any time." Shen Moon didn't interrupt. When she was cooking, she would almost focus all of her attention on the pot that might change all the time. Soon, a table of exquisite and fragrant delicacies was placed on the stone table. 3 people sat together. Surprisingly, Zibai took out a jar of wine today and poured himself a small glass, with a rare smile on his almost rigid face. "Today is the last day of your first semester. Although I haven't taught you much in these 6 months, your ascension is seen by all freshmen, even other teachers. To be honest, I am not good at teaching. Student, when the dean asked me to take you two, I was really afraid that you two would be abolished. My title Douluo, to be honest, it's really useless." After drinking a glass of wine, Zibai quite boldly lifted the hair on her forehead directly, exposing her whole looking young but extremely weak face, with red cheeks. "There seems to be a fire. Teacher, your drink is too bad, You get drunk in 1 cup. Li Changsheng picked up the dishes with his public chopsticks, put them back in the bowl, tasted the dishes, and said with a smile. Shen Moon also echoed from the side, "Teacher, you are too modest. If it weren't for your scholarly realm, how could Li Changsheng and I ascension so fast? You see, we are only 6 or 7 years old, and our spirit power is almost at the soul sovereign level. Now, a large part of this is due to you." Li Changsheng certainly didn't think that Shen Moon was bragging. This is indeed the case. Li Changsheng felt that after he had attached the second spirit ring, his spirit power would probably be able to directly break through 22nd level, maybe even higher. Zibai picked up the wine glass. "Okay, I know you two little guys can talk. Don't I know me myself? No, I won't talk about it today. So do I, it's just a holiday, and it's not your graduation. Come on. Li Changsheng, drink. We are drunk until the evening. Taking advantage of the night, the teacher will show you the speed of tidal Douluo." Zibai probably felt a little bit emotional today, plus her own drinking volume was really bad, and a small cup made her feel a little fainted, so she spoke such a series of words one after another. And different from her original book Fragrance, she is extraordinarily heroic today. Li Changsheng looked at Shen Moon helplessly. Shen Moon also showed a slight smile, and asked, "Drink. Drink. Why not drink?" Li Changsheng immediately slapped the table. Although he is a child, his soul is not. Ever since, Li Changsheng really drank wine with Zibai, and even with this body, Li Changsheng had a good and terrible drink volume. After 3 cups of Zibai, he completely poured it on the table, and Li Changsheng directly poured the wine. They drank them all, and there was nothing to do with Shen Moon and helped Zibai into the bedroom. Until the evening. Zibai only woke up. Zibai, who was holding the doorframe, looked at the 2 people studying under the pavilion, frowning. She recalled the scene of herself resting on Li Changsheng's shoulders and drinking with the other party. According to reason, her expression would be somewhat embarrassed at the moment, but no, she tried to show the calmness that you should have. Soon. She came to the pavilion and coughed, "Let's go." Li Changsheng and Shen Moon looked at each other, and saw that Zibai's original tired expression slightly recovered, and they felt relieved. They also didn't say whether to leave tomorrow. Because Zibai asked both of them a week ago. Is there any fear of heights? Soon, Zibai took out a huge structural device similar to a streamlined hull from its own storage device. It is very large, with the appearance of 5 meters at the front and back of the whole body, with jet black paint attached to the outer layer, which has a structure similar to that of a bird's wing. Li Changsheng saw this device at a glance. Produced by the Sun Moon Empire, the 7th level flying type soul guide, the water shuttle. Zibai pointed to the current shuttle that she put on the ground. "This soul guide is the current shuttle that I said before. It can be used for tens of thousands of miles a day, but it must be a contra. Only those who are strong above the level have the soul power to control it. At the same time, in order to reduce the weight, this water shuttle is made of the unique ore of the Sun Moon Empire and is precision forged from Yunfa mud. The characteristic is that it must be raised to 10,000. Only at a height of meters can the weight be reduced. At the same time, because of the material is transparent throughout. Therefore, in the high altitude, we are equivalent to completely exposed, although we are not actually exposed. Fortunately, both of you not afraid of heights?" Zibai re-simplified her transportation-shaped soul guide once again. It has to be said that the avant-garde development of the Sun Moon Empire in the soul guidance device is really not something ordinary people can observe. Normally, soul guides like this are not available for purchase, but there is a senior soul master from the Sun Moon Empire in the soul guide department of Yuqianyuan. Besides, the location of Yuqianyuan is special, which is not right. Douluo continent originally belonged to the kind of prohibition of the 3 empires. Okay, go up, maybe we will arrive in the Star-Do Great Forest tomorrow morning. After obtaining the spirit ring, I will take you home. Li Changshen is going to the moon's house as a guest, right? Without waiting for Li Changshen to answer, almost finished speaking, Zibai drove her own spirit power, and did not release martial soul, but a spirit ring appeared on her body. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. The 9 spirit rings, yellow as bright, purple as extinguished, and black as ruined, exchanged their brilliance. At the current twilight moment, they seemed so majestic. Li Changshen looked at him and found that Zibai had been 10,000 years old since the 4th spirit ring. This undoubtedly shows that Zibai's physique was very good at the beginning, but why is it that he has not survived the wind now? Is it possible? Staying up late hurts people? No, reading hurts. Zibai jumped directly into the stream and flew. This current shuttle is very similar to an airplane, but smaller, and the core pattern engraved inside is of an extremely complex type. At the same time, the position at the back also slowly opened, like a pair of wings. Li Changshen stepped aside and motioned to Shen Moon to jump on the side first. Shen Moon immediately jumped up and landed in the body. Li Changshen also jumped in afterwards. As soon as he entered, Li Changshen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, perhaps he should have immigrant to the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 50. Zibai manipulates the water shuttle, purely injecting soul power. The next moment, the running water shuttle stopped on the ground, trembling at first, then, at an almost invisible speed, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place. Even if Li Changshen opened his eyes, he could only see that there was darkness in front of him, and at the same time, an inexplicable sense of dizziness continued to strike from all directions. Judging from the appearance, the water shuttle is in the state of water droplets as a whole. At the tail of the droplet, there is a huge soul power spray device, but because of its rigorous structure and perfect structure, the water vapor drawn by this spray device is quite similar to that of hot water when it slides down. In the cabin, after reaching the height of the flying water shuttle, ascension reached 10,000 meters, the surrounding feelings changed. The line of sight gradually returned, and when you opened your eyes, you can clearly see that the entire cabin is slightly cramped and narrow, but with an expensive leather interlayer, and at the same time, the slightly bright and non-glaring lights illuminate the entire cabin. The most peculiar thing is undoubtedly the foot. The feet are completely transparent. Of course, this is because of the material. This special material is dark and unremarkable at 10,000 meters, but when it comes to an altitude of 10,000 meters, it will become transparent, like water droplets. Such a crystal-like existence. Of course, from the outside, even at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it is still in the previous state. Li Changshen slowly opened his eyes, and was surprised to find that this feeling was quite similar to that of flying in a previous life. So fast. Traveling under the shining dark curtain, looking for a star as a reference, you can surpass it in the blink of an eye. Shen Moon didn't feel much curiosity, sitting there, regaining the spirit power that had just surged. Ahead, Zibai is controlling the direction of the flowing water, and at the same time it needs to inject soul power for a long time. This seems to be nothing to her. On the contrary, when the night is long, she has no free time to read books, but chats with Li Changshen and Shen Yu. It's a day. What do you two think about the system of the semester of the Yuqianyuan? Li Changshen and Shen Moon looked at each other. Both pupils showed some doubts, but they were silent again and again. Li Changshen said, I don't have too many opinions. It's just a pity. In the past 6 months, how can I fight with people? Yuqianyuan, that is, because I heard that the teaching system of the Yuqianyuan completely reproduces Shrek Academy, it is not much different from the ordinary Soul Master Academy. Of course, the basic knowledge is rich. This is Li Changshen's intuitive feeling. That's right, in the past 6 months, he has hardly fought in real battles, and he has only played against Shen Yu. Although he always loses, if he really uses some methods, he can be sure that he can kill Shen with one blow. A great spirit master of 20-odd level like the moon. His creation book Martial Soul is very powerful, powerful enough to make Li Changshen exclaim the monsters. At first, he thought that as long as he shouted some words, the Chuangshi Tianchu would show what kind of attacks, but later, slowly, Li Changshen knew. It is not perfect to shout out, and then try to imagine that kind of scene in your head, and the attack formed is the most complete. It's just that the more complete the scene, the greater the consumption of soul power. After Li Changshen completed the task of becoming a first-level soul teacher, his first soul ring was ascension for 100 years. Only then did Li Changshen understand why the God of Wisdom said before that he could add spirit rings to the Book of Creation at will. Shen Moon also opened his mouth and said, "I feel that this is pretty good." Zibai nodded in front, and said weakly, "In fact, thousands of years ago, the original intention of Yuqianyuan was to mark the Martial Soul Hall 10,000 years ago. Of course, it was not the Martial Soul Hall that was arbitrary, but wanted collect geniuses from all over the world, recruit geniuses, and then train them earlier. After all, the period of rapid growth of soul masters is only that long. However, cultivating geniuses is not easy. In fact, people like you are thrown directly to Shrek Academy. It's all possible." Zibai is the teacher of Li Changshen and Shen Moon. She is very clear about the talents of the two and martial soul, and she can only describe it as she has never heard of before. Shen Moon, she also heard about it. It was martial soul who was awakened in a town near the far north. She entered the Yuqianyuan and became a student of the dean without an examination. But, I don't know why. After the dean only helped her obtain 2 spirit rings, he didn't care about it, but he also arranged for her to teach Shen Moon in Zibai. I heard that at the very beginning, Shrek Academy came, and if you want to recruit Shen Moon directly, you should first enter Shrek Academy to study and receive training. After all, Innate's 20th level spirit power, which has not been heard for thousands of years, is shocking enough. Everyone. But later, for some reason, this matter was never mentioned. It just said that after graduating from the Yuqianyuan, you can enter the martial soul department of Shrek Academy's outer faculty without taking the exam. Li Changshen was silent, he wanted to take a bite of his meal. What's more, the talent he showed was not that amazing. After all, his age is here. If it weren't for the holiday now, their behavior would probably not be allowed. Then, Zibai talked about the Stardo Great Forest again. I didn't talk too much, I just told Li Changshen and Shen Moon that they would not really set foot in the Stardo Forest. The reason is simple, it is really dangerous. Moreover, Zibai is a titled Douluo level powerhouse. If he rushes into it, it may cause some powerful spirit beasts to rebound, and even trigger a wave of beasts. That is even Shrek Academy is afraid of, so the title is stipulated. Douluo could not make a killing. By the way, Moon, why is your second spirit ring 1,000 years old? Only then did Li Changshen remember that he still had a lot of questions and doubts and he didn't ask Shen Yu. For example, how can the two of them use the martial soul fusion technique? Moreover, Shen Moon seemed to know in advance. Zibai didn't speak, she seemed to be a little curious, but for the soul master, this was probably a secret that could not be told, so she never asked. Shen Moon tilted his head, looking a little at a loss. Innate has 20th spirit power. Isn't it normal to attach a 1,000-year spirit ring? Listening to this somewhat silly answer, Li Changshen almost vomited blood. Normal. Very abnormal, right? But what do you use to refute? Really not, you are not innate spirit power level 20, how do you know, is it really easier to absorb spirit rings? Also, When the 5 of you went to Divine Soul City, wasn't it just to recruit the son of the Clear Sky School? Why didn't I hear about it in the Yuan? I didn't come. Li Changshen asked curiously. Why does he ask these questions? Of course it is to pass the time, and I still want to know, and Shen Moon will also say. Shen Moon obviously thought for a while, it seems to be a little impressed. He seems to have been taken back to sect. He has not enrolled in the forecourt. There is a high probability that he will apply for Shrek Academy before the age of 12. Zi Baiyu in front also said, I know this. I heard that the son of the Clear Sky School, it was not the Clear Sky Hammer who had awakened, but the martial soul, the light goddess butterfly, a rare female exclusive on the mainland. Of course, about this martial soul, not many people know. But it is not Clear Sky Hammer, so she was sent back to sect. However, according to my guess, she has a high probability of being a twin martial soul, not a high probability, it should be certain. It's that Wang Dong. Li Changshen instantly reflected the two together. The journey that followed was a little flat, and Li Changshen was actually not good at asking. He planned to take the time to ask about the so-called martial soul fusion technique. Then, near dawn, they arrived at a fairly large forest on the edge of the Stardo Great Forest, and the money landed. And Li Changshen, Shen Moon, and Zi Baiyu entered the forest bordering the Stardo, which is also regarded as the Great Stardo Forest. As soon as he stepped in, Li Changshen's sign-in and check-in system showed up. Exploration of Stardo Great Forest, 1%.